Welcome back to Cannabis Chat, everybody. I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media, and we are very happy to be joined by a friend of mine from my second favorite state in the union. That would be the great state of Maine, the Maine man himself, Rye Russell from Weed Buds. Hi, Rye. How are you?
Jimmy, thank you so much for having me. It's such an honor to be a part of the Pro Cannabis Media team today.
Yeah, absolutely. And hopefully more to come on that. But let's tell everybody a little bit more about your background and how you got to create Weed Buds and how successful that little venture has been.
It's incredible. It was a journey that, for me, it was just some accountability. I was a late bloomer to the cannabis industry, and not that I would say anybody really preached too much against it in my life. I just was not really exposed to it. And so that lack of education was very much a barrier for me. And medically, I developed some health issues, and the traditional routes were unproductive. But I was still so nervous because my doctor told me that medical cannabis was something that I would have to journey down on my own. And so I used the podcast as a way, kind of infusing my media background. And I'll never forget, I called a grower. I was living in Ohio at the time. And I told them, I said, I'm going to try your product. I'm going to this dispensary. This is what I think I'm going to be trying. And if you kill me, I'm gonna have, I'm gonna have this podcast, and everyone's gonna know about it. And I'll tell you, Jimmy, the conversation was magnificent. It was a small chuckle, and he said, "Let's talk. What are you fearful of? What are your concerns?" And he wasn't the pharmacist, but he really allowed me. And I said, "Man, I feel if more people could kind of have these buds around them, to help them educate and to learn just about the industry and about the people that are in the industry." I think once you know those people, you might start to feel a little bit safer because they have our best interests at heart.
100%. And it's funny you mentioned education and learning. On Wednesdays, on this Cannabis Chat venture that we're doing, we are dedicating our talk for the most part as an educational experience. This is where Professor Weed Wednesdays exists, and playing the role of Professor Weed will be moi, and I'll be interviewing educators, and we already have had a few of them on our first show that we've done like this, and this is only our second Professor Weed Wednesday. So I'm going to ask you a question, Rye. This was an interesting experience, how you got exposed and started to learn about the aspects of medical marijuana and using it as a medicine. What is one of the most surprising things that you have learned about your journey with cannabis as a medicine?
I think first and foremost is the clarity of my mind. That was one of the things that was really tripping me up in traditional medicine. A lot of the medication that I was on, I felt was locking me in, was locking my personality in, and my creative side that you know me for, that I love and gives me inspiration for the day. I felt like the traditional medications were pushing that down and suppressing that part of me. And I can't really explain it other than I felt like a zombie of who I was. And when I first started experimenting with cannabis, right, and if you listen to any of the old school messages, you would think that cannabis is going to turn me into a zombie. And so that was one of my fears. And when I started using medical cannabis to help me, I realized it helped me socially, it helped me spiritually, it helped me psychologically, where now I feel it can open my mind, it can expand my mind. And it's weird to say unless you really can understand the experience, but rather than suppressing anything, I feel like it brings all of my emotions to the forefront, and I can process them much better than I ever could before.
It's so funny how many times I've heard that very almost not word for word, but very similar experience from others who are exposed to it for the first time. And it doesn't surprise me when I learn more and more and interview scientists and doctors and nurses who understand the endocannabinoid system and how the plant can balance your nerve receptors and affect your mood. And it's incredible to me that it was a doctor who actually said to you, you should look into medical marijuana. Is that accurate?
So not only did he say that I should look into it, was very transparent and told me that that was a journey I was going to go down alone
Right.
because he did not have the knowledge, the expertise, or the studies to give me any recommendations, and he didn't feel qualified. And so what he said is, we have tried what we should have accomplished by now. This should have worked, and it's not working. And not only is it not working, it's failing you. And so there was some self-awareness there, and I'm very grateful to him. I do wish that the medical community had better resources and assets because it was such angst for me to do this alone. And I see more people in the medical community starting to adopt at least those types of conversations, right? Of, hey, patient, I'm so sorry. I wish I could talk to you more about this, but I'm just not that educated. It was the most honest. And I think you and I know, not many doctors like to admit what they don't know. And so I think that that is actually an admirable thing. If you've got a doctor that says, hey, look, I might not be the best resource for this, but maybe here's some recommendations.
Yeah, and it's again, a lot of people use it as a last resort. A lot of doctors think they're God, so they can't really recommend it, right? Because their egos are very
Right.
large. I think I'm comfortable saying that. And yet now you're finding more medical professionals understanding the qualities of this plant and its role in the balancing of your endocannabinoid system, and it affects your mood and it affects your pain receptors and all the things that, if you look at the research that's being done on it and the anecdotal evidence that's out there, so many people have discovered it this way. So again, you are living proof, Roy Russell, that this stuff works and can be beneficial to your health if you look into it and find the right mix. Still a lot of people are trying this for the first time, and sometimes they don't want to smoke it or dab it, or even vape it, and they try an edible or a tincture and they overdo it because of the delayed reaction, and then they get in trouble. Now, one of the things we're going to start doing on our shows is soliciting people's stories. I'd like to hear, I just heard your cannabis story. That was great. I would like to know an edible story that you might have, because everybody has at least one edible story that perhaps does not end well or even begin well. Do you have one of those?
Jimmy, as you said, we all have one of those. For me, edibles are something that I strongly recommend that when you start exploring and you start experimenting to see if that is the type of product for your regimen, definitely start low, go slow. We all kind of know that mantra in the industry, but we all highly recommend it. And I recommend doing it at home. So I have personal story, of course. I've got some fun family stories. But at the end of the day, for me, what was most important is that there was no ambulance needed. And I think that, a lot of individuals, when they don't experience that, they start to have the panic attack, and what symptoms they might be feeling start to get amplified. So I was very lucky to experience it with a trusted friend who was very acclimated to edibles. And so he just sat with me, kept me calm, and then my heart started to race and I started to sweat. And I felt like, how when you're just about to get sick and you can start to kind of feel the spins, that's what it felt like. Now, the good news was, yeah, I never got sick. So it was just that you got the spins, I laid down, and then I would say it was about 15 minutes, and who knows my sense of time at that point, but about 15 minutes where I could just start to feel like coming one with my entire body. I could hear my heartbeat and I could really feel a lot of sensation. And once I kind of embraced it, then I was able to relax and enjoy the remainder of that experience. And since then, I've been very careful to start at that low dose, add a little at a time. But I believe that everybody should be very cautious and careful with where and with whom they're experiencing their edibles for the first time.
Right. And again, I preach this all the time, responsible use. And remember, this is a medicine, or at least a plant medicine that you're using, and you are self-medicating. And every body is different, as well as everybody is different as far as your metabolism goes and the effect it's going to have on you. And on this edition of Cannabis Chat, we are getting some feedback from nurses and educators about what to do when you do too much or when you have taken too much. And the role that CBD plays, pure CBD can play to control your high, is probably the most enlightening thing that I have learned about this plant and about what can happen if you do too much, because CBD will dampen the THC effect and help you get more grounded, if you will. And that to me is an amazing thing. And I even asked the registered nurse who was with us at the last show we did, Julie Battle from Canawise. I said, can't first responders have a vial of straight CBD oil that they could administer in case they come upon someone who's had too much of a dose? And everybody says, well, this is a great idea. But again, because it's the medical community, everybody's apprehensive about actually administering anything like that from that plant until more research is done. And it's really a shame, because if it was in my house, that's the first thing I do is I go to my cupboard, I get my straight CBD that I take every morning anyway. And I know that that would help. Have you heard that story or heard any other anecdotal stories about that?
So I get that text message every now and then because I think, especially in Maine, we see a trend where the older community is starting to experiment with cannabis, and they're really starting to experiment with edibles because most of these individuals, they're kind of that school of thought. They don't want to smoke it, and I can understand that. The concern is, though, sometimes is when there's the lack of education with the edibles, then of course some of these situations and experiences can happen. And so I've received that text message every now and then, and actually most recently from my grandmother, who asked me what to do in a situation of somebody having a medical cannabis edible overdose. And what I recommended was exactly that. About 15 milligrams of CBD is what I recommended because I didn't have too much of the THC. My second recommendation was ibuprofen or Tylenol, because what obviously we're finding right now, and I think that there's still more research to conclude this, but the NSAIDs, those types of pain medications, will work very similar to CBD in terms of blocking the receptors that the THC molecules will bind to. So what I've done, and I've done this before because, Jimmy, as you know, traveling around the country and going to different cannabis events, sometimes you can be gifted quite a few different products. And so I was at an event just a couple of weeks ago where I took 2 ibuprofen and 5 milligrams of CBD before I went to the event, because I knew that I would be sampling different products, and it helped me kind of maintain that little bit more, alert and awareness. And so absolutely, I think CBD is great for that. But then obviously in the right application, maybe something like Tylenol or Advil could help bring that down fast as well.
And though that, I think it was a little acronym, the NSAIDs, that's non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs. For those of you out there who don't know what NSAIDs are, and they're available, as you can imagine, pretty much everywhere in your pharmacy. They're over-the-counter analgesics, as they say. You mentioned the great state of Maine. Let's talk a little bit about the great state of Maine. 4 years after voters in the state of Maine voted for adult use recreational sales to begin, they're finally going to begin on October 9th in the great state of Maine. I believe we came up with at least 5 locations where the stores will be open. And do you remember where they all were?
Yes. So I believe right now we have 5 total recreational retail licenses, and we're looking at South Portland, Portland, Newry, and Bangor. And I believe we have 2 locations in South Portland. So we've got 5 total, and they're going to be ready come October 9th to serve the community.
And I'm really interested to hear where the flower is coming from, because the state of Maine, and we got to know Uncle Pete Transmontane. I think everybody knows Uncle Pete's Relief in Sanford. He explained it was the water in the state of Maine that's so similar to the water that's in the Emerald Triangle, which I find interesting because we both know it's a lot colder in Maine than it is in Northern California. I don't care how cold it gets in Northern California. Maine probably wins that one going away, especially up towards Presque Isle way there. You know what in Aroostook County, right?
Way up there.
I guess the point is, do you know that there are going to be strains that people from Massachusetts might be familiar with, your Blue Dreams, your Granddaddy Purples, or do you think you're going to have, the great state of Maine strains?
Jimmy, it's a great question. I think we're going to see a little bit of both. And, we know that right now there's 3 cultivation facilities that have been licensed to serve the recreational market, also 1 testing facility. And so when I look at some of the opportunity and kind of the way that the cannabis licenses are in Maine, I see licensing of brands being a huge opportunity. So you see some of these national brands that may have started in the Emerald Triangle, as you mentioned. And what they did is they got very crafty. And so they would license their brand or their name to a local cultivator, licensee of some sort. And then that was a way where they could collaborate with some expertise from this original national brand now, and that kind of local compliant processes that you really do need a local operator, because compliance is just such a huge piece here. So I think you're going to see some really great Maine brands, but I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some of these national players enter the Maine market with licensing agreements. And at the end of the day, I think you will. You're going to see the Blue Dream that you'll find in other markets, and it might be a little bit different. And that's what's kind of special about cannabis, is that when I go to Maine, I know that the Blue Dream might be a little bit different, but as long as they have a good certificate of analysis and they can tell you the terpene profile, you should be able to do a quick little search in favorite strain from out of state or out of the country, and then find something here in Maine that you will like.
You mentioned out of state and the state of Maine. I know it was a little contentious in the very beginning. Another reason why there was such a long delay is that at first, when this law went into effect in the state of Maine, they really wanted to try to protect their own, but that blocks out a lot of major players, multi-state operators who are already exist in the state of Maine. And, to me, it should be an open enterprise. Now, I understand limiting the amount of licenses one company can have is important for competition and to protect that you don't have a monopoly. But I do understand now that they have loosened up those original restrictions and have allowed MSOs to come in there. And I think Acreage is up there, Curaleaf is up there. Um, I think you have some stories about that contentious debate that was going on there for a few months in Maine.
Oh, Jimmy, I wish this debate was only a few months. This debate has been tried and true from the beginning. And you nailed it. As a media individual, I can absolutely see the debate from both sides. I am a Mainer. I am a former small business owner. I'm still a small business owner. And so I love, and I'll never not love, mom and pop retail. I also love entrepreneurial spirit, drive, and true, genuine capitalist, conscious capitalism. And what I see is 2 very distinct markets in Maine. As you mentioned, we have Acreage that is affiliated with some local dispensaries. We have Curaleaf, whose founders are from Maine, and obviously that expanded very rapidly. And I know that they have some affiliation in your neck of the woods too, Jimmy. And so at the end of the day, the caregivers, they outnumber all of those retailers, right? There's so many of them. And so they feel that sense of Maine pride, as they should. They are the legacy of Maine cannabis. But we are in a transition time here in Maine where that legacy needs to turn into revenue generation for the state. It needs to turn into a highly regulated market for consumer safety. And I think that there's an opportunity for more collaboration. So I'm certainly not going to, put down a gavel on, what's constitutional and what's not in terms of residency requirements. But from what I can see, I think there is a way to move forward for all players in this space. And I think that there's, back to the brands, there's some really good main brands that I think, with the reach and the resources of some of these larger partners, we can start to celebrate New England cannabis across the country.
You use the word caregiver. It's always been part of the medicinal marijuana rollout on a lot of states. If you were to define caregiver, how would you describe what a caregiver is, and how were they able to actually have a stash or grow it and then serve it as a medicinal product to the public?
Sure. Well, Jimmy, what's interesting, when I moved back to Maine, I became a caregiver just to go through the process to understand it a little bit more. So I am still a licensed caregiver in the state of Maine. I don't grow or process any plants myself, but it allows me to, have a connection with the Office of Marijuana Policy and really understand what's going on from the inside journalistically. It allows me to network with the caregivers. So essentially, there's a few different tiers of the caregiver license. And people like me, they could become a caregiver and maybe they can broker deals. You can wholesale from one and sell to another, and you can kind of cross some boundaries in the supply chain there. There's people that just get the caregiver's license solely to grow, be it clones that they sell or be it for flower. Then you can get a license for processing, you can get a license for retail. So a caregiver can have a retail store. It's neither a dispensary or an adult use location, it is a caregiver shop. And to me, it's kind of comparing, Walmart of weed to, those kind of hometown hardware stores, where I know the gentleman who ordered the hammer that I'm going to go buy. And again, that's really what I think the caregivers are, is a little bit more mom and pop, a little bit more boutique. And I do think that you might get a personal touch from a scale operations you might not be able to find as well. However, I do see a lot of great training from all locations.
You mentioned the marijuana policy board up in Maine. I'm not quite sure I got the exact terminology there, but Eric Gunderson is the main man up there. Oh, excuse me. Rye Russell is the main man. Eric is just dishing out the licenses and doing the official policy for the state of Maine. How has reaction been to how and what he's been handed? The responsibility alone is huge. And I can tell you, it is not an easy thing to do. And the Cannabis Control Commission here in Massachusetts continues to try to get it right and still gets some pushback on a few of the things, especially the social equity initiative. How has what's the pulse of the state of Maine regarding the job that the Marijuana Office Policy Board is doing up in vacation land?
Well, in vacation land, I believe that the Office of Marijuana Policy, I think they're doing a great job. I think all regulators are struggling right now. They're trying to deal with pioneering policy. And I like to use that term with these regulators because I don't know that we celebrate them enough, because they're entrepreneurs in their own right. They're pioneering something that's never been written before. And so having the ability to speak to regulators all over the country, I find that they're creating these support groups with each other because you can't really win, right? Eric Gunderson is, kind of between a rock and a hard place when you have essentially three markets in the cannabis industry: your caregivers, now your recreational sales, and your medical dispensaries. So he is in this kind of position where he needs to oversee all of this and provide regulation that keeps customers safe but doesn't impede business. And I think that's really important here, is how do we keep customers safe while allowing the free markets in this space to develop? And so I think Eric's doing a fantastic job. I would say that it's most of the market seems to have a positive dialogue with the office. And I think that's what's most critical. But in Maine, right, it's much easier. I bet there's caregivers that could say, Eric, I'm going to call your mother if you don't call me back. Where if you're the regulator in Los Angeles, right, it might not be that tight of a community. So I do think that in Maine, we have better access to communication from the industry to the policymakers.
Part of Massachusetts law was supposed to give a opportunity to those who have been most affected by the war on drugs. The social equity applicants, the economic empowerment applicants were supposed to get preferential treatment in the distribution of licenses. However, reality sets in and it's a capital thing, and it really kept a lot of people out of the market who wanted to get in, but realized you needed to have $1 million just to get to the starting line. And that's not an easy thing to come up with. And now, recently, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, has issued delivery licenses to these social equity applicants, which is obviously a great thing because they're finally getting the opportunity that they should have had all along, if you will. And I wonder, is anything like that in place? What's the rules in Maine regarding delivery services?
So I know that there's a lot of work that needs to be done because, for example, there's a lot of loopholes in the law, and especially in a new market like this. So there are branches that if you dissect enough, you can find a loophole to get a delivery license. Now, not necessarily our place to be publishing what those loopholes are, but there are there. What I will say in terms of social equity, because this is something that we see across the country,
Right.
and no regulator has nailed this, by the way. There's nobody that I would say they should be the poster child because it's been executed correctly. It hasn't. One thing that I see that Maine did that nobody else really seems to have adopted, look at the price points to get a license in Maine, Jimmy, versus California, versus Massachusetts. I mean, you can do all of the paperwork, obviously, let's say with a high price legal team to help you stay compliant, let's say 10 grand worth of work, and then $15,000 worth of filing fees and license fees, whatever you need. That's a smaller number than you'll see almost anywhere else in the country. And so I think the barriers to participate in the market are much lower. I think that does have a social equity play to it. Now, the other thing though, right, we can't take a lot of credit and celebrate that for Maine, because I do not see a lot of policy being written that really encourages that. It's there, right? And we see some municipalities creating a ranking system. But again, I think it's something that's being slightly misused. And I don't know that it's working in the way that it's originally intended. But the good news is policy is like anything else. It's something that has to evolve over time. And as long as us, the industry, works with our policymakers, I do know they are listening. I had a great chat with Kat Packer from the city of Los Angeles. These individuals are listening. And I mean, she's got a much bigger staff than the Office of Marijuana Policy, but she has boots on the ground. She's out there. And so there's, maybe more contention out in that market than there is in Maine. But what I noticed is they are admitting, right, this isn't perfect. This was not a perfect rollout. And what was interesting is Kat had said to me specifically, she said, look, I know that there's issues with this office, and I know that there's issues with rollouts. If I wasn't in this seat, I would be out there knocking on this seat's door, asking what's going on. And so I appreciate the conversation. I appreciate the accountability. And all I ask for is a little patience while you, the entrepreneur, is trying to work out your business and your pivots. Us regulators are trying to work out our pivots.
And I want to ask you also about expungement of past cannabis possession crimes, because even in new states that are voting on legalization, there is expungement clauses in the bills. In fact, the Vermont Senate and House just passed a bill that's now on the governor's desk that basically expunges all past cannabis possession offenses, I believe up to 2 ounces. I may be wrong on that. It's another reason why if you want to invest in cannabis, you invest in a law firm because they know what's going on and they'll never go out of business. So let me ask you about expungement in the state of Maine. Has there been any movement towards that? And we all know Steve D'Angelo's Last Prisoner Project. He is dedicated the rest of his life to getting all past cannabis possession crimes expunged.
Well, we have a lot of work to do, and I appreciate everything that Steve and his team is doing because they're everywhere, right? They're like you and I. They're not going to say no to having a conversation to better the world. And his way of sharing love with the world is this fight. And so I'm honored that we can all help support that fight. Now, Maine, we have a long ways to go. But Jimmy, you have to realize that in Maine, we have one of the lowest African American populations in the entire country.
Right.
And so you want to look at those statistics and really see it. You can look at Maine because is such a fewer amount of our population attributed to those individuals that there's no way for this program to be rolled out smoothly, right? Because in terms of the social equity, right, if we do it just based off of a certain tier crime, well, then that's not really social equity in Maine. And so I think Maine is in a very unique challenge. I think some of us here in the Northeast states really need to look at this because why is it, now that we've reduced the residency requirement, why aren't we encouraging people to come and participate in our market? And so where our licenses, like I said, the cost is low, I think that there's a real opportunity for those listening that maybe you're not getting the social equity kind of, I don't even want to say treatment that you should be getting in some of these other states. What I'm saying is that I think that Maine is very loose in terms of opportunity right now. And so again, from a cost perspective, expungement is something that I know that we've been talking about over and over again. And I don't know why it's not as easy as a signature and these things get done. But that's why I ran out of patience for the politics game a long time ago.
Oh, well, you joined the club on that. Hey, let's
Right.
talk about this 10X conference. I guess there's been a nationwide contest of cannabis entrepreneurs who are going to be pitching their products or services. And there's a big pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, and that's up for grabs this weekend. Is that what's going on with 10X?
It's up for grabs. And so good friends, Holly and Jason, and one of our good friends has put together this amazing pitch contest. And what a great opportunity for the cannabis industry because we don't have banking. We don't have a lot of, investors. We don't have these different Shark Tank type of shows to support the entrepreneurs. And so Holly and Jason have put together this platform, Cannabis 10X, where independent entrepreneurs and businesses can come together, enter in your pitch deck, your proposal, your business details, and your team, and have an opportunity to pitch in front of hundreds of potential investors. And what is so great is that the community that is entering this, and I entered myself with one of my small businesses, and I'm super excited to be there and support some of my competitors there that they beat me this time, Jimmy, but I'm going to come back for them next time. But that's the great thing about this community, I think, is that we're all in it together and we're all supporting each other. And so this weekend, they are going to have the finals competing for one prize. So I'm really excited to see and be a part of the Cannabis 10X event.
Do you know what the prize is? What the big chunk of money is?
I don't, Jimmy. So now that I'm thinking about it, I was so excited and so caught up in the opportunity in the community, I can't even tell you what the cash prize is. But what I can tell you is that there's a lot of investors watching. And so even if you're not the ultimate winner, for example, right, one of our companies wasn't the grand prize winner, but because of that event, we've had some very serious conversations. So I recommend to everybody, I always recommend to everybody anyway, to just go out and enter and put yourself out there. But this is an event that you don't want to miss because the opportunity is too big. Get your name out there, be a part of the business community, and who knows what could happen.
And again, Google 10X Cannabis Conference, because it's all virtual, right?
Yes, Cannabis 10X, an entirely virtual event. So we don't need to wear any face masks, thankfully. And we get to just be comfortable in our own homes. We get to watch and support some amazing businesses. And if you're an investor, this is a good opportunity to do some vetting and some qualifying of some potential investments.
There you go. Well, Ry Russell, you always are on the pulse. You and Kurt Dalton. We'll throw Kurt in here too. You guys know what's going on in the cannabis business better than any people I've met in the last few years since I've been doing this podcast and these interviews and meeting all these people. So I appreciate so much you taking the time to explain where you're at, what you're up to. We look forward to the Main Man reports. Hopefully coming from you at some point on We Talk News. And I continue to look forward to the day when the two of us can actually get together and see each other from 10 feet apart, of course, if not more, now that they keep pushing us away and away for safety reasons, of course.
That's right. Jimmy, I am so excited. Thank you so much. And I'm honored to be the main man. That's a lot to live up to. And I think I can bring the excitement.
How do people find your podcast, Roy?
The best way to find us is weedbudsradio.com. You can connect with me on Instagram, weedbuds with a Z, R-Y, my name, and I'm always on LinkedIn. That's probably the #1 spot to get me. Just Ry, R-Y, Russell on LinkedIn, and let's connect.
There you go. That's Ry Russell. He's from Weed Buds with a Z. He's our main man. And this has been the latest on the Cannabis Chat. Thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. For everybody here at Pro Cannabis Media, I'm Jimmy Young. Remember, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly. We Talk Now, We Talk News, and In the Weeds are all available on most major podcast distributors like iTunes, Spotify, Google Play, and our friends at clnsmedia.com and our flagship, cannabis.net. So subscribe, share, and like our videos on all the social media networks out there, including LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, the WeedTube, and YouTube. Weed Talk and In the Weeds are two productions of Pro Cannabis Media supported by Revolutionary Clinics, one of the top medical cannabis dispensaries in the Massachusetts area, now with 3 locations in Greater Boston, 2 in Cambridge and 1 on Broadway in Somerville. Rev Clinics has a patient-first mission. They will customize your needs as a medical patient with the proper titration and combination of strains, flavors, and products. Rev Clinics, where the patient comes first.
We are Pro Cannabis Media. We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media, a former Emmy Award-winning talk show host and sportscaster from New England. So we're going to interrupt the kind of promotion of a new cannabis channel to talk to you about the year of cannabis in 2020. That's right, it was quite a year for the green wave. It's why we have a saying here at Pro Cannabis Media, it's a whole new world of weed out there. So if I were to ask you, what are your top 5 stories of the year in cannabis? What would they be? Well, here's mine. We'll do it David Letterman style, kind of backwards. Number 5, Colorado. They've delivered close to $2 billion in cannabis sales this year alone, and now has passed $1 billion generated in state tax revenue since it legalized cannabis in 2014. Pretty amazing. Number 4, the World Health Organization has descheduled cannabis from the most restricted category to the least restricted category, and the UN then voted to remove it from its most restricted category. Now, of course, the door is open to recognize cannabis for its medicinal effects internationally. Number 3, just after the U.S. House of Representatives votes to open the doors for medical research of cannabis in legal states, the DEA finally issues its guidelines about research grants, and it denied that opportunity for scientists, spurning more and more research efforts that are out there. And what do you think happened? More lawsuits have followed. Meanwhile, Number 2, back to the U.S. House of Representatives for passing of the MORE Act that legalized cannabis and expunged small cannabis sentences. But that bill will never see the floor of the Senate because, as you know, that is controlled by that other party. All eyes on Georgia's Senate runoff now for control of the Senate. However, considering that no House of Congress has even considered changing the law for 80 years, it was a pretty good year. What was the top story? Come on, Election Day. More people went to the vote, more people went to the polls, and more people voted in the United States of America. That meant 5 states had ballot questions. All 5 states passed those ballot questions, making 4 more adult use legal states: Arizona, Montana, South Dakota, and New Jersey. Mississippi, what did they do? They added a medicinal program. That means a majority of the states in the United States of America, over 33 now, have medicinal marijuana programs. So, what are your top 5 stories for 2020 in cannabis? Email us at info@ProCannabisMedia, and we might just read your list on one of our live cannabis chat shows that we live stream 3 days a week from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. right out of this studio. That's right, on ProCannabisMedia.com, Pro Cannabis Media's Facebook page, and the YouTube channel. We go live 3 times a week, and right now we're live streaming the best of our 2020 shows on all of our social media pages. So like, share, subscribe, and follow us, because the only socialization we're doing now during this pandemic is social media. So for everyone here at Pro Cannabis Media, happy holidays. I'm Jimmy Young.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Getting into accounting actually started when I was younger. It's a funny story. My grandparents used to watch us every summer, me and my sister, and my grandfather owned stock in the company that he worked for, the electric company they had worked for forever. And he retired, he would check that stock price every day. So it'd be something fun that I would do with them. We'd look at the newspaper, I'd check the stock price with them. And I think that's where my love of numbers came in. And it turns out that I didn't even realize this when I picked accounting as my major. My other grandfather, my father's father, was an accountant as well. He was much older when I knew him, so I didn't realize he was an accountant, but I guess it kind of runs in the family.
Take your Zoom call podcasts or webinars to a whole new level.
Nurse Mark and the
Hey.
Green Nurse Podcast. We are here.
That's right. PCM can animate your logo, add eye-catching full-screen graphics, and lower third identifying motion graphics. Look like the network. Act like the network.
We are Pro Cannabis Media. We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to In the Weeds, and our special guest, Jamie Pearson, is with us. She's actually coming to us from the beautiful state of Montana. Jamie, thank you so much for making the effort to join me on In the Weeds today.
I'm happy to be here. Thank you for having me.
So, your reputation precedes you. You've been named one of the most influential women in the cannabis industry, according to High Times, and you are the CEO of Bhang Corporation. And every time I use that name, I always spell it immediately, B-H-A-N-G. Can you tell us a little bit about how your company got started and how you came up with that name?
Sure. So Bhang is actually the Indian word for a cannabis drink in India. They've been drinking bang, they call it bang, for really over thousands of years. It's part of their, Ayurvedic and naturopathic way of life in India. So I often, when I'm out speaking or I'm doing events or, putting myself out into the world, I often have people come up to me saying, "Hey, are you aware that bang is an Indian word?" Yes, we're aware. And that was part of how the name was arrived at, because it wasn't well known in the US as such, but it was an homage to the people that have been using the cannabis plant as medicine for millennia. So that's how the name was arrived at. Our story is that we were born in Oakland, California. 10 years ago this month, we are celebrating a decade in the industry.
Congratulations, just like Kushko. Kushko's 10 years old too, I believe, and you guys could have a great party, I'm guessing, at this point too, out that way, but congratulations on that. That's right. It's where we're at. So, look, yep.
Chocolatier, chef de cuisine, Michelin-rated chef, and he had a 25-year career as a master chocolatier, putting gourmet chocolate in places like Whole Foods and Dean and DeLuca. About 11 years ago, he was doing a issue with a food scientist about one of his products, and the food scientist took a bong hit in the background, and he said, "Are you doing what I think you're doing?" And he said, "Yeah, and you should put cannabis in your chocolate." And one thing led to another. He left his mainstream cannabis company or chocolate company and moved to Oakland and started a cannabis chocolate company. So when Bang started 10 years ago, we started with a chocolate product that was already beloved in the United States, was already well known for being high quality, had already met federal food standards, had nutritional fact panels, had product liability insurance. And all he did was added cannabis as an ingredient. So he definitely is being credited for raising the bar of cannabis edibles, because when he entered his chocolate bar, his dark chocolate bar, into the first High Times Cannabis Cup, his first High Times Cannabis Cup, and he won. The other products were in Ziploc bags with, Sharpie marker labels, right? So he tells the story often that 10 years ago when he did that, he would walk into dispensaries with his professionally packaged product that had lab testing that wasn't required in the industry, but he was used to doing that to meet Whole Food standards, and he wanted to know that he was getting the milligrams of THC correct, because he said people are using this as medicine. They need to be able to dose themselves correctly. So for 10 years, we've had end-to-end full bar every batch testing, way before it'll be 8 years before testing was required. He had a nutritional fact panel on the package, and he had Lloyd's of London product liability insurance. So fast forward, we're now in 9 states, and we are the number 1 and number 2 edible, not just chocolate, but edible in Canada.
Wow. Oh, that's a great thing for the resume, I guess, Jamie, for that one.
Yeah.
Congratulations on that. Having Canada as a first, country, if you will, a G7 country to adopt legalization has given a great opportunity for entrepreneurs and companies like yourselves to really take your business to a whole new level.
Mm-hmm. To a higher level.
Yeah, you can't help but deal with the puns in this business, right? You just can't.
I love puns. I'm the queen of puns, and I use them all intended. So
okay.
Yeah. Anyway.
So the Canadian market for you has been huge.
It's been huge. It's been huge for sure. The interesting thing is, having been doing cannabis in because I didn't get into the industry myself personally until it was legal. People know my story. My dad's been growing cannabis for 55 years. My cousin on my mom's side, first cousin and my best friend that I've grown up with, is DJ Muggs from Cypress Hill. So I have sort of the poster child of the cannabis legalization movement. Cypress Hill was out there, putting themselves in harm's way for the plant. And so on both sides of my family, there was no stigma, and everybody really acknowledged that the plant was making people feel better. And I was a college athlete, high school athlete, and really had no interest in smoking cannabis or being involved in cannabis. I went a more traditional route, went to college, got a master's degree, went to law school, and have a thriving real estate company. I still own it, and I still invest in real estate. But once cannabis went legal, and in Montana it was 15 plus years ago, the opportunity to make money in real estate, there was some cross section that happened. And what I'll tell you is that all of these years now that I've been in the traditional industry, let's say 6-7 years, I've watched different states make decisions, get some things right, get some things wrong. What I'll say about Canada is that Canada did a lot of things right, but they've got some issues that they need to iron out. And I think what I've noticed is that the municipalities and the states and the countries that approach cannabis with common sense instead of fear do better. And I think the fear is always tied to a loss of revenue, or there's going to be children using cannabis, or there's going to be, it's going to be mayhem, it's going to be chaos. And what typically ends up happening is people realize that people have been using cannabis for millennia, hence the name Bang. And it actually, and I go back to always my experience as a landlord, it actually is quite the opposite. So in states and in municipalities where cannabis has been legalized, the early onset rate of use actually goes up. So children don't have access to it because the black market gets shut down. And you see domestic violence rates drop, and you see drunk driving rates drop, and you see tax revenues go up, and you see this general, state of well-being actually envelop these communities. And I do believe, I myself made a 180 because I was this person that didn't believe in it, didn't want anything to do with it, saw it as a drug. I grew up in the 80s and 90s, Reagan war on drugs, and had the stigma. Like I was fully engulfed in the stigma. But I know now, after being in the industry for a long time and receiving letters and emails from Bang fans about first time I've been able to sleep in 20 years, or this has solved my pain, or I now have, anxiety is solved, or I can go out in public, like just crazy, miraculous stories. And people, athletes, we know Michael Phelps used it. We know Usain Bolt used it. This is, what I mean? This is a plant that actually has endocannabinoids, and we know that our body has an endocannabinoid system. And what we don't know is vast, but we know nobody's died from cannabis use. And so I'm like slowly but surely becoming an activist myself and a proponent for it. And what started off as a way to help my cousin and his band make a really good business deal is turned into a passion.
I can't tell you how many times I hear that passion from so many people that are in this industry. And it's exactly why I started this company, because I really did want people like yourselves to have an opportunity to tell those stories. And there's so many of them. We interviewed Bruce Barcott from Leafly about a month ago. And his book, Weed the People, is a must read for anybody who wants to understand what it was like in Colorado or in Washington State before they legalized, because he did a great job of documenting that. And he too went through that, I'm not sure about this. Should I vote for it? Should I not vote for it? And then had a friend who explained to him that it wasn't a drug issue, it's a civil rights issue. That this country has taken advantage of the institutionalized racism to kind of stop and put a whole race of people in our jails and in our prisons based on foolish possession laws. And we're now finally recognizing Steve D'Angelo, the Last Prisoner Project, doing a great job of at least waving the flag of saying these things have to change. And this is some of the things that I talk to people about here and saying it's not about a gateway drug. It's not about an abusive product. It's about what this product does for people's and enhances their lives, not hurts their lives. And it, again, it's been used by our law enforcement people to fill up our jails. And that is wrong. And that's what really gets me mad, needless to say, as you can tell as I get up on my bandwagon, Jamie. And I know you share a lot of the same frustrations and passions for getting this plant legalized in the United States.
I do. I couldn't agree more. And I really had no idea. And, you know, Fab Five Freddy has a documentary on Netflix about the connection between the music industry, racism, marijuana, and incarceration rates. It's a must-see. There's so much going on right now where people are starting to wake up and realize that, you know, I'm not a big fan of conspiracy theories, but because I don't believe one person woke up and said, oh, we got, you know, let's do this to, let's do this to incarcerate people of color. But what I do think has happened is it's a amalgam of, you know, sort of, you know, this house of cards that's been built around keeping cannabis away from people that has enriched alcohol companies and big tobacco. And the reality is it's time for all of this to change. And we're all seeing the connection and it's changing. So what I want companies to understand and what I want especially Bang shareholders to understand that's really, really clear to me now is that this isn't me being a crunchy granola, tree hugging, you know, feminist liberal or whatever, all these labels that they put on us. This is me having the responsibility to deliver value to shareholders with the product that we're making and always looking for an angle to do better. And when I want to do better, not just being socially conscious, but I want to deliver value to my shareholders. And what I'm finding is that cannabis use is consistent across demographics, race, age. People use cannabis because it makes them feel better. So why would I have a board full of white men and an executive team full of white men? Because I have nothing against white men. My son's a white man. I married a white man. It's not about being anti anything. It's about being inclusive because the inclusion of the diversity makes us better. And the statistics actually show that when you have a diverse board and when you have a diverse executive team, companies tend to be 6 to 13% more profitable. So why wouldn't I give my company that edge? My Bang is 90% executive female run. We have a black man as our chairman of the board. And what in our top THC salesperson nationally is a Hispanic male. So we're out there walking the walk and have been, since I came on board because I brought that awareness to Bang. And it's an awareness of not just we're doing the right thing, it's we're doing what makes sense to make our company better and more profitable because I have the decision makers of these households sitting on my team saying, yeah, but did you think about this? Or have we thought about that? Those voices and that perspective brings value. And I would say to every company, not just cannabis company out there, it's time to have diversity in leadership because it makes all of us better.
100%. And we all know we're coming up on what will be a very pivotal election in November. And it's amazing to me that cannabis is right in the middle of the political debate. And because of the Republican-controlled Senate, okay, they don't even want cannabis involved in any COVID-19 recovery bills. They don't even want the name in there. And needless to say, nothing's getting done in Washington, D.C. because of the divisiveness that is part of what's going on in this country right now.
What I find so interesting about that conversation is that, you know, we're in 9 states. So I have this perspective from multiple states where in every one of those states where cannabis is legal that we are in, the doctors came to the legislators and said, please, please, please do not stop cannabis from happening right now, because what will happen is we're going to have drug seekers and you're going to tax a medical system that's already preparing for Armageddon. So across the board, cannabis has remained an essential service. And so we're seeing cannabis generating revenue and generating tax revenue, and people are being employed and paying their rent and, you know, shopping and doing the things that they need to do to keep the economy going in those states. A significant portion of that is coming from cannabis. Cannabis companies cannot apply for PPP loans or, you know, any of that, those federal funds to keep them propped up, yet they keep going, and the industry keeps going because the demand for the plant is there. It's not going away. You're not going to put the genie back in the bottle. So the interesting part of that is, yes, it's weird though. The Republicans don't want cannabis involved in all of this. I always think you got to follow the money, and you go back to who's writing checks to keep those people elected. It's big pharma, it's big alcohol. And, you know, these are the people that have the most to gain by cannabis not being legalized. Now we're starting to see big alcohol and big pharma hedging their losses and actually investing in the industry, which I think eventually, you know, it'll be legal. I expect if there's not some sort of Hail Mary fireworks move at the end of the election to try to get some of the BIPOC communities on board with the Republican Party, it's a matter of time before we have federal legalization. But the last thing I want to say about that is, you know, essentially we have this tax revenue that's coming in. And if we look at history, at the end of the Great Depression, it was the end of the prohibition of alcohol that revitalized a portion of our, you know, economy. And a lot of people are expecting cannabis to give the same leg up. So I do think that there's pressure that even the Republicans are not going to be able to withstand if they don't do something.
And what's amazing to me, and you were making some great points, Jamie, Mitch McConnell is the one who signed the Farm Bill into law in December of 2018. I'm pretty sure that's when it all happened. And he didn't even realize the Pandora's box that he was opening when it came to CBD and that product that now the FDA and the DEA are pointing they're pointing fingers at each other to say, whose responsibility is this going to be? And needless to say, they can't come to any kind of conclusion, which again is a frustrating thing for everyone in this industry, because all that the people in the industry are looking for are some regulations when it comes to infusing sodas, waters, food products with CBD. I've never experienced the frustrations that I've had as an American that I've had over the last 4 years, let's just say. And you know I'm from Massachusetts, so you know which side I'm leaning on, right? Come on.
Right. Well, I think it's interesting as a business owner, and then as the CEO of a publicly traded company, I've got lots of experience in business, just in basic going to get money, real estate deals, financing. I have employees, you know, I'm paying taxes, I'm doing everything that every business owner is doing. And I believe that the majority of Americans have some connection to a small business, whether they own one or they're an employee of one. It isn't, we give tax breaks, crazy ones, to these large businesses. But America's built on the backs of small business. And I think about the cannabis industry having no tax breaks, not being able to do business across state lines, not being able to do banking, credit card processing. And I think about just the fact that I've got a friend that just got robbed the other day because in California, they publish the names and locations of all the cannabis businesses. So you as a consumer can look them up and see if they're legit. but not really understanding that you put all of these people at risk because everybody's having to do business in cash if they're directly touching the plant. And just this basic lack of understanding. But we're supposed to be a quote unquote free country, and the Republican values have to do with a free market society. And so you want to have the market speak about, you know, what makes sense. You don't want to have too much government regulation. And so that it's this weird catch-22 that we're in, where you want to have fiscal responsibility, but you don't let people bank. We're losing out on, you know, our banks are losing out on the opportunity to give small business loans and to give big business loans, make interest, take all these deposits. And so it's just I think it's just a really interesting historical time. And it's the hardest business I've ever been in. And I learn something new every day. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to see it change people's lives for the better. And I think the reason the people don't give up is precisely because of that. And the Steve D'Angelos of the world and the Jim Belushis of the world and the Nicks and, you know, everyone in the industry, we all know what we're talking about when we say you're swimming upstream every single day. There is no quick riches. This is a hard business. And, you know, I'm just happy to be part of it because I really admire the people that I consider my colleagues.
And wisely, and I'm right alongside you in all of those subjects and your opinions as well. Let's get lit back a little bit. You're a publicly traded company on the Canadian Stock Exchange, is that correct? Do you see the day of legalization where you will be able to be listed on the New York Stock Exchange or NASDAQ?
I think that day's coming sooner than later. I do.
You're a hopeful person, Jamie. That's important, right? In fact, everybody in this industry is hopeful and positive. And, you know, you're right about how difficult it is, because how many of you in the industry have had to bang your head, pardon the pun, against the wall just to get the equal same rights that any new industry or new business would have. You know, you talked about the Safe Banking Act or the MORE Act or opening up the banks to the industry. We're talking about public safety and we're talking about civil rights, and cannabis is right in the middle of both of those debates, correct?
I couldn't agree more, but what I will tell you is I believe that what people need to understand more than that, I think you'll appeal to the general population when they understand some basic concepts. Like, give you an example. There's some conversation in New England area. Okay, Massachusetts is recreationally legal right now, but you have this disparity between New Jersey, New York, Connecticut. There's all these states around you that are looking at legalizing marijuana, and so you have either the voters vote for it or the legislators do it. And so hats off to Illinois. It was the first state that went legislatively recreational. And I think we're going to see some of these states in New England going legislatively recreational, hopefully in November. But what my point here is, you have an opportunity to crush the black market right now. The reality is, you know, we're talking about defunding the police, and we're talking about, there's all of this backlash going on, and there's all of, you know, police shooting black people and all this kind of stuff that's been going on and creating fear amongst the population. And the reality is, a huge part of what's being targeted is drugs, drug addiction, you know, guns, gun violence, gangs, and all of these things that are typically funded through black market and illicit drug trade. And the reality is, if you were to legalize properly, this is Jamie's opinion, but it's born out of experience. What happened in California is that California put a recreational law into existence after many years of being medically legal. And what it did is it cost a fortune to go get a license, which excluded the small business owner. And then it brought in all of this, you know, need for big business capital. Now, California went from 3,000 dispensaries down to about 300 overnight that were quote unquote legal. But what they didn't have was a way to shut down the legacy or illicit market. And my point is, we shouldn't be looking for ways to shut down the illicit market. It exists. What we should be looking for are ways to bring the illicit market into the legal market. So my example is in New York. New York is actually the largest user of cannabis in the United States. People don't realize that, but more cannabis goes through New York than goes through California, whether illegal or through the legacy market. If what New York did was said, look, cannabis is bought and sold here every day on every street corner. And if what we did is said, all right, every bodega that sells cannabis or sells cigarettes and alcohol can apply for a $1,000 cannabis license, and you just legislate it. And you say, we're going to let every corner store have cannabis. And then you really make sure that the manufacturers and that the growers are legislated heavily, and that it's expensive to become a grower and a manufacturer. If you look at the way alcohol has done it, everybody sells alcohol. There's only a handful of manufacturers, and their every move is monitored. You've already got a wheel invented. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. They could explode their tax revenue and have a good handle on the quality of product that goes to consumers and the amount of product that goes to consumers if they just follow that model. And they would shut the black market down, and they would solve a lot of crime, and they would solve a lot of gun violence, and they would be able to fix all the potholes in New York and New Jersey. And I think if the 5 states around them did that together and said, we're just gonna let every corner store sell joints and candy bars, I think that you would see a population of people, rather than walking around drunk or drunk driving, they'd be all mellowed out. And as a landlord, I always preferred to rent to people that smoke cannabis as opposed to drink alcohol. I found that the alcoholics were prone to getting DUIs, were prone to, having domestic violence. They get holes in the walls. You all know the stories. But my cannabis users tended to be very stable and, just not a lot of drama. And so I just imagine if we went from a country that consumes massive amounts of alcohol to a country that consumes cannabis, I think the whole world would be a better place.
No
There's
questions.
my opinion. That's how we ought to get there.
Yeah, certainly you're not going to get any debate from me on that end. I'm not sure I have the same amount of faith in my gender, okay, who are involved with a lot of the legislative bodies in America. And I'm talking about statewide and cities and towns. Men are very stubborn beings in so many ways. And while I'm making an assertion or a stereotype or a prejudice, undoing that, your speech for the High Times was breaking the glass ceiling. How do we how do we get past the fact that there's a lot of men out there who are looking to get a piece of the action, whether they are legislators or not, or they're business people, they're people who control capital in this country, and it's still mostly men. How do we explain to them what your message was, which is the power of diversity, and stop taking more for yourself and giving back to others, or giving others a shot? How do we do that?
Simply put, I believe that, again, you have to address fear, and it's this who moved my cheese mentality. And if people understand that the pot is so big and that there's enough for everybody, and you don't have to worry that you're going to get a piece, make the pie bigger. Everybody wins, because I do believe cannabis is a gateway to wellness. I believe it is a gateway to people feeling better and to people behaving better, and to it's not a poison. So, when we're talking about dealing with a framework of business that continues to look exactly the same, my message to High Times, to the women in the audience was, we're in prohibition, and we don't have to do things the way it's always been done. So, for example, there are women funds out there. I know of one, called Balco, that is specifically looking to place dollars with companies that are making products that do what they say they're going to do and that specifically help the human condition. And they would like to give dollars to women-run businesses or women-led businesses or women-owned businesses. The minute Balco's placed that money and those dollars are being used in a way that generate revenue, then they'll have more revenue to give to other companies. And what I think happens is you just have I love the fact that you asked me this question, because I wish people actually asked me this question more often, because this is like the area of my world that I'm most passionate about. And it's basically, how do we solve the patriarchy?
Right.
And I think the first answer is, you don't look at the patriarchy as evil, because I don't. I look at it as a framework. And I believe that if we're going to preach inclusion, which I do, then you have a way to include the patriarchy into the process. And I think it all comes back down to education and to addressing the root fear of, we're not going to have enough, or, you know, it's that whole make America great again. Well, what was America when America was great? What are you referring to when women and people of color didn't have rights? Right. Because America is pretty great all the time, and it just keeps getting better, in my opinion. So I would really like to see a great America where, you know, we start learning from people that are doing great things. And there's so many examples of ways to do exactly what you're saying, but I think you always have to approach all of those questions with, you know, to sound as cliche as it is, you have to approach it with love, and you have to approach it with kindness and with inclusion, and just address people's root fears right where they start, which is, there's enough for you too.
Right. Well, Jamie, you are 100% right on this. I loved our little discussion for In the Weeds today. I got to thank you again for making the effort to come on and have an opportunity to talk with me. I really believe that people like yourself, who are providing leadership in this country, can continue to make the difference that you are in your own world. And if everybody can work on their own little world, that greater good will happen as well. And I appreciate you taking the time and sharing some of your thoughts with us as well. When is Bang going to come to Massachusetts and to the Northeast? I guess that's the question, because I understand that there aren't a lot of retail outlets in Massachusetts that are carrying your product.
There are none right now. And I have a little trick up my sleeve. I'm working on Massachusetts right now, and one of the big dilemmas that we've had is that you guys have a supply problem.
Yes.
So I kind of have been biding my time to see if you can get your supply problem solved. I think that solution's coming, and I think that you'll see Bang in Massachusetts very soon, because I am working on something that's really promising.
Terrific. And if there's anything I can do, I am somewhat connected with that community in my state. I certainly know some of the operators, and I'd be happy to open up a few doors for you as well, because your product speaks for itself. You speak for your product beautifully, and I actually look forward to continuing our conversation and this open relationship that we've had to talk a little bit more about the world we're in and how the cannabis can play a role in actually improving both individually and around the world. And it's why I use this closing line, Jamie. It's a whole new world of weed out there. Let's all use it responsibly. And
amen.
I believe that wholeheartedly, and I'm going to keep it going. So for Jamie Pearson from Bang Corporation, right? Did I say it right that time?
We call it Bang in the U.S.
I know it's a U.S., but it's derived from an Indian word, yes?
Correct.
Bang. So there's Bang, there's Bong, and there's Bong, right?
Right.
I told you I was a teacher of speech. That's what you got to do. There are 3 different ways to look at it. Anyway, Jamie, again, thank you so much. Please keep in touch. So for Jamie Pearson, I'm Jimmy Young, the host of In the Weeds. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening.
We Talk Now, We Talk News, and In the Weeds are all available on most major podcast distributors like iTunes, Spotify, Google Play, and our friends at clnsmedia.com and our flagship, cannabis.net. So subscribe, share, and like our videos on all the social media networks out there, including LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, the WeedTube, and YouTube. Weed Talk and In the Weeds are two productions of Pro Cannabis Media supported by Revolutionary Clinics, one of the top medical cannabis dispensaries in the Massachusetts area, now with 3 locations in Greater Boston, 2 in Cambridge and 1 on Broadway in Somerville. Rev Clinics has a patient-first mission. They will customize your needs as a medical patient with the proper titration and combination of strains, flavors, and products. Rev Clinics, where the patient comes first.
We are Pro Cannabis Media. We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media, a former Emmy Award-winning talk show host and sportscaster from New England. So we're going to interrupt the kind of promotion of a new cannabis channel to talk to you about the year of cannabis in 2020. That's right, it was quite a year for the green wave. It's why we have a saying here at Pro Cannabis Media, it's a whole new world of weed out there. So if I were to ask you, what are your top 5 stories of the year in cannabis? What would they be? Well, here's mine. We'll do it David Letterman style, kind of backwards. Number 5, Colorado. They've delivered close to $2 billion in cannabis sales this year alone, and now has passed $1 billion generated in state tax revenue since it legalized cannabis in 2014. Pretty amazing. Number 4, the World Health Organization has descheduled cannabis from the most restricted category to the least restricted category, and the UN then voted to remove it from its most restricted category. Now, of course, the door is open to recognize cannabis for its medicinal effects internationally. Number 3, just after the U.S. House of Representatives votes to open the doors for medical research of cannabis in legal states, the DEA finally issues its guidelines about research grants, and it denied that opportunity for scientists, spurning more and more research efforts that are out there. And what do you think happened? More lawsuits have followed. Meanwhile, number 2, back to the U.S. House of Representatives for passing of the MORE Act that legalized cannabis and expunged small cannabis sentences. But that bill will never see the floor of the Senate because, as you know, that is controlled by that other party. All eyes on Georgia's Senate runoff now for control of the Senate. However, considering that no House of Congress has even considered changing the law for 80 years, it was a pretty good year. What was the top story? Come on, Election Day. More people went to the vote, more people went to the polls, and more people voted in the United States of America. That meant 5 states had ballot questions. All 5 states passed those ballot questions, making 4 more adult use legal states: Arizona, Montana, South Dakota, and New Jersey. Mississippi, what did they do? They added a medicinal program. That means a majority of the states in the United States of America, over 33 now, have medicinal marijuana programs. So, what are your top 5 stories for 2020 in cannabis? Email us at info@ProCannabisMedia, and we might just read your list on one of our live cannabis chat shows that we live stream 3 days a week from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. right out of this studio. That's right, on ProCannabisMedia.com, Pro Cannabis Media's Facebook page, and the YouTube channel. We go live 3 times a week, and right now we're live streaming the best of our 2020 shows on all of our social media pages. So like, share, subscribe, and follow us, because the only socialization we're doing now during this pandemic is social media. So for everyone here at Pro Cannabis Media. Happy holidays. I'm Jimmy Young.
We are Pro Cannabis Media. We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to another edition of In the Weeds with Jimmy Young. Today's show is a bit different. Why? Because this interview has been a year in the making. The story was so compelling and we had so much information. It's taken a long time to finally put it all together. In the over 2 years of hosting In the Weeds, I've interviewed hundreds of people who have told their compelling stories about the role cannabis has played in their lives. Many claim that cannabis has saved their life, or at least changed their lives. In today's In the Weeds, you'll hear me talking to a guy from Maine who not only had weed change his life, it's now his livelihood as a caregiver. His name is Pete Tranchemontaine from the great state of Maine. Everyone knows him as Uncle Pete. He's a caregiver by definition, and that means a person who provides direct care to another person. In the world of cannabis, the definition is a bit different, but the premise is the same. And Uncle Pete, he lives it every day.
I know I've had serious health issues. I know I'm sick. I know I'm lucky to be able to walk. But if you can't laugh at that, you will dwell on it and you will not get any further in life. So that.
Okay, so there's a little adult language in this, and that's a pretty healthy attitude if you think about it, for Pete Tranchemontaine from Sanford, Maine. And how he got there is quite a story.
I wouldn't be alive if it wasn't for marijuana. One of the only, not the only ones, but one of the few that I know that's alive using heavy doses of THC and keeping my pancreas and liver.
Keeping parts of those organs was an adventure unto itself that started back in 1986 when Pete was just 19.
I was living in New York City. Imagine coming from Sanford, Maine, living in New York City. Time of your life. I got a really good job fixing jet bridges that go on airplanes. So we flew all over the place. And one day I drank a glass of water out of my Queens apartment because it's water. And there was an emergency flight, and this is hilarious. Everything's always hilarious to me. I had one of those old Scarface beepers that was like digital with the red on it. I thought I was cool. It was for work. I wasn't a drug dealer, but it was so badass. And it went off, and it was my first one, and it was an emergency for an airline. And so they had a ghost crew waiting for me at JFK because there was another passenger jet. Then the jet bridge, sorry, I'm high. The jet bridge was stuck. So it's like $100,000 back in 1987, you know, an hour. So I got there, they shot me to Cincinnati Airport. And I remember on the plane, the stewardess, she was really cool because it was just us. It was a ghost crew. Do you want a beer? And I'm, no way, because station managers, I'm 19. And she poured me a glass of water. And I remember it. And it turns out that they never dumped the tanks when they landed because it was an emergency flight. They just fueled up and got me to Cincinnati. I drank water from Egypt. So New York City water in Egypt caused a biological germ warfare. And I went from 200 pounds, you know, making 90 grand a year back then, living it up, at my company paying all my bills, to just throwing up every day. And like every time I'd eat, and dysentery. And it's crazy to even talk, but it really happened. I lost almost 100 pounds in 2 months. And I went home and my mom thought I was on drugs. And she tricked me to go to the doctor. And that saved my life. They induced me into a coma. And it's crazy. I was in a coma at Maine Medical from January.
What year was this?
In 1986. And then they woke me up in February, basically to say goodbye and give my consent to have my organs operated on to try to save me. And I appreciate it. That hospital's awesome. So go Maine Medical.
I've been there a few times myself.
Oh, they saved my ass. I saw all of them. But a long story shorter.
Not happening with you, Pete. Just not happening. We're going to be here a while.
So I went under like an 8-hour surgery. They like did that, whatever that surgery is called, for a live autopsy. They had to get every digestive organ. and they found out like I poisoned my system drinking water. It wasn't even a cool story like we got shit faced, you know, we ate something bad. There was none of that. It was
No moonshine?
water. It was water. And we always knew back then, don't drink Mexican water. They didn't say nothing about New York water or a plane, you know. So
you had a transplant? Did this?
So what happened was I lost, let me see if I can get this straight. I lost a quarter of my liver, and then I lost a third of my pancreas, and because it was so infected, because I ended up getting a staph infection and everything. Yeah, and I had no idea what it was. And next thing I know, they induced me in a coma. They let the swelling go down in the fight, and it didn't work. So they had to open me up, and they literally had to seal me with grommets. You know how they and you know, so they could sew me up. I was so sick, and I woke up in April, and it took so long to come out of it, and everything was different. You know, you cared instead of F you. You know. You just
Second lease on life will do that, right?
if you know, you're right. There was a second lease on life. You know, I always had a chip on my shoulder for a divorced kid, pissed, and to go through something like that. You know, it's awesome. Sorry, I usually don't talk about this at all. So excuse me. But
You never have to apologize for your own story. Uncle Pete's gets even more amazing when you consider the next life-changing moment that happened in 1998. Once again, another workplace accident.
Well, I got tossed off a forklift at a warehouse, and I shattered T2 through C2, and also T8 is gone, which is your diaphragm. So for the rest of my life, it's like a nightmare. If I move wrong, I can't breathe. You go through that. And the pain from all the spasms, it's stroke material. So I'm not supposed to use my arms. I'm really a medical marijuana patient. Even though I say we grow awesome cannabis, it's really my wife, my daughter-in-law, and my son, because I can't transplant, I can't feel my fingers. I don't do any paperwork here. I can't do it. I'm totally 100% disabled.
Like so many people who have suffered a severe injury, Western medicine doctors prescribed a pain clinic. And you know what that means? Opioids to kill the pain.
So I'm supposed to be paralyzed from here down. And again, I don't talk about this, so this is weird. This isn't a pity party.
I needed to hear this story because I'd heard it from other people and I just needed to hear it from you.
Can you imagine waking up from neck surgery after 215, 16 pounds, stronger than anybody, right? Working out all the time, hitting home runs in softball, left-handed, laughing my ass off. Oh, honey, look at this, and jacking one, you know, laughing, to telling you can only lift a glass of milk or a half a gallon of milk for the rest of my life. I had a gym downstairs people worked out in. I didn't know what to do, and I was always blue collar. And so I had to find myself, and I couldn't do it through a pain clinic. And I tried, and the pain clinic for about 18 months almost ruined my life. Madly in love with my wife, wanted a divorce. I wanted a divorce. And she's like, shut up. And she knew it was the pills. And I was just an asshole on it. And one of my little leaguers, all grown up, came over and he said, hey, you should smoke this pot. And
How old were you when this happened?
I got my medical
98?
in 98. And so all that time from 98 on, I would smoke pot. And so I wouldn't throw up from the pain.
From take your pick of what the reason is.
So I can't take narcotics, but he said I could. So for 2 years I did, and it was bad, throwing up blood, liver and pancreas ready to shut down. So I got all pissed off, and I told them I was all done taking their meds. Well, all of a sudden my wife comes home from work, she's crying, telling me, you didn't throw all those out, right? And I was just ready to, and I had a whole cupboard full. I'm pissed. I'm like, I'm done. And she goes, yeah, I'm okay. I'll support you smoking pot. That'll help you. But they called me and said, you will die if you don't wean yourself off all this meds. That was never on the cards when I went to this pain clinic, okay? That was bullshit, little fine prints that you can't, I don't like this, but you got to wean it. It took almost 45 days for the amount of Oxycontin or whatever they're called, all the heavy opioids, and that, you know, And so the funniest thing that set me off, where I was telling everybody to get f***ed and I'm not taking this anymore, I answered the telephone. And remember my joke, I'll know you're not a telemarketer, about my last name? I was so out of it on pills, a fucking telemarketer called. I'm human, okay? And when they called, they asked me, how do I pronounce my name? And I was telling them, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm done. And that's what snapped me out of taking the narcotics. I didn't want to, I was out of it, you know? And I got duped by a telemarketer, you know? Come on. So
And that was the trigger, you stopped.
that was the trigger where I stopped. My wife came home and we got it a plan with the doctors to wean off after 45 days. And I used cannabis the whole time, so I was done in 30. And I've been on cannabis the whole time.
Saved your life. I heard you say it.
Yes, it did. I'm a real medical patient. I got Social Security the first time. I don't know too many people that do. Social Security disability. They told me to go to a pain clinic. So, you know, we're going to try to change the world, protect medical. I think rec should be in every state, you know, but the medical and the scientists, let's if it's keeping me alive, and I'm not a doctor, I flunked science class twice. This f***ing got kicked out. So, the world's gonna hold on my ass to do this? So I'm surrounding myself with scientists, doctors, lawyers, people that can really put their foot down now and make a difference. Because there's no medical reason why I'm alive.
Considering all that, Uncle Pete is now dedicated to changing other people's lives through cannabis care. His Uncle Pete's Relief Family Ranch and Farm grows it, manufactures it, and of course sells it. Best of all, he's surrounded by his family who take care of Uncle Pete's relief business when Uncle Pete is taking care of fellow patients.
Okay, if you don't want to, you don't have to, hon. But when you get here, I'll take care of you, okay? I definitely believe in CBD.
Yeah.
I've seen it straight solo use with children and adults that have grand mal seizures, epileptic.
Yep.
It works.
Right.
People that have joint pains, injuries that need like an aspirin boost, it really works. I mean, there's no sugarcoating it.
Right.
I find with high pain tolerance patients, I had a lady call last night, and her husband came down because it was CBD, so he brought it for her. And it was actually a CBD elixir, and it's from Maine. It's a full spectrum, like the Rick Simpson oil, but it's CBD.
Yep.
And it's a 1 ounce, you know, and there's droppers. And so she just wants to feel better. And so for this example, I'm having to take a full dropper full 3 times a day, and to call me when the ball is done to see if she sees any improvement at all, anything at all. Mm-hmm. And if there is any improvement, if it's a home run, great, we stay with this, right? Mm-hmm. And if it's not a home run, but it's there, then we'll boost it up to a THC CBD elixir, and then now we're adding THC to it, just like what we said.
Right.
And we'll go from there. We'll see how she feels, what's happening to her. She'll get a doctor's note before she does the THC. She already said if this is the route, she'll do this. So we're just working with someone to make her feel better.
Giving his patients the opportunity to feel better with cannabis drives this caregiver, but that's not all. He's also a champion political advocate for cannabis. Uncle Pete wanted to make sure no one who was on an organ donor list was denied receiving that life-saving organ because they had used cannabis. That was actually a law in Maine until Uncle Pete and some of his friends got to work on changing all that.
So what was happening is people were getting kicked off the transplant list. We had to go behind the scenes and meet every state senator, every representative that would just listen to us. And by the time they're done, they're crying because they know if they don't support this bill, someone's dying. And so there was really no holding back. Because we did all these yes on one, you know, I'm voting yes, because we believed in it. We didn't want anybody to die, and we couldn't say it online like, you dummies, you have to vote for this. If you smoke pot, you have to vote for this. And we couldn't say any of that. So we're like, I'm voting yes, we're protecting medical, and we had to change it. We had to change the law. And so when that guy told me I was wrong and we weren't in the greatest of medical programs, It was nauseating. So we had to do 18 months behind the scenes to meet Deborah Sanderson, Senator Brakey, Representative Sanderson, Senator Brakey. They did so much. So many people, it's hard to list them all. Catherine and Glenn Lewis, they're real growers. They do a lot for Maine. Paul McCary does a lot. And we just joined forces so we could change this law. And they had no idea, no one knew that if you got sick, you could not get an organ. But it's not like they're going to advertise it, you know. And for Maine Medical side, you were right at first. You were technically right with the data you have. You did not want to waste an organ. A human life is way too precious. So when this all came out that we couldn't get organs, well, it's Maine. Everybody's like, well, screw this. I'm pulling my medical card. No. What happens if you're in the same car with your son or daughter and everybody gets killed but one, and you're all related and you can give those organs, but you're all pissed and you killed the organ donor thing? Because you could give them out, you just couldn't receive them. So I had to go in Augusta and beg people not to kill their organ donor cards. And yes, they're right, and we are too. And I had them call every legislator in the state, and it was really good at Augusta Civic Center. Call every legislator, we had the phone numbers, and it was a big stage. And I said, tell them we're gonna vote every one of them fuckers out. And they shit. And they realized, like, little old ladies are calling, little old men, people retired, people working, doctors, lawyers, professionals, media, people from out of state, scientists that were real, that I knew this was right, that medical staying. If medical marijuana is in the mainstream, the human lifespan will increase by 10 years, easy.
Well, only time and more research will tell if that's true. Uncle Pete's life has been saved and changed for decades, but now he's living his best life in Maine, surrounded by his family during this historic time.
So since 1999, the state of Maine voted for cannabis for medical marijuana, or they call it marijuana, or whatever they want to call it. I'm just happy we can be a part of this industry. So I wasn't in the industry back then. I had a neck injury, and so throughout the years of understanding the damage I have, cannabis is helping, and I was looking into it. In 2010, I looked into getting my medical card because of voters, a referendum in 2009 allowed caregivers, mom and pop growers that could tailor medicine just to you. Dispensaries are out there, but there were waiting lines. There was like rations, and nah, this is Maine, you know, we can figure it out. I went to a caregiver and it was awesome. I like to say his name, it's Fred Kessler, and you helped save my life, buddy. Really good man. He came to deliver one day because one of my problems is my arms go numb and I can't use them for a spinal cord injury. So I was going nowhere, just sitting at a table with the arms kind of coming back to life for a couple days, and he kept asking me, do you own this house? Because he delivered some cannabis to me. It was upsetting, you know. Of course, stoners can have houses, and he started laughing, and that was my first conversation to become a Maine caregiver. He felt I'd be very good for the program and for the industry. Nice man. And so I looked into it. I had him come over to tell my wife. My wife is, you know, a 5-foot little beauty, but she's a big woman in stature. And she's like, we're not drug dealers. And she gave him the rundown one side or the other. And when she realized that this was a brand new industry, that we could do this legally, then that was the game changer, because she saw how sick I was. And that's what started Uncle Pete's, you know, just from a caregiver delivering to me when I was sick. And
now you're giving back.
Yes.
To others.
So we found
the legal,
yes,
the legal framework that is existing in the state of Maine.
Well, the legal framework was fragile. Right. And like there was no tax code for caregivers. That's a kiss of death. No matter how long you think you're going, there's just no future. And there wasn't any more dispensary licenses in Maine. There were four dispensary licenses with, I believe, 8 stores or whatever it was. It's just not enough for the state of Maine. So we realized there was no tax code for caregivers that was done, so we worked very hard with our attorney, Revad Yule & Lamb Associates in Maine, to work with Maine State Revenue to see what should be done, not what could be done, but what has to be done. And it worked. We have tax codes now for caregivers, and that was really important to my wife coming on as Uncle Pete's Relief and her patients, and same with my son and my daughter-in-law for the Tranch Ranch. You can't just do this half-ass whether you're sick or not. You have to do it right.
Right. If you're
So-
going to run a business, you're going to run a business.
There was no business structure for this.
Right.
And then we were seeing the dispensaries, and I'm sticking up for you guys. You guys are getting screwed. You were hammered on every aspect and regulations, which you should have, and they were really lackadaisical here. And the majority of the caregivers are awesome. And most of them weeded out that were terrible, but there was no regulations for the terrible ones. So we'd all kind of police it ourselves and call them out, but that's not really how you run an industry. This is like the greatest community in the country, this green community in Maine. It's awesome.
The way life should be, or the way buds should be.
The way Bud should be, definitely.
So if I walk in, I make an appointment with you.
Yes, you have to, in our city ordinance, you have to always have a scheduled appointment, and rightfully so, because we're not public, we're, you know, you have to have appointment only.
Right.
And that's where you can get the better care. Instead of 4 or 5 people coming in here, and maybe you just had, like we talked about earlier, that unimaginable doctor's visit where you're just horrified. You don't need a public building with tie-dyes and the music and people just coming in to feel better, to medicate and then go out and raise hell. You're going to a place to possibly extend your life, or to at least make yourself comfortable for the end of it. And so that's the difference between medical and rec. We don't try to, as you buy your medicine that you need, that we find out, because there's so many different ways, from Rick Simpson oil capsules to tinctures, and we'll go over all the differences, but there's literally hundreds of ways to dispense, you know, there really is.
So I walk in, I've got chronic pain, I've got my card. Oh, by the way, I do have my Massachusetts card, which, by the way, is perfectly legal to use in the state of Maine now.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And
Right.
so before this, you would have to get permission from your state and my state for $50 for 90 days.
Right.
So for us to do a sale, I take your driver's license valid, I take your Massachusetts state card, and then we do a designation form after for your privacy. And then you can come in. So for 15 days, you're allowed 2.5 ounces. And I believe when bio-tracking comes in, they'll keep track of you through the whole state, which is fine.
Regulations, tracking, keeping meticulous records for patients are all part of what this caregiver in Maine is all about.
So how many square feet do you have?
The whole house is 42.
Yeah, but with the growing.
Oh, under 1,000. We stay under 1,000, yeah, to be efficient.
Under 1,000 square feet, and you're able to...
All my grows are, combined are under 1,000 on purpose.
The message that we continue to come back to is this is medicine.
Yes.
Everybody has a different effect with the medicine.
Yes.
And every body is different because everybody's endocannabinoid system is different.
Yes.
Everybody's tolerance to THC is going to be different if they decide to take THC at all. Do we have CBD only capsules too?
We can offer those CBD only
So what's
capsules.
happening is you're actually a compounder. You know the old days of compounding medicine, where they used to make their own little aspirins and whatever the heck, right? So you do the same thing.
I'm telling the lady that makes these what I'm going on. If you
Right.
come in here and we design them just for you,
Right.
we will tailor them made for you. And if they're too strong or they're not strong enough, we'll increase or decrease.
Right.
And just kind of find out where you can function back in society and not be a drone.
Right.
And not be in pain because of what disabled you in the first place.
Right.
You know.
So there's individualized.
It has.
medicine.
Yes, it is, and it's you have to be very responsible to do this. You don't have a right to burn a joint wherever you want just because it's legal.
Right. Or it's actually
yeah.
illegal to burn a joint in public in Massachusetts.
Yeah.
Even though for 80 years, even during Prohibition, plenty of people burn joints in public in Massachusetts. Not that I was around all 80 years, but you get what I'm saying.
Might have helped to that.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes you just you have to be responsible and do the right thing. The Freedom Rally was a perfect example.
Right.
We all smoked. You know, speaking for myself, I smoked 1 or 2 joints there, back to back, and had a great time seeing all my friends.
Right.
It's the way for camaraderie, knowing that we were right. We weren't wrong. We did this wrong. We did everything right, and we all still have the businesses, and we can just see each other and just kind of reflect. You know, it's a good thing.
Yeah.
So
it's a new normal.
So in Massachusetts, what are there going to be, social clubs?
They are trying, they have a pilot program, I believe, in Uxbridge for social clubs. I will tell you, I have had some experience with social clubs now that I have visited the island of Jamaica.
Nice.
And it was quite an experience, let's just say.
I was just a big social club when I went. That was awesome.
Yeah, it depends on where you are and all this. But, I mean, look, we're in a whole new era right now. As I say all the time, it's a whole new world of weed, okay? And we're figuring out the ways to incorporate it into our world, into our 21st century society.
Well put.
Without making it into as big a deal as a lot of people think it should be, which it isn't.
It isn't. That's what regulations are for. The Green Gold logo is pretty awesome. Again, all that's eyeballed. We have to always put underneath it green gold, so Gucci's cool with this and they're not mad at us. We didn't want to ever come across.
Did you talk to Gucci?
We've had attorneys.
Attorneys talk.
Yeah, so what they did was to make sure we don't sell anything with just GG, and we had no idea. I didn't own any Gucci stuff, and my wife, my son, we're from Maine, you know, and maybe there is Gucci in Maine, but I've been sick for a long time. There was no Gucci in my budget.
Sure, in Cape Elizabeth.
Okay, so not me. So we had no idea. So the agreement is we always put green gold under our licensed GG, and then they're cool with it. But there's no reason if we go to Jamaica, I just don't get it, and we are going to change this. If you go to Jamaica and you want an Uncle Pete's Relief strain that you've gotten here, because we've had interviews.
Right.
Why isn't there a shop there where you can get international cannabis?
Right.
That's not hurting anybody, not trying to overtake the market. I'm small.
Right.
But certainly this should be looked at. And
Makes
same
sense.
here, we should be able to have
Right.
an international shelf of marijuana cigarettes, different flavors for you to enjoy.
We're looking at like a microbrewery. We're
Yeah,
looking
absolutely.
at wines, different wines like Napa Valley.
In a tasting area,
tasting
in a
area,
place.
Exactly right. By the way, at the dispensary, there was a tasting room. I'll admit it.
That must have been awesome.
It was awesome.
That was cool.
It was awesome because
Absolutely.
it was at night. I was done. I'd worked 12 hours that day. It was a perfect thing to end.
Oh,
the
I
day.
hope you found a comfy chair and just melted. That's what I would have done.
It was a lot. It was quite an experience. All right, so I get the different doses.
Okay.
I get the capsules.
Okay.
Walk me through. You behind you is your menu.
Yes.
Walk us through your menu a little bit and talk to us about the different strains that you have. Everything you grow is here.
Yeah.
You have a 3-to-1, I see, CBD.
Yes, we do.
And you actually have some pre-rolls that are 3-to-1 CBD?
No, those are straight
I see.
THC.
I see, yeah, I see it.
Because those really are, people just don't come in to want to pre-roll a CBD in my shop. My patients are all more heavy towards THC.
Yep,
I am too.
right.
And so if there was a big market for it, of course I'd have it for my patients available to make them feel better.
Well, walk us through the different
Okay,
the
so
different things that
so you
have.
see how unless you're colorblind, and one of my buddies that works here is colorblind, so every now and then you'll see like a blue in here, and he just misses it, so we all shit on him. But unless you're colorblind, what we have here is green and red and purple. So the green is for hybrids, which are combinations of sativa or indica,
Yep.
and then we have sativas, and then we have purple for indicas. So it's kind of just a quick board to look at to understand what you're looking for, and then we'll narrow it down. Like say your stomach hurts and you're vomiting a lot. Well, you're going to need an indica or a hybrid, and then we'll kind of see which ones work for you and make sure we have it on hand for you.
Yeah. So a lot of people are now kind of poo-pooing the sativa
and indica thing because of the individual effect on everybody, so that a sativa won't have the same effect on one person as it might another. Do you buy into that?
I do to some extent, but there are mostly similar traits chemically. There's like I forget the name, but they make the difference between sativa and indica. I have the chart over there. I just don't want to say the name wrong.
Okay.
But there chemically is a difference.
Okay.
So when you get into like distillate cartridges, chemically it's changed. So that effect isn't going to do it to you. It's more of the THC in there. But right here in the flowering, and that's what the lure for the state of Maine, and I will throw this out to all the growers of Maine, we truly have some of the best flower in the world. It's the water. Everybody can go indoors, outdoors. Maine rocks. We have mountains, we have rivers, we have springs. Mine's on a spring. My well is on a 3-foot spring, and we've never ran out. We don't have to do anything but open from the tap. So the lure of Maine and the different tastes is everything. It is everything. We feel we have some of the finest buds in the world, and we've been told that as well. So what we do is make sure that the Agent Orange smells like Agent Orange. And this hybrid right alone right here helps veterans just to sleep, shut their brain off at night. That's simple. They may have trigger words the next day that will bring them back where they are, but at least there'll be a fresh brain from the night before, which is awesome. Because before there was no getting away from the dreams.
Right. How do you come up with the names? I know a lot of them are based on where the seed comes from, but how do you come up with these names? How do they originate?
So pretty much, they're all just different people that have combined different strands together and come up with some really outlandish names. We don't sell like cat piss. I'm not having an end-of-life patient, paddle care, come down here and I'm going to have cat piss written up here. Some of the doctors we worked with in Oregon and scientists, they're coming up with a DNA coding system. So if you travel and say let's go with Agent Orange because it's on the top of the list, that's your go-to when you come here. You can do your thing now and you can be productive. Oh my God, you got to go to Florida for 10 days. How sick are you going to be? You can't bring that. So where's the dispensary? See if they'll take your Maine or Massachusetts card, right? Because that's what we're working on.
Right. Yep.
So if that's in play and you go into the dispensary and they have Agent Orange, is it really Agent Orange?
Right.
They don't know. They're growing from seeds that say Agent Orange. Where's the DNA code testing? So there's just a letter on here and a number system. We're fine with whatever you want to call your cannabis. But we really want to make it so now we are allowed travel interstate all over the world. People can go through their strains, so it can be brought down into distillate, so it can be brought down into rosin, resin, crumbles, and different types of scientifically made into capsules, so we can have your tailored made for you, which is what this should be.
Right.
And that's my whole thinking for all this. I have to use this every day. I was smoking 12 joints a day. My throat hurt bad, and my medicine, my cured meds, and we kick ass. I had to look into doing concentrates and capsules. And I have to be careful because I have a bad pancreas and liver. I can't digest oils. So it's a fine line with how can I medicate with transdermal patches, which is awesome now. And then I use medibles and I use concentrates. Really smoke joints unless we're out and socially having a great time.
Uncle Pete is obviously having a great time after 3 near-death experiences, helping to change an unfair organ donor law, and caring for patients. All have defined his life so far.
But his biggest highlight is living his life, running a business surrounded by his family.
Well, yeah, my wife Tina, I love you. You do all the work, okay? I told you I'd say it.
She who must be obeyed.
Well, you know what? Quite remarkable for her to quit her job to keep me out of the hospital, you know? And she left a good insurance company to take care of me. And she realized I couldn't do the transplant and I couldn't do the seedlings. My arms are damaged and I couldn't grow. And when she realized that, my son and my daughter-in-law came on, and they all came on to be awesome. And we really have good, clean products because they're farmers, you know, and they have a passion to keep me alive. Good family. My whole family does this with Uncle Pete's Relief and the Tranch Ranch. And we do. We believe in this. This is right, you know. It's not about just smoking a joint all the time, you know. It's fun. Like if it later, it's fun. But try having to do 12 of those a day. It's not fun. The smile goes away. When your whole family quits their job to keep you alive, you don't just take this like, what the hell, you know. I made a promise to them I'd change this, and I have been. But all credit to them, they type everything. You know, when I go to the State House, I'll tell them what I want to say, and then I walk away, because if I'm over them, no, it's not what I want to say, they'll just shut up and let me do this. My wife and my son, they're awesome.
And there's our attack donkey, Chucky. Attack donkey? Yeah, I love that.
He's a little guy. He's like an Angus bull.
So how big is all your property?
We own 5 acres, and my son owns 4 acres. He came back from Kansas and built this house over there, pulling oil. So one son is home, and we see our grandkids.
Oh, it's great.
It's a home run.
So we really are a team here. Whether caregivers are under the same business or not, we have our own tax IDs. We're all one fighting to stay alive. So like you'll see tomorrow, I'll see other caregivers, and they're like, hey, because we're all fighting together. And again, like I tell everybody in the cannabis industry that actually sells retail, grows, sells wholesale, has patients. A guy that I learned a lot of, he told me, he had a question for me because he figured I'd come up with a smart ass answer. He says, how much cannabis was sold in Maine last year? And he goes, or in the country legally. And I'm like, oh shit. So I'm like, you know, kind of giving it a shot here. And he goes, can I stop you? I'm like, yeah. He goes, every bit of it. Every bit of it was sold. Everybody sold it. We're in an industry where there's a demand for people to feel better, whether you're sick or not. We're in an industry where alcohol is not getting it done, and people are turning towards marijuana for cigarettes, for inebriation, that are healthy. That's okay. We're changing each one. We're right. We changed everything, and this is the days we're living in, I guess.
And you have more than one grow house?
Right here? No, just here.
Just here.
Just here for now.
Yeah.
You know, eventually I'll expand.
Yep.
But for now, I can take care of our patients.
Okay. Cool.
There was nothing like coming home, you know, and I'm glad I live here. I really do. I love this state.
The way buds should be. That Uncle Pete, he's a great guy. Pete Tranchmontaine. Uncle Pete's Relief is his caregiver company. Sanford, Maine is his home. Green Gold is the clothing line and logo. The way buds should be in the great state of Maine, the way life should be. And Uncle Pete, he's working on life number 3. That's it for In the Weeds this week. I'm Jimmy Young. Remember, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching.
We Talk Now, We Talk News, and In the Weeds are all available on most major podcast distributors like iTunes, Spotify, Google Play, and our friends at clnsmedia.com and our flagship, cannabis.net. So subscribe, share, and like our videos on all the social media networks out there, including LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, the WeedTube, and YouTube. Weed Talk and In the Weeds are 2 productions of Pro Cannabis Media supported by Revolutionary Clinics, one of the top medical cannabis dispensaries in the Massachusetts area, now with 3 locations in Greater Boston, 2 in Cambridge, and 1 on Broadway in Somerville. Rev Clinics has a patient-first mission. They will customize your needs as a medical patient with the proper titration and combination of strains, flavors, and products. Rev Clinics, where the patient comes first.
We are Pro Cannabis Media. We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, everyone. Welcome again to another edition of In the Weeds with Jimmy Young, a very special podcast that is available on all the biggest podcast aggregation networks and distributors like iTunes and Spotify. And of course, we are also carried on our friends, our flagship group at cannabis.net, clnsmedia.com, and of course on all of the Pro Cannabis Media social media outlets. I'm your host, Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media, and this week we are going international. We're going to the island nation of Jamaica, and joining us is Omari Jackson. And Omari Jackson, not only is he a graduate of Emerson College, a university in the greater Boston area where I got to teach this past semester, but he's also a filmmaker, a multimedia journalist, and a producer, and someone who calls Jamaica and Montego Bay his home. Omari Jackson, welcome to In the Weeds. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me, Jimmy. Nice to meet you.
Now, tell me a little bit. In the back of you, it says Ganjactivist. It's an ganja activist, together in one word. Explain how you branded that and exactly what are you up to with the Ganja Project of Jamaica.
The Ganja, well, those are two separate projects. But
I understand. So now you get to talk now, Omari.
No, well, thank you. Thank you, no problem. All right, get this. Well, the brand is Ganjactivist. Ganjactivist.com is the website that I started up as to just to bring media to the landscape, especially media out, because there's not a lot of content coming out of Jamaica, not even content for Jamaica, and Jamaicans are very curious about the industry. So I figured I'd fill in that role. I have run into that exact problem, that because I kind of brought ganja and activists together, people immediately call it ganja and assume that is what that's what the website is about. And I'm trying to claim to name that this is the Ganja Activist website of Jamaica, and that's actually not the case. It's a brand of the two kind of mixed mesh together. Basically, yeah. In a nutshell, it's Ganja Activist in a nutshell, but everyone likes it open, so I don't know, it gets confusing at times.
No worries. What do we call it? Irie, man? Isn't that what it's about?
Irie, all good. It's all good. Irie, always, man.
It's all good. So tell me about the Ganja Project and what you're up to now.
Well, the Ganja Project is a television, it's a video series right now that I'm going to start putting together and launch it hopefully as soon as next month. That's going to be, once again, just information about cannabis, ganja, the ganja industry in Jamaica and globally, kind of for Jamaicans, for the Jamaican audience, and those who are interested in Jamaica, because obviously it's a lovely place to come. And then that I will, piece that together to put into a television program to put onto local television before the end of the year. But it's just another form of media, getting more media out there, more intelligent, pertinent media that's going to be relevant to the Jamaican context and the industry. And try to get Jamaicans to embrace the industry more. That's what's lacking a lot in Jamaica. People are of the belief that Jamaica, but when the prevalence of ganja use is not as high as people think it is, and even the acceptance of ganja and as an industry, it's actually quite low. So that is actually a stumbling block of the industry itself in Jamaica.
And for those of us from outside of Jamaica looking into the island and the reputation of the trade of cannabis in Jamaica, it has always been part of the culture there. And of course, when you think of Jamaica, you think of the Rastafarians and the group that is really waves the flag, if you will, for the way the plant interacts with the soul. Is that an accurate description of ganja and also the role it plays with the Rastas?
Well, that's you said a lot in a little bit, but
that's what I do.
And no, because in many ways the ganja culture there's a Rastafarian culture that is separate from what I guess we'd call mainstream Jamaican culture, and the ganja is kind of hovers between the two, and so it has its yes, with the Rastafarian community, that is purely sacramental, that is very spiritual. People understand that. And that has been a huge part of what has helped the decriminalization happen, that happened in 2015. As far as the social acceptance across the board, is tolerated. I mean, that's just accepted. Some people don't like it, but whatever, they will tolerate it. But as far as acceptance, and even people accepting the industry and getting into it, and people, even taking CBD products, there's still the notion of the devil's weed, and that permeates throughout society. And I have family members who are like, ganja, oh my goodness, what is that? I was like, really? Are you kidding me? It's a pop culture, and like any pop culture, it is really like a small it's carried out within the actual culture itself. It's not as strong.
But hang on one second, because I got to remind people once again that we are supported by Revolutionary Clinics, the 3-location medical dispensary in the greater Boston area, and at Rev Clinics in Fresh Pond, in Central Square, and in Somerville. You will find the finest quality patient advocates. You will find the finest quality flower and concentrates. And remember, at Rev Clinics, the patient always comes first. Anyway, back to the show and back to what we were talking about. I appreciate you waiting for a sec. And that's fascinating to me. I mean, in the United States, as you know, there's this history that was started by the white man who wanted to control the pulp industry back in the 1920s and 30s, and that led to the Prohibition. And it was funded by the Hearsts and the DuPonts of the world. They were afraid of the hemp industry impacting their forestry industry, and that formed the.
There's some media giant involved in there somewhere as well, because you got to have the media.
Well, that's right. Well, yeah, exactly. It was Hearst. It was Randolph Hearst. And anyway, long story short, that funded the propaganda that led to reefer madness, that built the stigma of 80 years that we continued to fight in the United States as this green wave slowly moves across the country here in the United States. It's already obviously been accepted north of the border in Canada. Mexico continues to battle their own internal politics, if you will, of the drug cartels, trying to get it into the legitimate arena, if you will, of politics and legality. And, Omar, when people ask me, what stock they should invest in and how can I get into the cannabis industry? And I said, find a good law firm to invest in, because that's going to be the one industry that's going to survive it, no matter whether cannabis makes
on either side, definitely. That's right, for sure.
Exactly right. But it is a fascinating thing to me that you would think, and again, this is definitely stereotypical, definitely prejudice, that Jamaicans, are pro-cannabis. But you're telling me in your country that you're still fighting that stigma, even in your own family, you said.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, put it this way, we suffered the same propaganda that you guys did in the US and Canada and so on. And then we got the British post-colonial, tyranny coming down on us culturally as well. And the majority of Jamaicans are Christians as well. So that just gives you the foundation for where that stigma comes from in Jamaican society. When I went to I went to boarding school when I was 14, and one of the things that I purposely did when I left the country, I didn't have dreadlocks or anything at the time, was I myself completely with ganja. I was like, people, oh, you ever tried ganja? Oh God, me, no, never. God, that's disgusting stuff. Are you kidding me? No, that's just like the Rastaman thing. Those people from the street. That's literally what this is what we were taught. It's only after a couple years and seeing my friends and then trying to be like, what, really? It's like, no. And then learning, because my brain likes to work like that. And realizing that this is, it's just nonsense. But anyway, but then that was through a process of education. And a lot of Jamaicans have not gone through that process of education. Some are unwilling. Now, I guess because we have CBD, and now it's really kind of, getting, I guess, conscious of their health because of COVID. They're things are maybe, you know, it's shifting somewhat societally. But yeah, that's been a real struggle. This is why it took, in 2015, it took a tragic incident to really instigate the Decriminalization Act that was passed.
Can you expound on that? I'll admit I'm not sure I'm familiar with what that tragic incident was in 2015 that led to.
I personally, I don't have specifics. I was not in Jamaica at the time. I understand there was a death in a prison of an inmate who was remanded for a very small amount of ganja. And they said, you see, now this is just nonsense or bullshit. Sorry if I'm sure I can say that on this stage. Yeah, you know, and that was, I mean, it was on the table, but that was the final. It's like, okay, this is it. Come on. You know, and that's really what the straw that broke the camel's back. But yeah, that's been a fun. I mean, even now, I mean, from what I understand, Minister Shaw, who gets called, well, he says jokingly, of course, amongst the community, that he's called the Ganja Minister, the Minister of Ganja, and this and that, which I wouldn't mind that title, but anyways, but he, you know, there's still some opposition, this and that, but it's the industry has not taken hold in Jamaica much at all. There's little embracing across the board. I mean, there are people who are curious and they want to get involved, but that is a part of why you'll see that there are sputterings and stagnation in the development of the industry in Jamaica, and that is the reason why. Because I mean, in fact, I'll call it out. I think our prime minister thinks the same way. So he doesn't really see a vision for the industry. He just says, well, they're doing something, and I guess it's legal now, so let's see what we can. Well, it's almost legal. So because they're waiting for, of course, America to federally legalize so that it can you know, use banking resources, because we have the same problems that the U.S. do as well.
Right. So no banking, but. And I, you know, it's funny. I did talk to some natives. One gentleman who was educated in the United States, like yourself, who's in the financial services realm, and he was very curious about it. And he was very open, saying, "Look, you know what? It's been here for a long time. We now understand some of the scientific research that is behind the plant, and it has allowed the natives to look at the Rastas specifically with a little different eye and perhaps reputation." And I also know that they're trying to give an opportunity for those in Jamaica who obviously embrace this plant spiritually as well as agriculturally, and give them an opportunity to actually own a piece of the pie, or at least a piece of the pot, as it were. Where are you right now as far as the laws, the businesses coming in, perhaps to invest in the soil? Can you get licenses to grow it? Where exactly are you in this stage? I know it's decriminalized. That much I learned when I was in Jamaica.
Right. Well, yeah, for sure, it's decriminalized. That's why if you walk the streets, there's not that much difference. But yes, it has been decriminalized.
Yeah. No, and you can go into a dispensary.
No, well, see, that's. I mean, there are a lot of. Sorry, no, go ahead.
I said you could go into a dispensary and have an adult beverage and smoke a joint and hang out and talk with your friends. I mean, it's a very. It was like being in another world. In fact, it was being in another country, but it was a fascinating time for me to walk into a bar. Basically, I was over the age of 18. I was very happy that I didn't get carded, but it is what it is. I'm the OG. I'm comfortable with that. And then I met some great people, and we hung out and we exchanged herb and stories, and had a drink, and it was just like normal almost. I mean, we'd like to think it's going to be normal up here in the United States and in Massachusetts, but it's going to take still quite a bit of time for us to accept that up here in the States. And what is it? Where are you now as far as that goes in Jamaica with the laws, and who's got the money that's actually trying to drive this? Because I'm pretty comfortable with the fact knowing that money does drive most politics.
Most, I mean, that's a lot of different questions. I mean, as far as, because of the decriminalization, you know, access, of course, that's a lot easier. You have your dispensaries, you have your herb houses, you have regular bars, some will allow you to smoke and so on and so forth, and there will be no real persecution. It is against the law to smoke, just to smoke cigarettes, anything in public. So, you know, if a cop passes you, they can ask you to put it up. That's pretty much as far as that will go.
Right, but they're not going to arrest you and put you in jail. They may write you a ticket,
not.
right?
Most certainly not. No, you're good to go. Those days have ended. That ended in 2015. Thank
Right.
goodness. You know,
That's a
I
good thing,
suffered
yeah.
once myself. A small split, but that's a story for another time. As far as the accessibility, well, the Rastafarians as well. The Rastafarians, they have a free pass that they can grow and consume as they, but they cannot sell. So they do not have commercial licensing. They cannot sell. They cannot export, which of course is a problem because they've not traditionally been the most economically resourced entity, you know, especially in Jamaica. And then you have this. You have the large entities who are coming in. Some of which you have some Canadian companies who have invested quite steeply in Jamaican entity. Well, let me roll it back a little bit as well. Oh goodness, what is the percentage? Right, the percentage, straight off the bat with the CLA, that's the Cannabis Licensing Association, when they issued the regulations to allow for the licensing structure, basically, in order for a company to exist within the cannabis industry, 51% must be a Jamaican entity.
Okay.
So that's your Jamaican resource, and then so of course a lot of the finances is coming in to cover the remaining 49%. A lot of that is coming from Canada. I do know of a couple entities like Freya, who just was supposed to have an operation here and they just closed that to consolidate to do something else, which is fine. I don't think that's a reflection of that level of the industry locally. But it's getting off the ground. It really, really is. I mean, licenses are being issued, dispensaries are opening. They're still in the works of trying to get the exportation structure organized. Of course, there's issues with the United States. There's of course the banking as well. So that's holding things back because of the intermediary banking. Our intermediary bank in Jamaica is of course an American bank, and because it's not federal. So cannabis is not federally legal. Basically, the Jamaican banks are afraid that they can come down on us for illicit behavior, even though cannabis or whatever, hemp and so on and so forth is legal. It's a risk that banks don't want to take. I mean, banks, despite the amount of money you have, you think they should be the biggest risk takers in the world, and they're the least.
But let me ask you a question.
Those are the things that are stifling things. But sorry.
Let me ask you a question about the banking. They've allowed credit unions in the United States to take cannabis ancillary businesses and direct cannabis dispensary money and bank with credit unions. Do credit unions exist, and is that same opportunity available for the Jamaican licensee?
Credit unions most certainly do exist. That is something that has been, I do believe that there was a gentleman from one of the one of the major ganja farmers associations in Jamaica, who was suggesting that there's apparently an agricultural credit union that they're trying to use that for the industry. That was not allowed. I don't specifically know where the banking with the locally structure is, but I mean, you will hear when they speak, they will say that it is a cash-based business. They cannot get appropriate banking services. Obviously, there's levels of banking service that they're able to access. How that is structured through the system, I cannot personally tell you.
Okay, fair enough. That's okay. I'm always just looking for the compare and contrast between the two countries, and Lord knows in the United States we've got plenty of issues going on. And then in the middle of all this, you've got the COVID-19 pandemic, and that may be one of the reasons why the Canadian companies may be pulling out or readjusting themselves as far as what they do in Jamaica. And kind of bringing their own dollars back into their own country until we're able to find a vaccine and kind of move on from this horrible virus that has killed so many people all over the world. So let's change the subject a little bit. Let's spin this back to the plant itself. One of the experiences I did have at CanX 2019 was the opportunity to interview a Rastafarian, the first man. And it was great to actually have an opportunity to talk to them about what role this plant has played in their lives, and why has it played such an important role in their lives. And again, I was fascinated by all the different elements that the cannabis sativa plant plays in the day-to-day operation, the day-to-day lives that these guys have. And I've embraced it. I totally understand now why when people say, oh, Jimmy, you think cannabis can cure everything. And I say, no, what it does is balances everything. And that is a big difference between a cure and an existence, if you will. How do you view the plant's role, if not just with the Rastas, but also your own experiences and what role has it played in your life personally?
Personally, well,
yeah, everybody's got a cannabis story.
Everyone has a cannabis story. I haven't thought about my cannabis story. I'm currently going on a cannabis journey, quite frankly. That's the truth. Because I mean, if you think about it, every day you discover more and more about the plant and even just the biology of the plant and the compounds, the chemicals, and what it can do. And when you talk about balance, that's exactly what cannabis does. It brings up a level of homeostasis to the body, and if the body can be in a state of homeostasis, then a lot more things will come into balance. You know what I mean? It's struck. And again, the mere fact that there is the endocannabinoid system in the body, and there's the cannabinoid system. It's like that these two things are meant to be together, and that's what my pursuit is right now about. It's like these two things are meant to be together, so let's get them together. I think that I personally do believe that a lot of the ailments that hurt people in the world, that kill people in the world, is endocannabinoid deficiency. And that's because it's been literally extracted from our lives for the past 60 or 80 or whatever, how many years. I think if we reintroduce it into our lives, like the Rastafarians have tried to maintain in their lives, I think that we will see a much healthier world. And a much healthier world means a lot happier people and a lot less of the crap we also see going on.
And certainly less violence, I can tell you that. For those out there who enjoy their alcohol and have sometimes had too much of it, they know the feelings and the impact it can have on the human body, and the edginess that they get, and the aggression that they get, and the really how it consumes the body and affects it negatively, as opposed to the effects that cannabis has on the body, which does tend to relax it, mellow it out, let things roll off you a little bit better and easier. And, you and I talked before we started recording, and it's one of the reasons why I have my Caribbean virtual background going on behind me there. The movie, The Harder They Come, that was produced in the 70s by the great Jimmy Cliff, the singer, was a big impact on my life. I grew up outside of Boston in Newton, Massachusetts, a very nice suburb of Boston. And the Orson Welles Cinema in Cambridge on Mass Ave used to air The Harder They Come at midnight in the 1970s. And, being a high school kid with...
I heard of that. This is something I would have heard this in film school. Yeah, right.
I would hope so. And by the way, you could get that movie. You can see that movie on YouTube. It's available. It's there.
I've visited it. For others that are revisiting, that's something just for his history's sake. I will certainly have seen it. Yeah, that was one of the films. But when growing up as a kid in Jamaica in the 80s, that would come on like on a Sunday afternoon television matinee type of thing. We'd see.
Right. And I wonder what did people think of it, because it did expose a little bit of the culture of the Rastafarians, of the battle between the drug trade and the law enforcement. It also showed the record industry back then, where the word payola was always seemed to be right behind, underneath the surface when it came to music. What was growing up? What you say was on a Sunday afternoon matinee on a television or whatever. How did people view that movie? Was it an accurate portrayal, or was it embellished for movie making? And being a movie maker yourself, at least amateur-wise, you know, did they take too many liberties on that?
No, I do. I mean, I remember. I mean, it was probably not a matinee. It's probably evening show because it's not exactly. Yeah. It's not an afternoon show. But,
right, because I mean, there was some R-rated.
I mean,
and by the way,
my experience watching it.
I think it was the first time I saw an R-rated sex act. Let's just say.
Yeah, but my experience watching it at the time, it was Jamaicans. I mean, well, it was it was out long before, around when I was born. So I was watching, to them it was like a Jamaican classic, and that's the way that it was seen. It's a classic movie. I mean,
Uh-oh, you froze on me. This could happen. We've had dropouts a little bit in this conversation, and now you've frozen on me. And it's really too bad, because we were just about to get into the whole Jimmy Cliff story, which I can certainly expound on and fill some what we would call dead air in the world. Amari, are you back with us?
yes, I think so. Something went very weird there. Hello.
No, that's all right. I hear you. I'm fine. You're fine now, but you did go away. I filled, and I talked about dead air. You know, that's what we call it in the business when we have a technical issue and the fallout of the audio and what have you. But I think you're back now, right?
Okay. Yes, I can hear you now. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know where I left off.
Well, we were talking about Jimmy Cliff, and I was going to get into the whole story. Look, it was a cultural film for the protest era American in the 70s, 60s and 70s. I grew up in the protest era. We were involved with an unpopular Vietnam War at the time. And, I was in my early teens when all that happened. And I had an older brother who was a big influence. So I would protest along with my older brother and his friends the war, and becoming a rebel a bit and pushing up against the establishment, right on, absolutely. Going to commit acts of civil disobedience by rolling up Jamaican, that's right, we're rolling up Jamaican, there you go, there's your peace signs. I gave out those peace signs at my bar mitzvah in 1970, okay? So it gives you an idea of where I'm at, all right?
It's a timeless icon.
Absolutely, and I've got my timeless icon right here. You know what I'm going to put on it before the end. But the point, again, where I'm going with this is I'm trying to explain my own, how I viewed The Harder They Come. And I loved the music, and I loved who doesn't love Bob Marley? Come on, man. I mean, it was such an influence. It still is. The whole reggae music scene is something I've always embraced and liked. I've always enjoyed live music anyway. I marvel at all musicians. But let's go right to the chase. I was a freshman at Tufts University in 1975. It was one of the greatest years of my life, because not only was it the year I graduated high school, class of 75, but I also joined the drinking age in Massachusetts in 1975 was 18. And I moved into college on my 18th birthday in September of 1975. It also was the fall of the greatest World Series championship between the Boston Red Sox and the Cincinnati Reds in 1975 that Red Sox fans still claim we actually won that World Series 3-4, which is not true, because you have to win 4 games to win. But the Game 6 of the World Series in 1975 was still one of the greatest baseball games of all time. I got to be there in person when the Reds played at Tufts, when there was 4 days of rainouts in 1975, and the Reds had to find a place to practice indoors. They came out to Tufts University in Bedford, and me and my friends would go down to the Cage, which was the indoor facility for the gym, and we would heckle the Reds and Johnny Bench and Pete Rose, and hey, you guys, we were 18-year-old obnoxious males. I mean, what can I tell you? It's just, did we smoke weed? Yeah, we probably did, Omari. Okay, I'm sorry. Anyway, the night that Jimmy Cliff did a concert in Boston at the old Music Hall, which was right down the street from Emerson on Tremont Street. It's the Bach Center now. It was the Wang Center, the Bach Wang Center. And Jimmy Cliff sang, and the old underground FM radio station WBCN carried that concert live on the radio. And my friends in my freshman dorm would sit around and we'd listen to that concert. And then, of course, it was, 10:30, 11 o'clock, 11:30. And what's on at midnight in Harvard Square, Orson Welles Cinema? The Harder They Come. Let's go. Why not? Right? We all pile into the car. We go. Sure enough, we watch the movie. At the end of the movie, who stands up in front of the movie theater to say hello to everybody? Jimmy Cliff. And who walks up to him and shakes his hand and says, I've watched you and admired you from afar for a long time. I so appreciate your work. I got to say hello to him. I walked. And the best part is I have friends who can back me up on that story. It's a true story. And I will admit that 1975. And I will tell you this.
The summer of 75, that's up right there, man.
Do you remember how red Jimmy Cliff's eyes were in that movie? For the most part, his eyes were just bloodshot the whole movie, right?
Yeah, I remember noticing that.
When I met him face to face before social distancing, his eyes were bright reds too. Okay, so
I met him in person. Yes.
and I think it's just it's one of my favorite stories to tell, and I'm glad that I can tell it to somebody who's a native of Jamaica who can appreciate that. So.
I can mostly appreciate it. Yeah. No, that was growing up. That was a Jamaican classic. That was. I remember scenes in it, and people VHS. People had no, and people would be laughing for days about that stuff. That I mean, it was whether. Well, you did ask the question before. Did people take liberties with?
Yeah.
To an extent, I would say none further than the Jamaican. So that the upper class of Jamaicans would have ridiculed or whatever, caricaturized any other person within society. So it would be I would say appropriately accurate for a media portrayal. Let me go there.
Gotcha. And now what better time for me to don the headgear that I did buy in CanX this past September 2019. So I can't grow the dreadlocks, Amari, but I'm very proud to wear them, and I love the colors. And I've always been a big fan of the Reggae Boys, the soccer team, the national team of Jamaica, as well, because I am a big soccer fan, and swear it. Even in the 1970s, I got to play for my college. So. Omari, look, I definitely want to continue this conversation. I want to talk more about how Pro Cannabis Media and your cause, the Ganja Project, can somehow or other work together. And we could certainly take that offline, as they say. But I so enjoyed getting to know you a little bit more. I hope you enjoyed some of the stories that I was able to pontificate a little bit. And I hope we get a chance to work together soon in the future.
I share the same sentiment. I've been eager to meet you. In fact, I've seen your work. I like your energy a lot. You look a ball of fun. I can sway both ways depending on how it goes. But no, seriously, it's I would love to do some work with you guys. I'm putting stuff together that I think your work will help to enhance, and I can definitely put stuff together that will enhance your work. I do have a long history of video and film production, starting at Emerson College.
That's right.
Let's take this, as you say, offline for sure.
All right. So Amari Jackson, and we can find out about your work where? Ganjactivist.com. I'm going to obviously put up a graphic on the lower third to drive people to that so they can check it out. But I do appreciate you taking the time. And I hope one day I get to visit your fine country again and maybe even play that beautiful golf course at, is it Rose Garden? Rose Hall, right next to the Ritz there, where I got.
In the U.S., no, this is Jamaica.
I understand that. I'm going to come visit you, I think, before you come here. How's that? Is that fair enough? And I'll tell you, after experiencing it last year, I totally want to go back. Again, I got to meet Douglas Gordon and his sister, and I really enjoyed my time there. Hung out with Bruce Linton and Steve D'Angelo and a couple of the other legends of the industry from the North American world. And let's all meet in next year. We say in Hebrew, next year let's be in Jerusalem. So next year let's be in CanX in Montego Bay. All right. Fair enough.
Let's do that. Yeah.
All right. So For Amari Jackson, I'm Jimmy Young, the host of In the Weeds from Pro Cannabis Media. We'll catch you next time. Don't forget, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Let's use it responsibly. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching.
Weed Talk Now, Weed Talk News, and In the Weeds are all available on most major podcast distributors like iTunes, Spotify, Google Play, and our friends at clnsmedia.com and our flagship, cannabis.net. So subscribe, share, and like our videos on all the social media networks out there, including LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, the WeedTube, and YouTube. Weed Talk and In the Weeds are two productions of Pro Cannabis Media supported by Revolutionary Clinics, one of the top medical cannabis dispensaries in the Massachusetts area, now with 3 locations in Greater Boston, 2 in Cambridge and 1 on Broadway in Somerville. Rev Clinics has a patient-first mission. They will customize your needs as a medical patient with the proper titration and combination of strains, flavors, and products. Rev Clinics, where the patient comes first.
We are Pro Cannabis Media. We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to another edition of Weed Talk News. I'm Jimmy Young. This is a weekly news report about the cannabis industry, including commentary.
And I'm Kurt Dalton, and today is 7/10, International Dab Day. Not to be confused with 420. This day is all about concentrates and dabbing, so let's have a celebration.
All right, after the show, for sure, Kurt. In the meantime, the biggest story, once again, and I'm going to give you credit here, you said High Times will never get to an IPO, and now the SEC has basically said, Kurt, you're right.
This is more like Charlie Brown and Lucy. There was never going to be a High Times IPO. There never will be. That is why they could give out so much stock. That's why Stormy Simon could get a couple $1 million. The new president gets a couple million in stock. Oh, we got to do a couple deals. Let's give out another 10 million in stock. There was never going to be any stock to play with. They could give it out infinity-wise. So it's going to be interesting because they have to file their corporate report to continue, and they don't want to do that because it's horrendously bad with debt and with losing money. Now they're stuck. The SEC is onto this fake ending. I don't know if you guys are familiar. They basically said, we're about to close the doors. They're literally an electronics store in New Times Square or a carpet store in Times Square. We're about to close. Get your money in. And they've done this repeatedly. Rinse and repeat. Well, the SEC's onto this, and it's going to be real interesting coming up what they decide to do.
And for the rest of the cannabis business news story and the High Times story, here's the Green Market Report's Deborah Borchardt. Deb?
Thanks, Jimmy. Thanks, Kurt. Well, this week, Kushco Holdings reported their earnings, and they came in 46% lower than what they had been. Kushco has made a big shift. They are focusing on larger, more financially stable customers and tightening the credit on the smaller ones and the ones that were less secure. Revenue came in at $22 million, and this was lower than what analysts had expected, and it was even lower than what Kushco had said would come in. We also learned this week that High Times was told by the SEC to stop selling shares. High Times has not filed their annual report, and this is something that they need to do in order to keep selling shares. So High Times has filed for a delay in posting those numbers due to COVID. But the SEC said, well, it doesn't matter. You still have to stop selling those shares until you post that annual report. Now, it's interesting that the accountants can't make it in to do the financial audit, but the acquisition lawyers can. And then finally, Fire and Flower announced that they are opening 2 dispensaries right next door to Circle K. Now, this isn't a huge surprise because one of their biggest investors is Alimentation Couche-Tard, which owns Circle K. But who knows, one day we could see Circle K selling cannabis. And that's it for this week. I'm Deborah Borchardt with the Green Market Report for Weed Talk News.
Thanks, Deb. And in the next chapter of Cannabis Businesses Acting Poorly, the story of MedMen. And it looks like they've got a ton of lawsuits, Kurt, and they're trying to restructure their company with a $32 million debt restructuring deal. But it's another chapter of the people in the cannabis business not really acting like business people.
It's another example of shady cannabineurs getting what's coming to them. You're seeing the downfall of MedMen. I think they're going after Adam's house next to Leo. I think Andrew now has to sell his house. The chickens are coming home to roost when the cash dries up in the cannabis industry, and MedMen is a prime example. And we even had the Tommy Chong talking about the new Cheech and Chong dispensaries, looking at 3 or 4 of the MedMen locations. So MedMen may be a memory quicker than you think, Jimmy.
Yeah, circling the wagons. All right, now let's move on to Mr. Teflon. Our friend Bruce Linton, the likable former CEO of Canopy Growth, has raised $150 million for Collective Growth Corporation. It's a NASDAQ-traded group that's going to acquire hemp companies. So, Kurt, my question to you is, as you look at the future, as you look into your crystal cannabis ball, okay, which industry has a bigger upside? Is it the hemp industry with all their multiple uses, or is it the THC-based cousin of cannabis?
So it really depends on your timeline, because THC can get out there faster, no pun intended, and be enjoyed by people, whether it's medical or recreational. So if you're looking for a quicker investment, a 2 to 3 year plan, it's your THC. Now the uses for industrial hemp are going to be change the world type stuff, but we're going to be 5 years away from that. And you're still going to get, if you're a CBD person, you're going to get that in your cannabis plant that has THC. So if your time frame is 2 years or less, you got to go with the THC. If you have a 5 to 10 year window, then certainly industrial hemp could change the entire, building structure as well as material structure on the planet.
Absolutely. And eventually the cannabis actual plant and or hemp will be traded globally as a commodity because you do grow this particular item, right?
Oh, we've talked about that's going to be traded in Chicago. It's going to be a commodity. There's going to be a medical grade, a recreational grade. There'll be an industrial hemp grade. There'll be contracts. You can be able to hedge. Once everybody starts to grow, when the U.S. changes that federal law and 136 countries are allowed by the UN to go about their business without ramification from the U.S., it's going to be great. You're going to have low-cost areas with electricity and labor, growing it with warm weather. It's really, again, we talked about margin compression just coming for years to come, and that's why.
Indeed. And California remains the unofficial weed capital of the United States. After all, they've had medicinal going, I believe, since 1995. And
we just lost all our Colorado fans, but keep going.
Oh, we love Colorado too, but California's bigger, okay, let's face it. And 80% of the illicit market in cannabis in the United States is grown in that Emerald Triangle, that group of 3 counties in the northern part of California. Well, in LA and in Southern California, the Cannabis Control Commission of California is now going after that illegal market. And over the past few weeks, they've actually put out a couple of tax liens on illegal operators. And the California State Highway Patrol is the one that actually confiscated $1 million worth of product and about $100,000 in cash. Truly a mere pittance. But tax liens, of course, can put you in jail. Is that where law enforcement should be looking for their efforts, basically making sure that the illegal market is, well, bruised, I guess?
Well, Jimmy, first of all, it's not the size of the market, it's the quality of the bud. So at least that's what my wife tells me.
Yeah, that's
so
what I hear.
General,
Yeah.
California has to clean up their black market, and they're looking for ways to do it. And certainly this is one way to kind of get that Al Capone tax evasion charge on cannabis of black market growers. So not surprising. Should it be going to that? That's a whole different show. But is it surprising that that's what they're doing and finding a way through liens and through these things to shut down black market? Not really. They're trying everything. So we'll see if it works.
And in the meantime, north of the border in Canada, they've got a surplus. And Solomon Israel from MJ Biz Daily's international division has our Canada Cannabis Report.
I'm Solomon Israel from Marijuana Business Daily International, and this is the Weed Talk News Canadian Cannabis Report. Canada's cannabis producers have been stockpiling record amounts of unsold marijuana. As of April, growers and processors were sitting on more than 620,000 kilograms of unpackaged flower, plus 85,000 kilograms of packaged inventory. Major producers like Canopy and Aurora have been cutting excess capacity in recent months. Ontario is planning to end an emergency order that let private sector cannabis stores offer curbside pickup and home delivery during the COVID-19 pandemic. Those stores have now reopened to in-store shopping, but some say the sudden loss of delivery will make it harder to compete with the illegal market. And on Canada's East Coast, New Brunswick government-owned retailer Cannabis NB has posted its second ever positive quarter. The retailer's 20 stores sold 16.3 million Canadian dollars worth of cannabis in the quarter for a $1.4 million profit. Despite that, New Brunswick's government says it's moving ahead with a plan to sell the retailer off to the private sector. You can read those stories and more at mjbizdaily.com. That's it for this week's Weed Talk News Canadian Cannabis Report. I'm Solomon Israel from Marijuana Business Daily.
Thanks, Solomon. And Kurt, there's a new report out of Colorado that studies the increase or decrease of crime in neighboring states around Colorado and Washington, two legal states that have had it for about 10 years. What do you think is the result of this study? Did crime actually go up or did it go down in neighboring states?
Well, since I run cannabis.net and we report on this, I know it goes down. There's been multiple studies. The FBI has actually released a memo that around dispensaries, crimes go down. So it's going to go down. But what's the new study say the rates look like?
Pretty much. I don't know if it actually reports on the rates, but the conclusion is they observed a substantial reduction in certain types of crime, namely larceny and simple assault in border counties in the Colorado region. Overall, the results from the Colorado region provide some evidence suggesting the crime-reducing effect of legalization in neighboring states. The authors then add, this will actually counter that argument that if you legalize cannabis, it will add to the crime rate. Instead, it actually decreases it. Surprised?
No, that's really a reefer madness thing. When you really think through, if you're going to have legal cannabis around that's doing a verification of age and is high quality, you're going to decrease the black market in that area. The effects of cannabis are generally to mellow and not become violent like alcohol. So just putting those two factors together, if you think about it, it would decrease crime because people are kind of stoned and they're able to get their weed without going to the black market. So not a big problem. And you're raising tax dollars, if you want to clean up a shelter or create a school and do this stuff. So you almost want to support legal, even though it may be more expensive because it's going to your community.
Now, one of the challenges in legal states is what to do with the drivers who are operating under the influence of cannabis, and more importantly, how to actually measure the amount of cannabis that a person might have in their system. And sure enough, Kurt, you and I have debated this a little bit. This is a challenge. I know you feel that way, right?
Yep, we're going to start the very new era of just like they were doing breathalyzers for alcohol. How much is a six-pack for a person who's 180 pounds? How tall are you? Are you a regular drinker? So maybe a six-pack does X to one person and completely, obliterates another person. Same thing we're going to go through with cannabis. Habitual users obviously have a higher tolerance, so they can smoke a joint and then drive later on. First timers, won't be able to move from, off their couch for 6 hours. Right. So you're going to have to be able to have something that's going to measure that THC effect, maybe in the fat cells or the blood, as opposed to your breath or how they're going to test it.
So, as you might expect, the Advertising Council has now put out an advertisement or a public service announcement talking about the dangers of driving high. Let's check it out.
Multiple studies have shown that marijuana can slow both driver reaction and response time, which can be really dangerous.
Marijuana use also impacts divided attention, the brain's ability to pay attention to multiple things at once.
Ah! He's here! Hurry! He's here! Ah! Yes! Wait! What?
I can't drive.
Why?
I'm high.
Oh.
All right, Kurt. Well, now you've seen it. I happen to think it reeks of reefer madness. They're trying to use scare tactics. And what do you think? You agree or not?
Well, I tell you one thing. If there is a guy with an axe who's taking swings at me and chasing me, I am going to drive high. I'm going on record. I'm hitting the gas pedal. I'm not switching with my buddy at that point. But I think it's more of in jest. Again, I think it's so over the top with the axe and the guy with a potato sack on his head. And it's actually pretty funny at the end when the guy's trying to save his life, goes, "Oh, I can't drive, I'm high." So I think they took kind of a humorous approach just to the point of don't drive high as opposed to this big anti-marijuana commercial.
There you go. And of course, they are targeting the male that is 18 to 35 years old, and people can fill in their own joke on that target of that demographic, just about the intelligence level of when I was 18 to 35, I know what my intelligence level was. Anyway, what bothers me is the ad council spends hundreds of thousands of dollars on producing something like this message. And Acreage Holdings, that had a powerful PSA about the impact of cannabis and how it has changed people's lives, they were not allowed to air it on the CBS Super Bowl this past year. Your feelings about that?
Yeah, that's a really powerful ad, actually. Let's take a look at it now and compare the two.
Austin would have dozens to hundreds of seizures every single day. None of the prescriptions would work. One pill almost killed our son.
I've had 3 back surgeries, and I was on opioids for 15 years. It was a very dark, very depressive time in my life.
After my injury, I felt like I couldn't live with the pain, but I couldn't live with this treatment long term. It was unbearable.
I don't have to live like that anymore. Medical cannabis saved Austin's life.
Cannabis has given me my life back.
There are families in other states having to watch their children die.
I want to see my brothers and sisters who sacrificed so much for this country have access to the safest treatment possible. This really is an injustice.
It's not just unfair, it's cruel.
You know, that commercial, that public service announcement that Acreage Holdings just showed again, or we aired here, is very powerful. It's an emotional, and how many times, Kurt, have you heard these kinds of stories about people who say, cannabis has saved my life, cannabis has changed my life or my child's life?
All you have to do is go on Google and YouTube the videos of parents, not only with kids, but themselves, whether it's opioids, PTSD, veterans. Look up veterans videos and what cannabis has done to them. Some of the really full-length features even done, like a Netflix. It's just phenomenal.
And speaking of more news in the phenomenal category, where else but let's go to Washington, D.C., to our friend Phil Adams from the Vote Pro podcast and our D.C. report. Phil?
Hi, Phil Adams from Vote Pro podcast, here with the Weed Talk News D.C. report. The National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws says Joe Biden's newly released cannabis policy is out of step with public opinion and would do little to bring about the substantive changes voters are demanding. Said NORML Executive Director Eric Altieri, quote, "It is impractical at best and disingenuous at worst for the Biden campaign to move ahead with these policy proposals," end quote. Altieri said Biden's proposals for the decriminalization and rescheduling of cannabis under the Controlled Substances Act would not change its classification as contraband and would continue an overall enforcement policy that has clearly failed. Legislation unveiled by the House this week to fund federal agencies for the next year include a number of pro-cannabis riders, including provisions to protect state medical marijuana laws from federal interference, relax banking restrictions, expand research, oversee the burgeoning hemp and CBD industries, and allow recreational cannabis sales in the District of Columbia. Some of these provisions have passed in the House before, either as standalone legislation or inserted into coronavirus relief bills, but all have been killed in the Senate. U.S. cannabis sales are on a pace to top $15 billion in 2020, according to the latest fact book published by Marijuana Business Daily. That figure would represent a 40% increase over last year. That's the Weed Talk News DC report from the nation's capital. I'm Phil Adams from Vote Pro Podcast.
Okay, thank you, Phil Adams. And you do want to check out that MJ Biz Daily's fact book that is now available online. And one of the interesting factoids in the cannabis news world is that the state of Illinois, a legal state now, has just set a single month sales record in June of $47 million in 1 month. And Kurt, Illinois has not been open, has been open far less than our native state here in Massachusetts. So obviously the people in Illinois are enjoying the legalization of the cannabis plant.
Governor Pritzker, as opposed to the governor here in Massachusetts, has been very, rushing cannabis forward and actually getting it in the hands of the people. And their debt is about to go become a junk bond status third world country. So they need that tax revenue almost as much as New Jersey. So we'll see how it goes.
That's what it's all about. And of course, the governor you couldn't remember is that Charlie Baker guy. I just wanted to throw out there. I knew that. And finally tonight, the city of New York and the administration of their mayor, Bill de Blasio, is actually hoping that citizens of New York will call 911 when they see people partaking in the smoking of marijuana in public. Now, Kurt.
Oh, is that true?
That is true. That is a true story. It's right on the page of New York City, the administration of New York. If you see it, you should call 911. Isn't that kind of a waste of the law enforcement's time? And is it really an emergency?
That doesn't seem to really qualify. You know, with COVID, that all the 911 operators are probably working at home on a headset. They're probably getting an email or some sort of Slack saying what the new rules are. And could you imagine when they first popped up going, okay, yeah, killing, yep, if you throw it away. Oh, wait, what? If they're smoking weed, they're going to call us? Like, no way. It's going to turn into a Cheech and Chong skit. Can you imagine those calls are public record? You could have access to them. Can you imagine the calls and the radio shows? They're going to have a field day when those first 100 calls come in and they edit them up. It's going to be great. We should get on that.
We should get on that. And that is the whole new world of weed these days. You never know what's going to make the news and become a news story. Well, that'll do it for another week of Weed Talk News. I'm Jimmy Young.
And I'm Kurt Dalton.
Remember, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening.
Weed Talk Now, Weed Talk News, and In the Weeds are all available on most major podcast distributors like iTunes, Spotify, Google Play, and our friends at clnsmedia.com and our flagship, cannabis.net. So subscribe, share, and like our videos on all the social media networks out there, including LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, the WeedTube, and YouTube. Weed Talk and In the Weeds are two productions of Pro Cannabis Media supported by Revolutionary Clinics, one of the top medical cannabis dispensaries in the Massachusetts area, now with 3 locations in Greater Boston, 2 in Cambridge, and 1 on Broadway in Somerville. Rev Clinics has a patient-first mission. They will customize your needs as a medical patient with the proper titration and combination of strains, flavors, and products. Rev Clinics, where the patient comes first.
We are Pro Cannabis Media. We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Well, another week and another weed and another good show on In the Weeds with Jimmy Young. I got to tell you about this guy, Rabbi Yaakov Cohen. He heads up an international kosher food company out of Houston, Texas, and he's pro-cannabis. So he'll bless your THC edibles, your CBD edibles, your tinctures, and your vegan foods. That's on In the Weeds with Jimmy Young. But I think I maybe missed another weed, though. You gotta go deep. You gotta go deep. There we go. Hi, everyone. Welcome again to another edition of In the Weeds with Jimmy Young, a very special podcast that's available on all the big podcast aggregators and podcast distribution networks. We are very honored to have with us today a very special guest. His name is Rabbi Yaakov Cohen. He comes from Houston, Texas now, but he actually grew up in California. Rabbi Yaakov Cohen, thank you so much for joining us on In the Weeds today.
Wonderful. Excited to be here.
You, sir, are quite the story. First of all, let's start with the fact that you run a company or involved with a company called Whole Kosher Services, correct?
Correct.
Explain to our non-enlightened audience what exactly you do as a rabbi in the kosher world.
Great. Okay. So a lot of people do think that, a food product, when it becomes kosher certified, means basically you'll bring in the rabbi and he will give a blessing. Okay. Right. It's blessed by the rabbi, right?
Right.
Nothing could be farther from the truth, even though it is blessed, but there are very specific laws as dictated in the 5 books of Moses, the Old Testament, in terms of what a person can eat, what is kosher and what is not kosher. Kosher literally means proper or fit, meaning fit for consumption, only what is consumed in the mouth. Okay? Mm-hmm. So there are many, 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 almost close to maybe 2,000 nowadays, kosher certification agencies worldwide. Okay? And basically what we do is we will check on a product, let's say that the manufacturer wants to have a kosher certification. So basically what we do is we review basically 2 things goes into kosher certification. One is we have to make sure all of the raw materials come from a kosher source. Okay? So that basically, as we said, what is dictated in the 5 books of Moses, there are many types of foods items, right? You'll have meat, right? Meat item, like let's say an animal. What are this is your Bible test for today. Uh-oh. Are 2 signs, it says, in the Bible that makes a kosher animal. You need 2 signs, right? A lot of people know this. Some people don't. Some people did their Google research last night. Some people don't. I go into a lot of meetings where there was a guy, he's up on it. Yeah.
Okay.
Play the 2 signs, split hooves and chew cud. Okay, it has to have both, not just one. A camel chews its cud, but does not have split hooves in its feet. So it's not kosher. A pig has split hooves, but it does not chew its cud. It is not kosher. Mentioned one time in the Bible not to eat pork. Okay? Mm-hmm. So basically it limits us basically to cow, sheep, goat, deer, giraffe, if you could figure out where to slaughter a giraffe. Not that you'd want to do that, but in any case, we're limited in terms of the type of animal that we could eat. And then even after that, there are many, many detailed laws in terms of how do you do the ritual slaughter. You have to have a knife. It has to be razor sharp. You go over it with your nail to make sure there's no nick in it. If there's the slightest nick and you slaughtered the animal, it's still called disqualified, right? So you have to have no nicks in the knife. It has to be in the neck because it has to drain the blood the fastest. Because believe it or not, the Torah says that the life force of an animal is in the blood. So if you were to drain the blood the fastest, that would be the fastest way to killing an animal, to drain the life force the fastest way, not a bullet in the head or an air gun or whatever other people use, okay? And even after you do it right, then you still have to inspect inside the internal organs for any diseases, any signs of disease. A lot goes into meat. Okay, so it's a very, very sensitive item, meat. That's just one item. Then you'll have your dairy. And, of course, we don't mix.
No mix.
We're not even allowed to own it. It mentions 3 times in the Bible not to mix meat and milk. We're not allowed to put the cheese, even for someone else, even for a Gentile, I'm not allowed to put the cheese on the burger for someone else. Not allowed, okay? Very strict. No cheeseburgers. People are shocked when they hear that. Like, I'm out of here. I'm out of here, Rabbi. I was gonna be kosher. I'm out of here. Okay. And then you'll have a fish. Fish needs 2 signs. Are you aware of this, Jimmy?
No. Look. My favorite food is not kosher. Okay.
I'm the not kosher eater.
Okay. All right. I mean, I never was in it. I've been in kosher homes. My house was never kosher. I was raised conservative in the greater Boston area. So I was certainly exposed to it.
I was raised Reform in Los Angeles, California. I had no clue. No clue.
Wow.
Okay. We had bacon in our house and et cetera, et cetera. There was no, after my bar mitzvah, zip. It was nothing. Okay. Until I got to Jerusalem and then I understood. Okay. So yeah. In any case, so let's say fish. Fish needs 2 signs. It has to have fins and scales. If it doesn't have fins and scales, it is not a kosher fish, so therefore you're eliminated all your lobster, your crab, your shrimp, your crawfish, your catfish, shark cartilage, any derivative of these also, by the way. Any derivative of these. And the biggest derivative that's predominant, especially in the cannabis world now that people are making gummies, is the gelatin. And gelatin is from melted cow bones or melted pig bone.
Now, I've got it. I will admit, okay, I am not surrounded by vegans, but I'm extremely, I'm around 2 of them in particular. And vegan gummies have certainly been put out there on the medicinal dispensary menus. And so it does kind of lend itself. I had to learn, because I love Jell-O, I'll admit it. Okay, my mother used to make Jell-O molds. I loved it.
Get kosher Jell-O. Okay.
Right, of course, right. Well, now I understand you can actually find it, and listening to a podcast you did, I think with Lance Crack, was the thing that enlightened me. I was like, oh, you can find vegan gelatin.
Absolutely, there is sources for that. Even came from cows. That's a complicated matter. It can be done. All I know is it can be done, and it can be kosher.
Okay.
Because it's completely changed its original form. It's a completely different substance, and there's criteria for that. In any case,
I get
it. That's fish.
I get it.
Any derivative of fish or any derivative of cows or a mixture of meat and dairy.
Right.
And then there's what we'll have by bugs. We're not allowed to eat bugs.
I try to avoid bugs
as much as
possible. But sometimes mostly nowadays our issues with bugs is besides the fact that they used to make the red dye from M&Ms from beetle blood. Would you believe?
How did you know that? Where did you learn that?
That's known, baby. I'm field, okay? That's
Okay.
Oh, carmine is one of those. You still find it. Okay, the coloring, and it comes from beetle blood. Okay, they still make it these days. Okay, they make it now synthetic, and that's when believe me, after I was in yeshiva in Jerusalem, and I knew that the M&Ms were not kosher, and then they came out with a synthetic dye for the red. It was kosher. I was so happy that day. I definitely rejoiced. And so that's bugs, but mostly bugs are predominant actually in green leafy vegetables. Okay. So it's like your romaine lettuce, your spinach, your kale, strawberries have a very high percentage. All these things have very small bugs in them. And so we have to go through a rigorous washing and checking of these vegetables. Vegetables inherently are kosher. Okay. It's the problem is that there's a high level of infestation on them. So you got to do a rigorous washing and then checking to make sure that there's no bugs in there. Okay. Because we're not allowed to eat a bug. It mentions in the Torah 5 times about not eating a creepy crawler. Okay. And if it's a flying creepy crawler, 6 times. Okay. So there's a lot of negative commandments, let's say in the Torah, because the Torah is full of positive to-dos, good do's. And then there's avoid, things to avoid. Like a doctor. Avoid this, do this, right? Exercise, don't eat, whatever, okay? So in any case, so that's bugs. And we're not allowed bugs or any derivative of bugs.
Okay.
And then, of course, then there's wine, right? Wine, or once a grape, and this came from thousands of years ago as the rabbis made an enactment, because wine is used for our Jewish rituals a lot.
Borei Pri Hagafen.
Borei Pri Hagafen, we use it for, Kiddush on Sabbath Eve. We sanctify the day on Yom Tov, on holidays also we sanctify. Wine is a very special ritual thing that is built into our system. So the rabbis enacted, because it is so special, and all wine looks alike to me, right? So you can confuse a non-Jewish wine that was used for some pagan ritual for a kosher wine. And because this has a level of sanctity to it, the rabbi said, they went like this: from the time that the grape is squeezed until it either reaches a certain boiling point, that means it went down in terms of its quality, or it is, let's say you make wine, sealed with a double seal. If it's touched by a non-Jew, it is disqualified. It's just one of those. So therefore, and that really bleeds into the idea where we see that now is grape flavors. Grape flavors, now they make a synthetic grape flavor or they make a kosher grape flavor. It can be, it's out there. Plenty of kosher grape flavor, but not all grape flavors are kosher, okay? When you think it's just a fruit, Rabbi, one of those things. So anyways, we have a spectrum of foods from meat to milk to fish to bug to grape, right? And then you have any derivatives of those also. So that's ingredients, that's raw materials. We have to make sure, let's say if we're going to go to a plant that's going to make some gummies, we have to make sure that, the pectin is used, or agar, or they use the kosher gelatin. And there's a lot of places working on that. And then all the other ingredients as well that goes into the gummy, and including even actually the oil that's made for CBD or cannabis oil. A lot of places make cannabis oil. Yeah, CO2 is usually not an issue, but if they make it with an ethanol, now ethanol, I always thought that's corn, right? Well, there can be ethanols made from grapes, or whey, which is a dairy, okay, which makes a difference if it's a dairy product, because then you have to watch out you're not eating it with meat. But a grape, if it's a grape ethanol, so then you can have an issue with it. So even in terms of, let's say, making a cannabis oil, the usually what we'll do is we have to check into the ethanol that they use, if they use it, to make sure that it's kosher. Once again, we look at the raw materials, and then that's part one. And part two, basically, for this industry is to make sure that the equipment remains or keeps its kosher status. That means that it's not shared with a non-kosher substance on a different run. The biggest example is coconut oil. Coconut oil, it's a vegetable, Rabbi. Coconut. What could be wrong with coconut oil? The issue is a lot of oils are made in the same equipment, in the same manufacturer as they make a beef oil, a non-kosher beef oil. So if on Monday you run a non-kosher beef oil, and then on Tuesday you're going to run your coconut oil, the equipment has been contaminated with the non-kosher beef oil. So it results in a cross-contamination. And that coconut oil, which should be okay, is not okay. So when we go into a place and we look at a facility, we will check on the equipment. Was it used? Or was it new? Most places it's new equipment. We don't have an issue if it's new, if we look at the past records of what they were using in that equipment. And then and that's how we ascertain if a company is viable to be kosher certified. That's basically what it takes. We go, we inspect the places, and then then we send inspectors every so often to check in. They have to do spot inspection. It can't be an announced inspection. It has to be unannounced. Like, oh, the rabbi's here. Why? Why, Jimmy? I bet you can answer.
Because it's inspection time.
And if you knew the rabbi was coming, you'll hide the bacon.
Right.
or the lobster, in my case. Okay?
I'm sorry.
Or the lobster. You'll hide the lobster. Okay? So you can't do that, right?
I get
So
you.
that's why we're, hi, the rabbi's here, and he's got to check and he goes through the ingredients. So he inspects a few times a year. We go out. We send people all over to all of the places that we give kosher certification to. They go and they inspect. And usually, most of these places are basically, what can you say? They don't change their ingredients. So usually there's nothing very serious. We don't get many serious problems.
Gotcha. So I've got to ask, you've mentioned cannabis a few times, and obviously we're pro-cannabis media, so there's a reason for us to be chatting about this. Kosher in particular is a niche industry. I mean, you can't go into most markets. You have to go to a kosher market to get kosher food, and you really have to be dedicated and disciplined to adhere to a kosher diet. Now you take that to the cannabis side of things. Now you're in a niche inside a niche. How are you doing this?
Okay, first, you have to understand, the kosher market is not just for Jewish people who observe the Jewish dietary laws.
Right. Oh, I understand. Do you want
Muslims who eat halal will eat it.
100%.
Vegans, vegetarians, health conscientious people, people interested in a safe, healthy product. If you go to 60% of the items that are in your local grocery store are already kosher certified. Anybody usually picks up when they see a kosher symbol next to a non-kosher symbol on a similar item, they will go for that because third-party audit, another pair of eyes looked at it, and it's worth it. That's really, so it's not just for Jewish people.
Okay.
It's those things that increases the market value. I think the estimated is about 15% a year in terms of sales, because it's not just Jews, it's a broader range and opening up to a broader market.
Gotcha.
But what was your second question that you asked?
Cannabis.
The niche in the ditch.
Cannabis. Uh-oh. Did we lose you? We just froze. The rabbi just froze on us, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if it was the magic word of cannabis or not, but we have a frozen rabbi with us.
Okay.
There you are. There you are. You're back. Oh, and you're moving. We have a moving rabbi, non-frozen now. And he's
always moving because the issue is.
Okay, backlighting is not good. That's much better. Thank you very much. Perfect.
The issue is my internet is stationed in a place where sometimes my office goes in and out.
I certainly understand that. And even though you are a rabbi, you still have to deal with technology, right?
Oh man, tell me about it. I'm so low rated on that.
So back to cannabis. How did you get into the cannabis world?
Okay, so the story is because I had a son who was diagnosed with brain cancer 7 years ago.
Yep.
And we went through the entire protocol, all of he had surgery, he had radiation, he had chemo, he went through everything, and he had a relapse. And we were trying to rehabilitate him. And, of course, we knew about cannabis because it helps also to reignite the appetite, because he didn't have an appetite for food. Mm-hmm. He didn't eat. So we're trying to reignite that. My wife still also had a hunch that what the doctors were not on, which means she suspected them of making a mistake because it was a relapse. And then we heard about going to California. We heard about cannabis. It was very promising for us because basically they did not have anything to offer us. So we flew to California. We got him a prescription doctor there. And then we found a farm because this doctor was prescribing, because we didn't want it, the psychoactive part was, we already had some issues with some people sending us stuff from Israel for him that, and nobody had a protocol.
Right.
I mean, now there's more, at least we didn't have access to a good protocol.
Mm-hmm.
So we landed up in a farm where we were juicing it raw, giving it to him, and we were taking oil, and we were trying on all angles because it says you got to try all angles. And he was doing great there, but we couldn't stay there. We came back to Texas, and the people agreed to send us via mail the medicine. And of course, it didn't make it. It got discovered at a post office, and They lost their farm. It was a huge deal. He didn't get his medicine, and he declined. We ended up in Columbia Hospital in New York with another experimental medicine, but he declined and passed away.
Very sorry for that. I knew that part of your story.
Because of that and our experience, I was then approached by a lot of people with a lot of ailments, And I was saying, try cannabis. They're coming out with new technology, or what do you call it? New developments, right? All the studies in Israel that are coming out.
Mm-hmm.
And I say, try it, go for it, right? And I would tell them how they could go ahead and access it, because I knew some places in California where they could be accessed. And then, of course, people are going, well, what about it being kosher? Because I'm a rabbi in the world. And my father said, why don't you go around and play these places that it's available for people, make them kosher. So I said, wow, that'd be a great idea. And let me go for it, because it seems to be, it's an open market. Okay. And because, the regular kosher market is pretty saturated, and maybe this might be an open field for me also to expand my business.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also deep in my heart, because I know, and and we're all dealing with the huge stigma that is around this herb. Okay. So, we knew people that their kids were having seizures, 300 a day. And we were saying, take the oil. They wouldn't do it because of the stigma.
Mm.
And the whole family falls apart. The kid suffered brain damage, and the family falls apart. And there's numerous families that have this happen. And so I went to some places, and talked to some people, met some people, and they said, yeah, we want to be kosher. And then one thing led to another. And then through LinkedIn, somebody gave me the advice, go to LinkedIn, hook up with the CEO of all of these places that are producing, and ask them if they want to go kosher. And a lot of places respond. Okay. Because once again, it is going to expand their market, gives a third-party audit, and makes for a safer, healthy product. People feel better about it.
Mm-hmm. I did some research, and I believe there is a 253 dispensary in Turners Falls, Massachusetts, or something that is kosher. Am I right?
Yes. For
Massachusetts.
They and so the idea here is, from my perspective, it's a medicine. It's medicinally. I don't hold by necessarily the recreational field of people, okay? Because I hold recreationally. It shouldn't be. It has to be. You have to be a very mature adult, okay? I think in 10 years it's not going to be an issue. But for example, I think I talk to people who advise that it should never be taken for any young person until they're 26, 27, because there's a certain part of the brain that is still developing, and it could impede that part of the brain. I don't know if you saw any developments on that.
For me? You
Yeah.
talking about me?
Forget about you. I'm just talking about the science that's coming out.
The science is coming out. No, and I support that, but I am I don't like how our youth are using the adult product that is still illegal unless you are over 21, and that would be alcohol. And to me, the alcohol impact on the brain still is far more serious than the impact on the brain of the cannabis leaf, the sativa plant. We're talking about a plant.
Do you have the research on that?
Yes, I do, actually.
I'd like to see that.
I actually have it. You know what I'm going to do? I actually have that in my computer right now. And after this talk, I'm going to share it with you.
I'd like to see that. Okay. And my rabbi in Israel said the same thing that you do.
I know him.
Yes, you do know him. Okay. But listen, my business is, I want to make it that people who need it for any ailment, whether it's arthritis, whether it's sleeping, whether it's lupus, whether it's whatever,
right,
that kosher cannabis is available to them wherever they would go. So if they're in Massachusetts and they need it for their arthritis, okay, because they didn't want to bring it over a plane, God forbid, you know, whatever, and they need to access it, they can access kosher medicine easily. Okay. So as far as on the books for you and me, I'm only giving a kosher for it medicinal.
right. I get. Now, is that something that I was reading as a rabbi, you can't have any kind of access if it's adult use recreational? Is that have something to do with the religion, or is it just a personal choice of yours?
No, it's actually, there was Rabbi Moshe Feinstein came out with a decision in law that he was confronted,
Yep.
That if his students in his rabbinical school can smoke it. Okay. So he said emphatically, no. Okay. And unreasonably so for many reasons. At the time, they're rabbinical students. They're aspiring to be rabbis. If you engage in activity, I don't know how far you're going to get. Okay. I do see, and you can probably agree with me, a lot of kids who engage in this, a lot, I mean, I can't say all, but there are those who don't get anywhere in life, okay? I see them, they're still at the car wash, okay? The guy's 29 years old and still at the car wash, some there, okay? But that's for a different discussion. I'm not gonna get into that right now. So the idea of what I do is, I do in the edible market.
Gotcha.
And my intention and their intention, and I make them, the manufacturer, know that I'm doing this to make it available for people who need it for a medicine.
Medicinal.
Yep. With it, that they're going to put it out into the recreational market, it's not my business, okay? We actually, in the Torah, we don't even have a word for recreation actually in the Bible, okay? I don't see Abraham going playing golf. I didn't see it. Was there a verse? There a verse. And Isaac went bungee jumping. I didn't see the verse. Okay. That's what they were doing at the sacrifice. He was going, guess what? You're bungee jumping. Okay. So in any case,
is that what he told Isaac? Is that what he told Isaac when he brought him up to the mountain?
Is, you know, Isaac was going, you know, we got the bungee cord. Where's the bridge? Okay. So the bridge is behind you, actually. Right. So in any case,
oh gosh, did you freeze again on me with that internet? What is it about Houston, Texas? Can we find decent internet in Houston, Texas somewhere? Because I'm so intrigued with talking to the rabbi, but this is the second time now that we've gone into the frozen thing. And I'm really good at filling time. Anybody who knows me well knows that I can fill time. And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm glad you're back. I think we were going to the mountaintop with Isaac before we lost you, but now we're back.
No, right. Really, technically, the Jewish people are very they're engaged in purposeful living. Every action has to be for a purpose, okay? Now, you can argue that, and I do argue, and I do think that, and we do also have the idea of recreation. You know, I would like to even call it recreation. Okay,
I like that.
Creating yourself.
Right. Okay. The Rastafarians might like that too. The Rastafarians, as you know, this is the plant that it's ingrained in the human body. Go ahead.
Well, there's a lot. The studies are amazing how it is involved in the homeostasis of every cell in your body. Now, right. The medicinal parts, that's what we need to get into. And now I'm going to tell you a great story. Are you ready for this?
I can tell that you know how to tell a great story. Go ahead.
Ready for this?
Yes, I'm ready.
A person might wonder why, of all of the entire earth, why do the herbs have the monopoly, so to speak, on healing? Why? Why not fruits? Why not wood? Why not minerals? Why? How did the herbs get their monopoly on healing? I'm going to tell you where it comes from. This is going to blow your mind. Okay, you're ready for this?
I am.
Okay. It started in Genesis. the very third day of creation, God tells, as it says, okay, we're going to have dry land and we're going to have the oceans. We have dry land. He says, I want there to be trees and grasses, right? Let there be trees bearing fruit and then the grasses, right? I want there to be trees and grasses. And he tells the trees, it's in the verses. I could read it for you, but we'll get to it later, just for simplicity. He tells the trees, now trees, no mixing. You cannot intermarry.
No cross-pollination.
The peach tree cannot do the tango with the avocado tree tonight, okay? Under the moonlight, there's no dancing. I only will engage with the peach tree, and the avocado stays with the avocado, and everything else. Trees, separate. The grasses, he did not tell. The herbs, he did not tell. So the birds are scratching their head going, what are we going to do? What do we do, right? He tells the trees, separate. He didn't tell us nothing. Can we mix? Can we not mix? So the trees made this kind of a priori argument, kind of this syllogism, this logical deduction, that they said, well, if the trees are separate naturally, and they're told not to mix, us, that it's our nature to all just cover the ground and mix, we all the more so should be separate. So all the herbs, all the grasses had a unanimous board meeting and a vote that we're all going to separate. Okay? Listen to me, right? So the grasses agreed, we're going to grow separate. We're not going to mix. So God says, you guys are amazing. You thought that up all by yourself. And because of that, I'm going to reward you with the gift of healing. And therefore, from then on, all of the grasses and herbs, that's why they have cornered the market, so to speak, on all of the healing remedies that we have in the earth, because God gave them that as a gift. Okay? It goes on a little bit more that I have to add. If I could embellish just for a few more minutes, something that I say. And I don't know if it's right. I'm sure some of the rabbis got to come and knock me down. Okay? But we have a phrase, and you might be familiar with it. It says like this, that King David said in the book of Psalms, the stone that was cast away by the builders became the cornerstone. Okay? Now, what does that mean? The stone that was cast away by the builders. So it really, in many commentaries, explain that when they were building the Holy Temple in Jerusalem, they were not allowed to cut stones with metal. No iron could touch the stones that were created to make the Holy Temple. Okay? Because you cannot take a substance that's used for war to make a house of peace. So all the stones had to be basically, they used something called a worm. Actually, they discovered it now in the Amazon. There's a type of worm that eats stone. They used this type of worm. They had it. In any case, there was one funky stone. There was one funky stone that it didn't fit. It was a misfit. Okay? And me too. And they just kind of threw it away. They just kind of chucked it off, and then we'll dump it later, right? But then when they finally built the entire building and they had the entire structure, then there was this one hole that they couldn't fill, and they needed a proper stone to fit it. And then they found that stone. The stone that they threw away, they put it there, and it became the cornerstone. Okay? But I use that in terms of, let's say, there's one herb that you and me and the world know got a bad rap. Did it not?
Oh, yeah.
It was singled out that this is a destructive element. And now we are seeing the turnaround, how there's an amazing healing element in this herb, that it heals a lot of people and gives them a lot of relief in a lot of ways, right?
Right.
And now work out the mental relief, that's a discussion you and me could have, because I do have the question of, does it heal the mind? Okay, but let's not let's put aside that for now and just say, now the stone that was cast away, meaning the herb that was cast away by the builders, becomes a corner herb. And it's a very predominant element that we use in healing all over. How does that sound?
So the analogy I'd like to make about the cornerstone is we're going through an incredible part of history, something I've never experienced in my 62 years on this earth.
None of us have.
Correct. And there's all sorts of things going on. And I'm a half full kind of guy when I look at a glass anyway. So my point, there is already a movement of some positivity coming out of not just the COVID-19, but the protests about the horrible treatment of those people who are of color in our midst over the generations. And I'm just wondering, is the peaceful protests that have emerged after the initial violent protests, is that a lesson learned by human behavior? Are we going to have positive elements emerging from this horrific virus and these horrible protests that we've seen over the last 10 days or so?
Did you say horrible protests?
Well, my point is the violence of the protests.
Yeah, violence is a problem, and I think
the protests that are peaceful are awesome. I'm big on
peaceful. If you go, let's go stick with the peaceful.
Yeah, I'm good on the peaceful. I'm big on the peaceful.
We're all big on the peaceful. The violent, of course, I think because you got other issues going on because
yes,
you know, there are the forces there. You know, there are forces that seriously do not like the president, and I feel that they're just absolutely going bazonkers to try to get rid of him, and they'll do anything they can, including paying people money to do damage. That's what I think.
Money is the root of all evil. Money is not a good thing.
To put bricks out in the street for people, it's a question. Yeah, what's going on here? Okay. But let's look at it. You have to look at it as the direction of that we're going in. Is that, listen, between you and me, we have to, I'm sure you're familiar with what's called the critical mass. Okay? Which means like the 100th monkey, the famous 100th monkey. You remember that scenario where there were monkeys on different islands and they would put the potatoes or whatever the food on the beach. The monkeys would come out, eat the potatoes and spit out the sand until on one island, they started to train the monkeys to wash the potatoes first. And as soon as there were a certain number of monkeys on one island who were trained to wash the potatoes instantaneously without cell phone, okay, all the monkeys on the other islands got the idea to wash the potatoes, okay? So in other words, the connection of species, when there's a higher level of thinking, a higher level of behaving, a higher way to go. So then there's a certain critical mass of people got it, then instantaneously the rest of the species, let's look at it specifically, the human species gets it, okay? So in other words, say there's now a raised awareness about how to treat people, just basically. Right. I'm telling you, that video, I couldn't stand it for 10 seconds. I was so disturbed, okay? Just how to treat people. Okay, so that is going to raise the level of awareness, and the protest is making a statement, and those people who are protesting peacefully, right? Yep. Of course, the idea creates an energy, and that energy, of course, will bleed out into a global elevation of living. Okay, we call that the critical mass effect. Okay,
right. Mm-hmm.
Of course, we know that there's a lot of way. There's more to go.
You think? Yeah, but we have certainly reached the bottom of the pit in my lifetime as far as the boiling of anger and emotion between people. Even in Massachusetts, where we are right in the middle of it here, they still have a wear your masks in public rule. And you're starting to see confrontations in public between people who are wearing the mask and people who are not wearing the masks.
Okay.
And this
divisiveness. It's a very serious thing that a person also has to look out for. That the forces of divisiveness. Okay? I don't have an answer. I don't. Okay? Especially as far as the masks goes. I have my opinion about the masks. I listened to what was his name, Dr. Buttar, right, who had a 100-doctor panel about do the masks have an effect or not, and all the doctors said it doesn't. The virus is going to go right through the mask, right, like a mouse goes through a chain link fence. Okay, not going to do anything. But you still have the populace who want to be on the blue pill. I'm sorry, that's my personal opinion. Now there is a consideration for others. If you're in a closed place, I respect that consideration and would do it if you're in a closed place, and as a respect for other people. In public, I can't see it. Okay, now it's a new religion, and I don't follow those new religions. Okay, I have my own religion. Okay,
That takes up a lot of your time, I might add, too, I'm sure.
Yes, it does. Thank God.
So when people come to you for explanations of what is going on, how do you handle those questions to you as someone, as a rabbi? Like,
one word. It's one word. And the word in Hebrew is called emunah. Emunah means faith, meaning connection to God. Emunah means connection to the infinite. In other words, behind that you can be experiencing all of the craziness of the world, we have to know there is a creator, and he's very much involved in the world, and he is controlling everything, and he is totally manipulating and orchestrating everything for us to develop, to become the more whole, enlightened human being. And sometimes it takes a push from the backside. Okay, sometimes it takes a shove from over here, and to awaken us to move forward in terms of our personal development. We always say, God runs the world. I don't care who you're talking about. You want to say Bill Gates, he's going to roll out with the vaccine, and he's going to, vaccinate everybody in the entire world, and you could go crazy, but we sit back and we go, God is orchestrating everything to perfection. God runs the world. And if we know that everything God does is for the best, then we are at a higher level of serenity, at peace with ourselves. When we're at peace with ourselves, then we make correct decisions, right? And not rash decisions.
Right.
And we, inflate situations. We deflate because God is all there is. The bottom line that we all are going to get to is called God is all there is. Okay? And I know that you're in tune with this as well. Okay? Because, people who might have taken the herb recreationally, or mostly, definitely, people who have taken it medicinally, if they can and be aware of their thoughts, right? What are you supposed to be thinking about? If you need to take it medicinally, it's going to affect your psyche, no? Psychoactive effect? Hello? Okay? So the idea here is, I'm just going to move because my wife is talking on the phone.
That's okay.
On the internet. No, it's okay.
I love the moving rabbi camera. This is awesome.
You don't get too dizzy. Okay? So now I forgot where I was talking.
Well, we're talking about God, which is great because
it's all God. It's all about God. We have a phrase. Whenever you're caught in a bind, you have to say the magic words, which is in Hebrew means Ein Od Milvado, which means there's nothing else other than God. Meaning all of the atoms and all the subatomic particles, and we all know that if you go into subatomic physics and everything like that, we really don't exist, okay? We are specks of consciousness in an infinite ocean, okay? That we're going in and might happen to be an expression of Yaakov Cohen, right? You're Jimmy Young. It's an expression of consciousness that is moving through an ocean of infinite light, okay? And there's different expressions and there's infinite expressions. Of course there's infinite expressions because God is infinite, right? So everything's about one thing and one thing only: connection to God. And anything, and if it helps you get connected, and if you're tested, now the most people are tested now, right? Because there's mayhem outside. There's people masks versus non-masks, right? So God, we know in the end of days, hate to get into some messianic stuff, okay? Mashiach, we say in Hebrew. At the end of days, he's gonna push the line in terms of those who are willing to believe and to hold on to the belief that God is all there is. And he's gonna, he like a coach, you know, he's got to make you got to do those reps, you got to do the city, you got to do the workout. He's got to push it. And the imagery is as if, like, say, everybody's hanging on a rope, right? And he's going to shake that rope. Are you going to hang on? Are you not going to hang? Are you going to let go? Okay? So the idea here is we're challenged. And the way that I've been training myself is to appreciate the opportunity, to appreciate the challenge, saying, thank you, God, for this challenge, that I get to now connect with you on a higher level. Okay? Does it make sense?
To me, it totally makes sense. It's
a
how I live my
challenge.
life.
I'm not saying it's not a challenge. It's definitely a challenge. But listen, going to the gym has to be a challenge. You can't go expect to lift a 5-pound weight for 50 years. It's not a challenge. You got to lift heavy, and the weights are getting heavier. Okay? The weights are very heavy. The world is shocked. Okay? God can, you know, you want to say how this coronavirus leaked out of Wuhan and all the espionage that's behind it or whatever. God allowed it to happen. And he allowed everybody to get injected with fear. Okay? He allowed everybody to get overcome with this situation. He wanted it to happen. We say God runs the world, no matter what.
So we will evolve. We will all be better once we survive this and get through this as a human species.
And the best thing is this one tool, and it's called, it's a 5-strand rope called emunah, which is connection to the Almighty. Okay, connection to the infinite. There is an infinite source who created us. People call him God. Okay, you might call him Almighty. You might call him, I'm Kabbalistic because I study Kabbalah and teach Kabbalah, Ein Sof. Ein Sof is the highest concept you can get to, which means no end, meaning unlimited. We come from an unlimited source, okay? We're connected to an unlimited source, and we have to climb, and we have to reach, and we have to persevere and hang on. And the 5-strand rope is to believe that God, basically it's 5 strands because there's 5 thoughts that go into it, okay? One is, God is orchestrating every single detail in your life, even the smallest detail. We're taught, you're going to like this one, we're taught by our wise men that there is no blade of grass that does not have an angel standing over it, telling it to grow. Okay? Every blade of grass. Okay? So for sure us. We have coaches in the spiritual realm. God, he's like, come on, man, you got to grow. You got to grow, right? And the idea is to know that God is totally involved in every detail of our lives. Everything God does is for the good. There's a purpose for everything, even though we can't see it. We have to know God, there's a reason for everything. And then the other 2 is believe in yourself. That's a big one. That's probably the biggest challenge that humanity has, to believe in themselves. And then the 5th one is believe in humanity. You have to believe that humanity can get it.
And will we all work together to improve? Will this lesson teach us all that our diversity is a strength, not a weakness? Isn't it time for us to embrace the people that don't look like us, that may not have the same religion as us? Isn't it time that we've learned that? Isn't that what this might teach us?
Listen, you know, we say it twice a day. We say the Shema. Shema, you've heard it before. Hear, O Israel, the Lord is our God, the Lord is one.
That one I could have done. I could have done that one. Go ahead.
You probably could have done it in Hebrew, too.
Yes, Shema Yisrael. I got it. I don't know. I got it, pal. I should be standing up, though, shouldn't I? Sorry.
Right after these, we say the Shema. We say, Ve'ahavta et Hashem Elokech, which means you shall love Hashem your God. Okay? Love. Focus on the love. Okay? And then when we love, and God created the world with all kinds of entities. And he created them and he gives them their existence. He's giving us our existence. And everything exists for a special purpose. So therefore, if this is God's expression, who are you to not love God's expression? Who are you not to love this kind of person or that? We're all part of God's expression. Okay? So what's not to love? Okay? We have to train ourselves because we've been influenced by who knows what, if not past lives, right? And teachers and environment, right? To hate, to dislike, to make accept, to divide. That's not the Jewish way. No. The Jewish way is all is one, and there's only and our directive is to love.
I am a lover, not a warrior, and I've embraced that my whole life. I want you to know, Rabbi.
We do have the concept of evil, and we do need to eradicate evil. Okay, there is such a concept, and there is lovers of God hate evil, and if there is something evil, like if somebody's trying to make to divide, to be divisive,
right?
That's called evil. That's the serpent. The serpent in the Garden of Eden, he had a forked tongue because he wanted to do this and separate between Adam and Eve and separate between God and Adam. He was working to make a wedge, and you got to know when to call that out. You don't have to call it out with violence.
No.
You just call it spade a spade.
And you know who I've been quoting a lot. It's a 4-letter word. He's the brother of George Floyd, Terrence Floyd, and he used that 4-letter word. And that 4-letter word is vote. And it allows us to go and express ourselves behind the curtain and vote with our conscience and with what we believe is right.
And look at and you have to go into the intuition, and you have to use the intuition, okay? Because there's a lot of voices we're being bombarded more than ever before. We are tested, like I said, that rope that Hashem is shaking more than ever before because we're bombarded with media. We can't even think for ourselves. That's why I also advocate meditation, which is because you got to learn how to just get your thoughts together and what feels right and be aware of your feelings and be aware of your intuition.
And it's a great way to shut your brain off and just look inward. That's what I do with my meditation, and it works. Yes, absolutely. Rabbi, I really think that I could talk with you for hours. You would get nothing done at your work, but I would certainly be enlightened by that. And I just want to say thank you so much for sharing some time with me and our audience here. I think we will all be better for it. And I just think it's amazing that it took kosher cannabis to bring the two of us together.
Yeah, thank God. I'm on a mission. I'm on a holy mission from God to make this available, to try to remove the stigma in the world, that people will try this amazing herb that brings a lot of health to a lot of people.
It does. Well, Rabbi Yaakov Cohen, if people want to get in touch with you, wholekosher.com, is that where they go?
Kosher.com, yes, and my direct email, rabbicohen@wholekosher.com. Rabbi
there you
Cohen.
Go. And you're available for bar mitzvahs, parties, weddings, the whole 9 yards.
No bar mitzvahs. I don't do bar mitzvahs.
All right, Rabbi Yaakov Cohen.
Lectures. I do give lectures all over in Kabbalah, mysticism, Hasidic thought, meditation. And of course, I do also, I go to all over the world, actually, to give certification for cannabis products. All up and down, THC, medicinally, CBD, all over.
Fantastic. Well, you're certainly doing God's work, and that has you have a lot of respect. I have a lot of respect for people who do that. That's all about. He is Rabbi Yaakov Cohen. I am Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media and the host of In the Weeds. Thank you so much for watching and listening. And remember, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly.
We Talk Now, We Talk News, and In the Weeds are all available on most major podcast distributors like iTunes, Spotify, Google Play, and our friends at clnsmedia.com and our flagship, ProCannabis.net. So subscribe, share, and like our videos on all the social media networks out there, including LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, the WeedTube, and YouTube. Weed Talk and In the Weeds are two productions of Pro Cannabis Media supported by Revolutionary Clinics, one of the top medical cannabis dispensaries in the Massachusetts area, now with 3 locations in Greater Boston, 2 in Cambridge, and 1 on Broadway in Somerville. Rev Clinics has a patient-first mission. They will customize your needs as a medical patient with the proper titration and combination of strains, flavors, and products. Rev Clinics, where the patient comes first.
We are Pro Cannabis Media. We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Live from the Visual Radio TV studios in Quincy, Massachusetts, it's We Talk Live with Kurt Dalton from Cannabis.net and Jimmy Young from ProCannabisMedia.com.
Yeah, I want to actually give you guys.
Here we thought we were going to bring food to us. Like right out loud. Now we get T-shirts.
So you said
a few articles on Cannabis.net about margin compression, and how I think when this 2 to 3 years out, we're going to see the price of this flower come down.
Here we go. Hi, everybody. Welcome to another edition of Weed Talk with Kurt Dalton and Jimmy Young. I am the founder of Pro Cannabis Media, Jimmy Young.
And I'm Kurt Dalton from Cannabis.net. Tonight, we have a great show. We get the wrap-up for those of you that listened last month and went to MJ BizCon. We have lots of stories to tell.
Some we can't tell.
Some we can't tell what's happened in Vegas. Well, we'll just leave it there. We also have a new member of our show this month premiering. Hillary King will be coming in and talking about some cannabis products and navigating the cannabis industry if you're looking for reliable information and good brands.
And at the top of the hour, from now, one of the premier medical cannabis experts in the state. He specializes in integrative medicine. His name is Dr. Ryan Zachlin. He's from Salem. And joining him will be an old friend of mine from Newton, Massachusetts. He's the Grand Poobah of Alternative Compassion Services, a dispensary in Bridgewater, Massachusetts. His name is Stephen Werther. He'll be joining us as well. And, of course, you can find ACScompassion.com, and you find out where they are right on Elm Street in Bridgewater. But first, once again, we get to talk about the supporters of our show, our friends at Legal Seafoods. Guests appearing in studio of this show will get gift cards courtesy of our friends at Legal Seafoods. Plus, of course, Caroline's of Uxbridge, an adult use and recreational store in Uxbridge, Massachusetts. The first family-owned and self-sufficient social equity licensee in the state. And, of course, the latest cool way to puff. It's a Weedjit. That's right, the Weedjit. It's a smoking system, and we'll talk a little bit more about Weedjits.com and that smoking system a little bit later. But, of course, we also want to thank our national sponsor this time around. It's the National Cannabis Risk Management Association, a group of like-minded businesses in the cannabis space offering great membership services. You can check them out at ncrma.net. But first, Kurt, has this been a crazy month over the last 4 weeks in the cannabis space? Am I correct?
Yeah, I think the MJ BizCon show with 30 to 35,000 people, everyone from the world, if we'll say East Coast, West Coast, Canada, coming for Asia, Europe. You really had a lot of announcements, a lot of press releases, a lot of people unveiling new platforms, new products, new payment processing methods. So everybody kind of saved it all up, and just at MJ BizCon, they unloaded the bong.
That's and hopefully there was no bong juice in there, bong water, right? You haven't had to deal with that in a long time, let's just say. Vaping is back in the state of Massachusetts.
Yes.
They opened up the concentrate world again, and I got a couple of texts real quick that I believe Sierra Naturals has one, and then there's another shop in Millis that also had their concentrates back.
I think so, and that means go short the main vape suppliers right on Kittery. That would I would say, because they just lost that old business that was there for a few weeks.
And I think the biggest story
since the Farm Bill passed a year ago is the fact that Major League Baseball and the announcement that Major League Baseball will now be treating cannabis like they treat alcohol, which basically means they're not going to test to see if you are using cannabis. And that is the first Major League professional sports organization to take cannabis off their controlled substances checkpoints, if you will. And I tell you what, Kurt, as a sports guy, I never thought in a million years that it would be Major League Baseball. I mean, this is the league that brought us the steroid era. They brought us greenies and amphetamines in the clubhouse. And now, of course, they're embracing the cannabis thing. Were you surprised?
People still watch baseball?
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that. Yes, they do. And matter of fact, they're usually as old as I am.
Well, the interesting part of that is if you're looking at the athletic side of sport, not to pick on baseball players, but they've taken their beating as far as overweight first baseman John Crux during their time. You would think a sport like basketball or football that has so much contact and the muscles need to regenerate and the anti-inflammatories, they would have moved first. But baseball, maybe they just said, oh, who cares? Minor league, I think it's actually even allowed. So not surprising. As you know, too, Jerry Jones has hinted at the NFL has written everything for cannabis coming up or whatever the next collective bargaining agreement. It's kind of, we see it coming. So it's coming.
It's this year. They're actually talking right now. And of course, the NFL had to have a meeting about this and say, well, we are studying alternative methods to pain relief. Really? Why don't you just say you're taking a look at the cannabis plant and seeing what the benefits might be for your players instead of writing prescriptions for opioids for them? Really, Roger? Anyway, don't get me started on sports. I'll go off. A lot of speakers, 1,300 vendors at this MJ BizCon, lots of speakers. I really like the ex-CEO of Netflix. I believe it. I got his last name wrong a million times. I must be losing my mind. I believe it's Mark Raymond. Mm-hmm. Am I right?
Yeah. Tell about that show. That was one of the keynotes, and people were really moved by his speech.
Well, I was moved by it, and I talked about it on my news video this past week, News Dabs, because I honestly thought he was talking to me. He was talking about as an entrepreneur, sometimes you have to take a risk and roll the dice. Well, what better place to roll the dice than Las Vegas, Nevada, if you will? And I really, he gave me confidence. He said to follow your dreams, believe in your dreams, go for it. Because you don't want to go to your grave and say, I wonder if that could have happened. I'll be honest with you, Kurt, back in the day, I dreamed about being a sportscaster in Boston. And I said, you know what, I'm just going to go for it now and see what happens. And 30 years later, I decided not to do it anymore. But still, it was my decision on that end. And now I'm working in the pro-cannabis media space. And we are about to announce something very, very exciting. I don't know. Should I just blurt it out, or what do you think, Kurt?
If you feel it, it's the time is now.
I feel it, right? Well, I feel Mark Raymond now telling me, just do it, Jimmy. Just do it. Go for it. Go for it. So we are going to start a crowdfunding campaign to, I don't know if you know this, but traditional media sources, your newspapers, your televisions, your radios, are just not very cannabis friendly, let's just say. They look to sensationalize some of the most minuscule little stories that would never be covered in any other business if they happen to any other business, but because they're happening in the cannabis space, they make this into a big deal. Like the fact that they found inert cannabis in a dumpster, okay? And that became like a major deal. Now, it's like finding grass clippings in your dumpster, right? That you can't get high from grass clippings, right?
I tried. Doesn't work. I tried it with glue, everything, nothing.
Anyway, so that being said, what we are doing now is, and we will be announcing this on the GoFundMe.com page in about, I think it'll probably be on Monday, but we want to raise some money so that we could go out and tell the stories of the cannabis and wellness industries in their own words, in their own backyards. That's right. It's a mobile TV studio. And the way we're doing this, I would think that anybody who's watching Weed Talk knows about the 420 thing, Kurt. What do you think?
Probably a safe bet.
420, of course, is the code. Would you call it the code for cannabis?
It's I would say a code or an abbreviation or some sort of numeric symbol that we all know that are in the industry or at least fans of the cannabis plant.
Right. And so it originated. Do you know the origination?
We do have a long story about this up on cannabis.net, yes.
Good. Tell the story, because I can make it a bridge one. It was San Rafael, California.
Yes.
A bunch of high schoolers got high every day at the Louis Pasteur statue at 4:20, 20 past 4.
Or under the bleachers, depending on who you believe, right?
Right. And fair enough.
Yep.
That being said, that became the call by local law enforcement for whenever there was a person or someone getting high out in the public. We got a 420 at the corner of, Jones and Smith Street. So that's how 420 kind of started. That was the origin. So with that in mind, we've already had Roger Berkowitz, the CEO of Legal Seafoods, on this show to talk about their little 420 campaign. So what we're going to do is, if you want to donate to the cause of this mobile TV studio that puts us back on the road, bringing the stories right to the cannabis space, to the wellness industry, to let them tell their own stories, for $4.20, a donation of $4.20, we're going to get you a great refrigerator magnet. We're going to mail it to you. It's going to have the cannabis.net logo on it, and it's going to have the logo of Pro Cannabis Media on it. And we'll also have the saying, "It's a whole new world of weed out there." Okay.
Exactly what you want on your fridge for those nights the neighbor comes in.
$4.20. It's a great talking, right? For $42, we're going to put a T-shirt together. And we're going to have the logos of Cannabis.net and the logos of Pro Cannabis Media and the saying, "It's a whole new world of weed out there" on this T-shirt. Limited edition, that's a $42 donation. If you want to donate $420 to the cause, we will engrave your name or your stoner name on a permanent plaque in that studio that we will be traveling around with, and your name will be there. It'll be engraved, and it'll say founding sponsors, thank you very much, and then your name. That's $420 plus. You will be entered into a contest to join Kurt Dalton and myself on this podcast. How can you not want to do that, right?
This chair has your name all over it for $420. Come on. That's
right.
a bargain.
And that's a contest. Okay,
Right.
We're going to pick 10 out of whomever we get out of the 420.
Right.
And of course, if you want to guarantee your spot, $4,200.
You're in.
You're
There
in
you go.
for 10 minutes, and we get to talk about your cannabis story here live on the internet with Cannabis.net, Kurt Dalton, and me, Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media. And that's going to be our little crowdfunding campaign. A lot of people out there, it's never going to work, man. It's never going to work. And then I talk to some other people, go, oh, that's a great idea. That's a great idea. You know what? I'm rolling the dice. And we're going to make it happen.
Tell them why we really want the studio is that we're very restricted here. Very restricted. That is what we work under. Oh, look at, my phone's got to take it off. But there you go. How can we do our, pro cannabis show like that? I'm just telling you, we need our own studio.
And Kurt has convinced me that the next show in January, that is on Thursday, January
Absolutely.
16th.
Special edition.
Will be an Under the Influence show. Is that what I'm hearing?
Absolutely. It's going to be called Edibles January for all the leftover holiday edibles.
Edibles January.
We're going to finish them before the show and go live.
Now, one more quick news item that we should talk about is some news out of Washington, D.C. Again, the lobbyists, the NCIA group down there in Washington, D.C., is trying to push the Senate towards that Safe Banking Act. Now, needless to say, over the last 48 hours, the Democrats and the Republicans, they had a little something to do.
Yeah.
And they were a little consumed by this impeachment thing. Whether or not this will actually see the light of day in the next year, I don't know. I can't believe how polarized our government has become over the last few years. Let's just leave it at that. No politics. But let's get back to MJ BizCon. We actually have some video of MJ BizCon that we're going to show you, give you an idea of what it was like to be on the floor, people walking around at the Las Vegas Convention Center. 35,000 people came through there, right, Kurt?
Yeah, about that.
And actually, we're going to pan over. We might even see that Leafly booth. Well, it was there. And the thing that Chris Walsh, and we talked to him, he is one of the founders, the founding editor of MJ Biz Day. We talked about him, and he'll be on a future In the Weeds with Jimmy Young podcast coming up in the next few weeks. And he was actually most impressed with how the booths have exploded in their vastness and their grandiose. And everybody has, the signage above, and, it's not just like a little table and some skirting and a couple of chairs.
Yeah, he was mentioning that when I asked, what's different? We're on, I think, 5-7 years, and it started, of course, with a couple tables, and that's how he said the booth size is that now they're much more elaborate. So you go from a $5,000 setup to a $25,000, and you're seeing some of the pictures now. Above the booth, there were 2-story booths. You might catch some of them. There were podcasts set up above in the second floor. There's, as Chris says, there's spinning stuff going on above. So you're seeing the haves, if you want to call them that.
Oh, there's Mike Tyson. There's Mike Tyson.
Yeah, you yelled at him.
I did.
There's the haves who are becoming more of the haves, and maybe the have-nots who are not able to go to those levels for their display.
That's right. And Tyson, of course, is involved with a farm and a CBD farm as well. So he made an appearance, and he got mobbed. I mean, seriously mobbed. But he did walk by us as I was interviewing a few people, and I gave him an old shout-out, and he said, "Hey, Jimmy Young, you used to be a boxer." And I said, "No, that's somebody else."
Yeah, I used to be the reporter.
That's right. That's right. That's the guy. That's the guy. There was also another big event in Las Vegas that Pro Cannabis Media was a proud sponsor of. It was the Women in Cannabis Conference at the Eclipse Theaters in Las Vegas. Stacey Thompson and Annie Epley are the founders of that. And there was a whole bunch of speakers there, very powerful, 350 women surrounding me and about a dozen other guys.
That's a good, I like your odds. I like your odds, Jimmy.
I like their odds. I appreciate that. It was actually very moving. There was a 14-year-old in there that told the story of how she is advocating and changing laws to get access for young people who need the medicine to deal with their medical problems. And she was amazing. We will have a full show with Stacey Thompson, Annie Epley, and their whole Women in Cannabis staff the day after Christmas. We'll be releasing that on our social media channels. So that's the Women in Media Conference there. And speaking of women in cannabis, how's that for a segue?
Perfect.
You want to introduce our in-studio guest? You can do that.
She's made it in very quietly, so let's introduce her now. How are you? Welcome to the team. Welcome to the team.
What's her name, Kurt? What does she do?
Hillary. I've already given her introduction about being the navigator of the cannabis space here in Massachusetts, helping people because there are a lot of neophytes who don't understand what is a bong, what is a vape pen, is it safe, who has the tested and safe stuff. So, Hillary, welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
What have you been up to while we were at MJ BizCon in the last week or two?
In the last week or two, well, MJ Biz was incredible. I couldn't believe how many booths there were. Like, you couldn't have even walked the whole floor in 3 days if you wanted to.
Yeah, it was definitely crowded in the aisles. I think I mentioned that on one of the reports where it was literally, you're bobbing and weaving and, people are looking at their phones, but it was a big show. It's worth going to once to say you did. But anyway, go right ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So since I gotten back, it's just been, all the follow-ups, all the business cards and the literature you collect from stopping at these booths. Now the work comes of following up with these people and crystallizing those connections that you make when you're all finally in one place, everybody from around the country. So just doing a lot of HubSpotting.
So what have people said to you since you've been back and you got some products here? What is their response back to you when you say, "Hey, remember me"? What did you think of the show? What are other people saying?
Well, I mean, I'm hearing the same thing, that year over year, people have just seen it grow so much. And I did hear some people kind of lamenting that, this year it was very clearly, more representative of the green rush that's happening as this industry gets legitimized more and more.
Can you define that a little bit? Explain what the green rush is.
The green rush. So, before cannabis was legalized and before we started building a regulated industry, there were a lot of people that would shy away from it, even shy away from just talking about it, let alone get involved in it as a business or as an investment. And now that we're seeing it grow and regulations are shifting, more businesses are opening, it's the hot area that everybody wants to be investing their money, investing their capital, starting businesses. So it's kind of compared to the gold rush that happened, early in the 1900s when, people started finding gold in California and everybody would rush in. And, so there's prospectors who are, touching the plant, growing the cannabis, making products. And then there's other people starting ancillary companies and services that are, like providing the picks and shovels, that kind of a thing. So green rush is just a term kind of comparing what's happening now with cannabis and CBD and hemp becoming legal, that people are rushing to get involved.
And Hillary's right on the undertone. So we did a story about this just when we got back. Chads. Did not know what a Chad was. So I'm a little older than Hillary, and I didn't know what a Chad was.
And I'm older than both of them. You can add it together.
So we did a story, and there is a little bit of an undercurrent now in this industry. And for those, it's on cannabis.net of, are you a cannabis Chad or are you, a sacred, an OG, like an old school, you're all about the plant, not about the money. And there is an influx, and people I won't say complaining, but murmuring about too many Chads walking around, which by definition in urban slang are white guys, 20 to 30-year-old, walking, and of course they've got checkbooks and they want to make money on the plant. And there's a group that's coming OG that's been here. It's more about the plant than making this massive profit. So cultures are colliding. It's on cannabis.net. You can just see it's a couple of articles down. Our cannabis Chads versus growers and I forget what the other person we put in there, but you're right. They're called Chads, as I found out, and some people wouldn't go to the show because they said it's just too many Chads now walking around.
There is
take it for what it is.
I like to step back and look at the big picture and look at the positive side of things in this industry. But there are a lot of people who are looking to get in, make a quick buck, and get out. And there is some splintering going on in the pro-cannabis movement amongst the cannabis industry. Hillary, are you familiar with any of that? I know Kurt knows exactly what I'm talking about.
Well, are you talking about what's going on locally in Massachusetts?
Well, it's certainly a pretty good example, isn't it?
Yeah, in Cambridge. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, not specifically Cambridge, because you going to get me going on politics again?
Mm-hmm.
I think that these local politicians that are holding the industry hostage are on a power trip, and again, not serving their communities like they should. My opinion. Just saying.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of, just inherent red tape when we're talking about state government. They have many different opinions that they're hearing about how the way things should go down. They're never going to make everybody happy. And there's a lot of, it takes a lot of time. We have what's called open meeting laws in Massachusetts, which means they can only do their business in a public forum. And there's mandatory waiting periods and comment periods, so things are slow. And, you never know what kind of influence is going on behind closed doors.
Yeah, yes, you do. You're in Massachusetts. Rhode Island's the same way. Any way these guys can make a buck on the side is what they're trying to do. They are not serving their public. It is a joke at the local governments that are holding these companies hostage with host security agreements. David Rabinowitz is the only guy that we know that was able to get a host security agreement without a location first. Talked to him about an hour ago. The New Can Group.
Yeah, I know it's really a shame that licensing isn't as accessible as people would like, and I think that might be the crux of this culture clash, is that the people who were around and fighting for legalization in the first place that enables anybody to be involved in this as an industry, they're looking around and not seeing those same faces are the ones getting licenses. I try to think of it like a rising tide will lift all ships, and there's really no fighting the tide of capitalism. Right?
Except the Chads have the yachts. They go quicker up the tide.
There's still a lot of haves and have-nots, and there's a big divide in this country, and a lot of the haves have a lot of money in this space, whether it is through multi-state operators or local operators. Each state has their own rules. Each state is trying to protect their local residents, but then again, they're also getting a lot of pressure to open stores. And Massachusetts has done a C as an average. Took them 2 years just to get a dispensary open. Okay, that's what bothered me the most. Took them a year to move the Department of Public Health over to the Cannabis Control Commission. I mean, look, you can drag your feet and make sure everything is proper, or you can just make decisions. Look at Nevada. Did you find it very refreshing that people were walking around and you smelled it everywhere. People were imbibing Fremont Street. They were, it's Las Vegas. I get it.
But every cab has an ad for Planet 13 or Weed Maps or a dispensary. In the train stations and airports, there's advertisements. Their dispensaries are open 24 hours a day.
I know. That's crazy. It's not crazy. It's
a whole different world.
Awesome. It's a whole new world of weed. I keep saying that. And that's what's going on in Nevada, as you might expect. Did you like it? Did you like the atmosphere of Las Vegas? I mean, it's a big party. I mean, You know, you're only supposed to last 3 nights there. I ended up with 4.
Bad idea. 3-night max. That's the rule. Don't break the rules.
The good news is I don't think I did anything too bad at night. I was a good boy at night. I really was, because I was so darn tired, you know?
Yeah, you walk the show, as you said. You literally walk 8 miles a day, and everyone has sore feet, even the people working at the booth. So you're pretty tired at the end of the day, and then when you use some cannabis, you're just relaxed. So
yeah, and then you have to go somewhere.
Right.
I have to go somewhere. I have to go to this party and see somebody, you know, and the good news is I went to a party, I saw who I needed to see, and I was out of there in 10 minutes. It worked out perfectly. Worked out perfectly for us. Hillary, you got some products you want to show us. We got a couple of minutes. I'd like you to get through those a little bit and show us, again, you know, this whole vaping thing has opened up a lot of doors for opportunity for inventors out there to come up with products that aren't as, well, I don't want to use the word dangerous, but I do want to use the word difficult, because sometimes when you vape, it's so convenient and so comfortable and it doesn't smell, you're going to overdo it. That being said, talk to me a little bit about the Go Fire product.
Yeah, so this is the Go Fire inhaler. We call it an inhaler. It's not.
Put it right up to the camera. There you go.
There we go.
Right.
All right.
So this is the Go Fire inhaler, and you know we've been building this for. We just had our 5th birthday as a company yesterday. And you know the intention is really to circumvent all these safety issues that are now being talked about. Was kind of what we anticipated, and built a system around that with a lot of really cool features. So this is the Go Fire Smart cartridge.
What makes it smart?
So what makes it smart, you can see this little smart chip. And
I know why. Now I get it.
Yeah, so that chip stores all of the product info for what's inside of this cartridge. And first of all, you might notice something different about this cartridge is there's no metal parts, there's no wick, there's no coil, there's no heating element in this cartridge. No metal parts that could, you know, potentially leach into the oil like we're starting to see with some of the 510 cartridges around there. And this the plastic is all, you know, FDA approved, pharmaceutical grade, class 6 BPA free, all the good stuff. And so when I put this cartridge in, there's a little chip reader that talks to an app over Bluetooth, and it recognizes exactly what this product is. So it stores the batch lab results, so the third-party testing that gives you your cannabinoid profile, your terpene profile, every little milligram of what's in the oil in here, this batch-specific info is stored on the chip. So
it's a smart vape.
Yeah.
Show that to the kid. Show your app.
Right, and the app is really cool. So the app is tied to the instrument, the chip, and it's measuring what you take, how much you take, when you took it, that whole thing, right?
Exactly. Well, it's not measuring how much you take in terms of, you know, measuring what you're taking in, but or analyzing the product, but it is measuring how much you're consuming. So you'll see on here.
Some don't want to know, by the way. I understand that too, but I get it. Yeah. But it's a lot safer to know exactly what you're consuming when you're consuming it.
And so this shows the product info. This is a cartridge called Sauce, and it shows the community rating, and those are all, you know, the crowdsource reviews. After every session of using a product, you can rate how well it worked for the reason you're using it for. So you're able to see the whole chemical profile, including with one tap, a PDF of the lab report of that batch.
That's cool.
Which is great. So you know exactly what you're putting into your body. You have that transparency. And the cool thing is that it's precision metered dosing. So there's a lot of, you know, stuff out there that talks about metered dosing, precision dosing. The way this does it is through this click wheel. Every time you click this wheel, it's going to extrude exactly 2.5 milligrams of the oil into this little convection oven, and it's just hot air that blows over it and heats the product, and you can do it to exactly to the degree that you want.
Hey, that's a terrific tool.
Cool, yeah.
Hillary, you're going to have more fun gizmos and gadgets to come in and talk to us about, right?
Absolutely.
Hillary King, thank you so much for joining us. We are going to take
Hillary.
a break, and before we take this break, I have to kind of set this up. About 2 weeks ago, a dear friend of mine, Rob Schuler, passed away. Very upsetting to me because he's my age, and that's kind of scary when someone your age, just 30 days later, he gets sick and he's gone. I hired Rob to be the voice of Pro Cannabis Media. You hear his voice every time you see an ID, and you also hear his voice on our introductory video. So we're going to take a break, watch that, and listen that we will always have Rob Schuler's voice with us.
We are Pro Cannabis Media. Why? Because we are a media company that is pro-cannabis.
Pro-cannabis, because those stories are not being told.
We are live streaming from events.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of the live stream from the New England Cannabis Convention. Hey, unbelievable. Here we are again in the Performer TV studios. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Weed Talk Live. I'm Jimmy Young.
And I'm Kurt Dalton from Cannabis.net.
We are blogging on all topics. We are partners with Leafly, Weed Maps, Green Flower, MJ Headline News, Sensi Magazine, and The Weed Tube. We are Weekly News Dabs with Jimmy Young.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to another edition of News Dabs. I'm Jimmy Young reporting for the Pro Cannabis Media Group and ProCannabisMedia.com.
From New Orleans, Liz Dameron, Pro Cannabis Media Network.
We are interviewing cannabis experts on the podcast In the Weeds with Jimmy Young.
You were one of the co-authors of Question 4, which paved the way. First of all, how did you get picked for that honor, if you will?
We write laws and regulations. We advocate for them. And then we get licenses and keep them compliant.
But I do believe that Bruce is on the phone with us, so Kurt, you can take it away as I go into my Rasta mode here.
Bruce, are you there? Can you hear us?
I can hear you guys. I'm just being quiet because I'm afraid.
Yeah, it's a rowdy show tonight, I got to tell you. So I have to lead off right now. You left Canopy Growth, as you said. No, I was fired. The entire cannabis stock market crashed. Did you cause that?
Well, I didn't fire myself, so I don't think so.
We are a digital media company for the cannabis industry, telling their stories in their words.
There's nothing like having patients come back and say, I feel better.
I am confident that Congress is, at the very least in this current Congress, by next year, going to make it legal make it clearly legal for banks to take marijuana accounts, which is a big step forward.
I never thought I'd see the Red Sox win a World Series, let alone 3. Okay? I never thought I'd see the Patriots win a Super Bowl, let alone 5. This is taped. Okay. It's a whole new world of weed out there.
We are ProCannabisMedia.com. Subscribe today.
My mic is hot, and I can now talk about Rob Schuler. He was also the voice at Gillette Stadium, not the main voice, but a regular voice at Patriots games. A father and a great guy. Never said no to anything I asked him to do for me, and I'll miss him. What else can I say? We'll all miss him. Great talent. And the best thing is we're going to have his voice on our IDs for as long as we can possibly keep it going. So, Rob, again, we'll miss you. Condolences to the family. And I look forward to hearing his voice on a regular basis, because that way we'll feel like he's never really left us. And that's my tribute to Rob Schuler. Nice. Welcome back. Welcome back to Weed Talk. I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media.
And I'm Kurt Dalton from Cannabis.net.
And we have some supporters that we do like to give plugs to on a somewhat regular basis. Our friends at Legal Seafoods, of course, donate gift cards for our in-studio guests. The Weedjit is one of the coolest smoking systems you can get. In fact, it's similar to a vape. It starts at 1,300 degrees when you fire up the bowl, and then when it gets to your lungs, it's about 80 degrees. And the best part about the Weedjit is you can clean it after every time you use it. Very cool place, very cool product, lots of different filters. And then, of course, at Caroline's Cannabis in Uxbridge, hey, I just love the story of Caroline Frankel and Stephen, the husband, and how they were able to get that license without spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on legal fees. And they're up and running in Uxbridge, which is fast. By the way, Kurt.
Recreational, too. Let's mention that.
Oh, it's totally recreational.
So people who don't have a card, check
it's
them out.
only recreational, in fact, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, I thought they had both.
I'm pretty sure it's only
All right.
recreational.
We'll have to get her on the phone.
I'm pretty sure I've talked
Okay.
to her before about it, so I think I'm
Okay.
right. Hey, what can I tell you? But Uxbridge and Worcester and the central Massachusetts area is fast becoming the capital of the cannabis universe in Massachusetts. I mean, it's not even fast. The Cannabis Control Commission is going to be moving in there. The Summit Lounge has been up and operating down there.
Your favorite.
Some of my friends down there. And so, again, Worcester. Did you expect this? I mean, by the way, still no dispensary open in Boston.
But we have East Boston coming. Who do we talk to?
I thought
up there?
Pure Oasis was coming too in Dorchester.
Dorchester.
Right. Kobe Evans. He was supposed to open by now. I feel bad that they haven't. And again, they want to.
Right.
It's a lot of regulations, a lot of red tape, a lot of factors they have to be in compliance with on so many fronts, from the grow to the sale to the tracking of it to the containers, and it has slowed the birth of this industry, not down to a crawl, but at least a wiggle.
Well, they just drag their feet, and they're putting it where people are not. And over time, we'll get there. I think it's over 30 recs open now, but they're all
33, yep.
a little bit of a drive if you live in a metropolitan or a population center, and that's how it's set up, but we're getting there.
It's been a long time coming, right, Kurt? I mean, I've waited longer than you. That being said, the fact that it's here now is still a fascinating story for me. And I continue to learn and meet people that are so passionate about this and so convinced that the new normal will be here sooner than later. Again, I also heard rumors coming through the internet from Washington, D.C., that they actually may deschedule cannabis before they even pass the Safe Banking Act, because that's an administrative decision, though.
Yep.
I mean, who could pick up the phone, call the Department of Justice, and say, you know what, let's just deschedule that, pass the Banking Act, and then leave it up to the states.
Well, I got a better one for you, because Biden just picked up some Wall Street endorsers today, and he's going to make a move. If you're a pro-cannabis person, and it's Trump and Biden, I'm telling you, just on that issue, you got to vote Trump if that's your only issue. If you are a one-issue person,
God, you had to say
Biden will not do. He's worse. Donald Trump, he doesn't smoke, he doesn't drink. I think he looks at cannabis.
I think he needs to.
He knows he has the medicinal part. He appreciates. At least he acknowledges it. He's more about the economy, jobs, and being popular. So why, if it's Biden, who might not even do it as a Democrat, why wouldn't he do something first? Take it away from the Democrats and then get those swing voters who are. Why wouldn't he make the phone call to get to your point?
This is exactly what we talked to Steve D'Angelo about.
We talked to a few people.
And a few others.
And Chris Walsh, we asked the same question. And who do we have in the guests that day that we said, do you think something would happen? So just to summarize, Chris Walsh runs the MJ Biz, the whole newspaper, co-founder.
Founding editor.
And I don't know if we're going to see the piece tonight, but I said, what are your odds? He's about as connected, and not that anyone knows. I don't even know if the president knows. But what are the odds, right? Do you remember what he said? He said 50-1. That Trump would do something before the election, of this ilk. It's kind of deschedule or make it legal.
Right.
And we had another guest in here who said he thinks something will happen before the election. Trump will win some voters and do something.
And
who knows?
And I just can't imagine what will happen in this country in another 4 years if we go in this direction. You guys can figure out which way I lean.
But let me ask you this: if you're saying that 4 years. If it's Joe Biden as president, I think weed is in a worse position for 4 years.
I'm going to disagree, and I'm going to explain to you why. You have a system of checks and balances in Washington, D.C. You've seen it at work, by the way, over the last few days with the impeachment, okay? What has happened is, as a leader of a country, you have to be able to take both sides and get them to actually find common ground to move the government forward so the government actually works. You have a polarizing influence in that White House over the last 3 years. In fact, he's so polarizing, he's embarrassing to the country, and it's the first time in my life I've said it. I really am ashamed to be an American because of what this guy has done and how he has done. It's been more about how he's done it, how he has picked fights with women and races and media. I mean, the guy's a bully. I don't want him anywhere near politics anymore. I admit it. And yeah, if I'm not going to be just a one-issue voter. Okay? And needless to say, my mind's pretty much made up. You can figure that out. Anti-Trump more than pro-Biden. Okay?
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people are that.
And I still think Biden has the opportunity to soften his stance. He has more of an opportunity to soften his stance and still get that. By the way, he's going to react.
Well,
if Trump does something, somebody's got to react to it.
His campaign manager is going to show him the numbers on legalization. He's already softened since his first couple guffaws out in public. But if he, all right, we'll leave it at this. Joe Biden is the worst Democratic candidate for pro-cannabis. We'll say that. I'll take anybody if we're just talking cannabis.
And is Elizabeth Warren electable as a president? That's
different now. We're talking other issues.
I know.
But every other Democrat is much more in favor of legalization than Joe Biden. We'll leave it at that.
And I can say that seems to be the way it is trending too. I can't believe we're talking politics.
I know. Well, I'm trying to keep it on weed. You're talking politics. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry, but
you're going bananas over there.
I get upset.
I can see that.
Upset.
Blood pressure pill. Come on.
Yeah. Oh, actually, you wanted to do some edibles.
Edibles. Give him an edible.
You're gonna get the edible in here. We got a doctor in the house. We got Dr. Ryan Zachlin. He's coming up at the top of the hour along with Stephen Werther. That'll be at 9:00. And let's get back to some of the news of the last few weeks in the cannabis space. Kurt, you're an amazing producer of content. You constantly find interesting stories to talk about. What are some of the things that you've worked on over the last few weeks, certainly since our last show?
Oh, we definitely had the Cannabis Chad, which is funny because that story isn't really a story. I just noticed an undercurrent of comments on MJ BizCon posts about, there's too many Chads, I'm not going. And I'm like, I don't know what a Chad is, so I got to look this stuff up. And then you kind of go down that rabbit hole of, it refers to rich, young white guys, single for some reason, walking the show and cutting checks and wanting to get rich. And that kind of, we said, why is this happening now? We're 4 or 5 years in. Why is nobody was complaining when Canopy Growth is at 52 and there's money flowing and there's easy debt deals getting done? So why are people angry at the Chads? Well, it's because we had quite a pullback in the stocks. Money has dried up, as you've seen with public companies like MedMen and people having to do things. Cannabis websites are going under. There's no more easy and free money in this space. You have to show your business plan. And so I think there's a little bit of that jostling now. Well, now we're going to kind of start poking each other, saying, I don't like you, you don't like me, that kind of thing.
And again, you mentioned easy. Now you're talking about blame and pointing fingers. These are human traits.
Yep.
Okay? And when humans grab money, they're going to change their attitudes and their actions. It's just the nature of our humanity. Okay? Everybody's looking to make a quick buck or get rich quick schemes. You've heard of these things. They're all over the place in the cannabis space. People are getting taken advantage of. And I'm going to go back to why. The powers that be, those that were in power in cities, towns, states, and yes, even in our federal government, okay, are trying their best to retard the launch of this industry because they don't understand it. For 80 years, they've been told this is an evil product and you can get addicted on this stuff and it's going to lead to other drugs. And every single one of those arguments has been debunked now. Science and research is leading the way and has been leading the way now for the last dozen years. Now we're finally seeing it, and they have to deal with it. It's like the elected officials have to learn about this product now. And they put it off and put it off and put it off for as long as they can. It goes back to one of my statements about media, the fact that the traditional media continues to make mistakes about this product. Misinformation is out there because they're not doing their homework. Talk to somebody. Talk to Dr. Ryan Zachlin. Talk to Dr. Jordan Tischler. Talk to Beth Dost. There are 1 million medical cannabis experts in the area. Maybe not 1 million, okay? But certainly a dozen that you can get to and learn something about this. Oh, how about my friends on Greenflower? You could take one of their certificate courses, right? Another one of our new partners that we're going to be announcing soon. So again, take the time to learn. Get yourself educated. And this is really what has always been powering my passion for this. The more knowledge I get about this subject, the more passionate I become on it. And more upset I get that we're still waiting around for people to make decisions because everybody's looking out for me, myself, and I. And that's humanity, Kurt, right?
Blood pressure, buddy. Yep, I got you.
You want to talk about the Celtics? Because I mean, we can go there. That'll make me very happy. Big win last night in Dallas. I was very happy about that.
That's true.
So the Chad. We talked about the Chad. We've talked about local governments. What are some of the other issues that you see rearing their ugly heads? There have been now a decrease in the vaping. Lung diseases caused by vaping over the last month or two. So it's like that crisis has peaked, and now we're bottoming out. They've identified the vitamin E acetate. They've identified some of the metals in the cheap illicit market cartridges that were out there. And this is a good thing because we don't want people having any issues with any kind of a product that they have the right to ingest. I prefer to get a medical card because I trust the medical community that they will only put the best into their products. Just the way I've always been.
Yeah, I think it's going to be it will be good for the industry. I almost compare it to what's going on with Boeing and the 737s,
my God,
the Ys.
737.
So people died, but now they're going to basically get rid of the plane. It's going to be years till again. And, they're going to fix that problem. They're going to make safety better for airlines overall in these planes. In the same sense, vaping, people died, got sick, will have different lives now. Their lungs are filled with metals and other things they're finding. But we've gotten through that, and now vaping will be much stricter. It may lead to legalization quicker so that the FDA can actually have a standard protocol. And even the black market, that game is up. So you're going to get better products going forward, safer products. And I don't think anyone's going to be falling for the old banana in the tailpipe on the vape thing anymore. So I feel my condolences to the people that did get sick and passed away. But there's a better future now as they clean that part up. We will never go backwards to that.
No, I don't think so either. Learned lesson, and I feel sorry for the people who actually paid the ultimate price to learn that lesson. There was a double lung transplant of a guy in the Midwest that has now survived this.
Yeah, and these lungs that are, not to not talk of the people that are going to have lives that are very different now. Their lungs are like 90-year-olds. They're filled with whether it's metals or chemicals. They're seeing these things, and they're alive, but their life's going to be very different. And
what do you think motivated them to was it price? Yep. Was it the illicit market's price point that made them go to that side? Although I will tell you, some of the products look just like the regulation ones too.
Yeah, so it was the guys on the other side who want to make a quick buck with fraudulent products, but it was also price and access. A lot of these people are in non-legal states. They can't get it through a medical or a correct place, so you get it online. You go to Craigslist, you find a friend, and you don't know where that came from, as we found out, and people were inhaling metals and things were happening, and vitamin E's, and they were profit. I mean, basically, if you have a little cartridge, for people that don't know, and it's kind of like the old trick when you're selling weed where, hey, wait, this cartridge is half full. What if I take 2 cartridges, put half in each, and put some vitamin E and some other stuff? Now I make double the profit. Well, if you get away with that with weed, they'll weigh it if you're selling flour. But in the vape world, hey, I don't know the difference. It looks good.
Right.
And these people got sick.
Yeah.
Deadly decision.
And I hope that they find who was responsible for those cartridges. I just,
they're all going to come from China, and I don't think we'll ever get to the bottom. I mean, you know how much amphetamines and fentanyl's coming in? And they, I think the Chinese arrested 3 people as a symbol. Come on.
One of the things that actually has been very surprising to me as I watch the emergence of this industry, with all the regulations, the illegal and illicit market is thriving. So, ideally, you want to regulate everybody. You want everybody to go legit. You want to be able to control this. And, people aren't making alcohol and stills in their backyards anymore.
Yep.
Right? But they did during Prohibition.
Yep.
So, as I've said many, many times, in 1937, I believe the wrong drug got prohibited. And I think we, as a society and as a humanity, would have been a lot healthier had we understood what this product did to the endocannabinoid system that is in every one of us. Every human now has an endocannabinoid system that is tied to the neurotransmitters in your brain and that measures your your pain. And Dr. Ryan Zachlin is going to be here. He's an expert on this subject. He'll explain it even better than I am. That's a no-brainer, because after all, he's a doctor. But you say, again, this product is something that people can use to enhance their lives, to improve their immune system, to balance what goes on inside your body, to fight off outside viruses and outside germs.
Yep.
And I say, wait till you hear Dr. Zachlin. When I've thrown this out here many, many times about the fact that you take a medicine away from a humanity, a group of humans, us, from 1937 on, we're always looking for what happened. How did cancer start? Why? How come it got so rampant? How did everybody get it? And they can point their fingers at the carcinogens in our air, in our cigarettes, in various things like that. Some products that we might eat, for instance. But because you don't have anything fighting that off inside you for 80 years, you were susceptible to cancers. You were susceptible to more anxiety and to autism and to seizures. And it's like taking away red blood cells.
Yeah, well, to play into your idea that we would have a lower cancer rate if cannabis had stayed legal, you got to remember when it was pulled off the shelves, it was sold in the local Woolworths and drugstores as an elixir for kind of everything. Like if you don't feel good, got a virus, you would take sativa oil. So if you take your theory and kind of go along the decades well, when we stop taking this, let's say they banned Tylenol today or whatever, what would happen 80 years from now?
Right.
And it's like, well, you took away the medicine that was sold at my drugstore. Maybe we certainly didn't understand it because we didn't have the testing like we did. What would we look like 90 years later if we're not allowed to have this natural medicine? And here we are. I can't say what causes cancer like anyone else, but there's something there. What would that cancer rate look like if everyone, maybe as a kid even, had done, their parents had given them a little tablespoon when they were sick?
And we're not talking about people getting high here, people. We are talking about the chemicals, the active chemicals. There's hundreds of active chemicals in this plant. They are discovering more and more every day. Talk to some of the doctors that can explain this better than I can, and we will at the top of the hour. And, of course, Israel leads the world
Major League.
in science and research in this. And I've got to meet an Israeli who runs the ICANN, the Israeli Cannabis Convention. Joshua Berman was his name, and MJ BizCon interviewed him for a future In the Weeds episode as well. And, it's a different world. Israel is a different world. They're constantly under attack there, but that country is one of the most remarkable ones on earth because of the galvanization of the citizenry there. That's really what it is.
And you bring up a good point about the medicine. It was a sativa. And you asked what was popular. One of our best articles this week was why are we afraid to feel good? The stigma that THC has in mainstream, where people are moving into the CBD part, the non-psychoactive, if you will, but they'll tell you, I don't want THC. I don't want to get high. I don't want to be stoned. But that they don't realize is THC is a stronger antiviral. THC is a better anti-inflammatory. There's things we don't understand about whole plant medicine where if you try to use an isolate, meaning you can actually take CBD out and make it just an isolate. That's all you get. No other cannabinoids. It's much less effective than having, the whole plant. And the example I give is taking your vitamin C pill in the morning or drinking orange juice. And that's kind of the same thing. It's like, well, if I'm going to do whole plant orange juice, I'll rate from the old. There's probably more things in there than vitamin C that are good for me. Same thing with the plant. And why is THC under 0.3, which as someone told me in an interview this week, some guy in the government randomly made up, 0.3 sounds good. Why is that the number that we're safe and it's cool? But if you go above it, then what's the fear? I don't want to get stuff. If you drink a glass of wine, are you buzzed? Are you drunk? THC doesn't work where if you go over 0.31, woo, it's Cheech and Chong time. It's not like that.
No, and you actually test positive too on any kind of a test. Now, not going to correct you, but I'm going to enlighten you a little.
Sure, bit. I know you're going to get me on that one. Psychoactive part.
The psychoactive part. You know exactly where I'm going. So John Dvorak, who is like the hemp guru, right? He's got the traveling hemp museum. I've met him a couple times. I've interviewed him. He's really a nice man. He explained to me when I use the term, CBD is non-psychoactive. He goes, I have to correct you. And I go, okay, correct me. He goes, it's non-intoxicating. It is psychoactive. It's just not going to get you intoxicated. And therein lies the difference between your hemp product.
Right. He's a hemp guy.
Right.
Yeah,
He's the hemp guy versus the cannabis sativa, I
higher
won't
THC.
I won't high THC. I'm not going to use the M word. I say impotent weed and potent weed. That's all. It's very simple.
I don't think anybody wants to do impotent weed. That's bad marketing right
That's,
there.
It's
got
not,
a great idea.
It's not going to catch on. I'm going to tell you that.
Impotent weed. Like,
it's not
I'm out.
It's not going to catch on at all. But that would be what hemp is.
All right. So speaking of investments, we did a piece on Cannabis.net about MJ BizCon saying the 3 best investment ideas. And I want you to pick
Pro Cannabis Media. Oh, sorry.
That might be coming. Well, that's the crowdfunding.
That's the crowdfunding, yep.
If you want to check it out, it's gotten some interesting comments from people in the industry, and here's what it was. And you got to tell me which one you'd do.
Okay.
Assuming you had $5 million to play with.
There you go. I'd hire you, first of all.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
I don't get paid for this. So at this smallest level, walking around, I've always liked this idea was the lab testing. Speaking of Hillary and picks and shovels, basically there are franchises like Dunkin' and McDonald's that you will set you up with a lab and the equipment, send you a scientist for a while, teach you how to test cannabis. Idea being, look, every piece of a certain amount of percentage of every single bud sold in every single state is going to have to be tested for pesticides, heavy metals, the whole thing. Why not just not worry about the price of flower? You're obviously going to have enough supply to come in, become a franchisee of whatever, let's call it Blackstone Labs. You become the franchisee, you open a couple in Massachusetts, you're just testing product every day. Doesn't matter, for day or night. I love that. 2, going up the ladder, teaming up with social equity and economic empowerment candidates like Mr. Ravinovich is. The gate has been lowered to make it a level playing field, and they're getting some extreme advantages, not only in Cambridge with home delivery, but access, moving ahead of the line in certain things.
That was the purpose of the law in Massachusetts, the first state
as
to do it.
As it should be. I'm not saying that's wrong, but
okay.
I'm saying these people who are SC and EE applicants, they're called, need investors and they need business guidance. You know, it's from the level of some don't know how to put together a business proposal and some don't know how to run a business. You can team up with them. They need your funds. A lot of them don't have $1 million to get it all up and going. That's a great idea because you're helping the group that's supposed to be helped, but you're also getting the benefits of whether being a shareholder or a consultant of the cut in line. It's like the Disney Pass when it first started. You cut in line access to all the rides. You get the first whatever delivery. You get the first edible license. Nice. I mean, it's nice to have that artificial market in your favor. Third one was, kind of comes into us, cannabis websites. I personally have to say I'm involved with Cannabis.net, obviously, but right now with the shakeout in the stock market, funding has dried up. Many cannabis websites with traffic are in trouble. They overspent. They have too big of staffs. We're talking the Mass Roots. High Times has filed a letter that they may not be able to continue to operate. You have Civilized already closed down after $10 million in funding. You can buy these distressed assets with traffic for 2 cents on the dollar. And let's go back to your theory. We deschedule or reschedule or do something in the next 24 months. We'll even give it that cannabis traffic to create orders down the road, because we all know how this is going to end up. We're going to order it from here. You're going to click, click, click. Oh, it's going to be here in an hour. It's going to be here tomorrow.
Right.
That cannabis traffic can be converted to orders. Right now, cannabis traffic is kind of crappy as far as creating revenue. You just have to sell ads. But the moment that changes and you can convert those eyeballs into an order form or into is going to be worth millions.
Which is one of the reasons why you're.
What are you doing? Yeah. So where are you in? Where are you putting your check? Are you going testing lab? Are you going SEEE? Or are you going website?
So I think the best investment is the testing lab, because you're always going to need testing.
It's the safest, and it's the lowest value, by the way. If anybody's interested in this, look it up. I think it's $25,000 to $50,000. I mean, I'm not saying that's nothing, but as far as getting a dispensary open for $1 million or buying a cannabis website for a couple million that has traffic, it's not bad, and you can get funding from some of these franchise people.
Right. So again, testing, then social equity, then futures, because that's what you're banking on.
Yeah, you're banking on taking an order online,
that's right.
And that's the guys who get bought by Amazon.
Absolutely. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, we have a whole room of guests that are coming in here. Ryan Zachman's here. Stephen Werther's coming in from ACS. Don't go away. We Talk with Kurt and Jimmy returns.
What is the difference in doing the process that your machine has compared to everything else that's on the market right now? Why is this one standing out?
So that's a good question. Our patents lie in our chilling technology. Most traditional systems, they all function you have to heat up the ethanol so that it evaporates. Once it evaporates, it travels towards a vacuum source and has to hit something cold where it'll turn back into a liquid so that way we can reuse it again for another extraction.
Right.
And all that heat and energy vapors, it's a lot of energy there, and when it hits something cold, it'll heat up the liquid that's cooling it down. And traditional chillers will sit, you'll cool down a media like propylene glycol, and that'll circulate out of a chiller through the glass coils. The thing cooling the propylene glycol is a refrigeration line, and we thought, let's get rid of the propylene glycol and
That's a
just
good idea.
directly cool the refrigeration coils with the compressor.
Okay.
So our patents lie around that chiller. Once we solved that problem, that enabled us to scale from a smaller volume to much larger volumes.
awesome.
So traditional flask size go up to about 50 liters. Ours now go up to about 200 liters.
Okay, we're on camera now. I can speak. All right. Did I learn my lesson, Mike? I did. Okay, good. I get to stay in for the rest of the show. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Weed Talk with Kurt Dalton and Jimmy Young. I am Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media.
And I'm Kurt Dalton with Cannabis.net.
And we want to welcome in two very special guests this half hour, actually this hour with us. They're going to spend an hour with us, whether they like it or not. They're not leaving until 10. Dr. Ryan Zachlin is here. We call him Dr. Z. And Stephen Werther is here from ACS out of Bridgewater. Both gentlemen I've known for a while. Stephen and I go back to our grade school time, let's just say.
Yikes.
And yes, it's been a long time, Stephen. Let's just leave it at that, all right? And I do know you're still younger than me, no matter how hard you try. And I was introduced to Dr. Z here by Stephen, so I figured it might be nice to have everybody, one big happy family, on the show. And thank you both for coming in tonight on a Thursday night.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks for having us, Jimmy.
You bet. First of all, let's start with the doctor, the good doctor in the house. You are an integrative medicine. Can you define what that is for our audience? Explain it and in a short, succinct way, if you will.
Of course, Jimmy. Integrative medicine is
right into your microphone. It'd be much better.
Integrative medicine is
now
I can hear myself.
That's right.
Is integrating both mind, body, and spirit, or energy, if you will. Also integrating Eastern and Western disciplines. But really, most importantly, it's a partnership between the healer and the patient, in which the healer helps the patient identify imbalances in their life, both mind, body, and spirit, and how those balances may be corrected and bringing back into balance.
Well, I've been imbalanced for a long time, and Stephen can certainly attest to that. I had a muscle imbalance. That's one of those diagnoses that you get so you get your physical therapy, okay? But let's go to Stephen now. Stephen, let's talk a little bit. You are a medical-only dispensary. I know it's important to you because you believe in the medicinal effects of the cannabis plant, correct?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's our focus, our main focus, our only focus at the moment.
And can you give us one of those stories? I know you have a couple of incredible stories. One in particular. Tell us the story about the young couple who came in with the child. I believe it was an autistic child. Am I right?
Yes, he's. I believe he's 5 years old. He's autistic. Was having seizures. Had become non-communicative, and also wasn't eating. So his pediatrician had recommended cannabis, and they came in looking for a particular really formulation, just very high in CBD with a little bit of THC. And we made that specifically for them. It was like a 20-to-1 at the time, I believe. And
a 20-to-1 ratio CBD to THC.
CBD dominant.
Yep.
And I was very successful. And the therapies have moved on from what we started with, but basically child stopped having seizures, was able to actually sit at the table and eat, and started being much more communicative. So just one of those stories that the whole reason I started ACS.
Is that ratio similar to a Charlotte's Web, or kind of what did you base it on?
It was what the doctor wanted.
A 20-to-1.
Yeah,
okay.
what the doctor had asked for that specific ratio, and that's what we did for them.
Now was it a doctor? It was a Colorado doctor, if I remember correctly. Am I right?
No, here it's a Mass doctor.
It wasn't Dr. Eric Ruby, was it?
It was.
Do I get to go to the head of the class?
You do.
He's been in this show. We
You
love
do.
Dr. Eric Ruby. All right, so there you go. And by the way, how many times, and Kurt, you've been in this space longer than I have, okay? How many times have you heard stories like this? And I know, Dr. Z, you have a few of these stories too, of how people say, cannabis saved my life, cannabis changed my life. How many times have you heard that? Kurt, I'm going to ask you flat out. I mean, hundreds, thousands?
Certainly hundreds. To go to the autistic boy, Dale Jackson, out of Georgia, we did an interview 4 years ago with him, and Georgia is finally getting, I think just yesterday or the day before, their first cannabis control meeting. And Dale has a son named Colin that developed a strain. It sounds similar, called Colin's Voice, and it has kind of a it has the Captain America logo because Colin's big, but he has a son and he documents it. And the reason you might know the name is Dale was the guy who literally crossed the state line to get this for his son. And Georgia's no joke, they're not going to let it go. He invited the media to follow him. I think where he went to North Carolina, he said, "You can follow me. You can bring the police. I'm going to help my son." And that's how we got word of him. And we've been friends ever since, tracking how Colin's doing. And people contact him all the time about his son and what he's doing with autism and stuff like that.
Dr. Z, I'm going to put you right on the spot. What's the endocannabinoid system? Can you explain that to our audience? I tried to, but I'm not a doctor, even though I play one on TV.
You do look like one on TV.
Thank you very much.
Yes, of course. The endocannabinoid system, or the ECS, as I'll refer to it as, is a system of neurotransmitters and receptors that basically the body uses to essentially maintain homeostasis. So balance both internally and within ourselves as well as within our environment. And there are actually 28 receptors involved and about 130 to 140 what we call endocannabinoids. So these are cannabinoids that we make ourselves.
Now the endocannabinoid system is in all humans, yes?
All humans, animals as well, and I think insects.
Mammals.
Yeah, I don't think insects. No, reptiles have, I believe, have an endocannabinoid system as well.
I don't know any reptiles.
I know quite a few snakes.
I was going to say that I'm scared to death of snakes. So
my lizard's always smoking a J when I get home. So.
Is that the Geico guy?
Yeah, exactly.
So if that's in all of us and it's here to balance us, first of all, who discovered the endocannabinoid system, that it existed, and then named it that really long title?
Yeah, so that would be Raphael Mechoulam. Dr. Mechoulam is a PhD who is from Israel. He's in his late 80s now, and he basically discovered in the 1960s, discovered THC, actually CBD, and then THC subsequently, and then identified a receptor, I think that was in the early 90s or so. It might have been sooner. And then they soon identified what we call a ligand for that receptor. And that ligand for that receptor he named anandamide, after the Sanskrit word for bliss. And they realized that basically the human body had a whole system of receptors that it made its own cannabinoids that were similar to the what we call phytocannabinoids from cannabis. And it was Dr. Mechoulam's research in cannabis that led to this whole discovery.
There you go. And I mean, when you go up to somebody who's a naysayer and a non-believer and, a prohibitionist, and you explain to them, you have an endocannabinoid system inside of you, and they look at you like, "What are you talking about? I don't have that inside me. I would never put that inside of me." Well, you don't have a choice. If you're a human and a mammal, you got it inside you, pal.
Yep, it's actually a good argument. I often use it because I say, look, you can't be against the GI system, right? You can't be against the cardiovascular system, or you're not into kidneys, right? I mean, it's just not something that you have an emotional charge towards. So when you lay it out to folks and you let them know that they have an endocannabinoid system, and that's what's really happening, and that it's often not sufficient enough and you need to supplement with phytocannabinoids, then it becomes a little bit more palatable and tolerable.
There you go. Kurt, you got something?
So in the endocannabinoid system, you might know better. I think in Massachusetts, the three main, at least filed on record for getting an medical marijuana card, is it sleep, chronic pain, and anxiety? How does the endocannabinoid, let's just talk about sleep. What's going on there when people can't sleep with their endocannabinoid system, and how does cannabis help?
Yeah, so the number one is pain.
Pain's number one, okay.
Yeah, and so, but with sleep, I mean, so the endocannabinoid system actually helps regulate the circadian rhythms, and so it's going to, it basically, I think of it as controlling the tempo of our existence, right? So when we're too amped up, it'll kind of tone things down, if you will. And if we're too dampened, it'll amplify things. So oftentimes, right, sleep and anxiety go together, or insomnia and anxiety go together. So people are a little too amped up. They're in a kind of hyper-vigilant state. So by by amplifying that endocannabinoid system, you're going to then dampen things and calm things down, if that explains it.
So for sleep, without getting into pain, I know CBD is super popular with people who don't have an MMJ card. They're taking it for sleeping. They're CBDing it. What role would THC play for these people if they went to a stronger THC version?
Yeah, so CBD can either cause insomnia or help with insomnia. So, and you really, I always say, and it depends on the demographic, but I mean, I say THC and CBD are like Olivia Newton-John and John Travolta, right? So, I mean, they go together, right? And so, if it would almost be like by not having THC, let's say Olivia Newton-John is THC, it'd be like watching Grease without Olivia Newton-John. Okay, so
You're
that's
the one that I love. I mean, what are you gonna do?
There you're there, touche. So, CBD helps to, I think of CBD as the fertilizer for the soil of the ECS, and then it helps THC be a better key to open the door and activate whatever needs to be activated. So, I think that there's this whole CBD craze. People really are saying they don't want to walk around in an intoxicated state, right? And THC at low doses is frankly not intoxicating.
Right.
So,
but who came up with the 0.3%?
Yeah.
We were asking that earlier. Some guy in the government said, okay, 0.3%.
0.3 is pretty good.
I mean, they're growing 7% THC at the University of Mississippi under the federal government, right? Anyway.
Well, the 0.3%, and I just want to comment on that actually. So, a 10 milligram dose of full spectrum hemp then could have 300 micrograms of THC. If you take another plant derived medicine like digoxin, which is dosed at either 250 micrograms or 125 for a geriatric population, that can be quite effective for controlling an irregular heart rate or atrial fibrillation. Fentanyl is in micrograms, right? 300 micrograms would kill any one of us if we took it, of fentanyl, levothyroxine. And so there are medications that are quite effective in microgram dosing. And one last bit, there was a research article in the Journal of the American Medical Association that looked at CBD products online, and 20% of them had up to 6.43 milligrams of THC per milliliter.
Yep.
So if you were doing two droppers twice a day, you were taking 12 milligrams of THC twice a day. That's an enormous dose.
That's well into intoxication.
That's right. Yeah, well intoxicated.
Stephen, all without the high.
Yep. That's right. That's right.
Glad you answered that.
Yeah. Ditto. Steve goes ditto.
Yeah. Stephen, let me ask you about the vaping situation and concentrates coming back in as early as today. What's going on at ACS? Have you seen a decline? I'm guessing you've seen a decline in the cartridge sales. And how much of an effect has that ban affected the medical community?
Oh, that's a great question, but I can't really say how it's affected overall. I mean, we had a decline down to zero.
Since it did decline.
Since we couldn't, since we weren't allowed to sell it.
It was a precipitous decline.
Right. Something to zero, right?
Zero. Yep.
So yes, that was a big decline.
Yeah.
But but patients were using other ways of medicating. So flower sales were up, edibles were up, tinctures were up. We sell a lot of RSO products. So it's definitely been affected. So, but moving forward, so it is approved. There's a long list of new regulations that we're dealing with. Actually, we had a meeting today about it, and we're implementing, we have to implement new processes. We have to print documentation. We have to put up signs about the carts themselves, about the oil and what may or may not be in it. We don't use anything at ACS. For any type of an agent. So, but all of that stuff has to get done. Our existing product that was quarantined is still quarantined, and we're allowed to start making new product. I forget what the date was. I think it was the 13th or 14th. We start making new product. That product has to go out for testing, and now it goes out to be tested inside a cart. Before we could test the bulk oil. Now it has to be tested in a cart. So we have to send a certain amount of material out to the lab to be tested, and of course, they've added a test for vitamin E acetate, which is one of the potential culprits.
Right. Oh, no, actually,
vaping.
that's the villain. That's the villain that the CDC has now identified, right, Dr. Z? And by the way, who in the world would take Bengay and stick it in a cartridge and then inhale it? Well, I'm not saying Bengay. You know what I'm saying.
I think the vitamin E acetate's a red herring.
Oh, heard it here first, folks.
Yeah, we had this conversation.
All right.
Okay, I want to
Tell
get
me
back
why. Tell me why. Come on.
Go ahead.
So I took an oath. That's first do no harm. That's the Hippocratic Oath. Okay, so I cannot. I have to abide by FDA standards as best I can. And so the reason I'm comfortable with cannabis as medicine is it's really, it's a whole plant, right? So I follow a kind of a whole foods, plant-based diet and lifestyle, so that, that's multifaceted. So when you're talking about vaping, you're either using, you're using a device, right? So if you're vaporizing whole flower, it's not an FDA-approved device. We don't know what's in the chamber, what the inhalation chamber, what coats the oven that they use. It really depends, and these are for high-quality ones, so there's a huge drop-off in quality. So I can't trust those. And then when it comes to the oil, I don't. It's the vitamin E acetate, but it's also, there's, lead in some of these cartridges. There was cobalt lung that came out. Now we're looking at vaping nicotine, right? Those people that are vaping nicotine, it's now showing that it's 1.3 times the risk for pulmonary disease, and people never would have thought that. But we're much further ahead of the game in researching this than we are vaping THC products. It's inhaling high-dose vegetable oil. And so I think for vaping, the safest form might be using it for medicinal uses in very small amounts. But to use it to get high, you're messing with the ECS, and you're messing with your lungs. And I just think you're being a guinea pig. And I cannot let my patients take that risk.
Oh, good for you. That's kind of sobering, to be honest.
Yeah.
I just want to say it's
kind of a bummer now.
So, no. But,
you want me to tell a joke?
Thanks for that. Huh?
So, doctor walks into a room. All right, Stephen, back to you. These new things that you have to do, how will they affect your pricing? Because obviously, this is more work and more things going in. What are patients expecting for the vape cart prices now?
Well, I'm hopeful that it's not going to really affect it because we're so medically focused and trying to provide the most cost-effective medicine we can. We are focused on making sure the cost doesn't go up. So it's right. So there's more work involved, and that's okay because that's part of trying to do the right thing for patients. But so I don't have an answer to that yet because we're really just digging in, Kurt. But we'll know better as we get a little closer. It could become that it's the equipment that requires some additional cost. I think it'll be minimal.
Minor. Okay.
Yeah. Dr. Z, is it safer now to smoke weed than vape it?
People have been smoking cannabis for thousands of years, and Donald Tashkin set out to prove that it caused head, neck, and lung cancer, and feels that it does not. It can cause bronchial inflammation, but I think at the end of the day, what I've told my patients is if you feel like you need some inhaled therapy, combustion, a small amount of combustion is the way to go. But I will say though, if you are going to vaporize, right? So there's what I say ideally, and that I can't condone things, but if you're going to vaporize, then certainly use a high quality device. I would say make sure you're going to dispensaries that are like-minded to Stephen, who I've gotten to know, and honestly, I know that his head and heart are in the right place and is only interested in doing the right thing, and I haven't found that, unfortunately, to be ubiquitous. But I think be careful, be very intelligent how you shop. I think Hillary, who was just on the show, who has the Go Fire, I like that concept. I like the concept of you're not heating the whole chamber, and it's very metered dose. So, I don't want to be a total kind of hard ass. There's a reality to it, and I think there are kind of lesser evils to choose from.
Have you
Steven,
seen?
You're one of them.
Lesser evil. Lesser evil over here, yeah.
All right, that's all right.
Thanks, buddy.
He's comfortable. I think he's comfortable with that.
Thank you.
Have you, Dr. Z? Have you seen the Weegit system? It was actually at the summit that you were at in Newton. It's basically a 4-filter pipe that takes a lot of the heat away from the bowl and cools the smoke as it comes into your lungs. I believe it's 1,300 degrees down to 80. Beth Dost, a registered nurse, is the one who helped design that.
Yeah.
Is that a good product? I mean, I'm not going to ask you to, obviously endorse it, but I mean, that's the kind of thing that we could use and feel better about.
Yeah, I mean, I actually have one that I have not tried myself.
I have.
And so did it work? How was it? Was it smooth?
It felt like a vape, to be honest with you.
So
it really was.
I think they're definitely on the right track. I mean, I think some of these bongs that they make these days, which doesn't really filter everything out, but I mean, they make some pretty smooth ones that will cool the smoke down, right? There are ways, or, because that also, there's a way to, I think, as long as it's a little bit, right? I mean, then I think
I get you.
It's okay.
In small doses, it's okay. It's like anything else.
It's likely okay. It's likely okay.
Thank you very much for that. You're not an attorney either, are you?
Of course I am. I'm a doctor. I have to be an attorney.
That's right. That's right. By the way, I never played an attorney on TV. All right, let's just say. I lost my train of thought here because we were talking about bongs and everything, and
got them all excited.
And cooling.
Wait, what?
And cooling the smoke out and everything. It truly is. I have this saying called "It's a whole new world of weed," and it really is. I mean, as someone who remembers the '60s and '70s when I did start to test and taste. To now, it's completely different. You know exactly what you're getting. If you go to a medical dispensary like ACS, you know exactly what you're getting. You know kind of what it's supposed to do to you. We all know that every human endocannabinoid system is different. So a sativa may be, stimulating for one person, but it also might put someone else to sleep, right? Because we're all different, and everybody's endocannabinoid system is different. But I like going to a medical dispensary, and I believe that the CCC finally came up with that statement that none of the sicknesses that have been reported in Massachusetts have been bought at a medical dispensary in this state. That was the statement I was waiting for, and I got it over the weekend. As a patient, that made me feel really good. Almost comfortable enough to pick up my vape again, I'll be honest, but,
If it came from lesser evil, I feel great. I mean,
Thanks, Kurt.
Let's do it. Yep. Oh, we're clear. We're clear. Clear.
I have lost control.
All right, Ryan, I have a doctor question for you.
Yeah.
We just put up an article, 8 crazy ways you can take cannabis into your body. What is the highest absorption way or two to consume cannabis if everything's on the board?
Can I guess?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's a suppository, isn't it? Right up your butt?
I believe that is the case. I'll let Ryan answer it. I think tongue is number 2, under the tongue, but go ahead.
Yeah,
what do you think?
So, I mean, I think actually inhalation is going to be the highest amount of absorbed, highest amount absorbed. That's a good question. Suppositories are a little strange. I mean, because they're not. That's a loaded statement.
Wow,
that's what she said.
They're a little
All right, so hold on.
wiggly.
Hold on.
Haven't tried one of those yet.
So, regarding suppositories, my understanding is that they're very localized, actually, and that there's not much absorption. And so, I mean, this is from a trusted colleague who said that that his patients they don't experience intoxication from the suppositories, and that you really use them for a localized effect. So, I mean, in theory, yes. I mean, sublingual, the idea is that you're bypassing the metabolism of the liver, and you're going more directly into the bloodstream. Yeah, so I'm not actually sure. I mean, I would probably guess that it would actually be in edibles. I know when you smoke, you inhale about 30 to 38%, and I would say with edibles, my guess would be around 50% or so.
That explains a lot, actually, to me anyway. I'm not sure I love the effect of the edible because of the delayed reaction and the entire body sensation that you get from the edible. And yet I am finding I'm using them more just because I've been sick for like 4 weeks.
Because you like them.
Because you like them.
I don't really like them. I'm doing them every night for some reason. I don't know. Yeah.
I can't stand them, but I can't stop eating them.
Exactly right. I can't quit you. That's a suppository one.
No, so it's
that should be easy to quit.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the suppositories he gave up after one night. That was no problem.
Well, wait.
It didn't do shit.
Maybe a month later. I did one more a month later. Yeah, one more a month later, and then I really quit. I was done after twice.
That was good. We're on the internet. We can pick the over 21 thing. You know what I mean? It's all right.
And then there was that one time in Vegas. But other than that, I do not do suppositories.
It's the easiest one to forget.
All right, I can't stop those either.
Right. Okay.
No, I think that the issue with edibles, right?
Yep.
And this is, so everybody has a story from Colorado. Well, I ate the quarter of the cookie and didn't feel anything. So then 15 minutes later, I ate another quarter of the cookie.
You're stealing our material
I didn't feel anything. And then,
exactly.
It's the January 16th
and then I didn't feel, and then I, 15 minutes later, I ate the other half. Then the first quarter kicked in, then the second quarter, and now you're in the emergency room with your spouse because you swear you're having a heart attack, right? And so, but you're not, But although if you're eating a high dose, you could be at risk. I mean, and so it could be very dangerous. And so what happens though is the THC, Delta 9 THC, when it's eaten, is metabolized by the liver to 11-hydroxy-THC. And this is a longer-acting, more psychoactive metabolite. And I've actually had some patients that don't respond to smoking at all, and they eat a little bit, and they're just out of their mind, right? And or vice versa. So it's a different relationship between Delta 9 THC and 11-hydroxy. And that, Jimmy, is what you're probably talking about is, they do have a different effect. But again, we're talking about intoxication. So when you're talking about medicinal dosing, it doesn't really play the same role. And in fact, you want to utilize that longer acting metabolite.
I was actually going to ask you to go into the Delta 9 stuff and explain why they're so powerful when they hit. Stephen, edibles in Bridgewater at your place, what dosages or what do you see that people enjoy, like, hot sellers?
They like the brownies.
I mean, how strong of a dose are the big sellers, or why?
It's really all over the map. When we first started, I wanted all low-dose edibles.
5 milligram, I'm guessing?
5, no more than 10.
Oh, yeah.
So typically 5 and 10.
Yep.
But the patient base demanded higher quantities. So a lot of our edibles have 25 milligrams. Yep. And we have, occasionally we've done some much higher dose edibles. But all our edibles are excellent, I have to say.
I'm just going to ask you: is gummies, chocolate? What do people
Hold
like?
Hold that thought. We got to take a break.
Okay. Taking a commercial break.
We're going to take a break.
Taking a break.
We're going to take a break, but when we come back, we'll find out the answer to that question
Yes,
and
or
more.
chocolate.
Don't go away. We Talk continues after this.
Hey, so I'm so happy to be here. I think my favorite part of the conference has been mingling with you ladies, and the conference hasn't even started yet. So I just want to say how incredibly, through the course of the last 12 hours, inspired. I've sat with women I've admired for a while. And I just want to say thank you all for being here. And we all have stories, right? And I heard those last night of how we keep winding up in these same rooms, right? Our kind of stories. Where were we before? And today Stacey asked that I share mine.
People like me that have been in the industry doing this to serve other individuals in a holistic health way, we're going through things that most people would think are unheard of. But the beauty of all of this is that it's given me the drive to look beyond what's going on around us and to look beyond what we think is really happening. Because yes, there's laws, yes, there's overregulation, but the more we point to what's wrong, the more we're missing what's right. And what's right is that we're evolving. What's right is that there's more access to this medicine to the people that really needs it. And the more that we stand in our power and we learn how to only focus on what we want to bring into this world is when the world's gonna shift.
My mom took me to doctors and nobody could figure out what was going on. I failed breathing tests, so they gave me inhalers. My face was changing fast and it was getting worse. My mom felt that cannabis could help me heal and help me with this tumor. We were not comfortable with the treatment options available. After my post-surgical scan, I started cannabis so that we would know if it was working. We saw results in my pain and swelling right away. We also saw tumor shrinkage on my follow-up scan only a few months after starting cannabis.
That was Riley from the Women in Cannabis Conference. Great story. And again, we'll have a complete wrap-up of the Women in Cannabis Conference with the founders, Stacy and Annie, on our In the Weeds special the day after Christmas, which I believe is next week. Right? I saw that on the calendar. I'm pretty sure I've heard about this, all the music and everything and all the decorations. No, I know that. Welcome back to Weed Talk, everybody. I'm one of the hosts here. I'm the founder of Pro Cannabis Media. My name's Jimmy Young.
And I'm Kurt Dalton from Cannabis.net.
And we are very happy to be talking with Dr. Ryan Zachlin and also with Stephen Werther. But before we get to any more talk with the doctor and the ACS guy, I want to thank some of our supporters. Legal Seafoods, guests appearing on this show, do receive gift cards from our friends at Legal Seafoods. I bet you guys didn't know that before you came in, so I appreciate it. There's the Weedjits.com. There's the little smoke system, if you will. Lots of filters. Go online, check it out. Pretty soon we'll actually have a code you'll be able to put in and maybe even get a discount. But in the meantime, just check it out. And, of course, Caroline's Cannabis out in Uxbridge. We love them. We love Caroline, and we're very happy that they support our cause to educate the public, because that's really what we're doing here. And one more shout out to our national sponsor, the National Cannabis Risk Management Association, a group of like-minded businesses in the cannabis space offering great membership services, ncrma.net. All right. That's it. Now we're talking vaping. Now we're talking suppositories. Now we're talking tinctures.
We're talking edibles. Hey, we left a cliffhanger over here.
That's right. Thank you, Kurt, for bringing me back. Tell us what it was, Stephen.
We were talking about edibles.
Yeah, but what are the hottest ones? Is that what you asked, Kurt?
Chocolate or gummies? Which way are you going? What's the big one?
So we like to refer to them as soft chews. We don't call them gummies.
Mm-hmm.
But we sell a ton of soft chews, and our brownies and our cookies and our whatever I forget what they call them.
They're award winners. They're award winners,
yeah,
aren't they?
Fantastic. All big sellers. All big sellers. People come in and buy 25, 30 cookies at a time.
And how much is in one cookie? Is it the whole cookie?
Yeah, the whole cookie. So typically, it varies by batch.
Yep.
But so a lot of times the cookies will have 25 milligrams for the whole cookie.
So they take a piece. Yep.
Yeah. You mentioned varying by batch. That was one of the first questions I know you and I talked about. How do you know when you get the corner of the cookie that it's going to have the same amount of THC in it as the other half?
Consistency, right?
Consistency. How do you deal with the consistency? I think Jeremy was the one who explained this to me.
Yeah, so the important thing is how the product is made, right? Making sure that it's properly produced allows you to get the an even mixture throughout the product. So, and we're now making edibles with RSO, but typically our edibles have been made with distillate, and it's very easy to make sure that it's evenly spread.
You're going PhD on us here. Let's RSO. Yeah. Go ahead. Tell RSO what that means.
What is RSO?
Okay, so RSO, which some people may know, is Rick Simpson oil. It's just basically. I'm sure most people know about Rick Simpson, so I won't bother you with that part. But basically, it's just typically a formulation. It's a very concentrated version of the product. Typically, so we started with our CBD product, so it's a very high CBD based edible.
There you go. And Dr. Z, you said you want to get into tinctures. I have a tincture story myself. My first time trying it, I remember going into a certain dispensary, and I'm not going to say what it was, but it was one of the first ones that opened as close to Boston as you possibly can get and has a lot of long lines at it. But I'm not going to tell you what it is.
Okay, good.
And I went in and I said, look, I don't want to smoke it anymore. What are my choices? I got tinctures. I got the little capsules. I got an edible. And I said, I've never had any reaction to edibles, through my entire career and all my field research. And he said, well, just try this. So I tried a third of it, which was 33 milligrams out of 100. Needless to say, at 4 a.m., I woke up and the room was spinning.
At the emergency room. Yeah,
no. I'll tell you, it's very interesting. First of all, I learned something very important, and I'm going to ask the doctor about this. Is it not true if you have a CBD only drink or anything that is purely CBD, if you take a full, maybe even 2 doses of that CBD, you will bring your high down? Is that true or not?
Yes. So to some extent, rather. So CBD, part of the reason why they go together and it works well is so when you have THC, right? So, Mike, can you see it in here? Yeah. So here's the starting dose of THC, right? And then here's, let's say, where intoxication happens.
Yeah.
So in medical use of cannabis, intoxication is an oft unwanted side effect. We consider it that. So here's your therapeutic window, right? That you have to increase your THC until you feel intoxication. So CBD will raise that ceiling and widen that therapeutic window. And I think it's really best to use initially. So you're better off taking it with the THC initially. But if you do have taken a whopping dose of THC, definitely take a whopping dose or a whopping dose of CBD.
Yeah.
Actually,
what was that THC level again? Could you do that again? Where were you? Down there. I like it a little more. I don't know. There you go. All right.
Out of the frame. He likes it out of the frame.
Whoa, hold on. I don't know if the share goes higher.
Is that scientific?
I like that's scientific.
That's a batch mixture right there.
So now I'm gonna take what we just learned about CBD and now apply it to real life. We joke about people ending up in the emergency room, which is never a joke, but it is true. Our first responders or emergency rooms, do they have high dosage of CBD to help people as they come in?
You know what, Jimmy? Last time we spoke, you asked me a brilliant question, and that's a brilliant idea, and I got to shake your hand again.
Two shaking hands.
Right? That's 2 shaking hands.
Baby.
I love that. I love that. I mean, I think down the road, I mean, there are also a couple of other things that you can use to turn it off that I won't mention, but yeah, absolutely. There should be formulations that you could essentially, turn it off.
Yeah, because I'm not chewing black peppercorn, okay? It's just not happening.
Is one of them Doritos?
Yeah. Well, one of them actually is eating, right? That will also...
100%.
Ativan helps in the emergency room.
Ativan helps. Oh, my God.
But our Colorado...
How challenging... By the way, we laugh. We're having a great conversation here. We laugh. But what we're talking about is amateur self-medication with a medicine.
This is so you've led up to the perfect segue. Okay,
thank you.
I have a tincture story that also incorporates the CBD concept. Okay. That also ties into Stephen. Okay. So I'm also going to tie it in to everyone. No, but so all right. So I have a patient, right? So basically, I've been very frustrated with the whole system of Massachusetts. I'm very frustrated with the Cannabis Control Commission. We can talk about that after. And I've been very frustrated with many of the dispensaries because even the medical ones, to me, did not appear to be focusing on really making medicine. They were really kind of prepping themselves for adult use, and really the products that they sell are frankly dangerous when it comes to making medicine. I mean, dabbing and sugar and all that stuff is overwhelming the ECS, right? So I sought out, and so one product in particular is called THCA. THCA is the acid. It's basically the precursor for THC, and that's how it's found in the plant. And it's thought to be as effective as THC at 1/10 to even 100th the dose, and is a very potent anti-inflammatory. Nobody carries it. Okay, only Netta Am I allowed to say that? Well, yeah, I
You
can say
just
that.
did.
No, well, they in Brookline. No, they.
I didn't have to say it. but
They carry it, and they've
Okay.
carried it, and they're the only one in the state that was making it.
Okay.
But they don't deliver, and it was impossible to kind of get. They were getting into their whole big adult use blast off. So I met with Steven and told him that, look, I like to use tinctures because it helps me titrate the dose, and so can you make a set of tinctures for my patients and deliver them to the North Shore? To which he graciously agreed, and he made a set of a THC tincture, a THCA tincture, and a CBD tincture. So I had a patient that comes in, and he comes in 1 week, and he's like this. Okay,
That's low THC down there.
He's hunched over. He has what's called cervical spinal stenosis, which means his neck is just impinging, and he's got chronic pain. Nothing has helped him. Multiple injections. He's tried everything. Doesn't want to do narcotics, right? So he comes in, and I give him my protocol, and that includes taking 2.5 milligrams of THC at night, as well as 5 milligrams of CBD twice a day and 5 milligrams of THCA twice a day. So his wife finds a different dropper after it's delivered, and she proceeds to give him 2.5 milliliters of high THC tincture, as well as 5 milliliters of CBD. So she basically gives him 55 milligrams of THC.
Oh my God!
And 80 milligrams of CBD. Okay.
Amateur self-medication.
So wait,
his neck never felt so good.
Well, the thing is, he comes in
Yeah.
like this. He walks in straight. Okay, and they come in and they say, "What are we supposed to do? We can't afford this. We ran out of the tincture." They had called Steven. So they had called Steven and told ACS. They were trying to figure out what the heck happened because they're like, "How could you run out of it?" So the guy tells me this. He says, "The first night, I was wasted." Right? He goes, "But I noticed that my pain had improved significantly, and I slept like a rock." Now, this is interesting, too. The subsequent evening, he says, I wasn't wasted, right? Which is really interesting. But he still had pain relief, and he still slept great. He just ran out of it in 5 nights.
Right. Yeah.
Didn't have enough.
A month supply in 5 nights.
So this is become a favorite story of mine because it shows many different things, but it does demonstrate. So one, I think the CBD helped, right? I think, it shows that if you push your dose high enough, you will get relief. And it also shows that people develop a quick tolerance to the unwanted side effects, but then do not develop a tolerance to the medicinal effects. And it also shows the graciousness of ACS and Stephen in making medicine for the good people of Massachusetts.
I just heard delivery to the North Shore. So, hey, guess what? I heard there's a delivery to the North Shore.
Stephen, how are things going down at ACS?
Things are great. Yeah, we're doing very well. We're busy. We get new patients every day, and the word's getting out. I mean, we have excellent patient advocates at the counters. We really work with people to help them figure out what the right product is, what the right titration method is. If they have problems, we're happy to talk, more and more and more. With I've heard some dispensaries actually have a limit as to how long they can spend with their patients. We don't do anything like that, of course.
Wow.
So thank you for asking, but things are going along quite well. We're very happy.
And I'm going to say another thing about his dispensary. Everybody's gone down Route 24 at some point in their lives, towards Brockton, to the Cape, towards 495. The exit to your dispensary is the exit right before 495 and 24.
Yes.
You can get to the ACS dispensary in 5 minutes off Route 24 at that exit. So if you happen to be going to the Cape or you're going north, it's actually a pretty good place to kind of pop in, pop off the highway. I thought I'd give you a little plug.
If you have a medical card.
Thank you,
If you have a medical card, of course.
You have to have a medical card.
Well, I've got a medical card. I mean, do I need to show the gross fingers? Fingers?
Stephen has made suppositories for Jimmy. Special THCA suppositories.
Do you have plans for rec for people that don't have a card? Are there rec in the future for you?
That's a great question.
It is a great question. So we're interested in rec just because it's a requirement sort of the business model.
Yeah.
But I don't have any time frame for Bridgewater.
Okay.
Right now, we are working on a second location with medical first, and then the same. There we'll be applying for an adult use license.
Right away, okay.
But in Bridgewater, no. And am I allowed to say where the second location will be?
Yes.
If you want to, sure.
Tell me it's North Shore.
Sure. So, yeah, we're delivering to the North Shore, but it'll be in Hull.
Oh,
Speaking of
cool.
cake, yeah.
Oh, my God. We got a house in Nantasket, too. I'm psyched for that. Oh, sorry. All right. I don't know where to go next. One of the things that we talked about, and I'll tell you, it really meant a lot to me when I threw out this theory, and Kurt knows exactly what I'm talking about because we talked about it before the show. And you thought it was a great, and now you are the second doctor that I've talked to. An oncologist was the first one. I threw this theory out at the guy, and he goes, I think you got something there. And then you called it brilliant, and I was like living large at that point because I'm like, no doctors ever called me brilliant. They call me a lot of other names, but not that. The theory is this, and Kurt, we did talk about it in the second half hour.
Let's get your opinion on it.
Right, but again, take this medicine that has been used for 1,000 years on humans out of the human element in 1937 when it became prohibited. What effect has that had on the cancer rate and on other things? If that medicine was still in existence and being used over the past 80 years and learned about and researched, wouldn't we have less cancer in our world, Dr. Zachary?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think it's a brilliant idea and a brilliant theory because it's based on the ECS, right? So you take the system that maintains balance and helps also regulate the immune system, for example.
Right.
So we all have, unregulated cell growth throughout our body at any given time, but you have these immune cells that come along and they kill the, unregulated cells and don't allow them to perpetuate and grow and turn into a tumor and then turn into full-blown cancer, right? And but there's so many other conditions too that touch upon the endocannabinoid system, and so it's actually a more eloquent way of saying, well, imagine if everybody in the world was taking some kind of cannabinoid therapy, not necessarily enough to get intoxicated, but you might want to, if it's okay if you have,
Kurt wants it.
If you want to.
He walked in his office standing straight up saying, this is the greatest thing ever.
You got, Kurt, I know you're looking a little hunched over right now. We'll talk after.
Hold on.
No, but I do think that if what if we eliminated, caffeine and alcohol, and instead everybody was using cannabis, right? What would that look like? I know it's just kind of like sometimes a pie in the sky thought, but if you think about it, really, what you're saying is, how much of a tonic is this for us? And if you remove a tonic that is really can play an essential role in helping one maintain balance, and now you're exposing that individual to just overexposure of just overstimulation and just there's so much just hyperactivity going, right? Hypervigilance. Yeah, it's really tough to say, and specifically to cancer, sure. Just being balanced overall, feeling better. Then when you feel better, you eat better. You tend to exercise more, right? So it's like, I look at it from a holistic perspective,
from an integrative medicine perspective.
Integrative medicine perspective. To me, right? Integrative medicine looks at how do we attain balance, and that's what the ECS looks at. I look at them as one and the same, and so yeah, I like the idea, and I think it. Because we've had a rise of cancer, and it's the industrial revolution and all of that.
Right.
But maybe we could have offset things. Even if it was like 10%, right? A lot of people lost a lot of people that they love.
That's right.
That maybe they didn't need to.
Most of my family, actually, when you get right down to it. Anyway. Well, that's interesting. I knew that. And by the way, the other thing that I had I'm going to give a little hard. So he used the word ubiquitous already on this show. And he used it in the first interview I did with him. And I will be perfectly honest. I got a 400 on my SAT, okay? Verbal. 700 in math, but 400 for verbal. And what kind of a business am I in? Kind of a career I've had. I had to look it up.
He's also.
Was that like
he uses the word. He throws the word brilliant around very easily too. Very low bar for brilliant. It's a new amazing.
I said the idea was brilliant. The idea was brilliant.
A lot of the brilliant bar is now back down here.
I gotta have some cleanup, maintain some clout.
I just try to think about the big picture and what effect this has had on my body, on other people's bodies, on their lives. I mean, I've gone on record. I've explained my usage many, many times on my In the Weed show, and I'll say it again. I'm 62 years old, and for 38 years, just about every day. I took 10 years off completely when my son Gabe was born, from 1990 to 2000. It also coincided with me getting the job at NECN that's, kind of...
Drug tested.
No drug. Excuse me.
I was gonna say.
By the way, the weekday guy was Mike Adams. Okay,
right.
there was no drug
Right.
testing. In fact, he left his ounce out in the parking lot. They didn't even suspend him. They just said, Mike, you got to do a better job hiding that, Anyway, love Mike, and the family of NECN still exists, which is great. Point being, again, you can stop this product and really not have a detoxing kind of situation. I mean, I was sick with a common cold for 3 weeks. I stopped using it. I didn't think it would be smart, Doc, that if I had a cough to actually start smoking. You know what I mean? I'm not brain dead. Okay.
I think that there's definitely withdrawal, and it depends on how much you use it and what you're using it for.
Oh, I substituted with Robitussin, by the way.
But also, if you're getting,
That'll do it.
if you're getting intoxicated, you might not. Right, then that's different. If you're not feeling any intoxication, then the only withdrawal you might feel is the rebound of your symptoms coming back. But I think that we really. So here's something I'd like to lay out. There's three. I look at the cannabis use in three kind of settings, if you will. So there's the medical use, which is to control symptoms, a specific symptom, where intoxication is an oft unwanted side effect, or it may be wanted, but it has nothing to do with intoxication. And then there's adult use, which is using intoxication to have fun, right, and maybe enhance a certain experience that you're having. But then there's this in between where people they enjoy the intoxication, and Jimmy, you might fall into this category where it helps you feel better. It helps your joints help your joints, right? And so, right, and you enjoy a little intoxication, but you also are using it for a therapeutic effect, right? And I think therapeutic is the bridge between the two. So we really have to distinguish when you're talking about withdrawal. From medical use, that's very different than from adult use, where people might be getting high all day, every day.
Right.
They'll have irritability, insomnia, agitation, right? But it's not life threatening.
Right. And it's one of the reasons why I always add, it's a whole new world of weed. Use it responsibly. It's an adult use product. Alcohol is an adult use product. You can have one glass of wine and be fine. Have a half a bottle and you're not fine. Have a full bottle and you're really not fine. And, we all know what that's like, okay? Same thing goes with these adult use products for cannabis. The thing is, it affects everybody differently. It's so amazing. I'll go out with some friends and, we'll partake. And one in particular, I don't feel anything. And so we hand her some more. Here, you keep going. We're over here. We're fine now. But you just keep going because, but everybody has a different metabolism, and everybody, it affects everybody different. That's why I went back to the sativa versus indica thing. For some people, indica is the relaxing strain, but for others, it's not. Sativa, it's the focus and hyper strain, and for others, it's not. So again, it's amateur self-medication on yourself to find out what works for you, how to keep your own endocannabinoid system in balance using this product responsibly.
Yeah, and in terms of, I just want to comment on how everybody has a different metabolism. So take the Asian population, and many of the women and men too lack an enzyme called alcohol dehydrogenase, and so that's why they can't tolerate any alcohol at all. And you'll find that is somewhat ubiquitous amongst the Asian population. Nice. And then I always like to use my father-in-law as an example of, he can drink
Dictionary.com.
My father-in-law can drink a triple espresso at 10 p.m. and go to sleep, and I'll be up for 6 weeks.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, why wouldn't it be any different with cannabis?
Right.
And if you take it a step further, Dedi Meiri in Technion University in Israel says, if you take a product and and you make a alcohol-based tincture, you make a glycerol-based tincture, you make a MCT-based tincture, you make an RS, a highly concentrated oil of it. They're all going to be different products. They're all going to have a completely different chemical profile. And then you look at the ingestion. So I think that while it is amateur medical use, and you always should start low and go slow, I got to put a plug in for myself and say, if you're looking to use it medically, come see myself or some of my trusted colleagues if I'm not in your area, because it's not easy to figure it out, and it does, professional guidance helps you do it safely, but it also helps you do it effectively.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And why don't you give your website and how people can
thank
get you
you.
right now? Good.
Yeah, my website is Zachlin.com. That's ZAKLIN.com.
Hard to believe that you didn't have to, there weren't too many Zachlin.coms out there.
Well, I snagged it from my cousins about 10 years ago.
I was going to say, was that an auction? You'd have to pay. Speaking of medical, CHS, what causes it? Is it from the plant? Is it from the cartridges? Is it pesticides getting in there?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody knows. So he's talking about cannabis hyperemesis syndrome. I don't think anybody really knows the true cause of it. It is thought to have been metabolites. I mean, I think it's often overdiagnosed. It happens in heavy users, usually 16 years or more. It seems to happen in anybody. But I'll tell you a story about a patient of mine who went to the ER. He had a GI thing and he was vomiting, and they said he's got CHS. And he talked to me, and what it didn't sound like it. And I said, because cannabis also treats nausea. Right. So I said, look, I'm not telling you what to do. Okay. I'm like, but there's really only one way to find out if you have it or not. And he tried the cannabis because he had been feeling a little bit better, and he felt totally better. So, I think that CHS is a real thing. I think it's probably, it's a good plug for being careful in overuse, because, Rimonabant was a medication that blocked both of the main receptors of the ECS, and it was supposed to reduce appetite, and they took it off the market because people killed themselves. They were suicidal. And so I think that's an example of what we got to be careful with dabbing and really hammering your ECS. What happens to the endocrine system if you hammer it with sugar, right? Insulin doesn't work as well anymore, and you're not going to make your own. Well, what happens if you hammer your ECS and you're no longer able to regulate your mood? I mean, that's another kind of sobering concept, but that's what I think CHS is alluding to and bringing our attention to what overuse can do to the ECS.
Very, very cool. You did mention one thing about the Cannabis Control Commission, and I'm not going to let you off the hook here.
Yeah.
I want you to explain what is your frustration with them. They have a very difficult job. I think everybody recognizes that. But what is it that is most frustrating for you?
Yeah, so take a deep breath. Get into my zen.
And we got 2 minutes.
You got 2 minutes. So basically, what I spend half of my time doing is fielding phone calls to my patients because their temporary card expired and they can't get anybody on the phone. And even one of my own employees, a nurse, called and wanted to inquire about the status of the caregiver card that her mom was getting for her. Okay, she was on hold for 45 minutes. She asked about it. They said, your mother needs to be on the phone, and they hung up on her. They didn't ask, is she next to you? Can we talk to her? Right? And so, I mean, to me, it's what
they're understaffed.
They're understaffed.
They're totally understaffed.
There's an easy solution here, okay? When the patient gets certified, they get printed a temporary medical card that is good for 14 days. They need their driver's license and that temporary card, and they can go to a medical dispensary and get a certain amount of medical product. Why not just make it 52 weeks and we're good, or whatever this certifying, provider certifies them for, and then that paper copy can be an electronic in their phone and they can just use it. That would solve, honestly, half of our problems, but they seem to just not care about the medical patients. It's not their focus, and it's really frustrating.
Well, I'm not sure it's the industry's focus, to be honest with you, Stephen. People are out there trying to make a buck, and the adult use recreational is certainly more profitable than the medical one.
Now.
Yeah,
in the future.
Well, it's only more profitable because more people are willing to go there. But if you get your medical card, there are no lines, there's no limits, there's plenty of parking, and you get all the attention you need, and there's no sales tax. So I'm not really sure why people are so right, not wanting to bother with that. But to
Right.
me, it makes sense.
Mine's up for renewal. I'm ready to go.
And one thing I just want to mention in my practice, Jimmy, that I obviously can't get into now, but we are moving to an insurance-based model, and we will be one of the first in Massachusetts that it's going to be accepting insurance. You'll pay a certain upcharge for the cannabis therapeutics, but I practice real medicine. I'm a real doctor, so I can bill insurance for treating.
He doesn't just play one on TV.
He really is.
He's on TV right now, but we got to wrap this one up.
Stephen Werther, acscompassion.com.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Very nice.
Yes.
Up here.
Elm
Up here.
Street,
Up
Elm
here.
Street, Bridgewater.
Thank you for having
Kurt
me.
Dalton, great. Dr. Zachlin, anytime. I really enjoy hanging out with you.
Yeah, likewise.
Mike Zodos is the technical director here at Performer.com, and thank you very much, Michael. Dan French produced this. So for everybody here in the big pro-cannabis media circle of love, remember, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly. Thanks for watching, everybody.
Thank you so much.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
The NCRMA, making our members better.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media, a former Emmy Award-winning talk show host and sportscaster from New England. So we're going to interrupt the kind of promotion of a new cannabis channel to talk to you about the year of cannabis in 2020. That's right, it was quite a year for the green wave. It's why we have a saying here at Pro Cannabis Media, it's a whole new world of weed out there. So if I were to ask you, what are your top 5 stories of the year in cannabis? What would they be? Well, here's mine. We'll do it David Letterman style, kind of backwards. Number 5, Colorado. They've delivered close to $2 billion in cannabis sales this year alone, and now has passed $1 billion generated in state tax revenue since it legalized cannabis in 2014. Pretty amazing. Number 4, the World Health Organization has descheduled cannabis from the most restricted category to the least restricted category, and the UN then voted to remove it from its most restricted category. Now, of course, the door is open to recognize cannabis for its medicinal effects internationally. Number 3, just after the U.S. House of Representatives votes to open the doors for medical research of cannabis in legal states, the DEA finally issues its guidelines about research grants, and it denied that opportunity for scientists, spurning more and more research efforts that are out there. And what do you think happened? More lawsuits have followed. Meanwhile, number 2, back to the U.S. House of Representatives for passing of the MORE Act that legalized cannabis and expunged small cannabis sentences. But that bill will never see the floor of the Senate because, as you know, that is controlled by that other party. All eyes on Georgia's Senate runoff now for control of the Senate. However, considering that no House of Congress has even considered changing the law for 80 years, it was a pretty good year. What was the top story? Come on, Election Day. More people went to the vote, more people went to the polls, and more people voted in the United States of America. That meant 5 states had ballot questions. All 5 states passed those ballot questions, making 4 more adult use legal states: Arizona, Montana, South Dakota, and New Jersey. Mississippi, what did they do? They added a medicinal program. That means a majority of the states in the United States of America, over 33 now, have medicinal marijuana programs. So, what are your top 5 stories for 2020 in cannabis? Email us at info@ProCannabisMedia, and we might just read your list on one of our live cannabis chat shows that we live stream 3 days a week from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. right out of this studio. That's right, on ProCannabisMedia.com, Pro Cannabis Media's Facebook page, and the YouTube channel. We go live 3 times a week, and right now we're live streaming the best of our 2020 shows on all of our social media pages. So like, share, subscribe, and follow us, because the only socialization we're doing now during this pandemic is social media. So for everyone here at Pro Cannabis Media, happy holidays. I'm Jimmy Young.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
getting into accounting actually started when I was younger. It's a funny story. My grandparents used to watch us every summer, me and my sister, and my grandfather owned stock in the company that he worked for, the electric company they had worked for forever. And he retired, he would check that stock price every day. So it'd be something fun that I would do with them. We'd look at the newspaper, I'd check the stock price with them. And I think that's where my love of numbers came in. And it turns out that I didn't even realize this when I picked accounting as my major. My other grandfather, my father's father, was an accountant as well. He was much older when I knew him, so I didn't realize he was an accountant, but I guess it kind of runs in the family.
Take your Zoom call podcasts or webinars to a whole new level.
Nurse Mark and the
Hey.
Green Nurse Podcast. We are here.
That's right. PCM can animate your logo, add eye-catching full-screen graphics, and lower third identifying motion graphics. Look like the network. Act like the network.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, everybody. Happy Friday. Happy almost new President Day. I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media, and we've got an amazing 2-hour show planned for you. We've got an incredible lineup of guests, people who were in the trenches of the 5 for 5 performance of the pro cannabis efforts at the state level. All 5 ballot questions passed in all 5 states. We've got 4 new legal states for adult use recreation. We don't have a new president yet. He's on the verge, on the brink, on the edge. But we do know that there are 4 new adult use legal states for recreational use of cannabis and 1 more medical state, and that would be Mississippi. Joining me every Friday is David Rabinovitz in studio, and he joins us now in studio. David, how are you? Good to see you.
It's good to be here again, Jimmy. It's been a great week.
Unbelievable week, not just for the cannabis industry, but also to watch the process of the election. And of course, we're going to be watching the process of this election now, it looks like, for a few more weeks. Because, let's face it, President Trump is not going down without a fight and without crying home to his mommy, because that's what he's doing. He's acting typical behavior of a child and someone who does not want to accept the will of the people.
But remember, we're a cannabis show.
Yes, we are. I know, and I try to.
You digress.
But you know what? You can't not take politics and cannabis out of it now. Cannabis is part of the political scene. It's why we have someone on deck right now that we're going to introduce, and we're going to talk about that because this guy is in the trenches in Washington, D.C.
Absolutely.
He's the communications director of the National Cannabis Industry Association. He is Morgan Fox. Morgan, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon for Cannabis Chat. So, what's it like in D.C. and how happy is the NCIA to go 5 for 5?
Well, this was a really fantastic year for cannabis ballot initiatives. As you mentioned, went 5 for 5 with Arizona, Montana, New Jersey, and South Dakota all passing adult use initiatives, and Mississippi overwhelmingly passing a patient-focused medical initiative. There's a lot of interesting things that came up in this election that I think are indicative of how much more quickly cannabis policy reform is moving. I think right off the bat, we have to look at the fact that initiatives passed in 3 very conservative states. If you're looking at Montana, South Dakota, and Mississippi. In Montana, the initiative did very, very well. I think a lot better than a lot of people expected. And I think right about on par with what Trump's support was in the general election. If you look at South Dakota, they passed a medical initiative by a very large margin and also passed an adult use initiative. This is unique in that South Dakota is the only state to ever pass an adult use initiative without having a pre-existing medical cannabis system in place. So this really passed just on the force of the ideas involved and the power of the arguments, without residents having a regulated cannabis system to look at as an example. And the fact that this happened in a very conservative state, I think, is really heartening for our prospects in the future, as well as a strong message to conservative lawmakers that not only is this an issue that they should embrace, but there could be potential political consequences for them if they try to impede progress on this topic. And then we're looking at New Jersey, where it passed with 2/3 support of the voting population. Which is 10 points better than the next most popular ballot initiative, which was California in 2016. In just 4 years, to have that sort of a jump in popular support is really telling about the pace at which cannabis policy reform is gaining traction.
I want to just ask him one follow-up on that, because about South Dakota, because their governor, Kristi Noem, a Republican governor, she said today that she thinks voters made the wrong choice in approving marijuana legislation and medical cannabis ballot measures this week. Meanwhile, the House Speaker there is saying it's going to be a challenge to implement the reform following voters' approval at the ballot box this week. Now, this is the kind of thing that does concern me, because their job as elected officials is to implement the will of the people. Right, Morgan?
Of course, but how often that actually happens in practice is really hit and miss. But I'm not particularly worried. I think that advocates on the ground there are going to do a great job at keeping the pressure on elected officials and regulators to implement their law as quickly as possible. We've typically seen that these can take anywhere from a year and a half to 4 years in the case of Maine to actually get the ball rolling on regulated adult use cannabis markets. But it does happen eventually. I mean, again, to bring up Maine, the governor there was a staunch opponent and did manage to slow things down, but he also did not stay in office very long.
Right, that's a good point. The cannabis power. Good. David, you got a question for Morgan.
Sure. Morgan, I have not read the articles, but I've caught some headlines that there's some litigation going on in Montana now to overturn what happened. Have you read anything about that?
Yeah, in just before the election, there was an attempt to get the ballot initiative thrown out because they claimed that it addressed too many disparate issues in violation of Montana law, which says that you're only allowed to address one issue per ballot initiative. This is a baseless attempt to try to overturn the will of the people. The Secretary of State in Montana cleared this months ago for the ballot. The higher courts rejected the argument that the bringers of this lawsuit claimed and said that they need to go to a lower court, which they are now doing. I think the chances of this impacting the implementation of this law are very slim, but it just goes to show that there are still people out there that don't care about the will of the people on this issue and are willing to try to take their choices away from them. We saw this happen this year in Nebraska as well, where a last-minute lawsuit was actually effective at removing a ballot initiative from the ballot.
And it's all about how those questions are worded sometimes. And again, that too is a challenge for those in the trenches like you guys and other lawyers in each individual state. Based on what we know right now, okay, Morgan, and again, we're a live show, so we can actually date it by saying, for what we know right now, Vice President Joe Biden is leading the electorate and the Electoral College, popular vote, the whole 9 yards. He's going to address the nation this evening. And I would say that a presumptive favorite to win the presidential election is an accurate statement. I'm very careful about what I say. David is like my judge. He makes sure he keeps me in line. He uses a whip once in a while, too. With the fact that the Democrats have put it out there on their platform that decriminalization of cannabis is going to happen at some point in 2021. And while we still really don't know about the Senate races that are still undecided, I believe there's like 4 still undecided out there, and Georgia's obviously going to have some kind of a
January,
runoff.
right.
It's going to end up being in January. We're going to have this election going on for the next 6 to 8 weeks. It's just the way it works now, I guess.
It's an extended holiday.
Oh my God, I'm glad you have a sense of humor on this. Obviously, the question I'm leading up to, Morgan, is how quickly do you think the federal government can move on A, descheduling it, and isn't that just an administrative thing, and B, can we move on to decriminalization, actually have it as legislation?
Well, descheduling would be decriminalization, wouldn't it?
Hang on, let him answer the question.
No,
Two different things.
There's a little bit of difference between decriminalization and descheduling, but that's no, it can be explained later. But we do know that the Biden administration is actually not supportive of full descheduling yet. They've shown an ability to evolve on the issue, and Senator Harris is the chief Senate sponsor of the MORE Act, which is a descheduling and restorative justice bill in the Senate. So we think that there is room to help a Biden administration evolve on this issue, and at the very least, it's highly unlikely that they would stand in the way of descheduling. The House appears very able to pass a descheduling bill, and hopefully we'll have a vote on the floor for the MORE Act this year in the lame duck session. But the Senate is still going to be a little bit more difficult when it comes to comprehensive cannabis policy reform, even if it flips to Democratic control. Admittedly, it will be a lot easier to get those ideas through committees and onto the floor for votes, whether they be comprehensive or more incremental changes, such as the Safe Banking Act. But I think that it's very difficult to tell at this point when we can really put our finger on a date for when we should see full descheduling and regulation, regardless of the outcome of either the presidential or the Senate races. We do know that Democratic takeover of the White House and the Senate would accelerate the pace at which we can get things done. But regardless, we're going to keep working on both sides of the aisle to convince lawmakers about the facts on this issue, and also make it very clear to them that this is an issue that generally is more popular than any politicians on any ticket. So if any lawmakers want to keep their jobs, it's probably a good idea if they start looking at this issue a little bit more seriously and prioritizing debates around it on Capitol Hill.
I'd like to believe that all happens rather easily, but I also know the realities of it as well. You mentioned the lame duck Congress, which is the description of what happens when leadership changes, and then you've got this 6-week period before the president-elect gets actually sworn into office. This is what democracy is all about. We're seeing it in action right now, despite some of the challenges that are coming out of the guy who's sitting there right now. One of the most frustrating things to me has been when the House has put out a COVID relief bill, a second COVID relief bill, and the Republicans have done such a great job of counting the amount of time that the word cannabis was in that relief bill. And they said it's actually in there more times than jobs is in that COVID relief bill. How in the world, How challenging is it as someone who's in the trenches, working the lobbies and working with lobbyists all the time, to explain to the Republicans that are blocking this, don't you understand that cannabis leads to jobs and also increased tax revenues? I'm guessing that's a pretty solid argument, but they don't seem to want to hear it.
Yeah, the word count that some lawmakers were citing on Twitter, when it comes down to it, it was really just grandstanding and politicking. The fact of the matter is that the Safe Banking Act provisions within the HEROES Act are basically revenue neutral and are not really a contentious issue in the high-level discussions around a coronavirus relief package. Those conversations are much more about bottom line dollar amount and issues totally unrelated to cannabis. So when we're talking about the ongoing and pretty contentious debates around what the next pandemic relief package is going to look like, we're pretty hopeful that we'll be able to keep the safe banking language in that, simply because it's really not a contentious issue and it doesn't cost the government or the taxpayers any money, more or less.
Right. And as I remember when I visited and met you for the first time last May at your lobby days, that it's really a public safety issue. That's what the Safe Banking Act is all about, just because we're trying to move away from a cash-only business that is going to generate millions, if not billions of dollars in this world right now.
Absolutely. I mean, this was a public safety issue before the pandemic, where dealing with lots of cash was dangerous for customers, for business owners and employees, as well as for the people that they had to work with. You know, even up to government tax collectors that would have to accept large payments in cash and would put them in danger just for operating government service, if you could call taxation that. But this has taken on an additional safety and health aspect during the pandemic because of the difficulty that it creates for social distancing, as well as for immunocompromised patients having to have close hand-to-hand cash transactions. So far, the cannabis industry has been doing a pretty good job of being a leader when it comes to implementing safety protocols to deal with the pandemic and be able to continue operating. But the fact that these businesses are ineligible for SBA loans or for the PPP program through any of the pandemic relief packages that have passed before means that they're going to have a very difficult time recovering from the pandemic and from the economic recession that it has caused going forward without help. And the Safe Banking Act could provide a significant amount of help along those lines if lawmakers are unwilling to open up some of the other funding options that are available through the federal funds. But even more so, I think that it's really important to look at it as a fairness issue. People from marginalized communities and areas that have been disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs tend to have much less access to capital and have no access to traditional lending through banks or financial institutions because of how difficult it is to find banks that are even willing to give cannabis businesses a bank account, let alone loan them money. So people with less access to capital, I have a much harder time not only even entering the cannabis industry, but also being able to survive during the pressures that the pandemic is creating. So, there are a lot of different reasons to pass this legislation, and public safety is definitely a big one, and one that I think resonates a lot more with lawmakers. But when it comes down to it, this is really a lifeline that will help a lot of small businesses be able to stay open, stay operational, and keep employing hundreds of thousands of Americans.
That's the idea. Go ahead, David. You got something.
So I want to rewind a little bit. I think this could be great for the audience. Walk us through the difference between descheduling, decriminalization, and legalization at the federal level.
Well, decriminalization really just means removing criminal penalties. Descheduling would actually allow the government to regulate cannabis in a manner similarly to alcohol and other substances, and also depending on what the type of products that you're talking about, through organizations like or agencies through the FDA or the Alcohol and Tobacco Tax and Trade Bureau. Descheduling also removes the state-federal conflict that exists under prohibition, whereas decriminalization doesn't necessarily do that in quite as complete of a manner. There are a lot of other a little more detailed differences between them, but those are the primary ones. Until we are able to deschedule cannabis, We still have to worry about interstate commerce. We still have to worry about not being able to deduct business expenses because of 280E. We still have to worry about banking and access to financial services. Decriminalization is a great step forward, but it's not really where we need to be. And some of the things that the Biden administration has been talking about in terms of rescheduling would actually be extremely harmful for existing state cannabis markets.
Sure. So if we deschedule and we take it off all the schedules, how does it remain illegal at the federal level?
Well, it wouldn't be illegal at the federal level at that point. Okay. So it would be when you deschedule cannabis, it's decriminalized, so it's no longer legal, but then it's also removed from the schedule of controlled substances, which, because of the way that the laws are worded, impacts a lot of other areas, from research to regulation to interstate commerce.
Right.
Can I ask you a little bit about the hemp laws? Because now, of course, hemp is getting involved as well. And is that under the umbrella of the NCIA as well, or do you guys separate that out?
No, absolutely. It's under the umbrella. I mean, it's the same plant, more or less, just harvested slightly differently and bred slightly differently. We've been actually really concerned about some of the attempted rulemaking that is going on at the DEA, which is sort of attempting to maintain control over hemp in a way that would allow them to continuously prosecute people if they so choose. So we've been submitting comments about that. I think there's a lot of concern among processors and even growers that at some point during the processing and growing processes, the plant is naturally going to get above the acceptable level and definition of hemp under the Farm Bill, which is 0.3% THC. And so we're trying to make sure that people that are involved in those processes aren't put in a position of being legal one day and then in violation of the law the next, simply because of the way that nature works or the way that a particular manufacturing process works, when the input and the output are fully within the definition of what's considered to be legal hemp.
There you go. Well, Morgan Fox, as always, you do a great job. I so appreciate you taking the time out on your Friday. Please send congratulations on to Aaron and the rest of the crew there at the NCIA. As you know, we're a member. We love to wave the flag, and every time I have you on, I always learn something, so I appreciate that as well.
I really appreciate the support. And just a little plug, we have our biggest annual trade show going on next week, the Cannabis Business Summit, from November 10th through 12th. If you go to cannabisbusinesssummit.com, you can find ways to register there. We've got a great lineup. Keynote speakers are Andrew Yang and Carlos Santana. So we're really looking forward to it, even though, unfortunately, it's going to have to be all digital this year. We're putting our best foot forward and really trying to bring our members and anybody else who would like to register and attend the best possible programming that we can under these very difficult circumstances.
Absolutely. And did you see Andrew Yang this morning on CNN by any chance?
Unfortunately, I didn't. I've been talking to folks about this past week pretty much nonstop since Wednesday morning.
I understand that. Well, let's just say he was exuberant about how the election was going. But anyway, Morgan Fox, thank you again so much. Good luck with your summit next week and all that, and continue to stay in touch with us.
Thanks for having me.
All right, that's Morgan Fox. He's the Communications Director. We got a great lineup. I do want to zip right through this, but we also know as we look at the clock, it's 4:20.
It's what time is it?
It's 4:20 time. And that allows me to explain the whole 4:20 thing. And in fact, we actually have visual aids, because I'm going to introduce you to the Waldos. That's right, the group of high school kids from San Rafael, California. I went onto their website, 420. I think it's 420 Waldos. I think I put it up there. There it is. And these guys used to hang out at the San Rafael High School, meet across the street at 20 past 4 to catch a buzz. Law enforcement caught on, started using 420 as a description for public consumption of cannabis going on. And then the entire community of cannabis decided to adopt it and has made it into a celebration to April 20th, as well as 20 past 4. So what does that do? Why do we play the Song of Shanty by Jonathan Edwards? Because this was our little cult here in New England. This song, every time we heard this song on the radio, we too would step outside and catch a buzz. So we're going to take our first break, but we'll be back with more of Cannabis Chat after Shanty from Jonathan Edwards.
Yeah, this is a tune that I wrote back in 19... I've forgotten. We had a saying in our old band, one of my first bands in 1966 or so. What are you going to do tonight? Oh, just, like every other night, just going to lay around the shanty and put a good buzz on. Gonna sit down in the kitchen, fix me something good to eat. Make my head a little high, make the whole day complete. Gonna lay around the shanty, oh mama, and put a good buzz on. Pass it to me, baby, pass it to me slow. We'll take time out to smile a little before you let her go. We're gonna lay around the shanty, oh mama, and put a good buzz on. You're on something. Go ahead. Rick Brodsky, everybody. Nothing to do and there's always room for more. Fill it, light it, shut up and close that door, baby. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on. Take it, okay. Prohibition never works, it's time to realize it. It grows in my backyard, it's time to legalize it. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on. I'm going to sit down in my rented car. I'm going to jam it into drive. I'm going to head on out and play at WSCA with Sean. I'm glad I'm alive. We're going to lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on every night and day. We're going to lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on.
Nice. It's Friday. Thank God. Thank God Jonathan Edwards is joining us live in the WSCA.
Take your Zoom call podcasts or webinars to a whole new level.
Nurse Mark and the Green Nurse Podcast. We are here.
That's right. PCM can animate your logo, add eye-catching full-screen graphics, and lower third identifying motion graphics. Look like the network. Act like the network.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
We are back on Cannabis Chat. We've already chatted with Morgan Fox from the NCIA, and we are awaiting our 3 guests that we have coming up over the next half hour. One is he's become a regular here, Grant Smith Ellis.
Yep. Yes.
And also we've got 2 members of I'm pretty sure that Melissa is, a member of the Marijuana Policy Project. One is Matthew Schweik from Montana, or at least involved with the Montana Initiative. And Melissa Metley was involved with the medical question, executive director of the South Dakota Initiative for Medical Marijuana. And all of those won. Both of them, we're looking forward to talking to both of them. And I think I heard one ringy dingy already, but we will get to whomever we have coming on in just a minute. David, just reflect a little bit on Morgan Fox's chat with us earlier today. Again, I can't imagine the challenges of being in the trenches in Washington, D.C. and having to deal with what goes on with the Republicans and the Democrats.
It's got to be frustrating. But and you know what's going to be really frustrating is take any candidate. Now, I can't talk about any race across the country, but I suspect that you take any federal race and look at the numbers that a candidate may have won by and compare that to the numbers that marijuana is winning by. There's way more support for cannabis legalization than there is for most of the people running for office.
Right.
So the fact that they can get in and oppose it with the current tenor of the U.S. population is just surprising.
Did you read former Speaker of the House John Boehner's quote that was out there on
I
Marijuana
can't remember
Moment?
exactly what it was.
Well, you
but
pretty
I
much
did see
just
that
said
this
it.
morning. Yeah.
He said, when cannabis is on the ballot, it wins.
Right.
Even with hyper-partisanship everywhere else, people of all stripes agree about cannabis reform.
Now that's interesting, and here's why. Because Boehner was anti-cannabis.
100%.
So maybe what we need to do is take the people who are anti-cannabis, get them out of office, and watch how all of a sudden they become pro-cannabis.
Or maybe we should just get them to do their jobs, which is to listen to the people that put them in office in the first place and make some action here, move it forward.
The big political donors, right?
The political donors, that's right. All right, I think let's see who we got in our, I see Grant is there, and I'm going to guess, is that Melissa or is that Matthew with us? Dan? It's Melissa. Melissa Metley. Hey, I know how to pronounce your name now. Are you there?
We need to take Melissa off mute.
Oh, no, it's not. It's not.
No, it was me. I was trying to take myself off mute and couldn't get it.
Oh.
All right. Well, first of all, congratulations. And I'm very, very happy that we were able to talk with you a few months ago and you're willing to come back on and talk with us today. There's also a gentleman by the name of Grant Smith Ellis and David Rabinovitz with me today. And we are waiting for someone I think you do know, Matthew Schweik. Yes?
Yes, I know Matthew.
So, first of all, besides the congratulations, were you surprised at the numbers? Were you happy with the response? Walk us through what Tuesday night was like for you.
It contained a lot of coffee and no sleep and lots of nervousness. I was shocked by the numbers. To be honest with you, the Associated Press called our race before our 2 largest counties started even putting their numbers out there. And so it made me a little nervous because Pennington County had not started reporting yet, and the AP called it. I was like, hold on, we gotta wait. There's so many more people that are still voting. But the numbers were really great. We actually won. We had 120,000 more votes than our governor did when she ran. So that felt really good.
Right.
It was a big.
For Montana, that's huge because you're not
South Dakota.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're South Dakota.
Even South Dakota, that's huge, right? You're not talking about states that have massive population centers.
No, it was kind of shocking. You know, we had a lot of people that questioned us if we were going to win. And when the numbers came out, we had 172,912 that voted for our governor. And for medical, we had 291,446 people that voted in favor. So it was incredibly amazing.
And they made history in South Dakota, too, because they became the first state to go 2 for 2 with medical and with adult use. Right.
So how many people in total voted in the presidential election in South Dakota? Do you know?
I think we were just over 300,000.
So think about that. Just over 300,000 come to the polls, and what I don't.
116, I think. Yeah.
It was 200. How many thousand were in favor of marijuana?
Let me pull that back up. It was 291,446.
291 went over. Think about that ratio, that percentage.
So let's talk about your governor, shall we, Melissa? Because I've already I know. I've already given her quote out there. She thinks the voters made the wrong choice, and then you've got a House Speaker there. It says it's going to be a challenge. I don't understand. All it really means is to do some extra effort and work a little harder to implement what the people that put them in place ask them to do. And it's like, oh God, I have to do too much more. I have to do more work now. Yeah, that's the job of politicians. So is that a little frustrating when you hear the governor say that?
Yes and no. It's not a shock how Kristi Noem came out with her statement. We knew what we were up against when we started this. We've known all along that she did not support it. But I do hope that she takes a look at, what the voter totals were. And, we really passed. We didn't little bit pass medical. We really passed medical. And adult use got 50,000 more votes than she did also. So if she wants to continue to be our governor in her next election, she needs to take a really hard look at that and look at what demographics she's going to eliminate from her support. And I'm hoping that she does. And, she's a smart woman, and she just gives us some grace and gives herself some grace and walks away from this fight.
Right. Well, I also see that Matthew Schweik joined us. He is with the Marijuana Policy Project and involved with the Montana Initiative. So, Matthew, I don't know if you want to turn your video on or not, but we are a video show, but I'm not going to certainly make you do that. That's totally up to you.
There he is.
Oh, there you go. Thank you there you go. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks for having me on. I did work on the Montana campaign and also worked alongside Melissa in South Dakota, and we're very pleased with the outcomes in both states.
Comparisons between the two, which was more of a challenge?
No, they were challenging in different ways. South Dakota, we tried to do something that had never been done before, which is pass medical and adult use legalization on the same ballot at the same time, and which I think is a really smart way to fix bad marijuana laws if you can do it that way. I think it's actually hopefully going to be simpler in terms of implementing these policies in the long run. But that was a major, that was a difficult thing to endeavor to do. And it's a very conservative state, but our polling showed it was doable. So I think, our challenge there was just being ambitious and pulling off something that had never been done before. Montana, the challenges were different. One challenge was that we needed 2 initiatives to get one policy outcome. That wasn't by choice. We had to do 2 initiatives. The first one allowed state law to set the minimum age to 21, and the second actually included the legalization policy. But the ballot language was a little confusing, and some voters didn't really understand the relationship between the 2 initiatives. So we had to spend a lot of time explaining how they work together. And we also had some resistance from people within the marijuana community. We often see this on these campaigns, people that for whatever reason don't want legalization because it serves their own financial interests, which is sad to see a supposed marijuana advocate do that when it means more people end up in jail for marijuana. So we dealt with that in Montana. They were spreading really just total outright falsehoods about our initiatives, and we had to push back there. So different states have different challenges, but thankfully we've overcome them.
That's great. Also in our quad there is Grant Smith-Ellis. He covers the local cannabis scene here in Massachusetts, and I'm going to put him on the spot because I'm going to throw something out at him. Go ahead, Grant. Ask the questions you might have for either one of these two.
Well, thank you for having me on as always, and I really enjoyed learning about South Dakota and Montana. My question is, did you learn any lessons from other states, in particular in Massachusetts? We had some issues where folks kind of came to dominate the market, and then tried to work with prohibitionists to actually make it harder for smaller companies to enter the market. Have you built in anything to protect your marketplace from regulatory capture and monopolization? And if so, what elements of the law were built to protect against that?
Well, in Montana, the initiative was modeled off the existing medical marijuana law. Gives its existing medical marijuana operators a 1-year head start in the recreational marketplace, and also has an in-state residency requirement, same as the medical law. So those types of provisions were included in the initiative after we spoke with stakeholders in the state. And so I think that to a certain extent, that will keep the industry local and smaller. In the long run, we'll see how things play out. But that was, something that we addressed in the initiatives in Montana. And, I'll let Melissa respond to that on South Dakota. I'm happy to add any thoughts after she's done.
In South Dakota, we did something similar. So for our medical portion of it, you do have to be a local stakeholder, so in-state resident. We did tiered licensing, but made the tiers a reasonable price. So you can enter into each tier for a $5,000 fee. The state does have the ability to adjust that for inflation in 2 years, I believe. I did some adjusting on it at the last minute, so I can't remember if I put that at 2 years or 5 years, but we wanted to make sure that small producers in the state could be part of this industry, and to ensure that, we have a small ag market. We have big commercial farming, but we also have a lot of small producers that were interested in getting involved. And we wanted to make sure that the little people had the ability to, especially under a medical bill, when we're serving patients in a state that's so spread out. We also did something a little different. We ensured that the state of South Dakota cannot ban licensing in counties. So every county has to issue at least one license. They do have the ability to cap how many they do, but they have to at least have one license issued in each county, or have the ability to issue one in each county. So there wouldn't be any place that was dry, like we've seen in other states where, a county will come in and they'll ban one county, then the county next to it and the county around it. And then you have patients that are traveling umpteen miles to find medicine. And in South Dakota, we are so spread out. We just didn't want to do that to our patients.
Will there be an exchange program in Massachusetts? If you have a medical card, you can go to other states' medical dispensaries and get medicine. Is that part of this, or do those issues have to be resolved still?
No, we do have reciprocity. That was one really big thing. We had several people that come to our state during our motorcycle rally that were getting a little up in age and were concerned about our laws and had stopped coming. And it was part of their, we all have our little social groups that, we use for mental health and our friendships and things like that. And they were missing out on that due to our laws. And so we did put reciprocity into our medical bill.
Gotcha. And in Montana, Matt?
In terms of reciprocity, that's already under the existing medical marijuana law in Montana. Off the top of my head, I'm not exactly certain on the details of reciprocity, but there is reciprocity with some other states.
So what's next for both you guys? You did your job, you got it approved, you're celebrated. I'm guessing there's plenty of work still to be done. And are you going to be part of the Cannabis Commission that gets created in each state?
Well, in Montana, we've got to keep working because Initiative 190 is a statutory initiative. And in Montana, statutory initiatives don't have any added protections like other states where you need a supermajority to change them, or you can't change them for a certain amount of time. So we're going to need to be engaged in the legislative session in 2021 and get ahead of any damaging changes to the policy, any changes that would delay implementation. So the work will continue in Montana. We'll also need to defend these initiatives from any legal challenges. Our opponents in Montana love filing lawsuits, no matter how frivolous or stupid they are. But we'll see more of that. And in South Dakota, we're also Melissa and I have been talking today about the plan forward and fighting to implement these policies in an effective way, in a responsible way. And the challenge, it's exciting in South Dakota that we've got two policies to implement, and we can implement them in conjunction with one another in a way that I think will be very innovative. But it's also, there's more moving pieces. It's more complicated. So it's going to be an interesting puzzle to figure out. But, we at the Marijuana Policy Project, we stay engaged after the victory. We don't just, chalk up, say, hey, we got another ballot initiative victory. Let's go off to start more campaigns. No, having put all that time and effort and energy and money into these campaigns, you got to fight to make sure that they're upheld and that the will of the people is respected and that the will of the people is effectuated. And Melissa, you might have more thoughts on the path forward in South Dakota.
No, I agree with everything that Matt said. It's, I like to say we did the hard work, but now we have to start the harder work, because this is the part where, we had a pretty linear, straightforward path on where we wanted to go. And now we bring in our state legislature and we navigate that and ensure that they respect the will of the people and implement the laws the way they were written, and don't tinker with them in a way that it turns what we voted on and advocated for into something that's unrecognizable to voters.
Grant, you got something? I have a question if you don't, though.
Oh, yes. I had a quick follow-up. I was so enthralled by those answers, though, because I'm learning so much myself today. So one lesson we learned in Massachusetts is we have a bifurcated licensing system here, where one has to go through the local level host community agreement process and then go through the state level licensing process. Equity. So getting licenses to those who are most disproportionately impacted by the drug war only applies on the state level in Massachusetts. There's only a mandate, whereas local cities and towns can choose to do it or not. What did your states do to put equity at the forefront of these initiatives, and what can be done going forward to reinforce that?
Well, in Montana, well, I'll just say first, I was actually the campaign director for the Yes on 4 campaign in Massachusetts in 2016. It was a great win. And, we fought to defend the policy in the legislature afterwards. And one of the quirkiest things that was done was saying that if your town voted yes on question 4, then you would have to go back to local voters in terms of local bans. But if your town voted no, then you could do it without a local vote, which is just a bizarre way to structure public policy, to say that local control is dependent on the outcome of an election at the local level. But so that's just an interesting piece of history of the Massachusetts campaign. There were problems with the implementation because of how much power the local governments had, and it slowed things down. There were a lot of complaints about that, and in Montana, again, we're building on what's already there. And I don't think that we're going to have those same issues with local governments as we make the transition to recreational. In terms of equity, we've talked about the expungement piece already. And I will say that, in Montana, the marketplace for medical is comprised of many small operators. It's not like other states where there's 10 license holders. There's hundreds of license holders in Montana. And so some of these businesses are very small. And so by building off the existing medical program in Montana, we are, I think, de facto defending the ability of small operators to be successful. And to me, when it comes to equity, I think the biggest factor is the barriers to entry. And, do you need $200,000 to get a license? Because then it becomes a question of access to capital. And for disadvantaged communities, that's a problem no matter what type of business they're opening up, whether it's marijuana or any other, restaurant. Access to capital is something that really holds back disadvantaged communities. So for me, the best way to achieve equity in the industry is to ensure that there's a path to entering the industry without having access to capital, without having to go to a bank or figure out some loan that normal people can't do. So I think in Montana, we've done a good job by building off the medical program of ensuring that small operators can get in there, get it, and be successful. And South Dakota is more open-ended on the rec side because it's a constitutional initiative, and we didn't want to get into every single detail. But our hope is to find the right balance so that we can, implement this in a way where regulators feel comfortable, and they're always going to feel comfortable if there's fewer businesses to regulate. But at the same time, there needs to be some kind of access to this marketplace for smaller operators that can't go to a bank and get $100,000 loans or cobble that money together in some other way. So it's going to be about finding the right balance in a conservative state where the Department of Revenue already has a great deal of authority over the details of implementation. So it's going to be challenging, but hopefully we'll figure that out. And there's also the medical side of things, which I'll let Melissa handle.
With the medical portion of it, we did not write in social equity. The goal for me was, when we were drafting 26, was to ensure that patients had real access and not access that was limited. And so we spent a lot of time on ensuring that we had a comprehensive program. And I'm a firm believer in social equity and giving back to disadvantaged people that have been really, we've had people's lives ruined with the drug war. But in a medical bill, there just wasn't space for it with as much language as we put into this to ensure that we were protecting all of our patients. Do I think it's going to come back legislatively? Absolutely. But on this front end part, it was just about getting access for patients, ensuring that they had the best route forward, and the easiest way to implement it was to keep it really clean and just focus on patient access.
Melissa, what's your relationship with the adult use rec folks in South Dakota? And how was it? It wasn't contentious. You're both trying to do the right thing by your people, right?
I might know Matt just a little bit.
We were side by side the whole time. So South Dakotans for Better Marijuana Laws was the campaign that was supporting both initiatives. And New Approach South Dakota is Melissa's organization that's been working for 6 years to make reform happen in South Dakota. And so both of these groups supported each other, supported both initiatives, and my organization, Marijuana Policy Project, provided staff and other support to the effort. But Melissa and I have been talking on the phone every single day for months now. And Melissa, I just want to give her credit for building this patient advocacy organization and putting in the work over the years. Ballot Initiative is only as good as the advocacy foundation it has. And that's in one way where we had a really strong advantage operating in a conservative state because of the work Melissa and her volunteers and her patients and her families have been doing. And they all became, they were volunteers on the signature drive, and they collected signatures for both petitions. And many of them became phone bankers and texters and people who submitted videos, testimonials that we put on Facebook. So Melissa and her organization were huge asset to this effort, and Melissa herself was one of the leaders of these two campaigns. And so, we know each other very well. I think maybe Melissa thinks too well sometimes, but I've loved working with her. We've done some incredible stuff together. But yeah, we're like this the whole time, and that's fingers crossed, intertwined for those listening.
Yeah, I like to give him crap though. That's why I was like, I may know him a little bit. Matt's been amazing. I have learned a lot from MPP and Matt over the last year. And when he says that we have been on the phone daily, pretty much daily for a year. And, it's been interesting. I never thought that we would team up with an adult use campaign, but the way that we fit together with the way that our laws are written was so perfect. I always say it was a marriage and I didn't get a ring.
That's overrated, I just want to say. Anyway, Grant, you got something for them? I'm going to put you on the spot again. You're doing great on this, by the way.
Well, no, thank you. I'm trying to, so I appreciate the answers there. I guess first I'd make a general statement that I think you have to be intentional about equity, because if you're not, it will fall by the wayside. We saw it happen in Massachusetts. We've even seen corporate operators be hostile to equity in Massachusetts because it undermines their profits. So I think that issue is an important one, it sounds like it'll stay in the conversation going forward. I guess my other question would be maybe just because I don't know a lot about this, but how is the regulatory environment in Montana and South Dakota set up? In Massachusetts, we have a Cannabis Control Commission with tripartite appointment authority, the governor, the treasurer, and the attorney general. Is it similar there, different? I'm interested.
So in Montana, it'll be the Department of Revenue that is promulgating regulations and regulating the industry itself. The Department of Health is already doing that on the medical side. So that it's going to be an administrative approach in Montana. And then on South Dakota, on Amendment A, again, it's the State Department of Revenue that has the authority to regulate and promulgate. And I'll let Melissa cover the medical side, which is a little different.
Yes. With the medical side, we do have the Department of Health involved as part of the regulatory agency. But what we did do is we set up a board that the Legislative Research Council will get to appoint that includes legislators, stakeholders, people from law enforcement, our Attorney General's office, a physician, a nurse, a policy advocate, and a patient to ensure that all voices were heard and ongoing, because we don't want we don't want to put it under an agency that may have ulterior motives. We want to have every voice that's in this to be heard. And so we want to hear from the physicians. We want to know what's happening with law enforcement. We want patients to be able to give feedback. And so this board will report back to our legislature every 6 months going forward, and it will help adjust policy as needed. And it will also help with the continuing conversation of adding additional qualifying conditions to our bill.
Are you going to be part of that, Melissa?
One of the things in South Dakota is you can't write a bill that puts you in it. So I do hope that they'll choose somebody from one of our organizations to be part of that conversation. But is it a sure thing? No. But
Gotcha.
I do hope that they do come back to policy people that have worked on this and, ask us to be part of it. And I hope one of our patients that has worked really hard and, has put themselves out there and put their family out also. I think it's just really important.
Well, I have a ton of respect for both of you for putting in the time, the effort on this. I'm so proud of the efforts you do and all of the work that you do in the trenches in both your states. And I wish you the best of luck. And just to let you know that this side of the United States, the East Coast side, if you will, supports all your efforts in the middle of the country too. We still, even though we're many miles apart, we are aligned with you in the cause.
Philosophically
Thank you so
tight.
much.
All right, thank you both. And also Grant Smith Ellis, as always, you're welcome here. And I appreciate you taking some time today to join us in this conversation as well. And Matthew, before you leave, your friend Omar says hello, and we'll be talking to him a little bit later on this program too.
Very good. Very good. Thanks for having us on.
You bet. Take care now. So that was,
Thanks, Jimmy.
Thank you, Melissa.
Bye-bye.
Take care. Yep. So, again, this is what I love, why we do what we do, David.
Sure.
Because we sit here and we listen and we learn about what other states have gone through. And actually, when I saw Matt's image, I was like, I've seen this guy before. It's one of those things. And sure enough, he had been in the trenches in Massachusetts as far as getting questioned for moving in Massachusetts. So it's almost like we take it's like, okay, next, that state's done. Now I move on to the next state. What an interesting life he must have, among other things, right?
Yep.
All right.
Sure.
Hey, guess what? We have more great guests coming up on Cannabis Chat. In the next half hour, we've got the editor of Leafly coming on, Bruce Barcott. He's also the author of Weed the People. We also have Rob Mejia from New Jersey. He's our New Jersey correspondent. He is an educator and a curriculum creator out of New Jersey. They're the next East Coast state to make it adult use legal. And we're not going to be outdone because old friend Stuart Zakem will be joining us as well, another New Jersey resident and a guy who has been in the trenches to push it forward in New Jersey. So we're going to take a little break. We'll come back on the other side with more of Cannabis Chat with myself, Jimmy Young, and David Rabinovitz. Don't go away.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Well, hello there. Here we are again, another live stream from the new studio of Pro Cannabis Media. This is Cannabis Chat, and I'm Jimmy Young. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Weed Talk News. I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media.
And I'm Kurt Dalton, the founder of Cannabis.net.
Every week, Kurt and I get together to review some of the biggest stories in the cannabis industry. He and I talk about them. We have a few comments, and then we get reports from Canada, New York, and Washington, D.C.
And this week's no different, Jimmy. We finally have Vermont moving toward recreational cannabis with retail opening in their state. We have an old state and a new state, Colorado and Illinois, both setting cannabis sales records in July, as well as multiple efforts to legalize the cannabis plant in America, including our friend Steve D'Angelo getting involved.
But first, let's go to Deborah Borchardt in New York to check on the financial weed scene. Deborah?
Thanks, Kurt. Thanks, Jimmy. Well, things seem to keep going the wrong way for Charlotte's Web.
Whoa, Jimmy Young, in the weeds on the water this week. We've got the CEO of Kushco, Nick Kovacevic, with me. This guy has built his little company in 6 years from $2 billion in sales to $145 million in sales.
We can get this thing to be fully legal here in the next few years, I believe, but it's going to take far longer for the stigma to change.
I think you guys are the pro cannabis story.
And I love Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, I'm Jody Roberts with Eastern Security State, and I love Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, I'm Laura Beener. I'm the president co-founder of The Healing Rose, and I love Pro Cannabis Media. It's been such an integral part of our success here at The Healing Rose.
And you know what? The best media company out there is Pro Cannabis Media. Look out for them. They'll make you famous.
Hi, I'm George, and I love Pro Cannabis Media. I also love Western Mass Hydroponics, where we've got everything you need from seed to bloom to bud, and then to smoke it afterwards.
Take your Zoom call podcasts or webinars to a whole new level.
Nurse Mark and the Green Nurse Podcast. We are here.
That's right. PCM can animate your logo, add eye-catching full-screen graphics, and lower third identifying motion graphics. Look like the network. Act like the network.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
I'm live now, okay? So we're back. And we'll wait for David to get his microphone on.
He's got his microphone
the right spot.
on.
Okay, fair enough. Welcome back
We're here.
to the second hour of Cannabis Chat. I'm Jimmy Young, along with David Rabinovitz in studio, and we have two other great guests coming your way. In fact, we'll be joined a little bit later in this half hour by Stu Zakem. But right now we have Rob Mejia. He is a instructor at Stockton University and also a curriculum person who builds out online courses for cannabis and at Our Community Harvest. Rob Mejia, good to see you, and thank you again for joining us.
Always a pleasure to talk to you, Jimmy, and wow, what a week.
Yeah, what a week. And of course, also joining us is Bruce Barcott, the editor of Leafly and the author of Weed the People. Bruce, again, thank you so much for joining us.
Hey, Jimmy, good to be back with you.
All right, and what a week. 5 for 5, guys. You know, that's a great percentage. That'll get you in the Hall of Fame. And it sure was easier to pass marijuana policy bills than it was to get a new president in place, let's just say. A lot quicker results and obviously a clean sweep. I'm going to go to Bruce first, Rob, if you don't mind. I want to get his impressions on the fact that these 5 states all came on board, 4 as legal adult use, and there really wasn't any drama.
Yeah, the drama, if anything, was in the disparity between the polls going into the election and the actual result. I mean, you know, a few elections ago, a lot of us worked with the rule of thumb that you needed a good 5 percentage point buffer in polls going into an election. Like, you know, you wanted 55% support or above in order to have a chance to pass these legalization measures, because the thought was a lot of people would balk at the last minute. They'd be scared of the change. And that rule of thumb has kind of disappeared. I mean, we saw going in, you know, I think approval ratings in New Jersey in maybe the mid 60s, and the final result was 67% approval. We saw South Dakota was like, man, that was under 50% support going into the election for adult use, and to come out with 53% voting for recreational legalization in South Dakota, that was a head spinner for me. I really expected South Dakota to pass medical, but then come up to like 48% on adult use. So that was a real pleasant surprise for me. And then Mississippi approving medical, not just by 74%, but going for the actual real medical measure, and not the kind of fake one that the legislature tried to put up. That was a really nice reassurance that voters actually read these things and take them seriously.
Absolutely, and it was John Boehner, the former House Speaker's quote that I love. He goes, "When cannabis is on the ballot, it wins. Even with hyper-partisanship everywhere else, people of all stripes agree about cannabis reform." Rob, you're in New Jersey. You're a native there now. How pumped is everybody in New Jersey?
We are very excited, but at the same time, as Bruce alluded to, all the polls kept saying that we were going to be going above 60%. We had a poll from Monmouth, we had one from Stockton, I saw another one, and they all were between about 61, 62% up to 68%. I thought that might go down a little bit because the ballot measure was actually on the back of the ballot, and it was in very, very small font, so I thought a few people might miss that. In our class, we actually did an exercise where we looked at all the legislation, and we went through and made our predictions on what was going to pass. And I did predict that all the measures were going to pass, and I had South Dakota and Montana squeaking by at like 50.2% and 50.5% respectively. But I thought we were going to run the board. And I was not surprised at all that the medical legislation went through so quickly, because if you look on a national level, if you ask somebody medically, if your doctor says you should be considering cannabis, you get responses in the 80 percentile range, sometimes even 90% that say, sure, if my doctor says it, we should consider it and allow it.
Right, and by the way, the pollsters have been taking a beating the whole week, let's just say, on a few other fronts. And speaking of that front, since you guys have been connected over the last hour, I'm not sure if anything has changed in the presidential race. I keep waiting to hear something that might change. Nothing has changed. So it feels like I'm in a suspended animation over the last 3 or 4 days. There hasn't been a lot of movement, right?
Yeah, there's been movement, but
little.
How do you see what's going on with the election influencing national cannabis policy?
Bruce, you go first.
Oh man, here's my. Let's say that Biden continues to gain votes and he wins the presidency. If that's the case, I'm really sincerely looking forward to putting his feet to the fire for 4 years on cannabis policy. This is a president, elect, if that's the case, who, comes from a generation where he truly was one of the leading drug warriors of the 90s. We know that. He's admitted that. And he has, he has some making up to do on that front. He doesn't like legalization. I think he can understand it. I think Kamala Harris will help him come along on that front. It's looking like he's going to run into a Senate still led by Mitch McConnell, who cannot stand anything having to do with legalization. So my answer to this, look, one of my answers to this is let's legalize in Kentucky in 2022. Get it right in Mitch's backyard. That seems to change the minds of senators,
Sure. Or why don't we just stop all the hemp legislation, since there's so many hemp farmers in Kentucky, and tell them until we bring both sides up to parity, the low THC and the high THC, you don't get anything.
Interesting.
I thought one.
What do you think?
I thought one interesting point that one of my students made about Montana is that Montana has a very vibrant hemp industry. They actually have twice as many acres of hemp planted as any other state.
Well,
and they kind of came out of nowhere. If you looked at the stats 3 years ago, they weren't even on the list of the top 5, 6, 7, 8. And then all of a sudden here they are producing twice as much as Colorado and twice as much as Kentucky. And so one of my students said, maybe that was part of the reason or something that lends itself towards getting people past a little bit of the stigma that they know somebody who's now in the hemp industry and they know that hemp leads to CBD. I mean, that's always kind of that's the baby path that leads people to kind of look a little bit at acceptance. And so who knows, maybe the hemp industry actually did help to kind of soften up the voters a little bit. And perhaps that could happen in Kentucky as well. And like Bruce, I am looking very forward to seeing Harris use her influence because she was the main sponsor behind the MORE Act. And let's see if she can move him along. I think she will, and definitely the Democrats will be more favorable towards cannabis legislation than the Republicans.
At the top of the show, we talked to Morgan Fox from the NCIA out of Washington, D.C., and we talked about that whole premise of lobbying in Washington, D.C. in what has really been a difficult time. Let's all face it, guys. And Bruce, you brought up the fact about the assumed president-elect Joe Biden. I think that might be a good way to look at it. The assumed president-elect at this point. I don't know.
Candidate Biden. How about we go with that?
All right. But they have both moved off where they were years ago. You brought up where he was in the 90s. I get it. Kamala Harris, as the Attorney General in California, has certainly changed her tune as well. Bruce, you understand that it's more of a civil rights issue now than a drug issue. I guess where I'm going with this is the argument is becoming stronger and stronger. And how can it be aligned and tied to jobs, banking, and COVID relief? To me, everything's aligned properly, even without a Democrat-controlled Senate. It does still seem to me that there is ways to convince those congressmen and legislators that we can actually move forward on this, because the whole public, what is it, 63% now favor legalization nationally, Bruce? Is that the latest one?
Yeah, it is. It's about 65%, and there's word that it's looking like there will be a new poll coming out on Monday with even potentially stronger results. So it's really exciting. I think here's one thing that has led me to believe that it really that state by state efforts help the national effort, no questions asked, is that I see it with my own congressman. My member of Congress here in Washington State is Derek Kilmer, and sometimes I feel like he's never actually met anyone who works in the cannabis industry. I mean, I've called his office a number of times, tried to reach out to him, and I'm saying, why are you not a co-sponsor of the MORE Act? Why are you not a co-sponsor of this bill or that bill? Like, you may not know it, but there are hundreds and possibly thousands of your constituents have full-time jobs in this industry. We're supporting our families with this. We're good, law-abiding, tax-paying citizens. And yet I feel like you're still scared by the stigma of this, and it's time to get over that. And I'm one of the reasons. And I'm I did not donate any money to Derek Kilmer. I voted for his primary opponent this spring, specifically because of this issue. And, I kind of held my nose and voted for him in November because his opponent was no better. But these politicians, these members of Congress, need to meet people in the industry. And these lobbying days on DC, they actually do make a difference.
Rob, what's your take on where you think the national scene will go, and in the trenches in Washington D.C.?
Would you rephrase that question?
So, how do you think the sales job is going to be as we move forward to implementing what the assumed nominee, president-elect, whatever we want to call Joe Biden at this point, and what happens over the next few months? How quickly can we move to their implementation of decriminalization, descheduling it, and can we continue to take the momentum of the green wave, if you will, to Washington? And what do you think is going to happen down there?
I think the trends will still continue, that it will be largely state and region led. And so with New Jersey going, people keep talking about the domino effect. And certainly we're already seeing that. We're seeing a lot of chatter from New York that Cuomo says legislatively, let's get in there, let's get this done, let's try to do it within about a year. You see Pennsylvania doing the same thing, Connecticut, and it's because we're so interconnected. We're in the tri-state area, and right now New Jersey has a population of about 9 million. Within 2 hours, 25 million people can get here. And so you're going to see a lot of people who will come here for legal adult use where they can't get it in their own state. That's certainly going to push the other states to go. And it will also push the whole social equity argument. You'll see a lot of jobs being created. Just today in New Jersey, they announced the head of the Cannabis Commission. And interestingly enough, Phil Murphy picked Diane Hoyu. She is part of ACLU, and she has been an advocate for a long time, and she always talks about social justice. And so she said, as part of the commission in New Jersey, she's looking at what she calls twin values, equity and integrity. And she said, there's no way that we can progress without having both of those items available. And so they're looking to put in an equitable and a program with integrity. So I think as you see New Jersey start to really embrace social justice and put that in the legislation, which we fully expect to see, there was some of that before, but I think we're going to see even more of that now. There's about 200 pages of legislation that is waiting to be submitted, and it'll be submitted as early as tomorrow, but probably next week. And I bet there'll be a lot of provisions for micro licenses, economic incentive areas. There may be incubation programs with the government. I am very excited to see what we'll do. That is also going to push the other states around us to do some of the same things. And as states around us get social justice right or come up with innovation like that, you're going to see other states embrace it. So I think I'm seeing a regional, sort of like a little bleed. So you start with Jersey, we'll go to the tri-state area, we'll move. You saw what happened with Illinois. So it's just going to keep spreading like that. And I think that will happen before any kind of total national legalization that says, yeah, we can all do it. You'll still have a few holdouts, I think, in like Wyoming and Idaho and places like that. That'll be a little more difficult to convince.
Well, another New Jersey resident has just joined our little forum here on Cannabis Chat, Stuart Zakem from the Bridge Strategic Group, a guy who's kind of well known here in the area, a legendary family in the Boston area. I think I can say that, Stuart. Good to see you, and thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Jimmy, and thanks for your work on the revising Team Harmony.
Yeah, I appreciate
that. Should be pretty exciting.
Yeah, no, it was. It was great. What's your impressions of what happened in New Jersey, and where do you think, and when do you think you'll see New York actually implemented through their legislature?
Well, first of all, I'm thrilled. It's probably the best news that came out of this election until we get a resolution of who's president. But after a long, long fight, the legislative body couldn't make it happen last year. Jersey politics, more than argument about yes or no for legalization. and by putting it on the ballot, obviously they passed the buck to the public. And I must say, I was a little nervous coming up to Election Day as to whether or not it would pass, in spite of the polls. Because once again, we see how inaccurate polls are. There was very little awareness outside of the cannabis community. And that's largely due, there was no money spent on, people, a couple $1 million, but that's not real money in any kind of political campaign. And the fact that the ballot initiative itself was on the back of the ballot only heightened my fears. And there was a lobbying group that came up with a hashtag turn the page, which hopefully was effective because the vote was won by such a wide margin. Of course, like in Massachusetts, Jimmy, every town has an option to let adult use dispensary in their town or not. To what Rob was saying earlier, it's not going to be the kind of blackmail that's gone on in Massachusetts from the towns, where they're asking for a lot of money in addition to all the other stuff. And additionally, our tax is going to top out at about 8%, which, you talk about equity. And I've worked with Diana for a long time. I'm thrilled that Murphy's Choice. I've been slugging it out here for 7 years now, and Diana was always so crucial to the not only ACLU but to the idea as a whole. And he couldn't have made a better choice. Where do we go from here? I don't really, today they were supposed to introduce a bill on the floor by Senator Scutari, who's the guy who's behind the legalization initiative. I think now it's going to happen on Monday. They got to decriminalize it right away. They got to tell the police, stop enforcing cannabis laws, because as of now, it's still illegal. And if you look at the numbers, New Jersey, arrested more people than any other state for cannabis. So it depends on the police force, depends on the local prosecutor, but the Attorney General did say to people, be careful. It's not legal yet. Murphy said the same thing, because some cops are still going to be, exercising what they think is their job, and we'll still see, that disparity between white and blacks incarcerated. Should they? But I think we're in a better place than other states because of that legislative process. A lot of things that would have been debated have already been debated. So infrastructure-wise, there are things in place. And once again, having Diana put on the council, leading the council rather, is something that is a crucial element to effectively organizing how they're going to get it done. I think we're going to see Jeff Brown probably take a step back now that there is a commission. He's for the Department of Health and has basically been acting as the chair, but that won't continue, I don't think.
Stu, he is also appointed to the commission. He's the I didn't see. He's the second in command behind Diane. So
I only saw the announcement about Diana.
Yeah, so I think we're going to see some social equity and some innovation coming from Diane, and I think we're going to see a lot of business as usual coming from Jeff Brown.
And I think that's great because Jeff Brown has existing relationships, and he could help be a strong liaison, and Diana as well. And I think, not criticizing Massachusetts again, but their commission, as Jimmy, has certainly not been without problems.
Well,
Can I follow up just on one point that
Sure, go ahead,
you were talking about the tax rate?
Yeah.
And I do know that it's admirable that New Jersey is trying to cap it at less than 9%, but we have a bigger issue. And our bigger issue is that the price of our cannabis right now is between $400 and $500 for an ounce.
Yeah.
Bruce, I'm sure you're smiling because you're there in Washington. Exactly. And so guess what? The underground market is going nowhere until we can make some sort of inroads in that, either by vastly ramping up our production or getting some sort of imports from other states or perhaps other nations at some point. And then 9% becomes relevant. But you slap 9% on $500, guess what? Underground market says you do that all day long.
Well, ideally, with the passage of the law, we still have the courts tied up the awarding of medical licenses from people who got it in 2018 and 2019. So if we're up to full speed, as we should have been by now, prices would have gone down because of competition. Right now, all the existing dispensaries have to do is open the door, and they could charge whatever they want. We're still relatively cheaper than states like Massachusetts and California. I mean, $60 for an eighth is, kills me, but I'd rather spend it there than, get black market weed, to your earlier point. I like knowing what I'm smoking. And I think New Jersey, by embracing the adult use part of it, recognizes that, A, we can certainly take care of our tax revenue shortages due to the pandemic, but create an enormous amount of jobs, help people's lives, and, slowly eradicate that stigma as people, really realize the world doesn't end that way.
Stu, the one thing that drives me crazy when people talk about the income, the tax money that's going to come in and how that will help balance the budget, it certainly will go in that direction. But until we handle what the police departments are doing with their chunk of the income, which is all the training on visual identification and all the money they spend on all that enforcement, it is such a waste. There is technology out there now that is a breathalyzer that can tell whether somebody is actively high if they're driving.
For real? I mean, has it really been proven accurate?
Yeah, Hound Technologies is on their third round of testing. They've partnered with the San Francisco Police Department. They're working with a university in San Francisco. There's also one in Canada too. But all I'm saying is that I think we need to embrace more of that than to hire police to go sniff at a window and look if somebody's stumbling around and to spend. And you cannot believe how much money is spent training each police officer to do that. And that grabs a good chunk of the money that should be going to other things.
But once again, speaking to accuracy, I have an incredibly high tolerance, and I can smoke for hours and be fully functional, and someone could be immobilized. So I think the issue with the DWI stuff is how they got to recognize my body's tolerance and how it uses it versus someone who gets really high.
Yeah, that's a little bit similar to alcohol. Certainly, we see people who have much bigger tolerances and can still function versus somebody else who takes a sniff of alcohol and can't move. So yeah, I mean, we will have to come up with standards and all that, but I think we can do it. I think technology can eventually get to where we want to go.
Well, there has been some pushback from some of the police departments due to that issue, which is usually their fallback position when fighting legalization in the past or decriminalization in the past. And
Stuart, I want to cut in. I got to go back to Bruce Marcotte's reaction to
Bruce.
The price of weed in New Jersey when he heard that. Are you ready to get on a plane, Bruce? Is that what you're pretty much saying?
A plane with a big puffy jacket, and I'm not saying I'm gonna break any laws, but one thing that is intriguing is that if we have a Biden administration, and let's say we still have Mitch McConnell and gridlock in the Senate, we can't get the MORE Act passed there. There are some interesting things that could be tried with a Department of Justice that has open ears. In other words, we could have some new version of the Cole memo, right? And then we can start floating ideas like potential interstate compacts. This is something that I know, like Steve D'Angelo and some other folks have floated earlier this year with regard to New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, that area. Right. And especially here on the West Coast, I mean, the compact between Washington, Oregon, and California would really help Oregon solve its overproduction problem. I mean, Oregon's still sitting on millions of pounds of extra weed. And that could be something that's really interesting, that it is another, laboratory of democracy in the states that, short of full federal legalization, if that's not possible, that could be a really interesting idea to work with in the next year or two.
Well, if you look at the Northeast, Bruce, that you could go from Washington, D.C. all the way up to Maine.
Yeah.
And I think you're pretty much going through either a medical or an adult use state all the way up.
And I'd love to sample a product, something from Maine, I'd be really interested in what they're growing up there.
It's really nice. It's really good stuff.
Bruce, I can help you with that. I just want to say, okay.
So I've got a question for Bruce.
Yeah.
Bruce, let's assume that it's no longer illegal at the federal level. Some money comes into the states with the real big companies. Everybody thinks we've got big companies in the cannabis sector. But when you think about it, the 800-pound gorillas in the cannabis sector are really small companies when you look at corporate landscape, right? We had somebody who dropped $4 billion into a cannabis company back in August of 2018 that just set off the fire on valuations. But the party that wrote the check had $100 billion on hand. So when the really big guys come in and start paying the lobbyists, I think the interstate commerce will happen. When interstate commerce takes place, and you can take the oversupply as well as the excess supply currently out of the West Coast and ship it east, what do you think happens to our cultivation industry on the East Coast?
I think you have to figure out how to support yourself as a locally attached brand or a craft scale brand. I mean, one of the quotes, I think this is happening just on a state level. We had a really nice quote from the CFO of a dispensary in Montana, and they were talking about the change that adult use is going to bring in Montana, and they said, they have probably maybe 5 dispensaries in the state right now, right? That's a big company in Montana. And they said, look, it's the reality in our state right now. We pass adult use. You're going to have to team up, you're going to have to combine forces, or you're going to have to get big or figure out how to get big, because the demand for product is there. You cannot deny the demand for product. And each state, we still have some control, as we do to a certain extent with liquor, in terms of states controlling those rules, state legislatures controlling those rules, state liquor and cannabis boards controlling those rules. Obviously, the state legislature can be swayed by lobbyists and a lot of campaign cash and that sort of thing. But there is still going to be at least some level of state control over that. But you're right. I mean, the farmers who can grow it cheap are going to be sending it to other states where it's really hard to farm. But then again, you don't grow corn in Arizona,
Right.
Well, you just made the point, right? You don't grow corn in Arizona, and I don't think that long term we're going to be growing weed in the Northeast. I think it's going to come from those areas where they can grow it outside way cheaper in the open air than you can do it at $250 a square foot for a cultivation facility.
Yeah. Right. And hang on a second. I've got to take back control here a little bit. First of all, I can listen to you guys talk for hours, but I love to keep this going. We have 3 more guests coming in for the next 30 minutes. Some of them I know all of you know who they are. But I do want to thank Stuart, Bruce, and Rob for really good conversation, enlightening us a little bit about what's going on in New Jersey. And Bruce, it's always a pleasure to talk with you. So please, guys, stay tuned, keep in touch, and we're going to continue with our Cannabis Chat discussion here on election week. Or is it going to be election month? It's been crazy, but we'll have more from Cannabis Chat after this. Don't go away.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you,
guys.
Our program is People in Jazz, and today our man in jazz is Wes Montgomery.
Take your Zoom call podcasts or webinars to a whole new level.
Nurse Mark and the
Hey.
Green Nurse Podcast. We are here.
That's right. PCM can animate your logo, add eye-catching full-screen graphics, and lower third identifying motion graphics. Look like the network. Act like the network.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
All right, welcome back to Cannabis Chat, the final half hour here on a Friday. A reminder, on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, we are live in studio. This is The Green Rush with David Rabinovitz, who is here every Friday to talk about the business of cannabis. And here we have another trio of terrific guests joining us. One is really no stranger to the pro-cannabis media world. Her name is Deborah Borchardt from New York. She handles the Green Market Report. I can also mention that Will Luzier, he's the compliance dude from Toodster, and he's also an attorney and a friend and the birthday boy. I snuck it in. And Omar Shachirbe. Did I do it right?
That was right on.
Thank you. And he's a reporter for MJ Biz Daily. I've been working on that pronunciation since you and I talked. I think I'll go right around the quad, as they say, to get overall impressions of this past week. And how impressed were you that it was a 5-for-5 sweep in all of the states that had ballot questions for either adult use cannabis or medical marijuana programs? And I think we'll start with Deborah. Deborah, we'll start with you. And what do you think the impact of that might be on some of the markets that you cover down there in New York City?
Well, I clearly think that the passage in New Jersey was a super big deal. You know, we thought it was going to pass. It did pass. And now it's really going to put a lot of pressure on New York. There were some people saying New Jersey was going to whip this out really quickly. I don't think that's going to be the case. Perhaps the earliest I'm hearing they could get anything done would be towards the end of the year of 2021, not at the beginning, which was what some people were saying. But it certainly puts a lot of pressure on the New York market to legalize. Governor Cuomo said we were ripe for legalization, but things don't ever move that quickly in New York. So we'll see as far as when that will happen, but I don't think it's a matter of if anymore in New York. I think it's a matter of when. I was really impressed with Mississippi's passage of medical marijuana because they had two options, and they had a restrictive option and a less restrictive option. And they went with the less restrictive option, which really surprised me because the South is a very conservative region of the country when it comes to medical marijuana and cannabis in general. So that was, to me, a big sign of, changes that we're seeing.
Omar, what were your impressions?
Yeah, I think it has to be considered a very big night for cannabis, almost as big as 2016 when you had 4 states pass recreational and 4 states pass medical. In this case, while we are talking 5 states, it was actually 6 referendums, because you had South Dakota, which passed, it was actually sort of a marijuana milestone, if you will, which became the first state to pass medical and recreational cannabis simultaneously. That's never been done before. And the fact that it happened in South Dakota, also a very conservative state, is a big deal. I'd say almost as big a deal as Mississippi passing it. So yeah, a 6 for 6 night in that regards. And I think while, I don't know, I think just speaking for myself here, I don't know if other people felt the same way, but on the one hand, I was hopeful, the way there's, hopeful that all 6 referendums would pass. I thought it was a very legit chance for it to happen. But of course, there's always, you never know. I felt positive about Arizona 4 years ago. Perhaps I was a lot newer covering the industry back then. But in any case, I wasn't all that surprised, but there was still a bit of a, that all 6 went through. And I think the interesting thing, lastly, is that we very well could be talking about a 6th state passing, namely Nebraska, which had a referendum, but the Supreme Court there nixed that about, 6 weeks, give or take, before Election Day. And if I were a betting man, I'd say that Nebraska would have passed as well. And if Nebraska passes, just think you have Kansas, which would be boxed in by all,
bordering states.
It'd be boxed in by all cannabis states. It ain't Kansas anymore, Dorothy.
That's right. And Will, as the attorney in the group, I know that writing a question for a ballot is a challenge. And that's what happened in Nebraska, that the question itself ended up being knocked, not necessarily what was in that question.
Yeah, I think that's right. When we wrote the initiative here in Massachusetts, they have a one-purpose rule. And so we couldn't, for instance, put in any sort of, judicial relief because that would have gone outside of the boundaries of what we were supposed to be talking about. But let me say a little bit about some of the states. I fully agree with Deborah, and talk about boxed in with Vermont and Massachusetts and New Jersey and Canada bordering New York. They're pretty boxed in too, with the exception of Pennsylvania. I think it was a landmark day, and I'm more interested, honestly, in seeing what the federal government does now, because I'm happy that you had my friend Matt Schweik on a little earlier. He was my liaison at the MPP when we managed the campaign here in Massachusetts, and I think it's always been MPP's idea that once you have enough states that legalize, then the federal government's going to have to do something about it. And so I'm hopeful that that's going to happen, but I'm not sure it's going to happen right away.
Well, I'm certainly hopeful we actually have a federal government that'll be functioning very soon too. David, I know you have a question.
So, Will, I've got a question totally off the well, not totally off the subject, but there's something I lost track of. Maybe you know where it ended up. Do you know what happened to the Cumberland Farms question about expanding the number of package stores in Massachusetts?
Yeah, I don't think they got enough signatures.
Great.
I'm not sure about that, but at some point in the initiative process, it was derailed. And that would have been an interesting effect on the cannabis market, because many of the localities have limited their number of retailers to 20% of the number of package stores. And so if you had more package stores, you might have been able to have more retailers here in Massachusetts.
Yeah, that was going to be a huge thing. And it was, so one of the things that you were talking about, the issue of having multiple issues in a single question, they call it log rolling. And that was that was the problem that question was running into. The Mass Package Store Association was accusing the Cumberland Farms of log rolling in this quest to put beer and wine and alcohol in every convenience store across the state. And Will just hit it on the head. That increases locally in Massachusetts the carry out liquor licenses, and that's what ties the number of marijuana stores locally.
Aha.
So if that had gone through, we would have seen a huge increase in the number of available permits for marijuana stores.
Yeah. Deborah, the market was always fluctuating anyway. It's just one of those things. I know you keep an eye on it. With the presidential race nearing some kind of a conclusion, maybe, or at least a result, what impact do you see over the last 24 hours, and can it extend to cannabis stocks in the future?
Well, I think when Decision HQ called it for Biden, I think that really kind of set things off, in the sense that most of the investors felt that having a Biden presidency was going to be good for cannabis, not necessarily on the deschedulization of cannabis, but on decriminalization, which is actually quite good for the industry. And a lot of companies will say they would prefer that, because if you deschedule, then, you mentioned Cumberland Farms, then that means, 7-Eleven and Circle K are going to start selling cannabis. That's why Couche-Tard has a big cannabis investment. I think that the market really saw that as a positive for cannabis. I know that there are quite a few people within the cannabis industry that are Trump supporters and felt that Trump had signaled that he would believe in states' rights. But the reality of the Trump presidency was, even though that they were allowing the states to legalize and not really doing much, he had already signaled that he didn't want cannabis on the ballots because it would bring out too many Democrats. He is a non-drinker. Everybody says, well, but he's a businessman. He'll look to the taxes. But he had 4 years to do something, and he never did anything during all those 4 years. So to me, that argument, which had been given to me multiple times over the last 4 years, was he's going to do it this quarter. He's going to do it next quarter. No, he's going to do it next quarter. And 4 years of that. So right. I feel like when the market felt that Biden was in, I felt like they thought, okay, this is what we kind of know what we're going to get. We're going to get decrim, and now we know how to work within that. And that's why they started buying them.
Yeah, stocks have been, now you cover this and track it much closer than I do, but the marijuana stocks have been on fire the past 3 days.
Yeah.
No
right.
pun intended.
You saw some stocks went up 90%. I mean, they just shot up. Now, to be fair, they got crushed in 2019. Right. And 2020 was meh. It was better for some, not across the board. So this was definitely, the green light the industry wanted.
Omar, your impressions of what might happen at the federal level now?
Yeah, it's tough to say for sure, but a Biden-Harris administration is definitely far preferred than a Trump-Pence administration. A lot of it, I think, will depend on who's going to control the Senate. If it's a Democrat-controlled Senate, then I think the chances of a lot of things passing are, from banking reform to 280E reform, maybe even medical and recreational legalization, some other things. The chances go up dramatically if you have a Democratic-controlled Senate. How people feel about that, it's far from clear. I think right now it's 48-48. 4 races are outstanding. One is Alaska. That's just because the count, so that's going to go to the Republican there. The other one is in North Carolina, which is a very important one because that involves a banking committee seat, and the incumbent, the Republican there, he's about close to 2 points ahead of his Democratic challenger. But if the Democrat Cal Cunningham were to win that seat, that would be a win for cannabis. It would be a win for the banking committee. It would be one more pro-cannabis vote on the banking committee. The other 2 races that are outstanding are in Georgia. It looks like those very well could go to runoffs. One of them is it's John Ossoff against, I think it's Senator Perdue. Ossoff is very pro-cannabis. If he were to get on the banking committee, that would be a big win for cannabis. Of course, if Jim Crapo, the Idaho Republican, still controls the banking committee, which he would if it was 51-49 for the Republicans, then it would be a lot harder to get banking reform out of the banking committee, because if you recall, just very recently, it seemed there was enough support to get banking passed through the Senate, or at least there was some hope for that. But Crapo never let it out of the banking committee. So that's why control of the Senate is so critical. On 280E, which is the IRS provision that prohibits cannabis entrepreneurs from taking deductions. I've heard different things on that. Even in a Democratic controlled Senate and a Biden-Harris White House, some people say that 280E would be tough just because a lot of people from both sides of the aisle would not want to give up the tax revenue. I think another important issue, although the fruits of it might take longer to see, is that I think we'll see research open up. For the first 40-something months of the Trump administration, research had stalled, and people that wanted to do serious research were importing oil, cannabis oil from Tilray, up in Canada, rather than getting it around the corner from, a local producer and helping the local economy and so on. But I think if you have a Biden-Harris White House and perhaps even a Republican-controlled Senate for sure, Democrat-controlled Senate, you'll see, I think, research take huge steps forward. Obama tried to start it towards the tail end of his administration. Again, it stalled. And then medical recreational legalization, again, more possible if you have Democratic controlled Senate, far less likely if the GOP is at the switch.
Right. So Will, what about you, your impressions of what you think might be next on the federal side of things?
So I don't think that, let me collect for a minute. I think that there are a couple of bills that are pending in the federal Congress now that have the possibility of passing, at least in the House. And I think with regards to the States Act, that would allow individual states to operate their own cannabis commerce. And I think there are still some Republicans who believe in states' rights. And I think the Banking Act, because there are a lot of Republicans who were bankers, they're going to want to see the Safe Banking Act passed. And so I think those are the two pieces of federal legislation that may move. And, the MORE Act, which would essentially legalize cannabis federally, I think is a step too far for the way the Congress is currently made up.
Right. And Lord knows it's a moving situation almost hourly as they continue to count votes in all these contested states. David, you got something you want to talk?
No, I was just, I think Will has a lot of great points there.
Yeah.
And all we need is one of these acts to come through, especially the Safe Banking Act will change the industry completely.
Well, I think
having access to lending, access to lower cost depository access is really important, but access to lending beyond simply real estate held in a related party entity, that would be huge.
Yeah, and I do think we're going to see something. I just don't know how quickly it's all going to happen, because I do think we're looking at a contested election just because of the characters involved, guys. Did democracy win? Are we seeing democracy working? There's a lot of talk about that on all the various news outlets. What's your impressions of that, and the role that cannabis has actually played in this? Omar, I'm going to ask you that question right off the bat. Do you feel like we are seeing this happen or not?
Yeah, I don't know if the final bell has rung, right? I mean,
no, it hasn't.
Talking a 15-round fight, we might be in round 12 or 13, something like that. But if we're, going to stick with the boxing analogy here, I think a lot of the rounds that we've seen have been very positive for democracy, and cannabis has played a big role in that. Again, 6 for 6 on referendums, and these weren't squeakers. I think New Jersey passed with 67%, Mississippi with all the dueling referendums there. The more liberal one passed with 70%. Arizona was 60%. Montana and South Dakota were up in the mid 50s. Those are excellent numbers. If that any cause would love to have numbers like that. So that's a big one for democracy. In that sense, I think when it comes to states losing, I think it was very unfortunate that Nebraska voters didn't get the chance to vote on their referendum. And I think, people are talking that they might try it again in 2 years. Idaho was trying to give it a shot this year, couldn't quite pull it together. Maybe Idaho will come on board in a couple years. So I think it's great to see, sort of the, dominoes falling. And people have referred to that already. Will and Deborah both, if you have New Jersey passing, that's going to have repercussions in New York and Pennsylvania, whose governors are very supportive of legalization. Cuomo just last night came out and said that he wants to see this happen. So, I think a good night for democracy, but like I said, the bell it still hasn't rung.
I think it will, though, impact Pennsylvania and New Jersey. I think that's one thing that has been lost in the conversation. And there's been a lot of money invested in Pennsylvania, and the market was fairly good and doing and growing for the medical marijuana patients in that state. But I think when you've got New Jersey bordering you, that's going to cannibalize a lot of that market. So I don't know. I mean, if Pennsylvania will flip and start to look at adult use, just because they're going to start to see a lot of the business cross the border. I mean, clearly in Massachusetts, they're getting lots of New York customers. So you definitely have that border traffic happening. I think, some of the medical companies that are in Pennsylvania are probably not too happy with seeing New Jersey pass adult use.
Yeah, I'm with Deborah on this one. I think that Pennsylvania, and some of it's going to happen where the presidential election goes, right? Because that state's very tight right now. But if that state happens to go blue on the presidential election, I think it's going to give the governor and the lieutenant governor, who's been doing a great job running around the state, really pushing this. I think that's going to give them a lot more energy to push back against the legislature, who seems to be firmly against trying to legalize anything. When you've got the governor and the lieutenant governor not just simply saying we'll go along with it, they're openly promoting it.
Yeah.
I also think it's going to be good for media too, because I feel like, and I'm sure, Omar and Pro Cannabis Media, myself, Green Market Report, the oxygen gets sucked out of the room with constant, Trump tweets that we've had for 4 years, and all the media, the main media, they only want to talk about, Trump 24/7, to the point that it's just, even if you don't like Trump, you just can't watch it anymore. And so hopefully if he's out of the picture, we can now start to talk about other things.
Yep.
Like the cannabis industry.
Right.
Yeah. And
So
you have
that
some
it's starting
very
to become
serious,
more
I
of
mean,
the
Kamala
news
Harris,
side.
you
I
have
wanna-
a very serious cannabis
Get Will back.
proponent.
I want to let Will come in here, because I know he wants to say something, and it is his birthday, so we're going to give him the last word here. So go ahead, Will.
Thanks so much, sir. So you asked if democracy was working.
Yeah.
And, I think I don't agree with our current president on much, but I agree that cannabis brings people out to vote.
Right.
So I think that there are a lot more young people that are voting as a result. Once you get somebody who hasn't voted before registered and coming in to vote, and what their vote for is successful, they'll keep coming back. And that's good for democracy.
Right.
Time for one more question or no?
No, we really don't. But I want to thank Deborah, Will, and Omar for bringing up the last half hour here. And it's funny, every single time we ended the half hour, I felt like, my gosh, we could have talked for another half hour or hour, which is good. We're going to run this all weekend long. I think I asked Dan to do that, so he's got no life. He'll just keep running this. And I appreciate y'all coming in today. And again, another happy birthday for Will. Thank you so much, guys.
Thanks. Great to see you both, Jimmy and David.
Thank you.
Will. Thank you. Happy birthday, Will.
Thank you.
That's gonna do it for Cannabis Chat for this Friday and the Green Rush with David Rabinovitz. We're gonna be back here again Friday with David, and of course on Monday it's our Medicinal Monday show. Wednesday, Professor Weed Wednesdays. That's when we talk to educators, and we continue to churn out lots of really good content. So please share, like, subscribe. We'll keep it going here for as long as we possibly can on Pro Cannabis Media. So for everybody on my team, Isabel and Dan here in the studio, David as well, and of course Karen and Rick and Jacob, our webmaster. And did I forget anybody? Phew! It's a team. I love that. And it is all about team. And remember, people, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Let's use it responsibly. And again, congratulations to America for voting, because that was really the most important thing that happened over the last week or so, that they broke the ballot box records. And that is what I'm going to leave everybody with. So thanks for watching. Thanks for listening.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Weed Talk News. I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media.
And I'm Kurt Dalton, the founder of Cannabis.net.
Another crazy week in the world of cannabis, but mostly it's been a crazy week in the world, Kurt, with protests from coast to coast. And sure enough, cannabis dispensaries right in the middle of it.
Yeah, it's a shame. A lot of dispensaries got looted by people that were obviously not thinking of local businesses and who owned them, because a lot of these dispensaries, or some of them, were minority owned and African American owned. And it's a real shame that people just smash and grab all the way from iPhones to pre-rolls.
And in fact, it's funny, while we talk about the cannabis stores and some of them being minority owned here in the Boston area, as well as over in LA, Kurt, what I have taken away from these protests is the diversity of the protesters. For the most part, these have been peaceful protests, only ruined by a couple of knuckleheads who show up at the end to cause trouble.
Absolutely. And that's kind of how it goes, is that you'll have a peaceful protest, and when the sun goes down, when there's night, hooligans, as we'll call them, or people that are more maliciously intent, come out and start causing problems with public property and injuring people. And it just gives that whole area a bad name, and it's awful.
Now, in California, I understand that the looting actually shut down MedMen's operation.
Yeah, I think they were looted that first night, and then they closed dispensaries. Chicago closed dispensaries after that first night, as in we're not opening for a while. And if you're looking for a smash and grab and you're one of those people, why not go and get a bunch of weed? I mean, it makes sense, as opposed to, people are stealing Apple stuff and they're tracking all the iPhones that were stolen. So it's just a real shame. And it's a powerful week in America and American history. And the systematic racism that we saw this week that exists in the, justice system also applies to the cannabis system, and the disproportionate amount of minorities in jail for cannabis offenses, especially now that it's legal. So hopefully, we can start a talk. We wrote an article, and Normal came out with a similar article saying, legalizing cannabis is a step in the right direction based on the criminal history of cannabis and who's in jail for it.
And it's really interesting, because you talk about the disproportionate amount of injustices against those who have been most impacted by the war on drugs. But it's also true with the COVID-19 virus, that more people of color are coming down with this horrible disease as well. Again, another example of the power and privilege of us old white guys, which, as you know, I'm not a big fan of how we have acted towards the black person in this country, not just in the last week, not just in the last month, not in just the last decade, but for hundreds of years.
and now it's bubbling to the surface, and the frustration and anger, and unfortunately those few that have disrupted this has also impacted us here in the Boston area, where we originate the We Talk News program, and our friends down at Pure Oasis, the first in-city operated cannabis dispensary, was also looted, and about $100,000 worth of stuff was taken from them. And what else does Kobe Evans and Kevin Hart, the two owners of Pure Oasis, really have to go through? If you want to write a book, the first 100 days of their operation has been pretty amazing after waiting for 4 years just to open.
And the fact they have such a good attitude and issued that statement to give to this other, we'll be okay, we'll survive, give to this other charity, was great. I mean, we had Kobe on the show.
What Kobe Evans posted. We are grateful and overwhelmed with the outpouring of support from all over the country. So many people have asked how they can help, but at My Pure Oasis, we'll be okay. If you want to help, consider donating to a worthwhile cause at Haley House, haleyhouse.org. So again, these owners, and not just Pure Oasis, other owners of stores in Boston that got looted and vandalized, like the Concept Store, and their owner, Tarak Hassan, has put out a notice as well, and he's trying to actually create this word called eracism. That's e-racism, the removal of existence of the belief that one race is superior to another. An organization that is committed to putting an end to racism is this e-racism. So perhaps, again, perhaps some good movements coming out of some really ugly times in our country.
Time will tell here in the next weeks and months, and I hope it does act as a catalyst, not only for criminal justice reform, but maybe cannabis reform as well, since those are, two areas where minorities have not been given a fair shake for, like you said, decades. So.
And what about Deb Borchardt? Because Deb Borchardt has the rest of this story and how it has impacted the cannabis business in her weekly Green Market Report.
Thanks, Kurt and Jimmy. It's been a rough week for our country as peaceful protests sparked looting in some cities. Several dispensaries were targeted in the mayhem. As many as 43 stores said they had looting in California. But there was also retail operations in Oregon, Illinois, Pennsylvania, and New York that said they experienced robberies as well. Many of these publicly traded companies had to close their stores in response to the looting, and I'm sure we're going to see that reflected in the sales numbers in the quarters coming up. Smoking accessories e-commerce brand Green Lane Holdings reported falling revenue for the first quarter ending in March. Net sales fell 32% to $33.9 million in the first quarter of 2020. That's versus $49 million for the same time period in 2019. Green Lane blamed the drop on the FDA's restriction on the sale of certain products, primarily mint-flavored Juul. Well, despite market challenges, Acreage Holdings secured $60 million in funding, and Balance Growworks secured $40 million in funding. So there's still some money rolling around out there. Another sign that capital strings are loosening up, Clever Leaves said it would list on the NASDAQ as a result of the Schultz SPAC, and that's a special purpose acquisition corp. And that's it for this week. I'm Deborah Borchardt from the Green Market Report for Weed Talk News.
Thank you, Deborah. Now we move on to north of the border to our friends in Canada. And there's an interesting report put out by the Bedford Consulting Group. They're the leading executive search firm in Canada. And they looked at the entire Canadian cannabis industry. And they looked at the compensation levels by some of the top companies like Tilray, Acreage, and Suniva. And sure enough, Tilray's Brendan Kennedy led the league, if you will, with $31.8 million in compensation, Canadian dollars. 97% of that is in options or in stocks. They also have the figure of the former Canadian Prime Minister here, Brian Mulroney, with $12.9 million in compensation from Acreage Holdings. So, Kurt, once again, we're seeing some of the, I don't want to say horror stories, but the realities of the cannabis industry in the first few years of it, whereas a lot of these executive members and a lot of these boards, all dominated by men, are getting high salaries, especially in comparison with some of the rank and file below them. Are you surprised by this at all?
Well, yeah, looking at that report, Jimmy, it came out in October. As we know, there's been some price changes on the stocks. Now, whether those executives actually exercise those options or they hit a strike price or, that could be a lot lower number now. But I think the really interesting part was I believe only 8% of the C-suite were female and as of October, and I think 11% of board members were female. So, that's stock strikes and options. That can fluctuate a lot, but the work needs to be done to get more females and women into the boardrooms and into the executive levels of cannabis for sure.
And I actually think that's happening here in the United States. But for the rest of the Canadian story, let's go to MJ Biz Daily's international reporter, Solomon Israel.
I'm Solomon Israel from Marijuana Business Daily International, and this is the Weed Talk News Canadian Cannabis Report. Cannabis industry behemoth Canopy Growth Corporation posted a disappointing fourth quarter with its Canadian recreational cannabis revenue shrinking, even as the country's cannabis sales were growing. All told, Canopy's net loss for the quarter was 1.3 billion Canadian dollars. Canopy executives said the next fiscal year will be a transition year as the company reshapes its business strategy. And disgraced Canadian cannabis cultivator CannTrust has had some of its federal cannabis production licenses reinstated by Canada's cannabis regulator. Those licenses were suspended last year after CannTrust was caught growing cannabis in unlicensed areas of a licensed facility. But CannTrust is still waiting to get another license restored and says it's not sure when it will be able to sell cannabis again. The company remains in creditor protection in the wake of the scandal. You can read all those stories and more at mjbusinessdaily.com. That'll do it for this week's Weed Talk News Canadian Cannabis Report. I'm Solomon Israel.
Now that coronavirus has wiped out in-person conventions, MJ BizCon is putting on 2 online events from June 29th to July 1st, MJ BizCon Direct and the Hemp Industry Daily Conference Direct. Both events will feature industry speakers and exhibitors, and you will be able to communicate directly to them in this state-of-the-art online event. You can register today at mjbizconference.com. That's mjbizconference.com.
That's a great report from Solomon up in Canada. Thank you very much. Let's go to Phil Adams, Vote Pro Pot, for our DC update.
Hi, folks. This is Phil Adams from Vote Pro Podcast, here with this week's Weed Talk News DC report. New Jersey Senator and one-time presidential candidate Cory Booker is citing systemic racial disparities within the U.S. criminal justice system regarding, among other things, the disparate enforcement of cannabis laws against minorities. Booker pointed to government data that shows, quote, where there is no difference between blacks and whites for using the drug, blacks were 4 times more likely to be arrested for it, end quote. Booker is currently sponsoring legislation to legalize cannabis on the federal level. The National Cannabis Industry Association filed an amicus brief this week in support of Harborside Health Center, one of the oldest and most respected cannabis companies in America. Harborside is challenging the application of a decades-old provision of the tax code, passed during the Reagan administration's war on drugs to combat criminal drug enterprises. The NCIA brief contends that IRS Code 280E prevents the legal cannabis industry from taking the standard business deductions enjoyed by other industries, resulting in exorbitant tax rates of up to 75% and impeding the normal operation of legal cannabis markets. Harborside has appealed the ruling in the Ninth Circuit of the U.S. Court of Appeals. A majority of adults from states where cannabis is legal say legalization has been a success. According to polling data compiled by YouGov, a majority of respondents in California, Colorado, Illinois, Maine, Massachusetts, Nevada, Michigan, and Washington state remain positive about their state's cannabis legal reforms. NORML's deputy director, Paul Armentano, said the polling data, quote, reaffirms that most voters do not experience buyer's remorse following marijuana legalization, end quote. That's this week's Weed Talk News from the nation's capital. I'm Phil Adams from Vote Pro Podcast.
Well, I can certainly report that the 2 adults on this show believe that legalization in Massachusetts has worked. However, at today's meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission. You know, Kurt, they've opened up curbside pickup here in the Bay State for adult use recreational users. But now they're talking about, and I'm saying the Cannabis Control Commission is talking about the definition of what premises is, because there was discussion of whether or not a parent can pick up adult use cannabis with a child in the car. What is the definition of premises, and does it extend to the curb?
That's a great point. I think if this actually went to a Supreme Court level, the dispensaries or the Massachusetts government would lose, because during non-COVID times, you could obviously not bring a child into a dispensary, but you could leave the child in the car if they're 13, 14 on their iPad or whatever. So does premises now extend to a parking lot? And as you said, if it's curbside and you're literally on a public street, the dispensary has no claim on that legally to control that space. So if it ever went that far, I think they would lose legally, but we're probably not going to get there as far as challenges. It will be what the Cannabis Control Commission decides, but I don't see where, if, like you said, you can get alcohol has stayed open, and I'm pretty sure you get a Drizzly delivery maybe to your car. Why couldn't a child be in the back seat buckled up and you're getting your bag handed to you, much like Five Guys?
That's right. And why not take the opportunity to talk to your children about these adult use products, alcohol and cannabis? It's responsible use and responsible parenting that's the issue here, and educating the public. And again, I don't think that the Cannabis Control Commission, even though they think their little campaign worked perfectly and their little public service campaign about it was good, I'm not a big fan of it. I think there's more education that has to be done by parents about these adult use products. Just my opinion. And you know, I'm never afraid of
It's a version of modern day reefer madness, right? Because if you walk back the theory of not having a child in the car, seeing a bag, covered come in, the fear is, like what you're getting in that bag is so awful, or just awful for a child to be around or see. They should not be in the car. So where's that even come from? Wait a minute, time out right there. Why shouldn't a child, like you said, educate, talk about, let alone it's completely in a child-proof bag. No one's walking out with a big bush of, sativa and handing it to you. So what a strange version of reefer madness. The child should not be in the car if a bag is put through the window.
And if you're a child, and I'm pretty good at like turning back the clock and getting my inner child. If you're told not to do something, Kurt, you're the father of a few kids. When you tell your kids not to do something, what do they try to do?
They immediately want to know what's in the bag. So I think the more you say mom or dad has to go out, wait with your aunt or wait with your father, where's she going? Why can't I go? Why do I have to go home first? Now you open up a Pandora's box of questions. So, they're trying to appease the Baker government here. He's not a fan. He didn't want to open to begin with, but he had to. The tax money's great, but it's just stupid stuff like this that makes you roll your eyes at Massachusetts over and over.
But we love the Bay State, don't we though, Kurt? It's always interesting around here to talk about all sorts of things. Politics. What did Andy Edelman say? It was politics, sports, and revenge. Wasn't that it? Wasn't those the three things, our old pal?
We always talk about Massachusetts setting up to be an East Coast hub, and they're just bumbling along. Luckily, Maine's bumbling worse. They've had recreational for 2 years. They haven't opened up one store. But it really is the blind leading the blind on the East Coast as far as really taking an aggressive stand and being open about it and becoming a center.
And that's why it's a whole new world of weed out there, isn't it, Kurt?
It is.
So for Kurt Dalton, I'm going to do it this time. For Kurt Dalton from Cannabis.net, I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media. You've been watching Weed Talk News. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening this week.
Weed Talk Now, Weed Talk News, and In the Weeds are all available on most major podcast distributors like iTunes, Spotify, Google Play, and our friends at clnsmedia.com and our flagship, Cannabis.net. So subscribe, share, and like our videos on all the social media networks out there, including LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, the WeedTube, and YouTube. Weed Talk and In the Weeds are two productions of Pro Cannabis Media supported by Revolutionary Clinics, one of the top medical cannabis dispensaries in the Massachusetts area, now with 3 locations in Greater Boston, 2 in Cambridge, and 1 on Broadway in Somerville. Rev Clinics has a patient-first mission. They will customize your needs as a medical patient with the proper titration and combination of strains, flavors, and products. Rev Clinics, where the patient comes first.
We are Pro Cannabis Media. We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Look, up on the roof, it's Mark Nejma from New Jersey, a roofer by trade and now entering the world of print media with his Newsweed magazine. He caught up with the tri-state area's roofing legend at the CWCB Expo in Boston last month. Now, he's on In the Weeds with Jimmy Young next.
Don't look now, but it's a whole new world of weed out there. Pot is flower, it's Bruce Banner and Blue Dream. You've got bongs and dabs, resin and shatter, vaping and edibles, new terms, new strains, and new ways to use cannabis sativa, the plant. Some just made with CBD, and hemp has minimal THC. There's sativa and indica strains, and 100 chemicals, all legal in 10 states for adult use. There's a lot to get to know. Get used to it, folks, because it's legal in the Bay State and it's not going away. Neither is In the Weeds with Jimmy Young next. Revolutionary Clinics is just one of 49 medical cannabis dispensaries in Massachusetts, but there's a reason why it's one of the most popular. It's their patient-first philosophy. All day long, they teach, they educate, they communicate about this complicated plant called cannabis sativa. That's true whether you visit their Cambridge location in Fresh Pond at 110 Fawcett Street or at 67 Broadway in Somerville. Revolutionary Clinics, where the patient comes first.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to another edition of In the Weeds with Jimmy Young on location here at the CWCB Expo at the Heinz Auditorium in Boston, Massachusetts. I'm joined now by a guy that I just had to come back, sit down with, and talk to. Couple of reasons. He's a good story, he's a good guy, and he's got this really cool giveaway magazine called Newsweed. Newsweed.com. All right, so tell me how that all happened. This is Mark Nejma from New Jersey, which is, of course, where I was born and then left very quickly.
Well, for one, I'm a domain investor, and I bought Newsweed.com several years ago, and I held on to it. Just paid the fee every year. I do not smoke marijuana, never tried marijuana.
Would you like to?
I don't know. I don't know. My co-editor, Jessica Agate, is a heavy user of marijuana, and
use the word cannabis. I'm going to teach you why later on.
Okay, heavy user of cannabis. She absolutely loves it. She claims that I once smoked with her, which is not true. Okay. So that's the power of cannabis, I'm sure.
Absolutely. But I'm guessing that have you imbibed in alcoholic beverages at some point in your life?
I did, and I've learned that I shouldn't. Okay. I think that what I represent is the type of person that's pretty wild without anything. And I think that there's a certain amount of population that's the same way, and they shouldn't indulge. But I think that 99% of the society is able to indulge. Right. For my particular self, fear, paranoia, whatever, I don't try things.
Well, I'll tell you what, at some point with your editor, sometime when you're comfortable, just try it. You're going to be so surprised that it's as benign as it truly is, to be honest.
I've heard that.
Now, like any adult product, you can overdo it, okay? And like any adult product, you can abuse it. You can overdo it. But in moderation, and there's so many people out there, and I'm sure being in the newsweed business that you're finding people will say, you know what, cannabis has changed my life. Cannabis has saved my life. Talk to cancer patients. Talk to veterans who come back from wars or being on duty and they suffer from PTSD. It has an incredible effect on people, and hearing these stories is one of the reasons why I started my company.
Yeah, I think, though, I can deliver truth if I, at least as a job, stay out of it so that Jessica can bring a different point of view. All of the people that we hire as journalists are users. We advertise across the country. They come to us. They're heavy users. I don't think I need to keep a clear head and stay away from cannabis, but I do think that I really want to maintain the vision, and I think I'll make a big announcement in the paper if I actually do try cannabis.
It could be a front page story.
It could be a front page story, and God knows what it could do to any town in the area.
Yeah, and think about it. A first timer is a great story because there's a very good chance that you won't feel anything.
That's a good possibility. And I tell you right now, we do focus on first timers. We have several people right now that we're developing stories for that are actually thinking about using marijuana, and we're chronicling the reason why they have decided that they want to try it. Right. And we're talking about some people that are in poor inner neighborhoods that have resisted through years because it's been illegal. There's moms and dads, and you name it. It's not the typical suburban lifestyle that we actually try to report on. We really try to get into the gritty neighborhoods.
That's interesting, and Boston in particular, and the story about the lack of licenses and dispensaries in Boston is a story unto itself up in this neck of the woods. I do want to go back to your magazine. Where, first of all, do you have it online, available online, as well as in print?
We put everything online, all the stories online, only after every paper that we printed has been distributed, because we feel as if there is a certain value to paper and the transfer from one hand to another. So we don't want to put those stories up online so it drives people online until every paper's out. We're currently at 10,000. We're going to move fast, hopefully up through 50,000. We're going to go to Chicago. We're going to go to Las Vegas, Boston. We've hired 3 people here at this show to actually distribute at the metro stations. We're very aggressive. I think the story is very important, pro and con, and I think that people want to read it.
Well, it is a fascinating time to be in and around this business, because I do believe many of us feel that we're at a very historic time. We're watching a trillion-dollar industry start. And I use that word trillion because I do believe that the hemp and CBD space is going to be 10 times more successful than the cannabis THC space.
Well, I think that we're in a time where we're crossing from prohibition to legalization, and we have a very strong illegal market here, which has tremendous channels that have been built. Brilliant people, whether it's in the inner city or whether it's from the cartels that are bringing marijuana in and other drugs. Again, I'm not for any of this illegal activity, but I think what the industry has to pay attention to is the fact that there have been established channels, and they're very efficient, and they're very private. And now that the government has stepped away from actually prosecuting, the growth for the illegal trade is substantial. Right. And it's interesting to see how people are investing in the legal side of marijuana, and it'll be a great play on Broadway 100 years from now to see actually what happens.
Do you know that there's actually a Broadway play that's about to be announced called Reefer Madness?
Oh, I didn't know that, but I'll probably attend it.
And one of the guys here, who's the business development guy, Roger, explained that to me earlier this week or earlier at the show, and I'm fascinated to hear about the response it will get, and because there are so many plays on words, there's so many puns that you can do that are fun and entertaining, and this goes back to what I was talking about, being in a historic time. You're right, there are pros and cons to every argument, and by the way, that goes from sports to news to politics and here in a business. And for years, that first resistance was, I don't want to do an illegal substance because I might get caught. Right?
Absolutely. I've always been in fear of that, and that's one of the reasons why I didn't do it. I didn't want to be someone who did something illegal. Now that is changing now. I'm from New Jersey, so it's still illegal there. But honestly, I'm telling you, 9 out of 10 friends smoke weed, and I know the police smoke weed too. I mean, I know for a fact, but I just don't want added trouble in my life.
Right.
So that's why.
That was always the first
Yeah.
reason why you didn't, right? Okay, so now you're curious because I hear it in you. Because, you know, you're like, okay, these people that all my friends do, you know, all these people tell maybe I'll try it now that it might be legal in your state eventually, maybe.
Well, if the woman is good looking enough, I may be convinced to try it. You know, I'm divorced 20 years, so.
Oh, absolutely. I get that.
You know, listen, I'm a guy. This is the way I think.
That's right.
So I don't know. I don't judge anybody. Right. You know, I had an interesting story from someone who was actually in Footloose, the movie. I'm a roofer, and I went to do a roof estimate. And I walk in, and this particular actor, one of the lead actors in the show, was in tears. And she was in tears because her brother had just died in a car accident. And the only thing she could say, and I happen to follow up on what she says now, was that, oh my God, these guys were just smoking pot and they went through a stop sign and killed my brother. Now, I followed up, you know, this is 15 years ago, and I see that I think her position has changed somewhat on the cannabis industry. So I think that you can get emotional. I was with a lobbyist yesterday who got very upset with me because I said, well, I'd like the Newsweek to tell all the stories. You know, I do run into parents my age that the child obviously had a mental illness. They started with marijuana, went to cocaine, went to heroin, and died. It's a horrible story. But at the same time, the parent can't stop saying that, well, they started there. I don't want to see it legal in New Jersey. So I think that in order to cut through it, in order to be, to get people really to listen, is you need to tell both sides of the story. Newsweek is not against cannabis. Newsweek is not for cannabis. Newsweek is only here to report what people are saying, what people are doing, what industrial products are available, what new equipment is available for the industry. We want to see, you know, I'm a big proponent of job creation. We want to see jobs get created and the world be happy, everybody live in a great place. And if we can get the people that have been in the marijuana, cannabis industry in the inner cities back into this industry because they know it so well, and growers pop up and grow on the roof and so forth, and we're a part of that, because I don't think that the cannabis industry is in place now for anything more than the government has decided to be in that business. Just like they've decided to be in gambling with sports betting, just the way they decided to be in the lottery. So, you know, we can't go on any corner and see people not scratching tickets off. And we're not going to go on any corner and see people not smoking weed. The government has a funny way of justifying their entry into a market. It's over now. America, you will be using cannabis because the government has decided that they want to get as much tax from it as possible. God bless them. You know, taxes, votes, they can pass that money back to you and say they did you a favor. This is what, unfortunately, American government, American leadership has brought us to. I don't know what is going to happen going forward, but I'd like to just report the facts. And I'd like Newsweek to be an entertaining, funny, old-style newspaper that I grew up with. I mean, I got my first dog through the classifieds, and we're going to be offering classifieds here. And as a matter of fact, in this show here, we're going to offer everybody an ad for $25. You know, get them in the paper, let them say what they want to say. I mean,
how often does it come out?
Once a month. We're shooting for once every 2 weeks. We have an ample amount of journalists. What happened in America that they got rid of journalists? What happened in America that they stopped printing papers? None of it makes sense to me. I don't think digital can really deliver the things that we need.
It's funny. We can certainly talk about this, and I teach at the college level about media. No. It's good. And I love print too. You know, I don't know how old you are, but I'm 62 years old.
I'm 2 years behind you.
So we grew up with print, and print had a huge role in our upbringing. It's, you know, one of the first things I read from, you know, beginning to end was the sports page in the Boston Globe every day as long as I've been alive enough to read.
You know, print scares people. Print scares people because
it's permanent.
It's permanent. You can pass it from one person to another, and you can't click a button and it disappears. And you know what? I can't send one minority community one story and another minority community or non-minority community another story. I'm sorry, tech people, but you've destroyed the essence of news, and you've tried to manipulate people endlessly, and that's why we're in the paper and web business, and we will never slide away from trying to steer information to people. It's just wrong. It's just wrong.
Well, I certainly agree with that, and I'm certainly one that is in favor of factual reporting and balanced reporting, which is what you're obviously you're missing.
I'm trying to. I am not a J school graduate. We are always looking for J school graduates without an agenda, which unfortunately there has been an agenda built into some of these J schools, and we can't hire those people. We need people that are balanced, that can tell the truth no matter what.
Now, tell me, J school to me, I thought the J was journalism school. So you're saying that the kids, the people that are coming out of journalism schools now are jaded and they're you don't want them?
We don't want anybody who has an opinion. We only want the facts. Just so I learned that on Superman, by the way. He told Lois Lane, the facts, Lois, nothing but the facts. And you know what? That was the best journalism lesson you could ever get.
So it's interesting. We've talked about a lot of big topics here, which is interesting to me. No, but I want to go back to the journalism thing because I teach young people, I mentor young people, and I encourage them to go into this business. And you said opinion. Now, opinions are the world of the talk show host. And what's happened in news in our lifetime is we've gone away from that traditional 30-minute factual reporting of the news, both local and national, and extended it throughout the entire day so that you to add talk into it. And when you add talk into content, you're adding opinion because you are looking for an audience to make money on so that you can have a cost per thousand rate for your advertisers. I mean, your product and media are people who read your magazine, right?
Exactly. And by the way, I want to point out, last night I watched Beat the Press, and Andy Bruner's daughter was commenting on the young lady that was the Sports Illustrated writer who wrote the story that broke on the Angels that got the assistant manager fired. The interesting point is, after they've evaluated things, she stepped up and said, you know what? She shouldn't have been wearing a badge that said, anti... help me out here.
I'm not sure. I remember reading the story. I don't remember that she was wearing a badge.
No, not a badge. She had a bracelet on, an anti. Help me out.
And hit the button. Sorry. An anti.
Domestic violence.
Domestic violence. Oh, I see.
She
Okay.
had a bracelet on that was anti-domestic violence and other bracelets. And she pointed out, she says, how can you be a journalist and really tell the story if you're going to look and view a situation objectively? If you already have an opinion, then how can you report on really what the facts are? Now,
As a human, that is difficult to do.
Well, guess what? As a journalist, step away from being a human because you have to bring the story to light so that people can make judgment on their own. And that's what's supposed to drive the world. If we're just going to stand around and complain about everything that we don't like, we're never going to deliver the news. Now, there are certain things that I don't like, but I'm not going to let my newspaper do that. I think that if you live your life, live for integrity. Do the best you can to tell the truth. And when you do make a mistake, live up to it. This is I'm 60 years old. I've had 2 heart attacks. I've been hit head-on twice by drunk drivers, survived. I think that it's almost an obligation to try your best. If I'm doing a roof, I'm going to do the roof the best I can. If I'm going to put out a paper, I'm going to put out the facts the best I can. Now, I've had people try to slip some things behind me already, trying to tell their side of the story, and they don't want me to validate things. Well, their story's not getting in, and we're not paying them for that story. Period. So
I have fact checkers, or is that you?
Well, we have some fact checkers, but I think that we're going to get caught up with misrepresenting something, and we're going to back off right away, and we'll do a better story to just say we're sorry and give the facts. I mean, the New York Times has fact checkers too, and things get through. But I never want to be accused of being in a paper that has an agenda. We have no agenda. except selling advertising, giving entertaining content that's factual, and taking a look at the cannabis industry, which way it's going.
So, no columnists. Nobody's doing opinion in your newspaper.
People do opinion. We have an advice column. We have
That's advice. That's not opinion.
yeah.
Keep going.
Wait a second. Excuse me. Opinions will be marked with a oval opinion tag.
Good. That's nothing. And by the way, opinions are the things that get people.
Why?
Why is that? Educated opinions? I thought you wanted open minds and people with integrity. Come on.
I think that our paper is only 16 pages. If we have opinion in there, it'll be rare. There's so much to report on at this time in the cannabis industry. I think what we're looking for is to fill it up with advertising and factual stories and leave the opinion to other publications.
What about one opinion on one side and opinion on the other side? Now that offers you a balance, and it's the opinions that create the sizzle. I have to read this. I heard what this person wrote or said. That's what drives audience and gets people roused up and wanting to search for your product.
Well, you're a professor at J School, right? So it's not working now, is it? What's working is truth. There's a shortage of truth. I think that if people can read interesting, what people believe is truth, that'll drive people to the paper. And at this point in this industry, my God, these young entrepreneurs, these people entering the business, the people trying marijuana, carrying marijuana from one place to another, they need the truth. The last thing they need is an opinion that this is good or that's good.
Well, that's how we got to this point through science and research. They are doing more science and research on this plant. It's an amazing plant. And now I walked in with a chemist and a scientist, and we were talking about hemp, and it's like it's amazing that they can dictate the DNA of a living plant and decide whether it's going to be potent or impotent. And I mean with THC, without THC. Right. And this is what they can do. Then they can take the plant that is the non-THC plant, the hemp, and can double the amount of some of the chemicals in it, the anti-inflammatory chemicals like the CBDs and the CBGs and the XYZs and the ABCs. I mean, there's so many initials and so many chemicals. Right. I am not a chemist, nor did I ever play one on TV.
I think that we really have to reach out to the universities and tap their student base that are researching to get not opinions but facts on what they resolve as conclusions. I certainly not capable of. We don't have anybody on staff right now capable of evaluating scientific information.
Would you like someone who could do that for you? Because I know a lot of the scientists. I know a lot of the people in the testing labs too.
Sure, we would like that, but I think that we want to, keep our door open to hearing, hearing from the multi-practice of medicine today, whereas we're looking at the psychological, the chemical, and how the body functions. I think that's really where medicine is going. And I think that it has to be evaluated all three all the way across. And knowing my own mind, knowing how alcohol affects me differently than other people, I think that we're going to really focus on that. What are the signs you should look for if you shouldn't be doing this or that? And there's so many different strains of marijuana. Many of my friends
like the different flavors of liquor and microbreweries that are out there and alcohol and all that too.
There might have to be a rating on how potent it is for certain types of people on some of these things, and we hope to participate in that. But by no means could we ever, such a new business, claim to be the source for the real important scientific information. I think that we need to reference some of the scientific documents that are out there.
Because those are your facts now.
Those are our facts, yeah.
And you want the facts and to lead you to the truth, right?
I'm a simple guy. What we don't want is more domestic violence at home because you're using a substance that makes you crazy. What we don't want is more suicide. What we don't want are more car accidents. What we don't want is more pain for the families.
How about mass shootings? Can we get rid of those too?
Well, I think that you touch on a very important part, and we're very concerned with understanding that. I have an opinion, but I'm not going to give it. I think that mental illness is the key, not guns. And I think that if marijuana, and I think we should start to evaluate this, is the legalization of marijuana cutting down on the amount of violent actions in communities since marijuana is now legal. We should look at it deeply in Massachusetts. Is this helping, or is this, creating more problems?
Well, it's a calming element. It relaxes people. It has a anti-inflammatory and a calming effect to it, which is different than the effect that alcohol has on your body, which tends to make you more confrontational and more loud and more aggressive. So, there's a balance in life, and there's a balance in this plant between the THCs and the CBDs. And you mentioned the human element and its effect in reporting. We're all humans. We are living things. So is this plant. I got to meet and talk to a Rastafarian in Jamaica, and he explained to me about the power of the plant and the human element. And it was a fascinating discussion, which, by the way, is on In the Weeds with Jimmy Young. You'll be able to find that over the next few weeks. Right. Shameless plug. But it is an interesting time to see prohibition come down. It's an interesting time to meet people like yourself and others here at this show and hear their stories and hear the stories that say, cannabis changed my life. Now, I give you credit. If you're going to find people that are going to tell you, cannabis changed my life, then you can also find those stories where it says, I did too much cannabis, and let me tell you some of the dangers. Again, I give you credit for having the integrity to look at both sides of this argument.
I think that everything is both sides. I mean, how could I ever learn how not to do something or to do something if someone's not going to teach me? And I think that it's our obligation as human beings to try our best. I don't want to have an agenda. I just want to see everybody happy. Not that that's possible.
Well, it is if you hang out with a lot of people who smoke weed like your editor. I'm going to tell you that right now, and I'd like to be there for that moment too, to be honest with you.
She's a character. She's really a character, and I know her very well. I met her about 15 years ago, and she can't believe I actually started a paper and asked her to be the editor. I don't know. I mean, God knows. Who knows? Maybe next year you're going to see me here with dreadlocks. I'm growing my hair long.
So I have dreadlocks and a hat now. Okay, and I took that back with me from Jamaica, and you can see that too on In the Weeds with Jimmy Young.
I think cannabis is going to touch everybody's life. I'm going to tell you this right now. Yep. My daughters know I'm here.
How old are your daughters?
My daughters are 34, 30, and 25. 34-year-old's a psychotherapist. 30-year-old runs a Chinatown homeless shelter in New York City. And the 25-year-old is just getting out of Seton Hall. She's going to be teaching autistic children. So if they ask me, Dad, you're in the cannabis news business, should I smoke? I'm going to ask them not to, because I don't know. And,
they are adults. They get to choose this.
Whatever they want to do.
And you've done a good job based on what you just told me about your three daughters. I just want to say educated and changing the world, each one of them.
Everybody has something that's their whole life. To me, my daughters are my whole life. I'm divorced for 20-some years, but I don't care what. Every day I get up, everything I think about, every action I take, I think about my daughters. Now, my psychotherapist daughter sat me down 2 months ago and said...
That must be fascinating, by the way. Go ahead.
And she said, sit down, I'm going to tell you everything I don't like about you. One, I don't like the fact that you're a risk taker. You're always doing a new business. Newsweed. One, we had a mansion. We don't have that mansion anymore because you took too much risk. Right? We don't have the house down the shore anymore because you took too much risk.
She learned from your life journey.
And she doesn't call it a life journey, she calls it your stupid adventures.
Only a child and a parent can get away with that at each other, right?
You know what? I was dumbfounded. I love my kids more than anything in the world. But I guess maybe the route that I should have taken is not taking so much risk, not trying to make an impact in the world. But I got up and I told my daughter, I said, it's not who I am, and my grandson will probably be exactly like me.
Be true to yourself. By the way, it takes time for all of us to figure out who that self is, right?
I think so. I think that you have to be patient, you have to make mistakes, and you have to realize that life is very short. Mm-hmm. So you got to make the most of it. Love is the number one thing. Find love, and then the rest will probably be pretty easy. And by the way, I haven't done that yet, so my life is hard.
Oh, I may have somebody I'd like to introduce you to. But anyway, Mark Nedgeman, roofer, now
publisher and creator of Love Appy dating app.
Love Appy dating app.
Which is a completely...
Wait a second. How is it that you're still single if you have a Love Appy dating app?
Well, I said to myself, if I can't create technology that will find me a date, then it's hopeless. So I created Love Appy, which is in the iOS store and Android, and it's a voice-based dating app. If there's someone out there that likes my voice right now, you might want to contact me. So it's based on voice. Of course, there's pictures. We have a daily question. We can ask if you like to smoke weed or whatever. You can hear people's response, yes, I like or don't like. And we also have a live game show, which is called Are You More Than Your Picture, which streams on our dating app. So pretty busy life.
Yeah, I guess so. You are an entrepreneur. I mean, totally, through and through. In your soul, you are.
I'm a lover at heart.
Well, all the more reason to imbibe at some point in your life. Try it. You know the old commercials. Try it, you'll like it.
If I try it, I'm going to invite you to film it.
Well, we can definitely be there and talk about that. You're in New Jersey, right?
I'm in New Jersey, but I'd probably come up to Mass because it's not legal in New Jersey. But if I drop on the floor...
I hate to tell you this, but I've actually broken the law a few times in New Jersey.
I know so many people that break the law in New Jersey. I love them, though. I love them.
And I do have a medical card, but even so, you're not supposed to be able to go over state lines unless you're in Maine. Maine and Massachusetts have an agreement, and there are other states now that are getting in on that. If you have a medical card, you can go to those dispensaries.
Well, I run a big hiking group, so I'm going to have to bring the hikers up here. And I'm going to Las Vegas on a excursion to study the marijuana industry, and we'll be at MJCon on the streets distributing.
Okay, so that might be a really good time for us, you know.
Are you going to be there?
Of course I am.
All right, so if I try it there, my kids will probably...
We can document it, by the way.
I think my kids would be very disappointed at me if I did that.
Well, you know what? Guess what? Ask them. You're an adult. You raise them. It's okay to ask your children for permission to try a product. My goodness gracious, you're not hiding it from them. You're talking to them about it.
Do you know what? I am so damn wild, you would not believe.
You were a roofer. You were always up there, right? You get where I'm going, right?
I get a natural high. I love being on the roof.
Rob Gronkowski says the same thing, not on a roof, but he gets that natural high too. He does not drink and he does not smoke, yet he is endorsing a CBD product.
Listen, I've seen so much mental health problems in this world. So many people angry. God rest my father's soul. He was very angry until the day he died. If it would have helped him, I would have said do it.
So now you have that example of parent-child, right? Now you can go sit down with your girls and talk with them about this. Yeah, and by the way, that to me should be in here. Because parenting is by far the most important thing any of us can do as human beings. It is the toughest job any of us ever have.
Greatest job ever.
And it has the greatest value, too, because you get to see your work every day or every year that you see them grow and live.
Right. I just really want people to find love, and then the rest will work out. You decide with your spouse, decide with your children what to do. But I think that if we just start to really find true love, things are going to work out better. We have to be more honest. Newsweed will give an example, I hope, of how honest we can be and succeed. Try that approach, and then try the weed.
There you go. So this is why I came back to hang with you, because I talked with you for a few minutes. I said, I'm coming back. I want to sit with that guy from Newsweed and hear your thoughts. And I had no idea. I did not do any research on you. I just sat down and had a conversation with you. I find you to be very, very fascinating. I hope we continue to communicate back and forth, and hopefully you'll figure out how to get Pro Cannabis Media in your newspaper someday.
Oh, we will do. As a favor, we'll do it right away. And
don't get anti-cannabis media in, though. Do me a favor.
We don't do anti-cannabis. We don't do anti-anything. That would be an opinion.
Yes, exactly right. So Mark Nedgeman.
Newsweed.com.
Newsweed.com.
Yeah.
Is where you go to find this, and you can also find it now on the streets in Boston and at
it's all over the place.
It's all over the place.
I'm an aggressive son of a gun.
There you go. Well, I wouldn't mess with him. He's from Jersey, right?
I wouldn't mess with me because I'm a roofer.
Because he's a roofer. There you go. So that'll do it for another edition of In the Weeds with Jimmy Young. I hope you enjoyed this episode. I know I did, meeting Mark. This is going to be the beginning of a beautiful friendship, as they said in Casablanca. And you remember black and white movies.
Absolutely. I love black and white.
Thank God. We're same age. You know, I love meeting people that are age appropriate. Anyway, great to talk with you. Remember, folks, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly. This has been another edition of In the Weeds with Jimmy Young. Talk to you next time.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
See, the thing about edibles, one of the problems with it being illegal is that a lot of us don't have a lot of information that we could use. Like, there's a difference between smoking it and eating it. When you smoke it, you get THC, but when you eat it, it's processed by your liver, and it produces something called 11-hydroxymetabolite. That's 5 times more psychoactive than THC, and it lets you talk to dolphins.
My first purchase was a weed cookie. I got an edible. And it was the coolest thing I'd ever gotten up to that point in my life. Because I'd never seen branding on drugs. It had a logo. Underneath it, it said, per dose, eat 1/3 of a cookie. Who eats 1/3 of a cookie? I eat all the thirds of a cookie. You're not going to have me eat 1/3 of a cookie. Now I'm high and I'm hungry and I'm staring at 2/3 of a cookie? And I ate the whole cookie. Woke up 2 days later, about 1.5 miles from my house, feeling refreshed. I'm gonna get out of this ditch and get on with my day.
I just like to, smoke a joint every now and then.
Good people don't smoke marijuana. You dick!
Welcome to Vote Pro Podcast, brought to you by VoteProPot.com. Hello, and welcome to episode 6 of Vote Pro Podcast. And today we're going to discuss the tasty topic of cannabis edibles. We're going to discuss exactly what it is we're talking about when we refer to edibles, because that covers a range of things. Andrew's going to help us understand the different kinds of edibles. We're going to talk about what goes into making them in a very basic way. Medical edibles, some of the issues regarding regulation or the lack thereof. And we're going to offer, as usual, our news and events regarding the world of cannabis. I'm Phil Adams.
I'm Jay Britton. And I'm Andrew McCreadys.
And to get things started, Andrew, why don't you start us out and just give us a little overview of what exactly we're talking about when we refer to cannabis edibles.
A cannabis edible is basically any type of food product that is infused with cannabis. In addition to eating a edible, you can also ingest either tincture or oils that are designed to take orally. So there's sort of a difference there. But let's just concentrate.
What is a tincture?
A tincture is a cannabis that's infused with alcohol.
Okay.
Now the THC the compounds in cannabis, THC, will stick to an alcohol molecule or a fat molecule, i.e. like butter.
Okay.
Or oil. Now those will be absorbed by the body. If you just took a bud and ate it, you would not get high.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember the old days in high school, just taking weed and crunching it up, putting in brownie mix, and then kind of wondering, why am I? don't really.
Well, why am I getting? Yeah, you've wasted the brownies and you've wasted the weed.
Well, the thing if you want to make a baked good, what you need to do is take butter and chop up some weed, put it in the butter, and let it simmer for a while. Google the recipe to give you the exact temperatures and times for the amounts that you're using. And that what happens is then all the compounds dissolve into the butter. You strain out the fiber and let it cool, and you have can of butter.
And it's a lovely green.
And it can be a lovely shade of green. And then you just add that to your brownie recipe as if you were just making your regular brownies.
I'm throw this in. I'll ask you guys. Personally, I don't have a lot of experience with edibles. I mean, other than a few things friends have made, but I mean, I don't live in Colorado or any place to get this stuff. So I really don't know a lot I don't have a lot of experience. What about you guys? Have you tried it?
Yes. What's most common the most common was the brownie. And now it's like it has spread all over the map. There's all kinds of chocolates and candies. There's snacks. You can get cereals now. You
Gummy
can get
bears.
ice cream.
Right, gummy
ice cream.
candies.
Right.
I remember doing brownies back in the day, but of course I don't partake anymore, so I have no experience with this new generation of edibles. So
me either. One thing I do remember though, Andrew, is it tastes like shit.
Well, that's one of the big issues. Now the terpenes, the
That's a
terpene-
problem with food, you know.
The terpenes in cannabis is what gives it its flavor and aroma. That's why if anyone who's been around many different strains of cannabis can tell you that the aroma can vary greatly. There's some, a small amount of cured marijuana could really stink up someone's house or
Imagine.
car easily.
Yeah.
But then there's other strains that you
Get you
probably won't
busted.
even notice. Right. So I think one of the things they're doing in the edible industry is that they're finding the best strains to use for edibles and the best type of way to extract the compounds and get it into the edible.
Well, I did some reading and preparing for this episode, and I learned a lot. I mean, the terpenes and the chlorophyll are what give it that flavor,
Right.
that earthy, grassy flavor. I mean, so how do you get rid of that, or can you?
Well, there's a few ways to do it. One way is to basically just use strains that
okay, aren't as earthy.
that aren't as earthy, and don't have that level of terpenes. And the other thing is to make something that will hide the flavor. I mean, you don't want a mild flavoring snack. You want something that's really powerful, like you had.
Well, I heard that
like
the most, like chocolate and peanut butter are the two best kind of
Right.
disguisers of that flavor. So I guess that's why you see chocolate brownies and
Well, see that's another thing. When you make, for example, like a peanut butter cup, you put the cannabis in the peanut butter filling, which kind of masks it because peanut butter is a pretty strong flavor. But then the chocolate is just regular chocolate. So when you taste the chocolate part of it, it tastes really normal. See,
Okay.
so it's good to infuse not the entire thing, but some layer of it. Like would be the icing on something or the filling in something.
I think it should be known that we should have said this up front. Andrew has a culinary degree and he's a pastry chef, right? So he knows a little something about making sweets.
About making all kinds of food.
Making all kinds of food, but his sweets are
Sweet and savory. I'm professionally trained.
That sounds kind of kinky, but
Well,
leave that one alone.
That's the way we call it in the biz.
Sweet and savory.
Well, last Christmas, Andrew and I were at a Christmas party, and we had some Reese's peanut butter cups made by a friend, and they were infused. I guess I can say that.
Were they delicious?
They were awesome.
Okay.
They tasted great, really. I mean, I wouldn't have even known until I started watching the Flintstones and eating popcorn.
There are a lot of folks, and when I think about it, if I were to engage in cannabis consumption once again, I think at the very least I would start with an edible.
Well, that's not a good idea.
Yeah, but there's a lot of street. You got to be careful.
So you're saying that's not a
No,
good
it's
idea?
not. No, it's not.
No, I don't know that it's a bad idea if you do it correctly. But I tell you, it's a completely different kind of high, man. It's so slow coming on that you think you're not. You eat something, and you go, man, I'm fine, I'm good. I'm trying some more of this, And we've all heard the stories about the guy that buys the 100 milligram cookie that they tell you to eat a quarter of, and you eat a quarter of it, and you go, man, I don't feel anything. So next thing you know, you eat the whole cookie, and then it's like, holy shit. And you're stoned for like 15 hours, right?
Or our guy from the clip, Chris Cope, which I think is a very funny stand-up comic, Chris Cope. He just ate the whole damn thing because it was a cookie. He eats the entire cookie. And or you eat an entire brownie or I like chocolate. I'll eat the entire chocolate bar. Bad idea.
Well, that gets to the whole regulation thing. In a lot of the states that do have legal, like medical, some of them don't have edibles for that very reason, because you got to regulate it, because thing, it's a cookie and kids are going to want to get into it.
This is okay. Let's go over what happened in Colorado. So they started with the edibles, and it turns out kids were getting into them. So they said, okay, we need child-proof containers. Pets were getting into them, so we need better packaging. And then also people were going, then we're talking about experienced cannabis users going, man, I ate a cookie, man, and it was just way too much for me. Right. So what they're trying to do is to get some kind of standard calibration. like in alcohol. It's 80 proof. It's 40% alcohol, or it's 8% alcohol. I can drink 3 beers,
Right.
2 cocktails, or 3 glasses of wine and get about the same level of intoxication. But they don't have that with cannabis, and they do to a degree. But let me tell you a story. There's a guy who went to Nevada and he got a espresso bean coated with dark chocolate edible, and he ate one. I think it was either 2.5 milligrams or 5 milligrams. He said went out bowling, had a blast. He tried them a few other times. Every time he tried them, it was wonderful. Had a great experience. He went back to the store another time, and they were out of that brand, so he bought a different brand.
Okay.
Same espresso bean, covered with chocolate, with 2.5, 5 milligrams, whatever it was, identical. And he took it, and then he went to the David Copperfield magic show and didn't have a good time. Now he said
that's because it was David Copperfield.
I don't know. if it
He's
was
pretty
magic.
good.
Yeah.
All right.
But the thing is that one of them could have been made with an indica and the other one with a sativa, and you're going to get different responses.
Right. I see.
Because we all know the indicas are going to mellow you out. It's going to help you sleep. The indica is going to help with pain and nausea, and it's not going to make you tired, but it's going to make you hungry. So we're talking about 2 different responses from basically cannabis with the same potency. So that's where they're struggling now. That's why the state of Maryland, when they legalized medical, they didn't allow for edibles because the Maryland Food Control Board said, wait a minute, we don't have regulations here. We're going to set nothing. We're going to make it legal, but let's get our ducks in a row before we roll out the regulation, which is understandable. That's fine.
Yeah.
So what happened in Colorado? So they came back past these laws and said, well, these are the things that they're saying that you can't have an edible with more than so many milligrams of cannabis in it.
They have a maximum.
Right.
Yeah,
Right. You can't make the 300 milligram cookies anymore. I mean, that's not a good idea.
There's a lot of people ended up in the emergency room.
So Andrew, is there any talk of something equivalent to proof in, like we have alcohol that's so many proof? That 151 rum is some pretty potent booze, whereas 96 proof is going to be a lot less. Is there some equivalent rating system that they've devised with edibles?
Well, they tell you how many milligrams of cannabis is in it, but you don't know the strain, and different strains have different properties, and then that's the gray area, and it's like the difference between a white grape or a red grape. You're going to get different results.
That only affects flavor, though. That's what's different about.
That's where the different lies.
Right. I mean, a grape has X amount of sugar in it, and when you ferment that sugar, you get alcohol, and that's all the alcohol you're going to get, unless you fortify it with more sugar.
Right. But they don't do that with cannabis.
I think it's fair to say the difference is the chemistry, because with drinking you're talking about alcohol. That's it.
Right.
But with weed, you're talking about all kinds of different compounds. It's THC and CBD and CBB and
different ratios.
And different ratios.
And thus different effects.
So what they did in Colorado, so they passed those regulations, and things did get better. They're still having problems. And what happens is they get too much, especially some of this cannabis that has really high THC levels, whereas the old pot used to sort of mellow out the anxiety portion of your brain. This new pot, which is super high in THC, actually excites the
anxiety
part and gives you, instead of mellowing you out, it gives you,
makes you paranoid.
Effect. Right. Makes you paranoid.
Yeah, it makes you paranoid.
And that's what people are calling, going, I think I'm overdosing, and they're going to the emergency rooms. And I heard one story where the guy called 911. They said, well, what you need to do is drink some water, lay down in bed, relax, get some sleep. Now, if you come to the hospital, we're going to give you some water. We're going to tell you relax. We're going to put you in bed, take you to sleep. But we're going to charge you like a lot of money.
Right. Do it at home for free, and rest easy in the notion that it's not going to kill you.
That's exactly right.
Rest easy. It's never killed anybody.
Never killed anybody.
You're not going to die. You're going to have
a rough night,
but you're not going to die.
You're
going to have a rough night.
Like Willie Nelson said, the only way pot can kill you if a bale of it falls on you.
That's right.
That's right.
Good old Willie.
Well, the most dangerous thing about cannabis is that it's illegal.
Well, that's what we're all about, isn't it? Changing that.
So different states are approaching this differently. Now, California did something totally different. They have different types of licenses. They have a type N license that allows you to add cannabis oil or an infusion to an edible of any kind, right? Now that's class N. And now those are easy to get. They issued like 25 or 28 of them in the statewide, and they're not that expensive. Or you could get a type 6 or 7 license, and that allows you to actually make extractions and infuse edible items. Now, this also allows you to make the oils and the tinctures that people use medicinally, or you take that and add it to the edibles. So what you're going to see are some of these larger labs or processing plants are going to start making the oils that chefs are going to buy and put in their extractions and put in their edibles. So you're going to start seeing consistency that way as well.
So there'll be like a whole industry just of people making essentially the can of butter or whatever.
Yeah, they make the can of butter, the oil, and then the processors buy it from them instead of making it themselves.
Andrew, how much of this do you think is dependent upon descheduling cannabis and the research?
Well, what's going to happen then? They're going to start doing medical research, and now they'll start coming out with products. They'll start coming out with pharmaceuticals that have cannabis in them. Now, those are going to have to go through all the testing and all the rigmaroles of the FDA, the federal government is requiring. Now, that's a whole different animal. But in the meantime, I think it's being treated like herbal supplements. You can go to a health food store and get a tea that claims, it's going to help you sleep, or it's going to, it's good. It's
going to help you lose weight, or
lax. Yeah, or help. Here's a great laxative.
Right.
You know, drink this and your problems will pass. See, in the edible industry, another thing that they're going to start doing, you might start seeing, which I think is a great idea, and that is you're going to start seeing cannabis kitchens opening up, and it'll be like a food truck kitchen. There's kitchens where food truck owners go and they do all their prep. They have refrigerators that have everything they need to make it. Then they load up the truck and go to work, and then the next truck comes in and does their stuff.
Wow!
So you're going to have cannabis kitchens where you're going to be able to go and make your edible products, and chances are, if you do that, you'll be all using the same type of oil. So the only difference is going to be the quality and the taste of the product. So
you would go to this and make your own using their oil?
Yeah. It'll be like you'll be able to lease a kitchen. That's what I think some people are talking about doing. And as a chef, I see that making a lot of sense, because it'd be like, and also it opens the door, like this type N in license in California, and these kinds opens the door for small businesses, and also for more artisans to get in there and make some really quality, high end stuff, or unique, something really unique.
Well, the biggest complaint, back to what I was saying earlier, is biggest complaint I hear from people is that there's a distinctive, flavor that is not always good. You know what I'm saying?
Not pleasant.
Yeah, it's kind of like, man.
Well, they're working on this. There's a woman in California I hear that has learned to extract their terpenes and use them in to her benefit. Because
they call her the Julia Childs of edibles or something.
Yeah,
I read an article about.
Yeah. But
the problem is the terpenes actually are part of what provide this psychoactive.
It adds to the psychoactive, from what I understand, but it really affects the smell, odor, and flavor.
Okay.
You just know that the more this is opened up to small business, these small businesses and food truck type things, they're going to be, hundreds and hundreds of little laboratories for coming up with great ways to flavor them and great ways to kind of label them, to know, so that, consumers are going to know what they're in for when they ingest this. And I think that's
the big deal in Colorado. The big deal, what they did in Colorado, was go after packaging and labeling. Those are for when it comes to edibles, those are the two most important things.
Yeah, I saw a story on, I don't know, CBS News or something about, I think it was a Sunday morning show about they showed these candy bars, and literally these companies were mimicking real candy bars, like a Nestle's Crunch or whatever the hell, you know,
Yeah.
Hershey's. And so the packaging looked exactly like it,
Yeah.
man. So it'd be a Nestle's Scrunch, you know, but it was the exact same like graphics and stuff on the label.
I can't say I approve of that.
They had Captain Munch cereal.
Right.
Well, here's what they
That's not
passed.
good.
This is some jurisdictions. Some states are passing laws that restrict you can't use any cartoon character to advertise.
I mean, we're back to Joe Camel.
Exactly.
Right,
Exactly what it is. But and they are saying that you can't. They're starting to crack down on mimicking, certain types of candies. I guess you can't. I mean, gummy bears. Bear. That's not really. But
well, it's like the '60s when cigarettes were aimed at teenagers, you know.
Right.
But the whole legalization, the whole reform thing, it's a process, you know. So it's going to take time to kind of develop these things, and just saying, okay, it's legal now. Well, California, Colorado, Oregon, these places are figuring it out, and they're slowly making changes, and that's how America works, man. You start out with, and you slowly make the changes that are required, and it'll be all right at some point. So
we've all heard horror stories about people with edibles, but I think the reality is, like in Colorado, 40% of the cannabis sales are edibles. A lot of people are using edibles successfully, not having any problem, and a lot of people out there really like it.
That's why I think a lot of people are going to start with edibles, because there are people who just don't want to be pot smokers. They don't want to smoke.
Right. Or they don't want to smoke.
That's right. They don't want to ingest smoke into their lungs, so they're going to do it that way.
Well, the problem lies if you have never done cannabis and you try an edible right out of the gate, and you do what that reporter did, or anyone else, or many others, and ate too much, thinking, oh, nothing happened, let me eat some more. Then all of a sudden it all hits you. It's comparable to
all about
it's comparable to drinking alcohol for the first time and just drinking a whole bottle of tequila.
Yeah, I mean, there's guidelines now in Colorado, and they say if it's your first time, start with 5 milligrams or 10, between 5 and 10, and then then you know what you're getting.
And wait 3 hours before making any judgment.
3 hours, before you take it, and then the next day maybe try 15. But it's like anything else, like you said, Andrew. It's like going out and buying a 12-pack. First time you ever drinking it all in an hour, you're going to regret it. So
the reporter you're talking about, Andrew, is Maureen Dowd, and she's a very famous columnist with the New York Times.
Oh, yeah.
And she wrote about her experience in departing from her usual drug of choice, which she says is Chardonnay, in order to try a sample of a cannabis product. And I think it was a chocolate bar. In Colorado. This is what she said in her article. She said, sitting in my hotel room in Denver, I nibbled off the end, and then when nothing happened, nibbled some more. For an hour, I felt nothing, but then I felt a scary shudder go through my body and brain. I barely made it from the desk to the bed, where I lay curled up in a hallucinatory state for the next 8 hours. I was thirsty, but couldn't move to get water or even turn off the lights. I was panting and paranoid, sure that when the room service waiter knocked and I didn't answer, he'd call the police and have me arrested for being unable to handle my candy.
Dude, that sucks, man. I've been there.
Poor Miss Dowd had a rough night. She learned her lesson.
But she learned her lesson.
Well, that's why they're passing laws. That's why they're restricting the number of milligrams in an edible. Now, what's happened? They're coming in saying no more than 100 grams or 100 milligrams in any one edible, and it has to be labeled by the dose, and no dose can be more than 5 or 10 milligrams, I think it is. Now, which works out fine unless those laws also cover medical, because there's some medical applications where they do need higher. I know. So each state is that's another issue that each state. That's why getting involved, going down and going, guys, you can make limits on recreational, but you can't do it on medicinal. Some legislators who really don't know a lot about, and a lot of people don't know about this industry. It's new, and people are learning. As Jay says, it's a learning curve.
Right.
So you just got to get out there and figure it out, and that's what these states are doing.
It might be helpful. I got a list here of this. I was surprised. I looked up how many states actually have legal edibles. Again, a lot of them are medical, but medical only. But still, you got to have a card. But you mind if I read off these states? I was shocked.
No,
okay.
Absolutely.
It's in alphabetical order. So it's Arizona, Arkansas, California, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Hawaii, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan. Yeah, I know, right? Montana, Nevada, New Hampshire, New Mexico, Oregon, Rhode Island.
So that's like half the states.
Yeah, I know. It's amazing. Vermont and Washington. So shoot, man, that's a lot of states where you can go out and buy edibles. Now, the problem is not a problem, but they all have different like Andrew said, some of them you can only have this or you can only have that, some of the other states you can only do CBDs or oils, no THC. But still, I was surprised. I didn't realize that many states had legal edibles.
Yep.
I think a lot of that, some of that is political. Some of them, there were ballot initiatives. They passed it. The legislators are now sort of forced to pass, set up regulations, and they just set up really awful regulations. And it takes them years to do it. And then when they finally, so when they finally put them out there, you have to have one foot in the grave, and there can only be, only certain oils. And some people saying, like in Alabama, they're saying, oh yeah, we're going to pass it, but you can't smoke it. And they're going, but and then they're having a problem. Then if you do get the oils, how are you going to get a processor that knows what they're doing in a state where it's never been big before? It's really tough. I mean, they just had to recall a bunch of oil that was used for medical purposes that the guy screwed up when he made it. And he was using liquid butane as a solvent, and he didn't get it all out. So here's, your medicine has butane in it? No.
It's poisoning you.
Right. That's why in California, a bunch of cannabis products just got recalled because though it did pass some initial testing, it didn't pass the final after, I don't know exactly how it happened, but they're realizing that, there's faults in the system, and we got to test the stuff. I mean, and I'm all for that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, but in the article I read about that, it was, I don't remember, I don't have it in front of me, but the percentage of failing samples was incredibly high. Surprisingly high. I don't remember the percentage, but when I read it, I said, wow.
It was like 20%, 1 in 5.
20%. Yeah, like 1 out of 5 failed.
And now, these edibles are being packaged under brand names. I mean, they've got, logos and everything. It's all very corporate.
Right,
names like Kiva, Baked Brothers, LOL Edibles. What are some others? Lord Jones, Canna Company, Garden Society. I mean, there's a bunch of already, standout edible manufacturers, and I guess they're all in all the stores.
And just to surmise, if you're going to try a cannabis edible, start with a very low dose and wait 3 hours before you take any more, if any at all. Maybe wait to the next day to increase the dosage until you find your sweet spot.
All right, guys, it's time for this week's installment of Cannabis News. Phil, you go first. What do you got?
This is from USA Today, last July 24th, 2018. Pot smokers are setting aside their joints in favor of edibles, pills, and extracts. So, and this is Dateline Denver, and it's talking about how many cannabis users all over the country are, putting aside the smoking. They were giving up on not that they're giving up on cannabis at all, and quite the contrary, but they are finding that they are that they're increasingly switching from smokable cannabis to edible cannabis. This is a quote from Jared DeCamp, co-owner of the Herbal Remedies marijuana store in Salem, Oregon. He says, the actual old school smoking of cannabis is pretty much out the door. That's wow. That's quite a statement. Now, I don't know how true that is. If Andrew, as you say, 40% are switching to of cannabis sales or edibles, that means 60% are not.
Right, but that doesn't include extracts. I don't think.
Okay. So it's.
Let me tell you a story. Last time I was in Colorado. I was at an expo, and I was going through these seminars, and I'd met a chef who had given an expo, and so we started talking afterwards, and all of a sudden he looked at his watch and went, "Oh God, it's 4:20. Let's want to go out for a smoke break." I went, "Sure."
Sure. Of course.
So we went outside, and it was funny. Cops were walking by. Hey guys, how's it going? Anyway,
and it's funny. This guy was carrying a box with like a 3/4 of a pound of pot in it. He was like, "Oh, it's a half pound, 3/4. Don't know." Anyway, so people were smoking, and they were like, someone had a pipe or an extract or something. I said, "Well, I'll just roll a joint." And the guys looked at me like, "You old guys, man, you love your joints, don't you?"
You and your joints.
And he goes, "Man," and he looked like, "We don't smoke joints anymore."
That's funny, man.
It was all
true, too.
dabs.
You know, our age, and I don't know if we want to say how old we are, but we're old.
We're old.
We're old, yeah. It's a different culture.
We're
man.
boomers.
Yeah, we're boomers. We're
Definitely.
We're approaching 60, baby. I'll be 60 my next birthday.
Me
I know
too.
I don't look it or sound it, but anyway.
Well, you're very immature, so
That's
you've
what
got
it
that
is,
going
yeah.
for you.
Yep.
I got that going for me. Yeah, it's a hybrid.
This is out of the Oregonian, which is obviously a newspaper and a website.
From Oregon?
Oh, yeah, you're right, Phil. I didn't
Oh, see?
This is by Noel Crombie, and it's a story about the massive overproduction in Oregon, which has been a big problem. It's resulted in a lot of even more black market than they had probably before it was legal, because they're producing vastly more quantities of cannabis than they can sell legally. So the producers, I mean, they're not going to throw it away. So they're selling it to the states where it's not legal. In this newspaper article, they comment on a report that came out by an agency that the state police is pushing. Because of this, among other things, there's been a 50% drop in the price of weed out in Oregon since 2016. 50%.
Yeah. Flooding the market.
Yeah, man. And so anyway, the producers, and especially in a couple of counties, and I don't know anything about the area, but so they've got all this extra weed. It says here, between July 2017 and March 2018, law enforcement seized nearly $1.7 million in proceeds coming into Portland International Airport from the illegal cannabis trade. Police also seized another $861,000 in marijuana moving through the airport during that period. So that's just what they, what they seized, what they found.
It's the gray market.
Anyway, so that has
Right.
a lot to do with
The gray market,
the
right.
state not doing a great job on regulating who can grow, sell weed, right? So they got anybody and their brother can get a permit to grow it, and now they got so many people growing it they can't get rid of it. So, which is great if you're a consumer, because you can go out and buy weed for nothing in Oregon compared to other places in the country. But it's not good for the state.
Well, that happened a couple years ago in California. They had this bumper crop, and the price just plummeted. And but the next season, the market leveled out.
Yeah, and I think that's what'll happen is the growers will. But I mean, think about it. If you're a farmer or you're a grower and you're growing cannabis, you're going to grow it, man, and you got to sell it.
So
you're not going to throw it
So
away.
do you think eventually the government is going to pay them not to grow it?
Yeah, you think? Kind of like corn and
Weed subsidies.
Yeah. Okay, Andrew, you got a story?
I got another one. It's about an 80-year-old grandmother in Michigan. Her name is Dolores Saltzman. She apparently her great granddaughter had lost her phone, and a police officer was returning it to to the woman's house, and the police officer got it and smelled marijuana. And she asked Dolores, who's 80 years old, if she knew anything about that, and Dolores said, "Yes, I have arthritis, diverticulosis, and muscle and bone aches. And cannabis, it saved my life, and that's why."
You go, girl.
And she goes, "Well, do you have a medical card?" So he showed the medical card, and the medical card had expired.
Oh, man.
So the police officer helped the lady finish doing her dishes and then handcuffed her and took her to jail overnight.
What a prick. I'm
Right.
sorry.
I don't care about the dishes. I can do my own damn dishes.
So she came. Well, apparently, it wasn't like the scene where she tackled her and handcuffed her, or anything,
tased her.
But
Well, he's trying to be nice about it, I guess. He's got a job to do.
She was a female officer.
Oh, she. Okay.
Anyway, so she arrested her, confiscated a couple joints and like less than a quarter ounce of pot, and she had 7 pipes. Apparently one for every day of the week. Guys, she's collecting. They took her pipe collection. You know,
So she's 80 years old?
yeah.
I want to party with this woman.
I'm sure the commissioner just said, they said, listen, just go get your card renewed and everything's fine. Everything will be fine.
Right.
But they interviewed her and she had this wonderful speech going, guys, we got to get out and we got our fight. She actually said, we got to fight for our rights. You know, she just didn't say to party. And
Dude, we got to get her on the show.
she's like a beastie grandmother.
That's
but
right.
her son, and she was like really cool. She goes, everyone's really nice to me and everything, but this is ridiculous. She goes, I sat in a jail cell overnight in pain because my arthritis was killing me, you know, and she was stressed out and cold. And I mean, what's
happening now?
Well, they dropped all charges because she just went and got her card renewed.
Good.
You know,
good.
So a little mini reefer sadness there.
Well, yeah, make up for last week, the one that wasn't sad at all. Well, it was sad.
No, it was actually kind of uplifting.
Right. Well, actually, it was. I mean, the boy in Ireland who came to the United States to get his medicine. The sad part was if he could not have gone back to the UK and gotten it legally. I mean, it would have been sad. But there, our brothers and sisters in the UK stood up and made a bunch of noise, and they said, "Okay, give this kid a card, give it to him." And the UK has a few labs out there that are growing some great medical grade cannabis and extracting it to oil. So they got their shit together.
Are we going to let them get ahead of us in this business? I don't think so.
Not happening.
We can't fall behind the Brits.
No, we did that once.
Pretty soon the Russians are going to get involved in the business, and then where we be? You know. Next thing you know, they'll be firing at us from the moon, and you know.
Well, apparently, I think it was in Lebanon, where now they're coming across, going, okay, we're gonna legalize it. But apparently, in the Lebanese hash, guys who've been growing and making hash for centuries. I mean, it is like a huge tradition and in the culture in parts of that country. And they're coming up, going, whoa, wait a minute. You can't legalize it.
Are you crazy?
What are you doing about business, man?
It's going to totally screw up the industry, which is something that which is a perfect example of ways we can approach it in the United States. You know, there are people that are in the black market. Now, they're not all drug cartel guys. Some of them are, a lot of the weed sold in the United States are just, some guy just making ends meet, and he's not getting rich,
Right. He's got 6 or 8 plants in his house.
Right. Or he just gets it from some other guy and he gets a quarter pound. He splits it with the same, 10 guys he's grown up with since elementary school. Right. And it's to them, he's doing them a favor,
Yeah, and he's getting a quarter for free.
Right.
For doing it.
Right. No one's making any money. So that's a problem. So what do you do? I mean, is there a way to sort of, I'm not saying give pardons to everybody who broke the law, but is there a way that maybe we can get, the black or gray market legitimized?
Right. Well, that's another great topic for another show is all these guys who sitting in jail who did nothing but, sell some weed. I mean, they never killed anybody, never hurt anybody.
Yeah, that'll be a hard show to do, but we have to do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I am sure somewhere in a legal grow operation in the United States, there's some extraordinarily gifted growers who have incredible expertise who have done jail time.
Right. Oh, absolutely.
So he got out of jail and got hired immediately and moved to Colorado and just got, dude, do your thing. We're going to pay you through the friggin' nose.
Well, check back with us and we will be doing an episode on that aspect of cannabis. And we really hope that you've enjoyed this episode. And we hope that you've learned some things about cannabis edibles. And we want to get your feedback and any ideas that you might have, any stories, recipes, anything that you think would add to the conversation. Jay, how should they get in touch with us?
Send us an email at votepropot@gmail.com.
Or if you'd like to listen to other episodes, check us out at votepropot.com.
Please like and follow us on Facebook at facebook.com/votepropot.
Wish I was up in Vancouver at the Cannabis Cafe, smoking good old Sinsemilla at the beginning of the day. But kidnapped by the police. Today, sometime before dark. But I wish I was up in Vancouver at the Cannabis Cafe, smoking good old Sensimilla at the beginning of the day. The judge looked down upon me frown. He said, kid, get on your way. Just don't start out your morning with espresso and a J. I said, I wish I was up in Vancouver at the Cannabis Cafe, smoking good old Sensimilla at the beginning of the day. Hitched on out to Portland, caught a ride up to BC, took the bus over to the neighborhood to have a bowl with my coffee. Now I'm up in Vancouver at the Cannabis Cafe, smoking good old Sensimilla at the beginning of the day. Smoking good old Sensimilla at the beginning of the day.
Hey everybody, it's your favorite green nurse, Sherry Tutkus from the Green Nurse Group at Irie Bliss Wellness, and this is a very special edition of Green Nurse on the Go, Living Your Best Life. We would like to welcome cannabis nurse Mark Worcester to the Green Nurse Group educational platform. Mark is a health professional and an author of Absolutely Fucking Amazing, Living a Life You Love, and it's on the Amazon #1 bestseller list. Today, we're going to be giving away one of these books. Like, share, and tag this post, and we'll pick a winner on Friday at 4:20. Mark Worcester is an entrepreneur, a leader, a fitness guru, business and life coach. He's a registered nurse and a cannabis nurse, and he has a nationally recognized podcast called Nurse Mark Podcast that we're going to be seeing regularly on the Green Nurse Group platform. Today, he shares his compelling story of becoming a nurse and a cannabis nurse and what led him to his mantra, health, happiness, and cannabis. Let's go have a talk with Nurse Mark. And welcome, Mark.
Hello, hello.
It's so good to have you on the podcast. Thank you so much for having me on yours.
Oh, it was so much fun.
Yes, it was.
Glad to
So
be here.
I know. So cannabis nurse Mark. So prior to becoming a nurse, you've held so many other different positions in the healthcare industry, you know, so our viewers we always want to know, like, you don't wake up one day and say, hey, I'm going to be a cannabis nurse, or hey, I'm going to change my life and do this. There's usually a compelling story. And so you even have a story too, to even further back as to why you became a nurse.
Oh yeah.
You're in the traditional healthcare system, became a nurse, then a cannabis nurse. So let's hear your story, Nurse Mark.
Oh my gosh, you know, my story is even crazier than that. I haven't been in the healthcare industry forever. I mean, I've worked in sort of social services roles.
Okay.
Where I was involved with very large social services organizations at a board level. And, you know, my background is I owned a tech company for 30 years. Like that was my jam. So
I had it wrong.
No, I was like, yeah, so this is great because now you get the story. So I was in technology. So I did, you know, all these tech things and never thought about, I thought about healthcare. I always, you know, felt like, oh, I missed the boat. I should have been a doc. My surgery is my thing. I love surgery. I love cutting people open. I love to see it done. I like to participate. It was one of my favorite rotations in nursing school. But I missed the boat. I was way too late in thinking about it. And I had a great company too. So I became a nurse because I dated a really cool nurse and I
you
loved
go.
hearing about her job, right? She would come home and then tell me about her day and I'd say, that sounds like fun. You know, I'm shucking computers and, you know, helping people communicate, but it's not what you're doing. So, my daughter, my middle daughter, I helped her get into nursing school, the same one that this particular nurse had gone to, that she helped as well. And then I said, well, heck, I can go to nursing school. So my daughter and I actually went to nursing school. She was a year ahead of me, but we had the same teachers. It was really cool.
That is really cool.
Yeah. Yeah. And so I graduated in 2014 with my associates and immediately started working in long-term care nights and weekends because I'm still running this other company. And yeah, then I sold that company in the end of 2017 and was in a relationship with a girl who had a CBD company. And I had no idea. Like I was cannabis agnostic, really. I didn't care if you did it, but I didn't do it and hadn't for 30 plus years. And then
a quick question. So just quick question. So while we're talking about nursing school, this is really important. And we'll get into CBD.
Yeah.
So when you went to nursing school, this was in 2014, you got your associate's degree, and then you got your bachelor's in science in 2018.
Correct.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Did they discuss at one point in time, was the endocannabinoid system ever brought up?
You know the answer to that question.
Just had to ask.
Of course they didn't. No, but no. The first time I heard about the endocannabinoid system was when I started to dive into some of the research behind this CBD, which I knew nothing about. No, they did not. They didn't talk about it. And the only time they talked about marijuana, and that's what they call it. They don't call it cannabis, which is what its real name is. They call it marijuana, was when they talked about addictive drugs. So the curriculum is still teaching incorrect information. And
outdated information.
Outdated and incorrect. So it's I'm hoping that it's moving in the right direction. I'm committed to it. I'd love to teach at the college level. When I graduate with my master's next year, I will make that one of my goals.
Excellent. And just for the new viewers, and any nurses that are out there that are listening, in 2018, the National Council State Boards of Nursing came up, and the National Council State Boards of Nursing is the NCLEX exam that determines whether a nurse can be licensed or not. They have to take tests. So they came out with a call to action that all nurses should have 6 essential areas of clinical knowledge when it comes to the endocannabinoid system. Right, for sure. The number 6, the 6th one is probably the most important and my favorite of all. It has to do with thou shall not judge the patient as they choose their course of treatment. That's the number 1 in my mind.
That is perfect.
Yeah, and we're gonna, what we're gonna end up doing? We're gonna be doing some more nursing educational shows, just because we need to get more nurses on board. You and I both know that we've just started to scratch the surface.
I agree, absolutely. Yeah.
So
early on,
from nursing school to CBD.
Yeah.
So you had an amazing woman that got you to nursing school, and then another amazing woman that introduced you to CBD.
Oh my gosh, I have been so blessed. I have had so many wonderful, amazing women in my life that, starting with my mother and all the way through to you, another amazing woman who just absolutely shows me, the support and the love, and it's just so good. Yeah, so I get in a relationship with this girl. And her story was she had breast cancer and had double mastectomy in 2015, I believe. And she couldn't use opiates for pain relief. She's allergic to it, right? Literally cannot do it. Her body will not tolerate it. And so she had to find other alternatives, and cannabis was the alternative she found. And then she found that she couldn't find any good products. So being the amazing entrepreneur that she is, she founded the company and started putting together all these products that go with both, in sort of food related, CBD products, as well as some mixes and stuff that would go with THC products way before her time, before the time where we are now. And so I'm in a relationship. I don't have a company. I'm not somebody who sits around well. So of course we dive in together. And so I have to know everything about this, right? So I start doing the research and my mind is blown. I said, how can we not know anything about this in nursing school, right? This is healthcare. How can we not know all of this, the research that's been done, volume of research that has been done. Some of it good, some of it not good, depending on where you are in the world, right? If you're looking at research from Israel, pretty rock solid. Looking
Very
for
rock
research
solid.
from the United States, not so much because of the limits of the DEA and the FDA and the rest of the federal government restrictions, right? So, boom, there you have it.
So the introductory, so you went from nursing to CBD. So what was it like to become a cannabis nurse? Like what are the what are the things that you've done? So here it is.
Yeah.
What has been the most challenging part about entering the cannabis space as a cannabis nurse or as a nurse?
I think
what's it been like?
Yeah, I don't know. There's so many different challenges. I mean, from the nursing side specifically, I would say being able to support people around the country with the varying levels of legality within each state, right? So you'll talk to a patient in Massachusetts, you'll say, oh, you definitely, let's go down this path. I want you to try this, help coach and figure out what's going to work best for them using the whole plant, right? So THC, CBD, all of the everything that's available. And then you'll talk to somebody from Nebraska and they can't get anything. And so it's like,
right.
I could help you, but I can't help you. But I educate anyway in the event that they possibly have, family in another state that's legal. And of course, they're not going to ship across state lines, Sherry, because that's illegal. But
That's
somehow
illegal.
the product might end up at their doorstep and they'll be able to actually have relief from whatever it is they're suffering from.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah.
What would you have to say has been like the most rewarding part about being a cannabis nurse?
Oh, just for me personally, I grew up with a mother who was raised by two Christian scientists, right? So for those who don't know, Christian Science folks don't put their faith much in pharmaceuticals or medicine or doctors. They kind of, they do go if they have something, if their leg has been halfway chopped off, my mother would go to the doctors. They really believe in their faith-based. So they'll say, okay, your body's going to heal itself. It was designed perfectly by God. That's how they're going to believe. Anyway, I was raised sort of with that mantra of, don't worry about pharmaceuticals. So the thing that I enjoy the most is seeing people actually be able to decrease or discontinue their pharmaceutical load using cannabis very naturally. Very, very, very low risk and low side effects.
Yeah. So I have a quick question. So about growing up. So was there an issue too, about avoiding pharmaceuticals, but what about avoiding healthcare too? Because I know a lot of times there's a lot of patients that we work with that have what I call medical trauma or pharmaceutical trauma. They've been mismanaged. And so they have that fear, not only just around pharmaceuticals, but around starting anything new or even going to the doctor. So I wasn't sure.
No, I had that narrative too, because my mom would go to the doctors. The doctor would say, do this. She'd come home and say, yeah, you know what? I don't really believe that's, no. He wasn't right. I'm going to actually do this. She'd just do whatever it was that she believed would be the thing that would heal her. So, very much got the message that you're in charge of your own healthcare.
Right.
Which I happen to believe wholeheartedly is that you are the best one to know how you feel and what's going to be best for you.
And you have to pay attention. You have to be attention and be open and willing to be guided, to look at something different and something new. Right? Because what's the definition of insanity? It's going around on that merry-go-round over and over, expecting different results. Right? Absolutely. Wow, Mark. Awesome.
Oh yeah. It's been great. And I love the fact that we're just here we are. We're working in this new field of healthcare, and I know you'll agree, we're so early on.
Totally.
Like, there's so much to be explored about this, that for those nurses out there that are kind of curious, now's the time to dive in, be on the forefront of understanding all of the things that this plant can do, and all of the other ways that we can, help up-regulate the endocannabinoid system, because you and I both are on the same page with there are a lot of other ways that you can, very compatible ways with cannabis to kind of increase your health and allow your ECS to work flawlessly.
Yes. And so what we're trying to do as cannabis nurses is bridge the gap from what you're not getting from traditional care.
Mm-hmm.
What we truly feel, and I'm sure you can agree, Mark, is there's been a disconnect between health and care, right? And cannabis can open up our minds, right, to something new and different. Cannabinoid therapeutics is much more than just cannabis, because we have an endocannabinoid system that is affected by everything that we're doing or not doing in our lives.
Completely. Diet, exercise.
Yes, yoga. So let's talk about your
yoga. So I was, I was running this tech company, and it's 1998, and things looked like they were running really good. I mean, we'd made the Inc. 500 list twice. We had 40 employees. We're doing $4 million in revenue a year, and we owed the bank like $300,000 on a line of credit. But everything looked good. And then the bank came in and said, "Hey, we want our money back, and you have 30 days to pay us the $300,000." And I had no idea how we were going to do it. Right. So I was under a lot of stress. And so someone told me, "Hey, you should go to Kripalu for a week, just like to disconnect and just relax." And for those who don't know, Kripalu is a fabulous yoga and meditation retreat center out in the Berkshires. And believe it or not, they do about $34 or $5 million a year in health and happiness, like in joy and love. It's an amazing place. Anyway, I went there for a week. Everybody in my life thought I was nuts. They're like, "Oh, the bank's going to shut you down and you're just going to take off for a week and spend money, to go." But yeah, I am. And I got introduced to yoga. And again, I don't do anything halfway. I immediately came back and became certified. And this was at the beginning of certification for yoga teachers. I became a certified yoga teacher, and I have loved yoga ever since.
That's amazing.
Then that, of course, brought me into meditation, because for some people, yoga is just a form of exercise. And for other people, it's a very spiritual endeavor. And I opted in on the sort of the spiritual side. And so that dragged me into meditation and all these other genres that, oh, by the way, all affect your endocannabinoid system in a very positive way.
Yoga, I look at it as the hour of power, where you're doing meditation, mindfulness,
absolutely,
movement, and breath work all at the same time, right? And you get that bliss-like feeling, that release of the anandamine, right?
So good.
That says,
so good.
feel good, because you deserve to feel good. Just keep breathing, just keep meditating, just keep moving, just be present, grounded, and mindful. Right? So
all of the things that are really hard to do in today's connected world.
Exactly.
Right?
And exactly. So it's about choice. We have choices. And what's the matter with the all pharma approach? It eliminates choice, because people are just looking at it. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Cannabis or cannabinoid therapeutics gets rid of the box, or even the perception that we need to think outside the box, right? So
blows the box away. There is no box.
There is no box.
Just an illusion.
It's just an illusion, right? Or anything is possible. One of the things I've learned is that everything works and nothing works.
Yes.
We have to figure out what works for us, and it's about going on a journey. That's what they say, the journey of health.
Oh yeah.
Journey of life.
Yeah. I mean, this is a perfect example. Anxiety is like at epidemic proportions. 40 million people in the US suffer from an anxiety disorder or some sort of anxiety. And they prescribe benzos. And guess what? Between 2005 and 2015, deaths skyrocketed from benzodiazepines because that's what they prescribe. Oh, and by the way, they're super addictive. Guess what?
Addictive.
Cannabis is very anti-anxiety, right? It has very good anti-anxiety properties. Oh, I just love this plant.
Yes, me too. It works on the mind, the body, the spirit, all at the
all the way around.
Absolutely. So I have a quick question. So how would you say cannabis is helping you to live your best life? How has it helped you?
So it's one of the things that I utilize to level off my endocannabinoid system, like to make me operate as best as I can as a human being. So I do have a meditation practice. I do exercise regularly. I do, have yoga. I do eat as well as I can, although I have a great box of dark chocolate right now that I'm diving into, and I love it. But I do eat. I do try to eat right, and I utilize cannabis. So it's one of the things that I use, right? A lot of times you see in play today sort of this idea that cannabis is the box, right? It's the cure-all. It's going to do everything for you. I don't agree. It will help you. And I share this this thought that a researcher in Israel, when I went to Israel for a cannabis conference last year, one of the major presenters said, hey, it's not that cannabis is the best at pain relief or the best at, appetite stimulation or the best anti-anxiety. He said, what we found through research is that it has an effect in all of those areas, and such a positive effect in all of those areas that it lifts the person up so that they can participate in all of the other activities of living that bring them joy and happiness, and so that it creates this amazing, happy human being, right?
Yeah.
I just loved that. The light went off for me then. I was like, oh, that's it right there. That's it in a nutshell.
Cannabinoids are adaptogens that help our bodies to adapt to stress in our mind, our body, and our spirit. Absolutely. How has cannabis helped? Have you had someone else in your life to live their best life? Do you have any stories? Because I know people love to hear stories about, compelling stories of healing.
Yeah, compelling stories of healing. I've got so many people in my life that have utilized this. I have a lot of friends who have anxiety issues, honestly.
There's the anxiety.
Yeah, the anxiety, right? So they're super anxious, and they use CBD very effectively to decrease their anxiety, and they don't have to utilize their benzos, like they just put them aside. Yeah. And this is a big deal because these are folks who are on, anxiety disorders, like, they're social anxiety. They're not going to be going out. They're going to be staying home. It's going to affect their lives, and they're vibrant young people, right? Primarily. And so this just allows them to step out and live and not be like super anxious about it. And it's just amazing.
Yeah, I love that for sure. Absolutely. Absolutely. So it's all about living your best life. You're so excited. And how did you come up with, I love your mantra, health, happiness, cannabis.
Yeah.
Nurse Mark is part of the Green Nurse Group platform.
So excited.
I know, it's great. We're going to be seeing his podcast regularly on our YouTube channel, on the Green Nurse Group. And he's going to be doing events with us, as well as we're going to educate on your CBD line of products. Right? Nurse Mark has his own line of products that we're going to educate on.
Oh, and I'm formulating like crazy as we go along.
Good.
I'm in that master's program for medical cannabis science and therapeutics. And so the more I dive in and learn, the more I'm like, oh, I need to have a product that includes this particular minor cannabinoid and this little terpene. And it's so glorious. I'm really a closet nerd. Yeah. People don't know that about me. Yeah.
Yeah. So the combination of CBD and other phytobotanical nutrients is having a really huge impact on a lot of different
huge.
You know, we're seeing it with sleep, anxiety, depression, pain, you know, adaptogens, Ayurvedic herbs, other, you know, teas and
we're early on. That's the thing. Yeah, a lot of the stuff we just don't have access to. You know, we just can't get on a regular basis. We know it's effective, we know it's good, but it's just not, we're not there to where people are able to produce it on a regular basis. Yeah, so it's kind of hard to do, but exciting. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. Yeah,
we are gonna get there. For sure. So besides the Green Nurse Group website, where else can people find you?
Oh, you know, I have a website, nursemark.co. That's with a K, nursemark.co. And of course, you know, I'm on Instagram and Facebook and Twitter and the podcast. God, I love doing that podcast. It's so much fun. And because, and that's where I came up with the mantra, health, happiness, cannabis, because I wanted to include the whole spectrum of human living. So I've had Dr. Jess, the sex therapist, was one of my favorite episodes. Your episode was a great episode that we just did because you're so knowledgeable about nursing and the whole human dynamic, which you bring in. It was fabulous. So I've had just a slew of different people on and a lot of mental health therapists because, you know, mental health is one of the things that I'm huge into eradicating the stigma associated with that. I guess I must be into everything that has a stigma. I'm going to be fighting to end it. Cannabis, mental health, sexuality. Let's talk about that. No, it's
well, it's true. I mean, you know, mental health, spiritual health, you know, this is what I'm finding too, is connecting with patients, having that transpersonal nursing connection with them, connecting with their spirit. What I'm finding is you connect with their spirit actually spills over into their mind and their emotions and their psyche. And then you start to work with that. And then that ends up hitting the body. So you never know if it's going to be mind, body, or spirit, mind, body, you know, but healing takes on multiple different layers and it happens at different times. And so just trying to figure out when you connect with your patient, there's going to be something that you say or do that's just going to click.
And you don't know what it is or when it's going to happen, you know, because, you know, sometimes, Sherry, you know, as nurses or even physicians or NPs, you know, you work with a patient. Sometimes you get frustrated because you're like, well, you just try it. Just do it.
Just working through that fear.
Yeah. But then you say that thing that you say, whatever it is that connects to whatever is, you said, whatever, you know, area. And then they're on their way.
Yeah. So just connecting to their spirit, you know, having respect for who they are, what their beliefs are, meeting them where they are in their journey, educating them, helping them to choose just in a way with kindness and compassion and non-judgment. You know, they'll get there. I think this is how I tell patients. I'll say to them, listen, it took me 2 years to figure out how to make cannabis work for me so I could function below the threshold of feeling impaired. Right? So it took me a long time. So it's like, if I can get someone comfortable in less than 2 years, I'm doing a good job.
You are.
And the longest it's ever taken me to get someone comfortable has been 6 months. And it was because it was my mother.
Oh, do you think there were other dynamics at play?
Oh, totally. The stigma.
Perhaps. Family are always the hardest ones. Yeah.
So Mark, this has been awesome. Mark is going to be have his episodes up weekly on Green Nurse Group, on our Facebook page, on the Green Nurse, and on our YouTube pages, LinkedIn, Twitter, and Instagram. So we're really excited. So Mark, this is how you're going to end yours. What's it all about? Health,
happiness, cannabis.
And then my tagline is, remember what it's all about. Living your best life.
Your best life. Love it, Sherry. Love it.
Hey, everybody. It is Sherry Tutkus, the Green Nurse, and welcome to the Green Nurse Podcast, where we bring hope and inspiration for growth and healing. Today's show, it's a very special show, is dedicated to all of the healers and the light workers that are out there. And you all know who you are. And if you don't, you soon will. Important message. So I've always had a very, very rich spiritual life, exploring various spiritual practices and those non-traditional healing modalities because it just made sense to me. It bridged the gap from what I was missing from the traditional system, not only for me personally, but for many of the other patients that I've worked with. So I'm really happy to introduce Nancy Conroy, who was one of my first spiritual healers during a time in my life when spirit was knocking really loudly on my door. And I needed a guide to help me navigate these new, unfamiliar experiences. So Nancy Conroy is a registered nurse and holds a Bachelor of Science in Nursing from Boston College. She's been working in the field of nursing for more than 36 years, specializing in integrative therapies, school nursing, and eating disorders. Nancy is a certified Reiki master teacher, theta healer, gypsy tarot reader, intuitive, and photographer. She has been practicing Reiki for 20 years and incorporates Reiki in both her personal and professional life. Nancy is the founder of I Am Wellbeing LLC since 2011, which now resides in one of my favorite places, Sedona, Arizona. I Am Wellbeing focuses on holistic wellness and addresses the biopsychosocial spiritual aspects of healing. Through her various platforms, Nancy offers guided meditation for stress reduction, relaxation, healing, and spiritual ascension. Her energy work, her card reading, her channeling, and her intuitive readings assist her clients on their journey of spiritual awakening and aligning with their divine self. Her photography is amazing. You guys are going to have to watch it. I'm going to be tagging and sharing. Just really amazing. Soulful Visions of Sedona captures the divine in nature right here on Earth. So Nancy, I am truly grateful to have you here to share your experiences of what led you to your passion and all of the healing that you're providing to individuals and also the collective. So welcome, welcome. Happy 12/12.
Thank you so much for having me, Sherry, and congratulations on your award. That's just amazing. What led me? Well, we all go, I think, through some type of spiritual awakening, and I was doing nursing, always. There's a part of me, this healing kind of part of me, and it was 30 years ago, I lost a baby at birth, and it was doctor's errors, and I had to learn forgiveness. And from there, it opened me up. When I was a kid, I called myself superstitious. I used to see faces coming down from the ceiling, like north, south, east, and west. I didn't know what to do with it. And it wasn't until this awakening that I saw angels. I started to really open up and didn't know what exactly was going on, but found my way to Reiki, and then it just opened from there.
Okay, so I'm going to interject because listen to this. This is really kind of cool. Just think about this. So your awakening happened when you lost a child. Mm-hmm. My big, giant, grand awakening happened when my son was born. And I started to see, right? So my son was born with a rare genetic disorder. He had a lot of craniofacial anomalies. There was a lot of things wrong with him. But the beginning is, I heard him say, it's going to be okay. And that started my whole spiritual, the doors flooding open with the repeating numbers, right? And then the mystical things that were happening in my home. And I truly remember I reached out to you. I met you. And this is the part that's so interesting about our story and how it comes full circle. I started to show an interest in crystals and all of that stuff. I was a seeker of wisdom, all of these numbers, repeating numbers, 1111, 333, 444, started delving into numerology, spirits, all of that stuff, loved it. And into crystals, I felt an affinity to crystals. And so I remember I met you at a event. I had my little crystals out, and what were you doing? You were doing, was it the beginning?
My first side business beside working in the hospital and then school nursing was crystal intention. So I had crystals. So I've always, if you look at my house, is filled with crystals.
I forgot about that.
I had little packets and had little sayings, for crystals, and you were right next to me. So we started
and
talking.
That's right. So you had the crystal, and I had jewelry. I was taking crystals and making jewelry out of it. Okay. So that was,
yeah.
So then
we hit off. I mean, we were like, oh my gosh, that was it for us.
The part that's so fascinating too, just think about, I look at it as the divine orchestration of the universe, is that you went to Boston College. I went to Boston College. We both went to Boston College. We were in School of Nursing, and we didn't know one another. And here our paths crossed at an event where we were both, enmeshed in the energy of crystals and how the potential of healing, right?
That is so true. And it's amazing. And that's a part of this is synchronistic events. I mean, that's how it flows. And from there, I think I got into more with the Reiki, and then angel. I was certified as an angel reader, and
you did all that with me. So I gotta tell, seriously, I remember being in your house. You taught me how to meditate. I remember you saying to me, "Sherry, you need to ground yourself." My energy is so big, right? And so you truly taught me. I'm like, what does it mean to be grounded? And you took me through these amazing meditations. You taught me, you attuned me to Reiki. You taught me about crystals. You taught me about dowsing with the rods and dowsing with the pendulum.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
I do. Now I remember. My God.
And do you remember that picture? I still have a copy of it. That picture that you have.
I have a picture. I have it in my bedroom.
It's alive. The picture that she has is alive. I have a copy of it. Do you remember I took a picture of the picture so I could have
it? I remember. I do. Yes. The
part that's so interesting is how spirit starts to infiltrate into our lives. And it's our job to pay attention and to open up that door. Right?
Absolutely. It was, dreaming. I've been dreaming and writing down my dreams for, oh my gosh, since I was a teenager. And I have hundreds of journals that I just can't part with because there are some really amazing dreams that have led me on my path, especially to where I am today. And that, opens things up.
Right.
And, then, from Crystal Intention, I started a business with someone else and then got out of that and started my own I Am Wellbeing. And in meditation, one of my biggest things is the violet flame and the flame of transmutation. It's this amazing energy that you've probably seen in some of the pictures that the photographs I've taken, but back in 2006, I was meditating and I needed to be working with the violet transmuting energy, and I didn't know what that was. And then I came across the violet flame, and so we started a group in my center, and we're called the Violet Flamers, and they're my yayas, and we're still doing meditations together and everything. But I used that. I worked in the hospital doing Reiki, along with my school nursing position and my wellness center. And I used to bring that energy through and fill all the cells with it. It transmutes energy. It's amazing. It shifts and it raises your vibration. So
one of the books that you turned me on to The Alchemy of Saint Germain.
Yes.
And do you remember that book?
Yes.
You
Yes.
turned me on to that book.
Amazing. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Really, really cool book.
And then when we took that trip to Sedona, that was amazing. We had that AMA experience.
Oh my God. So we'll talk about that. Let's talk about that really quickly. So Nancy took me on a lot of journeys. So truly, you know, when the, you know, spirit knocked on my door, I opened it and I said yes. And I wanted to embrace all the information and everything. And it took me on a journey to different places and to have different experiences and to learn different healing modalities. And, you know, truly was interesting is that at that time, I'm like, I don't know why I'm learning this, but it's just something that interests me. And I truly see that all of these different healing modalities that I've learned and these different experiences that I have are now coming into my life back again full force.
Yeah.
So we can help people through this transformational time that we're all going through.
Right.
So AMA, you know, tell everyone about AMA. That was beautiful.
Well, when we were out here, we had just meditated, I think at Cathedral, because I've had miracles happening at Cathedral. And this time we were meditating and we kept getting Divine Mother. We kept getting, you know, the turtle, I don't know, all these
motherly symbols,
signs of the Divine Mother. And from there we went to Crystal Magic. Remember, we went to the crystal shop and we saw a poster and it was AMA was there. And we're like, oh my gosh. And she was there the next day, but we had an appointment to get our soul portraits done. I think we're going for our meditation or whatever. So there were 2 times that we could have gone to AMA. It was at the Creative Life Center. And so we said, well, we have to do it at 9 o'clock because 11 o'clock we're busy. So we go to the Creative Center. And when you're in Sedona, people, you know, if you've never been, I've been here now. My energy has adjusted to Sedona, but Sedona can definitely spit you out. The energy is intense. And if you have if you have anxiety, it's just going to amplify 100-fold. So anyway, we went and they gave us a number. We were like in the hundreds, I think. And we were just getting to the door.
I remember that.
And the woman comes and says, I'm sorry, you can't go in, to both of us. And I was like, what? Are you kidding me? Every time we got that morning was about mother, mother, mother. And here AMA is in town and we can't see her. And they said, no, you can come back at 11. And we're like, we can't. So I was upset. I was like getting tearful. And you said, I'm going to go to the bookstore. I remember you going, I'm going to go to the bookstore. So I went outside and I was sort of just meditating. And then I started to get a little angry. And I remember saying, even out loud, no one was around, but I was like, AMA, if you're in there, you need to come out and get us. Or if you're not here yet, you need to, you know, because I just couldn't believe it. And then you come running out. Do you remember this?
No, I don't, but this is funny.
Oh my God. You come running out and go, oh my gosh, the woman, she just said, come with me, you and your friend. I don't know why I'm telling you this, but AMA's not here yet. So you came out to get me and you said,
now I remember.
They're going to take us. AMA's not here. We can walk down. And remember the umbrella of flowers it was all fresh flowers. They were gorgeous, like orange colors. They're gorgeous. And they said, do you want to, and they were all in their saris. Do you remember?
I remember that. Yes. Now I remember.
And they said, do you want to walk down with us and greet AMA? We were like, yeah. So we're walking down. They put the umbrella out, and it wasn't raining. It was just in honor of her. She gets out of the car. She turns and blesses us. And the woman said, you want to walk back up? And we both go, nope, that was it. That's all we needed. But yeah, I remember that so clearly.
But the other thing too is we went and saw her in Massachusetts in person.
Yes, we saw her again in Massachusetts. Yes.
Yep, I remember that. And we actually got that big giant hug from her. I remember that. We were in this big gym and everyone was praying and meditating. And
Yeah.
That was really, really powerful. Really powerful stuff. Wow.
I've had
And
a
there-
lot of, oh, sorry.
No, that's okay. What were you going to say?
I've had a lot of experience with Divine Mother in dreams, or I had a wild experience that, not many people, it's the part of why I moved to Sedona. And I remember my daughter saying to me, you don't have to move to Sedona to be your true self. And I said, yeah, but some of the experiences, as you know, I've had, I fit in more here, and one of them I'll tell you, I was opening the center, and I went to, we have a little gathering, and I went to TJ Maxx in their gift shop to get a tablecloth. And I'm in there, looking at a tablecloth, and I went, and it was it wasn't Home Goods, which I love, but it was a smaller, and she's right here, I'm looking at her, a gift shop. And this, I'm gonna grab this. So this candle holder, if you can see it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so that's Durga. I didn't know who she was, but she, all of a sudden, I'm getting drawn over there, and she's communicating with me. And I'm like, what is going on? And I basically got intuitively take me home. And I was like, no, I'm here for this. And then, eventually I took her back. And I was meditating with a friend when I brought it back. And they, in meditation, saw a white light go down into my crown. They were like, it was almost like smoke, but it was white light go down. The next morning, I was home. This was when I was living in Sharon. And I was home, and, it was not a dream. It was early in the morning. It was about 4. You know how that's one of the parts of spiritual awakening, is that 2 to 4:30 time when you wake up, or you're in this intense dream. And I was wide awake, and no lie, an arm was coming down from the ceiling with this hand position. And I felt divine love. I felt peace. And it was communicating with me, saying, pay attention to this hand position. I didn't know.
Show me the hand. So this hand position?
This is the hand position. Okay, now I've seen this. You see Jesus with this one. I've seen this one, but I never had seen this one. And so I felt, and it came down and really almost like held my hand. It's so weird. And so I'm like, oh my God. And the funniest part is that I consider myself broad, and, and the arm was definitely, I felt like it was someone from India, or, and I was sort of laughing because it was sort of chubby, like, my arm is kind of like that. And I was like, oh my gosh. So the second I felt this love, it was saying, pay attention to this. I remember it distinctly. And then I opened my eyes, it was gone. And you remember my house. I didn't have shades, because we were against
in the woods.
We were in the woods. So I didn't have curtains or anything. I had these long windows, and I look out, and there's this huge blue face in the trees. And I was like, oh my God. I couldn't believe it. So I was asking my healer friends, I said, what, do you know this hand position? Do you know, mudra, it's a mudra. And no. 2 years later, one of my healer friends started using this, right? She's in meditation. And I said, what are you doing? And she was like, what? I said, that hand position. That's the one I got 2 years ago. And she goes, I was away at a workshop, and Vawamis came through with this position. But I will tell you, I was talking to a client she was there for medical reasons, and she was very in tuned. She told me it meant Divine Mother.
Oh, wow.
And I didn't know that. So she's with me, and she's pretty fierce. Let's say that. Yeah.
That's it. Absolutely. The goddesses are fierce. So anyway, so Nancy, what led you to your mission? So here it is. This is like, I didn't wake up one day and say, hey, I'm going to be a cannabis nurse. But your mission is to help others to align with their divine self, raise their consciousness in the consciousness of humanity.
Yes.
So
in my work with Reiki, one of the biggest things is I believe in, like Namaste, I honor the divine within you. It's within me and it's within you. And that's just really comes to center here. We're all divine.
We're all divine.
Spirit is the universe is giving us messages everywhere. And when we open our minds to know that we are much bigger than our small ego self. And then, once you open that awareness, as things start to happen, and synchronicities and people that you meet, and books that you read, or people are telling you different things, and your intuition opens up. I get jolts. I'm not having as many now because I think I'm integrating it, but I would get jolts and I'd be moving all the time because the energy is strong. People would think I was having a seizure, but I'm not. And but what it did was led me to help others. And like on the eating disorder unit where I worked, I loved doing relaxation groups. And I loved helping to work with, especially women at the time, on self-esteem, because we all had, as I was younger, and even in my teenage years, I was, we're anxious, and I was a perfectionist, and I had to do things, a certain way, and I was putting that pressure on myself. So when I help myself, and when we help others, through recognizing their gifts, they're unique, we're all unique gifts, it helps to raise your self-worth and your self-esteem. And then the whole divine peace comes in just knowing that we're these amazing multidimensional beings of light. I mean, that's really who we are.
That's it. It's so true. We've got these big giant meat suits on. So I look at this. This is my meat suit, right? And one of the things I learned, I literally did a 6-hour shamanic journey, and one of the things I learned on that shamanic journey is this: this is the only meat suit I have. I'm only getting one, not getting another one. So guess what? It's my job to take care of it.
Right.
Sure.
And it ties in the whole ascension. So, you've heard of ascended masters. They've ascended, but they ascended in the past out of their bodies. We are ascending in our bodies. So we need to anchor the light within our bodies down into Mother Earth. So that's really important. And yes, we want to end the cycle of, it depends on what people believe, but I've seen I've seen many of my past lives, and we want to end that cycle. And so we have to do our inner work in order to do that, to address traumas and
traumas and dramas. That's what I call it. Address trauma and drama.
Yes.
Right?
No, it's so true. We have to bring the light to it in order to,
So I look at it as, shadow work, looking at parts of ourselves that we don't want anyone to see, looking at parts of ourselves that we think is unlovable, looking at parts of ourselves that we would never want anyone other to know. So if we can look at that part of ourselves, love it and embrace it, you're not going to make it go away. We have egos. We can't have egoectomies. But what we can do is we can bring light to it, bring attention to it, talk to it, love it.
That's right.
quiet it so we can let the voice of spirit come up and live through us.
Yeah, I do believe that. I think we're here to love ourselves unconditionally. We haven't for centuries, I think. And so a part of that is accepting and embracing all our flaws, you know.
Yeah.
And it's not easy. I mean, you know, getting older and, you know, but if we can go within a center and get out of our ego, our left side of our brain, into more of the right side and the heart mind, then we are one with our higher self, our soul self, our divine self, whatever you want to call it, authentic self. When we start living from that place, then things fall into place. And we feel more peaceful inside. And when we're at peace inside, our outer world changes. It changes. I mean, I've seen so many changes over the years, the past few years especially, because I feel, you know, more at peace within
internally, inside. Yes, that connection. You know, no one's going to love you more than you're going to love yourself, right? Yeah. The best relationship you're ever going to have with anyone is the one with yourself. Truly, right? So once you can love yourself and accept yourself and be your own best friend, it's going to be easier for you to love and accept others for who they are. Truly.
That's so true. Yes.
So what helps us to align with our divine selves? What helps us? How can we?
All right. So, and a lot of these things sort of overlap. So the biggest thing is breath work, breathing, because, and it's belly breathing, it's Buddha breathing, it's, you know, inhaling in the, you know, your lungs and abdomen, in the abdomen, and then exhaling. So that's really important. Meditating, going within. All our answers are within, and it helps us to remember who we truly are. So when we quiet our mind, that's helpful. So when I do the meditations, I've been doing meditations, I forgot, with you guys and at my house.
Carrie Lee. Yeah, I did them. Well, I used to do them at your house. We used to go to your house. We used to have the meditations. I remember your basement was the bomb.
Yeah.
So awesome.
Yeah, that was.
And then now you're doing them now weekly for people, which I think is just amazing.
Yeah, I'm doing them every other week. I also, when I was working at the hospital doing Reiki, one of my dreams was I used to not only do Reiki with a patient, but I would take them on a journey, because it's hard to shut the mind off. And so I would do a passive relaxation, breathing, take them on a journey wherever they wanted to go. And then a patient said to me, hey, do you have this recorded? Because I would love to listen to this at night. And so I said, no, but I can do it on the phone, I guess. So I did it on the phone. And then I said, you know what? I'm going to do video. So I have an amazing videographer, Jesse.
Nice.
He's a Blackstone Video Group. He's back east though. But we collaborated and made videos to help people, because it's hard to shut the mind off, you know, to go in quietly. It's hard. So with the visuals, with his addition, it was amazing. Now, spirit comes through my voice, so healing energy comes through my voice. A lot of times when I'm doing the meditation, people will say, that didn't sound like you. And yeah, because it's kind of not. But I made these videos really for patients, and a goal of mine was, and it's still there, is I worked on a radiation floor mainly, but I would go up to the oncology floor and people were there receiving treatments, right? And they'd be watching, you know, a show, you know, drama stuff. And I always felt like, wow, here they are receiving whatever treatment. Wouldn't it be wonderful to have a video and to do a meditation to help integrate whatever treatment they're getting? And so that was my goal. But now I've found myself doing Zoom meditations because of this past year. And I love it, you know, and whatever I can do to help bring the energy to people, you know,
Right.
help them
Right.
help their minds. And yeah.
That's so awesome. So, how have you been guided by the universe, and what are some of the ways you are being guided?
So, well, I think like we talked about dreams. I've had dreams where they have, gosh, so many dreams that have guided me to Sedona. Other ones have confirmed like what I'm doing, and a source spoke to me and said, what you're doing is transmuting the victimhood of the divine feminine.
Ooh, nice. Wait, say that again. Transmuting the victimhood of the divine feminine. That is powerful.
I wrote it. I have a lot of things written down, but I've put out a few. But this one, we were driving up the yin yang symbol. You know, like it was the yin yang, but it was a dirt road. And basically God was driving. It was the night that Robin Williams killed himself, and I didn't know that. But in my dream, a woman had killed herself. And I found myself in a hotel. Anyway, long story, but in this part, it was driving up this yin yang symbol. Now, that's all about the balance of the masculine and feminine. When I looked through the window, I couldn't see God, but I felt masculine energy, and I had my head on his shoulder. And I looked through, and there was just a field. When I looked to the right, women and children were being persecuted. Oh, it was awful. And they were in 2 feet of water. Water is emotion. I could feel like needles going underneath it was awful. I mean, one part was, there was this young girl. I saw her. She had long red hair, and she was running, and half her hair was on fire.
Oh.
And I was, because I can't see pain, even a bug, I have a hard time. So it was an old car. I rolled down the window. I was screaming, put your head in the water, put your head in the water. And that's when God spoke to me and said, what you're doing is transmuting the victimhood of the divine feminine, because the divine feminine is rising, but it's not, burn your bra kind of.
Burn your bra.
Like in the 60s or 70s. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
It's not that. It's more of a balance. It's allowing the masculine to really tap into their feminine side, like be able to express their emotions. They haven't been able to express their emotions, right? So it's the balance, and to get out of that victim mode, which we've all been in.
The blame game, the blaming of the men, blaming of the patriarchy, blaming of blame, point the finger, right? Here it is. This is what I have to say about that. We may not have caused our traumas. We may not have caused our dramas. However, we are responsible for healing them. That's the bottom line.
That is beautiful. Did you come up with that?
Yeah.
I love that. Yeah, that's so true. But that's what it's all about. And I will tell you, I had an amazing, and I have a couple of people that were affected by it, and I wrote about this one too. But Padre Pio has been with me. And in the North End, there's a statue of him. Oh, I sounded like a Bostonian then. And he's a gold statue. I didn't know who he was. He's in the Peace Park on Hanover, and found out it was Padre Pio. I'm half Italian. And I was brought up Catholic, but I just didn't believe in the fear that was there. But anyway, the energy coming off the statue was unbelievable. So I would just stand there and like get this, like there was just this energy. And I think it was 2016 that we found out that his heart, when he died, he didn't decompose. So he's in Rome, if he's still there, in a glass case when he passed, and he he's still there. And anyway, his relic, his heart, was coming to Boston. And I said, this is really gross, but I gotta go. I have to go because you know, it's Padre Pio. So we went in, a friend of mine, Colleen and I went in, and we got to the church. We heard that people had to wait a long time. We were right in there. The light, the violet light coming in was amazing. And people were kissing the glass case. The friars had his heart in a glass case. And people were kissing it. I was like, no, I'm not doing that. So I put my hands up to it and just felt, you know, I just like, okay, that was it. Well, the next day I was working with patients going, you know, having Reiki. And the first patient I had, I didn't tell anyone because I'm in a medical facility. I don't tell anyone anything. Anyway, she had so much pain she had a mastectomy, and she had so much pain from lymphedema. And she goes, I'm in so much pain. I can't even lift my arm. And I'm like, I don't know what to say. You know, I'm so sorry, but you know, get on the table. So I did my thing, and I was above her heart, and my hand was over her heart and above her head. And I knew, like, I can see things. I see, I hear, but mainly I felt something going on. I couldn't see it, but I felt it. And all of a sudden she screams and says, oh my God, there was a man in a brown robe, and he put his hand through my chest and pulled out the pain. Look. And she could move her arm.
Wow.
I was like, oh my God. So I have my Padre Pio here. I was like, is this him? And she goes, that's him. And I was like, I'm not gonna believe this. And then she left. The next patient comes in, didn't say anything. I was blown away though. And she, in the same position, she said to me, Nancy, I have to tell you something really weird. And I said, to me, nothing is weird.
Right.
And she said, there's a man in a brown robe standing next to you. And I just was like, are you kidding me? And it was Padre Pio. And when she got home, she was talking to, I think, her mom, and her mom had received Padre Pio pamphlet in the mail. So this is the kind of synchronicity that happens when you're in the flow of energy.
There you go. That's so beautiful.
Yeah.
Truly. That's just beautiful. So you also do photography. So that's one of the things I want to bring up too, which I find is so powerful, because photography for me was truly healing. You know, on my journey when I was sick and suffering and getting well and trying to figure out how to make cannabis work for me, I got a camera, and I used to go sit in the woods with my cannabis and my camera and just be in nature, alone, quiet, silence. And I learned a new craft and started to literally take pictures of flowers and bugs. And then all of a sudden the dragonflies. So then the dragonflies and the spiders. So all of these spirit animals and insects, and really, really fascinating. So I love it that you actually do photography, and your photos are absolutely beautiful. And so how does your nature photography help with spiritual awakening? How does that help?
So I've always said, I believe to see. And I know in talking to a lot of people, they need to see to believe. And I don't know exactly when it happened, and I remember your photography because I was like, wow, and look at your camera. I was so impressed. That was before I really got into it. I was taking with my phone, and I had an amazing photographer, teacher, a friend that taught me before I went to Sedona, you know, some things I'm still learning. He was so kind to show me, but I think one of the times it started with clouds, and I would see images in clouds. I saw this perfect Cupid in Maine. I look up and I'm like, oh my God, I took a picture, and not even, I think we were in walking marginal that way, and not even 2 minutes later, I see the same image in a statue. And I was like, whoa, as above, so below. Started happening over and over. I'd see a heart cloud. On the beach, I look down, and there's the same shape of the heart in sea glass. Or Now, when our dog, my son's dog, that sort of became mine when everyone went off to college, and he was
Oliver,
the love of my life. I love Oliver. He's still with me. People tell me, like when I go to workshops, they'll say, "Excuse me, do you have a big white dog?" You know, and I go, "Yeah." Well, he's sitting under your chair, and I'm like, "Yeah, Oliver." He shows up as a white wolf in my dreams. But anyway, I got continuous dreams prior to his passing. I felt guilty leaving him. I had 3 jobs. I felt guilty leaving him. I wanted to be with him, to be honest with you, and not go off, you know, to another job. And I knew he knew that I needed to do my job, my work. So to make a long story short, I kept getting dreams of the cycle of life, the circle of life. It was like one animal eating another, and it was awful. And I'm like, why am I getting this? I don't get it. And then in meditation, I got, oh my God, he's going to pass. I had to go down to Florida to help my parents, and I had to put him in the kennel. And I had been there before. We had been there before. They were wonderful, but I didn't have another option. And I put him in the kennel. And when I went to Florida, the blue heron is one of my birds. Yep. And so I saw the blue heron and a crow together, and I went, And then I went out one morning, and a white egret, which is connected to the blue heron, was flying overhead. And I said, it was Oliver. I just knew he passed. I went inside. My mother said, you need to call John, you know, my son. And he said, Mom, sit down. And I said, it's Oliver. He said, yeah. It was horrible. So from there, though, I got on a plane and I picked angel cards, and it was thinking of you. A song comes up. It is a special song we have. And then a year later, not even a year later, same place in Florida, I went out on the beach, and I look up, and there he is in the clouds. And I took that picture, and that's on my Facebook page.
Yes, the picture's amazing. It's magnificent. So it's a picture of her dog and a picture of the dog coming forth in the clouds.
Yeah.
Really, really beautiful.
And so from there, it just opened up when I came to Sedona. You know, the images in the red rocks, the faces, it just comes through. So how this helps, it just shows people that anything is possible. And we are in the time, and we'll talk about that, I'm sure, right now, going into December 21st. We are in the time of unlimited possibilities. The veil is lifting. It's very thin. So if you're dreaming about your loved ones, you know, they're coming through, they're visiting. This is the time of raising consciousness, freedom, you know, it's unity consciousness, all of that. So
the significance of 12/12 to 12/21.
It's huge. So I'm not an astrologer, though I totally believe in it. But today was a gateway. We did a meditation. There's a woman here that's amazing, Sandra Walters, and up on Cathedral. Today was the revelation wave. Gateways were opening. The energy was unbelievable. Monday is the solar eclipse. Now, November 30th was the lunar eclipse. In those 2 weeks, it's a time of revealing the subconscious and bringing it up. This past year for everyone has been so intense. I don't even have to say that, but we're clearing old programs, old patterns, corruption. We're clearing all the darkness within us, miscreations within us and the collective. So this is the time, and we're shifting into the golden age of Aquarius. And never before, 800 years, I guess, they're talking about the conjunction on the 21st. It's going to be absolutely amazing. Now, I've been spiritually awakening for 30 years. Now, some people might do it instantly. and others have been just slowly, when we're having ascension symptoms, there's a lot of happening. We're feeling pressure. You're feeling like you don't want to hang out with anyone that's kind of negative. You don't want to go around the negative talk, memory loss, feeling aches and pains that you never had before. All this stuff is clearing. We're changing our composition of our bodies from carbon-based to crystalline. And so as we spoke about, our ascension is in our bodies. So we have to raise our frequency, our light bodies. So doing all these kind of things help do that. So that's what's happening right now.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, so what is the spiritual or great awakening that is happening? So we just talked about that. And I think what's really important too is that we provide people with a tool. So you have put together a meditation for us, which I would love our viewers to experience.
Okay. So this meditation is really to, if I can say a couple of things. One,
absolutely.
Come to center, breathe. Okay, so coming to center, like almost imagine yourself in a column of light, or just come to center. Breathe. So breath work is so important. Grounding, rooting yourself, like you spoke about at the beginning. Imagine roots at the base of your spine, your root chakra. If you want to learn about your chakras, your energy field, we have energy flowing in, through, and around us. So rooting to the earth, okay? But the sun, there is amazing energy coming through our sun from the great central sun and beyond, but we'll start there. So there's energy. Now to get the light codes and the activations to raise our consciousness, to raise our light body, sunrise and sunsets are the best. Okay. And just a few minutes, get out in nature. Being out in nature is huge, So this meditation is 5 minutes, and it's really about just bringing that energy in through our being. Now, do we have to be out in the sun to receive this? No, it's our intention. So when we intend something to happen, it happens. So that's why they say, be careful what you think. Be careful of your thoughts. Cancel your thoughts and change it, replace it, because it's instant. It goes right out. It's manifestation. It goes right out. So we really have to change our thoughts. So keep them as positive as we can. So I'm going to have, it's a 5-minute meditation. I'm going to start the music. And here we go. And tell me if the music is, can you hear the music? I talk over it, so.
Yep, it's good.
Okay. All right, so here we go. So, but early this evening, I set an intention for all of us to be in a safe, sacred, loving space. Find a comfortable position, either sitting in a chair with your feet flat on the floor, your back straight, or lying down. Uncross your legs and arms, allowing the energy to flow freely and clearly up and down your spine, in, through, and around you. Gently close your eyes. Know that you're being enveloped in beautiful, healing energy. Take a deep breath in, filling your lungs and abdomen, and exhale slowly. Take another deep breath in, filling your lungs and abdomen, and exhale slowly. Breathing in peace, love, healing, and breathing out, you're letting go of whatever doesn't serve you back to the light. As you continue to naturally breathe, with each breath you take, you're breathing in divine source. Relax all your muscles in your body and let go of anything from the day today. You're here and now. Imagine coming to center, dropping down from your mind into your heart chakra, your heart center. Next, bring your awareness to the base of your spine, gently opening your root chakra. Imagine roots flowing like a tree from your root chakra down your legs, through your feet, down through your earth star chakra below your feet, all the way down into the heart of Mother Earth or Gaia, anchoring you to the crystalline magnificence of Mother Earth. Next, shift your awareness to the top of your head, and with intention of gently opening your crown chakra, visualizing 1,000-petaled lotus. As you intend this, sense, feel, and imagine beautiful solar liquid light flowing down through our sun from the divine source into your crown chakra and filling your entire being, radiating your light body with warm solar light liquid. This light is filled with divine love, peace, joy, prosperity, and unity consciousness. Golden liquid light flows all the way down your body into the heart of Mother Earth and spreads out, joining with Mother Earth's crystalline energy, which is a deep-rooted crystalline energy embodying high-frequency energy, flowing back up now through, all the way up through your crown, returning to divine source. You're now in a column of pure divine light. Feel the light in every cell of your being. Relax in this divine light for a moment. Bathing in this column of light assists in aligning you more fully with your highest self, raising your consciousness, activating your DNA and ascension light codes, connecting you to your inner wisdom and your soul's life purpose. Breathe and exhale. Breathe and exhale. Trust the sacred light will continue to flow in, through, and around you. Slowly close your root and crown chakras for now, and remember, you may open them and connect with this soulful energy anytime you choose. It's now time to return, taking a deep breath in, filling your lungs and abdomen, and exhale slowly. And another deep breath in, and let it out slowly. Coming fully back to your physical body, gently opening your eyes, wiggling toes and fingers back to the here and now.
No, I got to tell you, I liked being out there.
You go way out. You totally go way out like that too.
Man, I gotta tell you, it's really fascinating. Once you start to learn these tools, I gotta tell you, this is a funny story. So I was out. I had a doctor's appointment, and then I went out to get a smoothie. There was a line, and everyone was social distancing, and there was a little area for me to sit. So I sat. And I decided to close my eyes to meditate. All of a sudden, they call my name, and I'm like, where am I? Where am I? I was like, oh,
wow.
Right out of my body, came right back in. I was like, oh, I'm cool.
Yeah. Yes, but when we're in those kind of, positions, or to have some tools to use is so important. And just meditating for a few minutes and,
just helps so much.
Yeah, it helps. And the best meditation really is when you see like Buddha, when he's sitting cross-legged, and when he has the mudra, it closes the circuit. To go within at that time, that's where you really are one with your, that's a great way to meditate too. Yeah.
Yes, this was absolutely wonderful. I am so grateful for all the work that you've done. I'm so glad. It's just so much fun how we've come back full circle. And it's really even more fun that we're both nurses, and we're both we've eliminated the box that says we must think outside the box.
Yes.
And we're truly bringing our hope and inspiration for growth and healing through our experiences of what we've experienced. And then, the marrying of science to spirituality. That's what it is. That's what we're doing.
It absolutely. And just two things, this new energy that's coming, there's new technology coming. Have you heard of the med bed? Look it up.
The med bed.
The med bed.
Let me put it in here. Med bed.
It's been held back. There's been a lot of technology that has been held back from us. So this is going to come out with other new technologies. But I want to say thank you, because I've referred, so I think, a few people to you, and you've helped them so much with alternative, CBD and, cannabis, and, you've helped them so much with for whatever they've been going through. So I'm very grateful for you and for that, and how you're helping so many. So
thanks. Well, this is the part that's so cool too about this work, is that every single thing that we tell a patient to do or not do affects their endocannabinoid system. So I'm truly here to usher in hope and inspiration for growth and healing, and to teach all of those tools, bring people on to teach their gifts, their mission, their vision, their passion, and how it all relates to the endocannabinoid system. So the work that you're doing truly does. It works on the mental, emotional, spiritual components of people, and then that filters right down into their physical body. So it's truly an amazing tool. So I am forever grateful. So grateful. I vow to the light on you, Miss Nancy.
Same here. Namaste, my friend.
Namaste. And it's just your website.
You gotta come.
What was that?
Come to Sedona.
I am going to come to Sedona, which is interesting, is that you're in Sedona. My friend Holly, if you're out there, hey Holly, and Chris also.
Are they still here? Yes, because I've met them before. I just don't know where they are.
I got to tell you, I met Holly through you. This is a funny story. So when I first started working with you, you took me to some group. There was some group here in Massachusetts. I know what it was. Ronnie Schaefer.
Oh, it was Ronnie Schaefer. I thought it was James Twyman at the, no. Okay, Ronnie Schaefer.
So we went to her house. She would do like this meditation. She'd have like 25 women laying on the floor of her house, and we would be meditating.
Yeah.
And so from there, I met Holly. Holly introduced me to Eric Pearl and Reconnective Healing.
Oh, right. Yes.
Through that, I met Chris. I met Sally. So we got Sally, Holly, Chris. Everyone's in Sedona. I'm heading out to Sedona. That's the bottom.
Absolutely. I mean, it is. It's amazing.
Yeah. So it's just really weird how the whole divine orchestration of the universe, and how, all of these different people that we've been introduced to and experienced in our lives, were coming back for a greater mission, vision, and purpose to truly help humanity. Step it up. It's time to step up your game. Pull your bootstraps up, everyone. You guys can do this.
That's right. Divine timing, right?
Divine timing. So anyway, so I just want to make sure too, it's www.imwellbeing.net, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
All right, cool. Awesome. Nancy, it's been a true pleasure.
Thank you so much, Sherry.
And remember, everyone, what it is all about. It is truly about living your best life, helping others do the same.
Wonderful. Great.
Welcome to Vote Pro Podcast, the award-winning cannabis news podcast brought to you by VoteProPot.com. Here are your hosts, Phil Adams, Jay Britton, and Andrew McCreadies.
Craft marijuana farmers in California are being prevented from offering their own brands. Wonder why? We'll find out. Cops find a refrigerator dropped along an interstate, and what do you think they found inside? I'll give you a clue. Just look at the name of our podcast, and that might clue you in. But, there it is. So, first I want to get to, and I want to say, after the fact, happy Thanksgiving to all our listeners. We didn't produce an episode on last Thursday for obvious reasons.
That was the first show we missed first time we haven't released since we started 2.5 years ago.
That's right.
That's pretty impressive, I must say.
That's right. Did we record on Thanksgiving last year, or did we?
We released a show. I don't know what we did. I'd have to look it up. We might have done a best of or something, but I still have to edit the freaking thing. So
yeah. So how was your Thanksgiving, Jay?
It was good, man. It was quiet and laid back with the Corona.
I'm sure everybody can say pretty much the same thing.
Yeah, it was different, but it was nice. It was nice.
Yeah,
nice to have a little break and.
I went over to my sister's house. It was just a small group, although my niece was there, and she apparently tested positive since then, and she's not feeling well. So let's keep a good thought for my niece, Allie. And I'm sure she'll be just fine.
Yeah.
But
I've had a lot of experience in the last just 2 weeks with people who've tested positive that I'm either close with or know or work with or something. So there's no question the numbers are booming. So, but they've all come through fine in my experience. The people that I've known.
and correct me if I'm wrong, but once you get it, you can't get it again, at least for a while.
As far as they know, as far as they know,
which is
time will tell.
I think they know more than they used to, but they don't know everything there is.
Right.
But anyways, happy Thanksgiving to you, and we're in the midst of the holiday season, so all of those nice holiday thoughts out to all our listeners. Hope everybody is well, or as well as can be hoped for. And if not, you can actually use marijuana medicinally. Did you know that, Jay?
I've heard.
We did an article about that once, that you can.
Yeah, they say it works really well.
They say it, or depending on what you have. So once again, we are without our good buddy Andrew this week. Andrew is off, and we'll be checking back with him. I think in a couple of weeks,
probably. Yeah,
and so we're gonna fly duo, just me and the J boy, and we're gonna give you all of the cannabis news that we can come up with, and all the news that fits in the time slot. So. Which we dictate, so it really doesn't matter what the time is.
Sometimes anyway.
Well, we'll keep it to our normal, length.
30-ish.
Yeah. So let's start off with some big news. And the big news is that this last week on Friday, the House of Representatives passed the MORE Act.
Whoa. Yeah, and that's a big one.
That is a big one. The Marijuana Opportunity, Reinvestment, and Expungement Act passed the House of Representatives as predicted, I think. But, whatever happens, whatever the predictions were, whatever the particulars are, this is huge news, Jay.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is
really
a big damn deal.
Yeah, and the numbers were 228 to 164. So it won 228 to 164.
So it was not on a straight party line vote.
It was not, but it was close. Only 5 Republicans joined up, and that would be Matt Gaetz of Florida, a Virginia congressman, I guess it's a congressman, Denver Riggleman, Don Young of Alaska, Tom McClintock of California, and Brian Mast of Florida. So those were the only 5.
All right, so 2 Florida boys.
Yeah. 2 Floridas, Alaska, California, and Virginia. Thank you, Virginia.
Thank you, Virginia.
So, yeah, I guess, this is really huge because it's just so long in coming. And I tell you, it's all over the internet. It's a big deal for folks like us, the pro-cannabis legalization movement. And, one of the things that interests me, Phil, tell me your thoughts on this.
Okay.
The Republicans were really, a lot of them were kvetching about this and making the point, why in the world are we voting on this instead of COVID relief? Why are we spending time on this instead of COVID relief? So I guess my question for you, because you follow this stuff closely, is what's the message you think the Democrats in Congress are trying to send by passing this and yet again kicking COVID relief down the road? What do you think? What are they trying to say?
I think the idea, and the Democrats did it too. Why are the Republicans doing all of this this other stuff when you should be passing COVID relief? They did it during the election. Congress can do 2 things. Congress has lots of bills that they can pass, and they, when they spend it. Now, I understand that the COVID relief is urgent, it's languishing, but it's being held up by what? Politics.
Yeah, right.
And when people say, "Why are you doing this and not this?" That's just politics. So you can't really take the politics out of politics.
No,
it's
there.
just that's just what people say. You can't do 2 things.
I suppose they just knew they had to count. They had the votes. So let's go ahead and do this while we got the votes.
That's the other half of it. Politics, as they say, is the art of the possible. And when you have something that's possible to do, you should do it.
What the heck?
And they had the votes. I don't think it's so much of a message, but I think it's important for their side as a racial justice issue.
Right.
Because, there's no doubt that black men get arrested and incarcerated for marijuana more at a higher rate than white people and other races. And they're not smoking any more weed than anybody else.
Exactly. Yeah. Now you've covered the MORE Act both on our show here, but also on We Talk News. But just real quick, I'm going to run through some of the things that are in the MORE Act for folks who haven't paid that close attention and know what it is, but maybe don't know the specifics. The big one is it removes cannabis from the Controlled Substance Act. I mean, that's freaking huge.
That is the domino.
That's the finger out of the dike. Yeah,
that's right.
That's right. It also replaces statutory references to marijuana, the word marijuana. It changes it with regard to government reference to the substance. It's to be cannabis in all government official documentation.
And I suppose that's a good thing.
I think it's interesting. Yeah. I think it's interesting. And there's a whole bunch of stuff in here. There's a 5% tax on cannabis sales, which goes into a trust fund. And I guess that Congress later will specify what that trust fund will be used for. But I mean, if you think about it, Phil, if this is a national thing, if you just look at the sales in the recreational states now, they're raising literally billions of dollars.
That's a lot of dough.
So 5% tax across the board in the whole country. Again, states, I assume, will still have the right to make it illegal in their state.
Is alcohol taxed federally?
Good question, and
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I don't know where. That's part of the problem with this. I don't know where Congress gets off taxing marijuana federally.
Right. Yeah.
I just
don't either.
But then you and I, we're libertarians in a sense. We would just as soon let people do what they want, let states do what they decide to do, and let the federal government, unless it's certain specific matters, stay the hell out of it.
Yeah, stay out of it, being Leave
It's
us alone.
none of their damn business. Just because they have the power to control it or not control it doesn't mean that, every time a dollar changes hands, that the
They get
damn
a
federal
piece of the
government gets a
action.
cut.
Like
Right.
the frickin' mafia or something,
Well, yeah.
A few of the really big points, bullet points in here are the expungement. There's a process. It'll establish a process for expungement, which is fantastic.
Which is near and dear to my heart.
Exactly. And quite a few other things. But those are the big. I'll stick with those for now, the big bullet points. And, of course, the biggest is the removal from the Controlled Substances Act. That's
right. There will no
incredible.
longer be Schedule 1 or Schedule anything if this passes. Now,
so that's our big news for the day?
That is the big news. Now, of course, it still has to make its way through the Senate. It probably will not do so in this Congress.
Right.
But that doesn't mean the next Congress can't take it up. And then, depending on who retains or acquires control of the Senate in the next Congress, it could pass both houses of Congress and then be sent to the president's desk. And I expect President Biden.
You assume he'll sign it, even though he's not?
Oh, yeah.
I think he would, too.
He'll do whatever they tell him to do.
Send us your thoughts at votepropot.com/contact or send us an email at podcast@votepropot.com and please give us a 5-star rating on Apple Podcasts. If you'd like to be part of the show, call our message line at 240-257-2441.
So, that's what's happening in the halls of Congress, inside the Beltway here. Now, what's happening across the country in the state of California?
Wow, we report a lot on California.
California is its own kind of
tripping over its own dick.
That's right. That's right.
Well, this is a story out of Marijuana Business Daily that I saw today by John Schroyer, and this is about. Let's preface this by stating a fact that many believe, if not most in the industry, that the best cannabis grown in the world is grown in California. It's specifically in the Emerald Triangle. And there's a reason for that. And you've got a lot of kind of craft growers, we would call them. These are mom pa type operations, small farms, small crops. And they've been doing it for generations, literally.
Yeah, they've been around a long time.
Yeah. If you've seen that show, Murder Mountain on Netflix, you get a good feel for this. But anyway, the complaint is that these folks are not able to market their cannabis as a craft cannabis for reasons set forth by California itself and their regulations and this maze and the cost involved. Most feel that it's, like I said, Emerald Triangle grows the best weed in the world. Unlike California's famed winemakers, these craft growers face systematic hurdles because they usually can't afford the tens or even hundreds of thousands of dollars that it costs to set up and manage a branded business, which is what you have to have in California. Some of the stipulations California set forth is, for example, you cannot sell directly to dispensaries. You have to have a distributor or a middleman by law, which is just so stupid. I don't, because it's California.
I know, but yeah.
I don't know what the purpose is. I think
it certainly raises the question why.
Yeah, it certainly does, and that
cannot bring your product to market.
And this labyrinth of regulations that cost, just like I said, it's tens and hundreds of thousands of dollars. Understand that most of the really big guys in California, they have these huge indoor operations or even greenhouses, but for the most part, they're indoor. So they can grow a few crops a year. And these smaller mom and pop craft folks who really take interest in what they're doing and create a wonderful product, they're only going to get one crop a year, and it's typically going to be like 1,000 pounds. And the big distributors who they have to deal with are not interested in 1,000 pounds. They're looking for 10 and 20 times that because they want to just keep product on the shelf. What this does is it causes these small family operations to sell to these distributors and they white label it or they just bundle it with other stuff. So it's, this is something that these folks who do this really want to pursue. They really want to create, much like the wine industry in California, they want to create their own sort of brands and their own craft, like craft beers and craft wines and so forth. The small operations that only do, 1,000 cases of wine a year, but they win all the awards and people pay a lot of money for the wine because it's so good.
Because it's good stuff. And
they want to do that with cannabis and they're not allowed to. They say you're looking at a minimum of $50,000 just to get started, just for the basic things that you need to do to meet the regulations to start a brand. The small farms usually have a capacity to grow about 1,000 pounds, like I said, and that just doesn't meet the requirements of the distributors. Other thing is they require that you have a commercial building.
What now?
That's a requirement to grow and package your product. And of course it has to be inspected and you have to have all these different licenses and stuff. So most of these small growers say that looking into it, they have to spend $250,000 to acquire the building. And then what happens to their crop? They say, I can't grow the same quality product inside a building that I'm growing outside in the sun in California. So the whole thing is just a cluster, and it's a shame. It's another thing that happened, just as an example, and we'll finish up on this, is California changes their frickin' regulations every month, right? Well, some of these companies were trying to do their packaging, to do their own thing, and they went out and spent, one in particular that they interviewed in this article, a person named Erickson, said they spent $100,000 on packaging. No sooner they got it delivered, California changed the requirements of the packaging and they had to throw it all away.
Oh, my God.
After the fact, there's no grandfathering. It's just like, nope, you didn't meet the regulations. Well, we met the regulations a month ago. So anyway, this is the clusterfuck that is California. And it's a shame because there's some really great cannabis coming out of the Emerald Triangle. And unfortunately, there's only a very small handful of those, about 15%. That have a brand, that you can go and buy. Moon Dust, the company, and different products and so forth. So it's a shame. And
it is. It's
another indictment of California's overregulation, overtaxing, and just sticking their finger in everyone's
the nanny
eye.
state.
Yep.
Well, maybe this will end at some point when selling across state lines becomes legal.
That's a good point.
And if the federal government legalizes cannabis, then presumably, unless California passes a law banning it,
right?
Which I suppose they could do.
Yeah, wouldn't put it past them. Yeah.
But if they can sell across state lines, then then these growers can tell the state of California to fuck themselves.
Yeah, we'll see.
But for now, they got to play ball. And really, that's what it's all about.
Yeah.
Just forcing people to play ball.
Well, I'll just say again, if you haven't seen that show on Netflix, you talk about
Murder Mountain.
You talk about some rogue, off the grid, fascinating people, man. Whether you like them or not, those people up in when I say that, if you haven't seen this show, these people protect their own property with armed patrolmen, and there's no cops to speak of. I mean, it is like the Wild West up there, or it was. It's starting to change. But even after legalization in California, a lot of these farmers were still off the grid and doing their own thing. And they were like, why the fuck should we pay all these costs to the government? We've been doing this for 60 years, man. So they were still selling on the black market.
That's right.
A lot of them are, and then they would want to be legal. They were like, we have an awesome product here. We can market this legally now. Let's do it. And then they see what it costs. It's like $1 million.
Not worth it.
Yeah. I can't do it.
It's not worth it to do it legally.
That's right. So
they make them do it illegal. Well, here's to California.
Yeah.
Someone once described it as less of a state and more of a failed experiment.
I got a Texas story for you. You want to hear that?
Oh, yeah. Just, brighten my day.
I got this from NBC DFW Channel 5 in Dallas, I guess. Police are investigating how a refrigerator loaded with marijuana ended up along Interstate 45 in South Dallas County.
Dallas County.
Ferris police posted pictures on social media Wednesday night showing the busted up fridge discovered along I-95 near Malloy Bridge Road. Quote, someone dropped their refrigerator loaded with marijuana on SP Interstate 45. To whomever lost their valuables, please come claim it at the Ferris Police Department, and we will be more than happy to assist you.
Yes, I'm sure they will.
That's what the post said. So
I'm sure they will.
So
I'm just picturing this, Jay. These guys got it on the back of a pickup truck or something like that, loaded with weed. It slips off, crash. Of course, they must have noticed it.
Oh, yeah.
And they're like, oh, dude, the fridge fell off. Should we go get it?
Of it? It's smashed open and there's weed all around it.
And one guy says to the other, should we go back and get it? And the other guy says, I ain't going back and get it.
You go back.
You go back and get it. And they just drove on. They knew it was off.
It says here, Dallas County Sheriff's Department spokesman said a Ferris police officer had pulled over someone along 95 and heard a loud noise come from the other side of the highway. After he finished his traffic stop, he went to investigate it and found the refrigerator in the road. So imagine if that cop hadn't been right there and heard that. You know, somebody would have pulled up and gone, damn, open the trunk. Jeez.
Hey, assholes. Open trunk.
We're going to retire. Well, anyway, so that's a lot of weed.
Now, another scientist is suing the DEA. We reported a few months ago that a group of scientists and researchers were suing to have to overturn the classification of cannabis as Schedule 1 on the Controlled Substances Act. That went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court decided not to hear it, sent it back to the lower court, who said that you've got to work this out with the DEA.
Mm-hmm. Good luck with that.
Good luck with that. Well, another researcher, this one, a fellow named Lyle Craker of the University of Massachusetts at Amherst, had filed for a permit or an application to produce cannabis for research purposes. And that was back in 2001. Of course, he was roundly denied. And but then, after 2016, the DEA announced that it was going to begin a process of approving more cannabis cultivators. Right now, there's just one, and that's at the University of Mississippi.
Right.
And nobody else is federally authorized to grow cannabis for any reason, or federally authorized, that is, for research. Well, this guy applied, and they haven't denied it or any. They just haven't done anything.
Well, that's the government.
Yeah. So it's been languishing for 4 years.
We'll get to that.
And so he's suing to have them either approve it or deny it. If he proves it, great. Or if they approve it, great. If they deny it, at least he can appeal.
Right.
So he can, but the ball's in their court, and they're just not doing anything with it. So he has sued in the U.S. District Court for the District of Massachusetts this week, which will be last week, and backed by a group called the Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies, or MAPS. So
that's funny.
We're hoping Mr. Craker gets his approval, and maybe if we can get that first one.
Yeah, right. Well, if the way those things move in government up there.
Now, perhaps there's a big portion of the budget of the University of Mississippi, and I guess that would be Ole Miss, wouldn't it?
I don't know.
Yeah, University of Mississippi is Ole Miss, dedicated to keeping them in a monopoly with the DEA. Now, I'm not suggesting that anything untoward is being done. I would never suggest such a thing of an SEC rival. Roll Tide. And but how long have they had a monopoly on this? And how long? Well, at least 4 years that the DEA has said, well, okay, we're going to open it up to more approvals, but they haven't.
I always wondered.
So they're full of shit.
It was always shocking to me, because we've known this for years, that the University of Mississippi.
Of all places.
Of all places, Mississippi. And I'd love to be a student there and go, where are they?
Now notice that it was only in November that Mississippi finally legalized cannabis, and I think for medical,
and it was a ballot initiative.
Ballot initiative that passed. So I guess the legislation still needs to go forward, but the ballot initiative passed.
So where do they grow it? I mean, I wonder. Like, is it in a field somewhere next to the football field or something?
I don't know. It's probably covered with kudzu by now.
I just wondered that. But anyway, there you go, Mississippi.
Well, let's pull for our friend up in UMass.
Yeah, man. Good luck with that one. Hope that works
I went
out
to
for you.
UMass. I used to go to school in Boston. I went up to visit a friend in UMass.
Yeah.
And for some engineering project, someone built a maze on the campus. And of course, you go up there and you get wasted and you have to go do the maze in the middle of the night. And I don't know how long it took me, but it wasn't fast.
What's at the end of the maze? Was it worth it?
No, you just get out.
I got a business story for you here. We haven't done one of those in a while.
Business.
Aurora Cannabis. All right, we've been following them for a while. And they've been
one of the big Canadian verticals.
That's right. They're having some trouble, as we know, as we've reported.
Yep.
I say trouble. They're not doing great financially. They just announced that they're shutting a $250 million greenhouse indefinitely. One of their grow facilities and production facilities. That's big. And they've also laid off a big chunk of their staff. And so I don't know if anybody out there has Aurora stock. I wish you well. I looked them up today just to see where their stock was. And dude, their stock, their high, I guess last September, 2019, they were at about $78 a share. And in late October, a month ago, whatever it is, a month and a half ago, $4. Wow. Yeah, ouch.
Wow.
It's freaking painful.
Wow, I'm surprised they're even in business at all with that kind of...
Yeah, this is in Marijuana Business Daily, and it says that Aurora Cannabis says it's pausing operations at its Sun Greenhouse in Medicine Hat, Alberta, indefinitely, and that's in quotes. The closure represents the latest casualty after the industry significantly overshot the production capacity needed to meet demand in Canada's expanding adult use marijuana market. So those greenhouse deals ultimately led to direct real estate losses for Canadian producers worth millions of dollars.
I imagine.
This is hitting more than just the cannabis industry, obviously.
Right.
So,
well, I wonder how some other cannabis verticals in Canada are doing. Canopy Growth, Tilray. I wonder how some of those are doing.
Maybe
we should.
Most of their stocks have fallen this year. I've got some stock. I was telling you earlier before we started recording. I've got a couple that have done very well. One's a True Leaf down in Florida. It's done very well in the last year. And some are doing, I think it's just some of these bite off more than they could chew and don't do a really good job of managing their cash flow. And
right. And they
raise millions, but
right.
then what they do with those millions is really what's questionable, I think. I mean, I hear they spent $250 million on a structure that they didn't need. Shouldn't they have known they didn't need that? I mean, I don't know that the projections for the market share, the market size was that far off. So I think maybe there's just, I don't know, I'm speculating because it's not my business and I don't follow it that closely. But.
No, but it's easy to see, like you said, maybe their eyes were a little bigger than their stomach.
You think?
And they ramped up too quickly, or
as an example of what I talk about when I say how they manage their cash flow and stuff, and of course these folks are going out raising money was a piece of cake for them. Everybody wanted in on the act, right? Once it was legal. Well, what they did here is, as of March 31st, idle property, the plant and the equipment attributed to Aurora Sun, which is this facility, reached a value of almost $260 million. That's Canadian money, but still, that's almost $200 million in United States. And The company disclosed that in their filings. That makes it, if not one of the most expensive cannabis greenhouses ever built. So why do they need to do that? It's not their only facility.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you have to question the management.
They overestimated, their eyes were bigger than their stomach.
Yeah. You would think.
Well, I'm looking at some of these other cannabis stocks. Tilray has lost about half its value over the last year. Yeah. The stock has. It was trading just under $20. Now it's just under 10.
And when you think about it, Phil, during this whole coronavirus thing, weed sales have boomed. We know that. We know the dispensaries are just backed up, which reminds me real quick. Let me just throw this out while I'm thinking about it. I got an announcement last week that the dispensary here in Virginia, closest to me, has opened up yesterday. Is that exciting? I know. So I got online to make an appointment.
Oh, you got to make an appointment?
You got to make an appointment because it's, because
it's just COVID.
Because of coronavirus.
Yeah.
I couldn't get an appointment till the third week in December.
Get the fuck out of here.
Right? It's like, damn.
You waited too long, Jay. Well, that's it. Well, now I'm just looking at some of these other stocks. Canopy Growth is way up.
Are they? Good. Okay.
Back in March, they were down to like $12. Now they're at 28, just under $30 a share.
Oh, cool. Good.
So
good.
they're up. Oh yeah, Aurora is taking a big dump. Horizon.
That's Steve.
Well, it's not reached its high, but it was way down last March, and to almost nothing, and now it's back up to close to $7 a share. Its high less than a year ago, was about $7.40 a share. So it's recovered a lot of it, but it's trending up. So
that's good.
It's not like the whole industry is taking a dump.
Right. It'll shake itself out.
But I don't know if I would hang on to Aurora stock because there's something more than just the industry doldrums that's holding them back.
Yeah, but if you bought it at 78, it's freaking hard to let go, man. It's like, oh my God.
At some point, you got to cut your losses.
You just got to bail and buy something else. But
chalk it up,
Yep.
So we go from the halls of D.C. to the West Coast, down to Texas, back up to Massachusetts, and now we're back to the West Coast again. San Francisco.
Some more California bashing.
More California, and we only bash them. I used to live in California, so did you.
Me too. Yeah.
And it was a fun place to live. I enjoyed it. I wouldn't want to live there now. No, I know a lot of people are leaving. My sister's been there for 20 years. She wants to leave.
Right.
But it's just getting to where they're just micromanaging.
It's unbelievable.
Too many things in life and not taking care of what they're supposed to take care of.
Here's a story from San Francisco by the Associated Press. City officials in San Francisco have banned all tobacco smoking inside apartments, citing concerns about secondhand smoke. But you can light up a joint anytime you want. The Board of Supervisors voted 10-1 Tuesday to approve the ordinance, making San Francisco the largest city in the country to ban tobacco smoking inside apartments, the San Francisco Chronicle reported. The original proposal sought to ban residents from smoking marijuana in their apartments, but supervisors voted to exclude marijuana after cannabis activists said the law would take away their only legal place to smoke, which makes sense. I mean, technically you can't smoke in public cannabis. So you go to the dispensary and buy your weed.
Well, where can you smoke tobacco then?
Well,
out on the sidewalk?
I suppose.
That's about it.
Yeah, I know.
You can't go anywhere indoors to smoke it.
It says here San Francisco now joins 63 California cities and counties with such a ban. So, again, you're talking about overregulation and the nanny state of California. That's it right there. I'm telling you.
Well, I guess so.
The Department of Public Health will be responsible for enforcing the new law. Under the ordinance, the department must first try to educate violators to help smokers quit. Repeat offenders could be fined $1,000 a day but cannot be evicted for smoking violations.
Right. But
It
they
says the
can
second
be
offense,
they can
go to
be
jail
they can
for
be
30 days.
fined until they can no longer afford to live there. So that's the same as evicting them.
Yeah.
So
anyway, that's
it's well, you know, I
more
don't
California bashing.
I don't cry too many tears for cigarette smokers.
No.
Now and I can see how smoking a cigar inside. I smoke cigars, but I never smoke them in the house.
No.
But I guess they're gonna have to vape.
I suppose so.
Is vape legal in California again?
Today it is.
Today it is.
I mean, legislators in California are always looking for something to make illegal. Always looking for some way to control your life more than they already are.
Oh, brother.
I tell you, my son lives out there. You know, he's in L.A., you know, James.
Yeah.
As a musician, and he can't work. There's nothing to do. And he's getting so fed up with California right now. He's just like sitting in his... You know, Newsom's closed him down again. I mean, he could do nothing out there. It's crazy.
No.
Man.
Well, tell him to come back east, man. We miss him.
Yeah, he's coming home for Christmas. So
Good.
we'll have to all get together and with our masks and 6 feet apart.
Well, folks, we hope we gave you some stuff to think about and some information you can use and maybe provided a laugh or two along the way. Mostly we're just amusing ourselves, I think. What do you think, Jay?
Yeah, I'm good at that.
It's something fun to do, at least for us, on a Thursday evening. But we hope you did enjoy it. And if you did enjoy it, if you get a mind to, go on Apple Podcasts, give us a 5-star rating, type up a nice little review, or tell a friend about Vote Pro Podcast. I'm sure there are some folks out there that you know who might enjoy this as much as you do. So tell a friend. What else, Jay?
Send us an email.
Oh, yeah.
At podcast@votepropod.com.
Yep.
And let us know what you're thinking, what you think of the show, or give us some ideas on what to cover on the show. Maybe some news stories we missed or something that's going on in your neck of the woods.
Well, you know, we may have said something that's completely wrong and you know the right answer. So
you may have.
Call and just correct it, you know. We always want to correct the records. And, of course, as always, you know, we have a lot of information on our social networking platforms that you can access and enjoy, and people seem to be enjoying it. And of course, we can't cover all of that on the podcast, just a little bit each week. So if you want to find out more, absolutely check us out on social media. Go to Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, and Instagram, and just do a search for, wait for it, Vote Pro Pop.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media, a former Emmy Award-winning talk show host and sportscaster from New England. So we're going to interrupt the kind of promotion of a new cannabis channel to talk to you about the year of cannabis in 2020. That's right, it was quite a year for the green wave. It's why we have a saying here at Pro Cannabis Media, it's a whole new world of weed out there. So if I were to ask you, what are your top 5 stories of the year in cannabis? What would they be? Well, here's mine. We'll do it David Letterman style, kind of backwards. Number 5, Colorado. They delivered close to $2 billion in cannabis sales this year alone, and now has passed $1 billion generated in state tax revenue since it legalized cannabis in 2014. Pretty amazing. Number 4, the World Health Organization has descheduled cannabis from the most restricted category to the least restricted category, and the UN then voted to remove it from its most restricted category. Now, of course, the door is open to recognize cannabis for its medicinal effects internationally. Number 3, just after the U.S. House of Representatives votes to open the doors for medical research of cannabis in legal states, the DEA finally issues its guidelines about research grants, and it denied that opportunity for scientists, spurning more and more research efforts that are out there. And what do you think happened? More lawsuits have followed. Meanwhile, number 2, back to the U.S. House of Representatives for passing of the MORE Act that legalized cannabis and expunged small cannabis sentences. But that bill will never see the floor of the Senate because, as you know, that is controlled by that other party. All eyes on Georgia's Senate runoff now for control of the Senate. However, considering that no House of Congress has even considered changing the law for 80 years, it was a pretty good year. What was the top story? Come on, Election Day. More people went to the vote, more people went to the polls, and more people voted in the United States of America. That meant 5 states had ballot questions. All 5 states passed those ballot questions, making 4 more adult use legal states: Arizona, Montana, South Dakota, and New Jersey. Mississippi, what did they do? They added a medicinal program. That means a majority of the states in the United States of America, over 33 now, have medicinal marijuana programs. So, what are your top 5 stories for 2020 in cannabis? Email us at info@ProCannabisMedia, and we might just read your list on one of our live cannabis chat shows that we live stream 3 days a week from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. right out of this studio. That's right, on ProCannabisMedia.com, Pro Cannabis Media's Facebook page, and the YouTube channel. We go live 3 times a week, and right now we're live streaming the best of our 2020 shows on all of our social media pages. So like, share, subscribe, and follow us, because the only socialization we're doing now during this pandemic is social media. So for everyone here at Pro Cannabis Media, happy holidays. I'm Jimmy Young.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hey, I am Chris Mile.
And I'm Chelsea Miles.
And together, we will take you miles away from sadness
into the realm of calmness and joy. In case you don't know,
we make delicious recipes infused with a magic ingredient:
cannabis. Don't worry if you cannot smoke your cannabis. Follow our videos and cook your food infused with marijuana.
We are here to make a bold statement that anyone can be a chef. Our easy recipes will not only fulfill your hunger pangs, but they will also give a dose of happiness by taking you to cloud 9.
And the great part is that you don't have to worry about overdosing.
Visit our website and calculate the daily dose of your edibles.
Happiness has never been this delicious before.
We are on a mission to take your lifestyle to a different level because
Cannacook.com, we're striving to make lives healthy, spiritually, mentally, and physically.
Hey everybody, it's your friends Chris and Chelsea here from Cannacook.com.
Hey everybody.
Hey, we hope you had a wonderful Thanksgiving.
That's right.
We sure did.
That's right. We just stayed at home and cooked random things.
Yeah, we did. So we figured today it's kind of getting where it's colder out now.
That's
and all
right.
that. Why not make some hot chocolate?
Exactly. So we're going to show you guys how to do cannabis-infused hot chocolate.
Stick around and stay tuned.
To infuse this recipe, we are going to be making infused almond milk. Now you can use whatever type of milk you would like, whether it be almond milk, oat milk, dairy milk, soy milk, any kind will work. This recipe calls for 1 3/4 cup of milk, but we're going to be infusing 2 cups.